Hey guys, if you're tuning in, you might want to go ahead and access. There's a link in the description of the prompt that we will be studying today. So you want to take some time now to open that up. We'll read it in a few minutes, but if you want to go ahead and get that started, that'd be great. Hey guys, for those of you who are just tuning in, I'm excited to teach you a little bit about explaining argument. We'll start in about 2 minutes, about a minute and a half or so, but you might want to access the prompt we'll be using. There's a link in the description underneath the video. So you're going to pull that up, and then we'll get started in about a minute. All right, counting down the seconds, about to begin. One last call to pull up the prompt. I just wanted to welcome you first, say thanks for being here. I'm assuming some of you, or the majority of you, are on your e-learning days, so thanks for coming to join us. Today we're going to talk about how argument demonstrates an understanding of an audience's beliefs, values, or needs. My name is Emily Golitis. I'm an AP English language teacher in Naperville, Illinois, Naperville North High School. It's about an hour or so outside of Chicago. And I haven't seen my students in about a week and a half, so I'm happy to have other students, new students to teach, so thank you for being here. All right, just to get us started, I want to explain a little bit about what will be happening over the next month. First, we'll be talking about units 8 and 9 from March 25th until April 7th. As you guys know, things have been crazy because of the pandemic, but colleges have asked AP students to study certain topics that still address units 8 and 9. They're supporting all of these changes. They're being incredibly flexible, but in turn, they're asking us to make sure students are still learning the content. So we will be focusing on units 8 and 9 over the next 2 weeks. Think of it as though it's like a continuation of your existing learning. So what would you be learning if you were in the classroom? And the other thing I want to highlight is these are recursive skills. So even though 8 and 9 might not be explicitly assessed on the exam, they're recursive, meaning that they spiral, they're repetitive, and we keep seeing the same skills over and over again. So 8 and 9 are really about having a stronger understanding of how to read and break down a text, how to think through some issues, and then how to write and craft strong pieces of writing. So that's what we're really going to be addressing. That can benefit you on the exam that you will see in about a month. To make it a little bit easier, though, we are going to be focusing more on the sophistication point because units 8 and 9 are more, again, nuanced. They are more sophisticated. So we're going to approach the lessons through that lens. Then, in about a week or so, you will see a schedule be released of the topics that we covered for review. Again, these are meant to be more like course review sessions than AP test prep. So we'll pick out some topics like introducing vetting evidence, understanding line of reasoning, things that we think are really essential and crucial to AP students. So you can kind of like pick and choose what you want to see or what you need to see and tune into the lessons that you think would most benefit you. All right, so for today, again, we're going to look at how you can understand an audience's beliefs, values, or needs through the argument that's constructed. And if you're like my students, you are frustrated and dismayed by the sophistication route of the rhetorical analysis rubric. And you'll say it's like that unicorn point, it's so hard to earn and to achieve. And I definitely get that. I understand that. One of the things that I think makes it so challenging is that one of the ways that you can earn it is if you explain the significance or relevance of the writer's rhetorical choices given the rhetorical situation. You can see here, because of that, you have a complex understanding of the rhetorical situation. So a lot of students, if they are trying to contextualize, if they are trying to address the rhetorical situation, they tend to do it in very broad, sweeping, generalized ways. It's not specific, it's not nuanced, it's not incredibly complex. So over the next week, we're really going to focus on one text, a pre-20th century text, and help you to first today identify the rhetorical situation and elevate it. Make sure it's not just the basic, broad, generic understanding of the text. The piece that we're going to be reading, it's a really tough one. It's from the 18th century, and it was written by Abigail Adams. And before we get into how do you explain an argument and how it is revealing the audience's beliefs, values, or needs, we first have to identify the rhetorical situation. And this prompt was given, that was the biggest mistake students made, that they could pull out certain things that they saw in the passage, but they struggled to relate it to the rhetorical situation. So that's our focus for today. Before we get started, I want you to think about a time in which a parent or guardian or someone who's of an elevated status tried to give you advice. Most likely they're giving you advice, it's because they think that you need to learn something, that you're reluctant about something. And I want you to think about when you got that piece of advice, how was it delivered? What tone, what attitude, how did the person convey that advice? Were they trusting of you and your decisions? Were they a little bit more forceful and demanding and very direct? Did they provide reasoning? Were they kind and supportive? Think about a time that you received a piece of advice. For me, one that I can think of was about a month ago. My husband and I had plans to travel on spring break. And about a month ago, my mom called and she opened with a very kind of trusting and kind and supporting attitude. She said, no, I know you're a smart girl. You'll make the right decisions. I know that you are 40 years old. You can decide what you do. And then she went right into being very forceful and direct and providing a lot of reasoning for why we should not go on vacation. We did end up canceling our vacation, but per the government regulations, not my mother. But I think that that's a really good way to think about it. My mom, and I love her, she forgot how pig-headed and stubborn I am, and that her reasoning didn't necessarily match my values, beliefs, and needs. And so when you're thinking about advice that you might get or give someone, you've got to think about the audience and what do they want, what do they need to hear, and how can you craft that message so they're more likely to believe you and to ultimately follow your advice. Since this is units 8 and 9, I'm assuming you already know quite a bit about the rhetorical situation. Whether your teacher uses something like Space Cat or Soapstone or a particular scholar, the rhetorical situation still has a few key elements that are the same for each. The first is the message, and that's basically the subject matter of the piece of the text. The next is the exegesis, and that's really what is inspiring, stimulating, or provoking the writer to construct this piece. The purpose is pretty simple. It's what they hope to accomplish or achieve, but they might have more than one purpose, so just remember that moving forward. We also have the audience, where the writer has to think about what is a need, belief, or value, or even a background of that particular audience, so they might capitalize on that in their text. The context, there you go. The context is the time, the place, or the occasion in which the text is being written. And sometimes that ends up being really helpful if the writer can think about what is happening around the individual to whom they're writing this piece. That might strengthen or can kind of bolster their position. And lastly, maybe the easiest for us is thinking about the writer or the speaker and their perceptions of all of these things is what governs the text. So let's start by looking at the prompt. Again, if you might have joined a little earlier, I asked you to open the link in the description of the YouTube video where you'll find the prompt and the passage. We'll be looking at that today. But when I pull that up, I will read the prompt to you. It says, in the following letter, Abigail Adams, 1744 to 1818, writes to her son, John Quincy Adams, who is traveling abroad with his father, John Adams, the United States diplomat and later the country's second president. Read the letter carefully. Write an essay that analyzes the rhetorical choices Adams makes to convey her argument about the value of experience. Right, so we just reviewed the rhetorical situation. And one tip I would give you is that when it comes to the rhetorical analysis prompt, they give you a lot of the rhetorical situation in the prompt. It's just a matter of whether or not you can identify that. Take about a minute and think about where you see each of those components or elements of the rhetorical situation embedded within the prompt. Some, like in the following letter, Abigail Adams, that's the writer. Some will be easier than others. Some might be a bit of a stretch. Take about a minute and see if you can identify where you see exegesis, purpose, audience, context, writer, and message in this particular prompt. Take about a minute, I'll wait for you. About 30 more seconds. All right, so here are the answers. If you were going through and kind of marking up a passage, you would maybe have noticed it would look like this if you were annotating it. We have a writer, we have our audience is John Quincy, the exegesis, he's traveling abroad. The context is a bit of a stretch. You'll get more about the context when you start to look at the letter. But you might see, you again had to make the case the context is his father is the United States diplomat, the country's second president, and later the country's second president. Her purpose is given to us a little bit in the prompt to convey her argument. So we know that that's the purpose. She's trying to convey her argument. And then the message tells us a little about what that argument might be. It's kind of vague, just as the value of experience. If you had to summarize the rhetorical situation and describe it in a sentence or two, it might look something like this. Abigail Adams, a mother, wants her son, John Quincy Adams, who's on a journey abroad, to understand her views on the value of experience. She crafts a letter to her son in order to convey this position and convince him to believe it as well. So again, when wanted to annotate it, it might look something like this. You'll see we don't have the context there because it just didn't fit in, but then it's essentially capturing all of those elements. It's good, it's vague, but it's good. If anything, you might say it's kind of like an adequate reading, an adequate understanding, but that's still pretty good because you're not even read the passage yet. All right, so what I'm going to ask you to do today, is we're going to read and study the passage and specific lines from the passage with the hopes that we can revise this good, adequate description of rhetorical situation, but make it more complex. So then in the coming days, when we're working with evidence and writing sample body paragraphs, writing a commentary, we're able to connect it to a more nuanced understanding of the rhetorical situation. So keep these in mind as we're making our way through the letter. And I'm going to ask for you to read the letter itself. Some of you maybe have read it before, for some of you this might be the first time that you read it. But at this point in the year, regardless of your exposure to it, you need to be able to do a very quick read of it. So I'm only going to give you 5 minutes. In that 5 minutes, I assume you'll just do a very quick skim of the text. First, just trying to understand literally what is she saying, and you might want to take notes in the margins about that. Feel free to make a copy of the document, that might be helpful for you too. But the main task is as you're reading, anytime you see anything that speaks to her son's values, beliefs, or needs, underline it. Anything you see that references what she values or believes, underline that. You see any reference to the purpose, the message, the context, or the actions, any of those elements, underline it, because then we'll do a close study of some of those key lines. Okay, you guys have 5 minutes. I'm going to sit here awkwardly and reread the letter myself, but I'll come back in about 5 minutes and we'll start digesting some of those annotations that you put on the passage, some of those key lines that you think really reveal at least something about one aspect of the rhetorical situation. All right, I'll see you guys in about 5. Take about 3 more minutes, and as you're reading, make sure you're underlining anything that you think speaks to the rhetorical situation, because that's what we're studying in about 3 minutes. Take about 30 more seconds, and then we'll look at some annotations. All right, let's go ahead and start it. It's a tough piece, right? But I always tell my students when they encounter a text that they are struggling with, and maybe for some of you didn't struggle, but if you do find a text that you struggle with, I think a really great tip is to just underline a few key pieces and do a close study of those. And that will usually tell you what you need to know. So instead of feeling overwhelmed by this whole letter, you only focus on just a small piece of it, and you kind of break it down word by word. That will help you understand the piece in a much larger sense as well. So I'm going to share my annotations with you and walk you through how I see them reflecting something of the rhetorical situation. I'm sure you've heard from English teachers for years and years and years that the opening of anything is always going to be important, whether it's a novel or a book or a poem or short story. And this letter is no exception. This letter opens with a really strong appeal to her son. She demonstrates a lot of knowledge about her son and his needs. You'll see it giving you on the screen. You'll see it giving you my annotations, but I color coded them for you. So when you see something in purple like the word repent, to me that tells us something about her son, something about what he values or what he believes. You see something in kind of like that burnt orange color, that will reflect something about our writer, Abigail Adams. And then you'll see I have a bracket, it's kind of like a goldenrod color, and that will tell us something about the actions. Take about 1 more minute, and I want you to look at some of those key lines and do a close study of them. Look at what does this say about the audience? What does this say about the writer? Or what does this tell me about why she's writing the actions? Take about a minute, and I'll kind of walk you through how I see them speaking to those things. All right, let's start with some of the basic, the beginning. She opens by saying, I hope you have had no occasion, either from your enemies or the dangers of the sea, to repent your second voyage to France. In this case, repent means to regret or to have remorse. And she says, if I thought that your reluctance arose from proper deliberation or like thoughtful consideration, or that you were capable of judging what was most for your own benefit, like that's a backhand compliment from a mom. Like, if I thought that you were able to know what was best for you, I should have not urged you to accompany your father and brother when you appeared so averse to the voyage. So when she uses repent and reluctance in a verse, we learn that maybe he entered into this journey or this voyage with some, at least reluctance, some hesitation. He was not excited to go on this trip. So those words help us know quite a bit about John Quincy Adams and how he was feeling. And then she says, I should not have urged you to accompany your father if I had thought that these things had happened. Meaning this like mother knows best kind of attitude, that she wouldn't have urged him if she thought that he had seriously deliberated these things. It also tells us that she was kind of pushing him. She was the one who was encouraging him to go. She does follow up though by saying, you, however, readily submitted to my advice, and I hope you will never occasion yourself, nor give me reason to lament it or to regret it. So she is telling us that he did listen to her, but he accepted her advice. So going back to that first paragraph, the actions is telling us a lot about why she's writing. Again, this is not a, hey son, here's what's going on around the colony right now. Instead, she knows that she needs to respond to some of the anxieties and insecurities that he's feeling. She knows that he's reluctant. So we're learning more already about the rhetorical situation than what we had in that previous 2-sentence description. All right, let's look at the, one more thing, really quickly. So we can summarize it by saying she encouraged him to go. He was hesitant, but he still trusted his mother and went anyway, and then she's writing to kind of address this reluctance. Okay, so now let's move to the middle of the letter. So the top right column, she gives us this great metaphor about a river that you'll talk about, I think, on Monday. She gives us some great illusions, and then she gets to this portion at the top of your paper for the second, or the top of the second column, and she tells us a lot about the message, the purpose, and the context. Again, take about a minute or so to do what we just did. Do a close reading of some of those lines, asking yourself, what does this tell me about the message? What does this say about the purpose? Why is she writing? What is she going to accomplish? And then look at the second half of this excerpt and think, what does this tell me about what was happening on the voyage or what he was seeing? Again, take about a minute and think about how these things, these lines, these annotations speak to those elements, those assigned elements of the rhetorical situation. All right, so let me walk you through some ways you might interpret this. You might have focused just on one or two of these annotations. You might not have time to look at all. So I'll kind of give you the background, the cheat sheet of these, if you will. All right, so first, she starts by saying the habits of a vigorous mind are formed in contending with difficulties. And all history will convince you of this, those difficulties of this fact. And that wisdom and penetration are the fruit of experience, not the lessons of retirement and leisure. Basically, she starts with the habits of vigorous minds are formed in contending with difficulties. Like, it's okay to contend with difficulties. It's okay to face challenges. Because you have a vigorous mind, your mind will develop and grow because of that. Just all history will convince you of this. But wisdom and penetration are the fruit of experience, not the lessons of retirement and leisure, which I'm finding myself doing a lot during this evening time. A lot of retirement and a lot of leisure. But she's saying, if you are to grow, if you are to have a more expanded mind, that's going to come from experience. It's going to come from seeing things, facing those challenges, not from just being lazy and sitting around. Those lessons of retirement and leisure. Because great necessities call up great virtues. Those virtues themselves are kind of brought to the forefront when you experience these challenges. And otherwise, they might lay dormant. And she says, when you go through these challenges, they wake into life and form the character of the hero and the statesman. Which is interesting because it's starting to say to us, this isn't just about John Quincy going abroad with his father and his brother and having a good old time, but they're trying to kind of tailor and craft him and build him into a hero and statesman. And these traits might not be developed had he just stayed at home. The second half of this excerpted piece says, war, tyranny, and desolation of the scourges of the Almighty, and not be deprecated. So she's saying, like, basically, while you're out there, you're seeing instances of war and tyranny and destruction. And those are not great. Those are not something that should be celebrated or praised. But then she comes back and says, but it is your lot, my son, to be an eyewitness of these calamities. And then she basically goes on to say that you're able to have more perspective and you can learn from your forefathers your existence among the people who have made a glorious defense of their day of liberties. And then the very last line, you'll transmit this inheritance to ages yet unborn. That's kind of his duty, his patriotic duty, to learn from these experiences, think about how that has shaped him and how it will shape future generations. And then ultimately his purpose is to be an eyewitness to this and help facilitate this change. So you can maybe summarize that this section is telling us the following about the rhetorical situation. Challenges are good, experience to have. They bring up noteworthy traits, especially for a politician, a hero or a statesman. And that contextually, while he's abroad, he's seen instances of war, tyranny, and desolation, possibly from a different perspective than what he would have seen at home. So that the purpose is not just about to convey her argument, it's to highlight the fact that when you experience these war, tyrannical, and desolate experiences, it's your duty to share that with others. All right, so if the beginning of the passage is important, then you can assume that the end of the passage is also important. So let's look at the last two paragraphs. Again, take about a minute to break down some of these lines and think, ask yourself what does it say about the writer, the audience, or the purpose. Take about a minute. All right, this is probably my favorite part of the whole letter. Maybe it's because I find it's just such a great way to end it. That she says, she tells a lot about herself. You probably have seen a shift that you'll see more of that burnt orange annotation toward the end, which can kind of fascinate us. She says, consider the least of your excitements that you have a parent who has taken so large and active a share in this contest. So be thankful that I'm here and I care about you and that I'm invested in what happens to you, and discharge the trust reposed in him with so much satisfaction as to be honored with the important embassy, which at present calls him abroad. So that she's putting trust in him. She knows that he will be okay, and that she also recognizes, which I think is pretty strategic of her, the honor that he has been asked to accompany the embassy. So she kind of closes the deal a little bit. She then, I think that this is a great opening to the second paragraph, the final paragraph. She says, the strict and inviolable regard you ever paid to truth. Again, another compliment. What she's basically saying here is that you've always been committed to the truth. You've always valued the truth, and that gives her pleasing hopes that is something that makes her happy, that she really admires about her son. And it gives her hope that you will not swerve from her dictates, you'll not swerve from the truth, you'll stay committed to it, but that you'll also add justice, fortitude, and every kneeling virtue which can enjoin a good citizen. Do honor your country and render your parents supremely happy. Particularly, this is mother skill here, particularly your ever affectionate mother. So basically then she's saying, stay true to yourself, honor the truth, but also learn justice, fortitude, and any manly virtue. And we're learning more about the purpose, where before it wasn't just about understanding what her argument is, but she's starting to kind of shift into this notion of these are the traits you need to be a good citizen, to honor your country, and to render your parents happy. There are three things that she hopes that he accomplishes on this trip, and it will render his parents supremely happy, especially your affectionate or loving mother. So we're going to step back and look at what we just did. Oh, sorry, there we go. We're going to step back and look at what we just did. You'll notice that the letter itself shifts and moves in terms of the rhetorical situation. So it opens with a lot about the audience, a little about the writer. Then after she's kind of established that trust with her son, that's when she can kind of go in a little bit more thickly with the context, the message, and the purpose. And then she ends with some more of the purpose, but also a little bit about how she is feeling, her values, beliefs, and needs. It's a really interesting way to structure it. So just to do a quick debrief of what we've done and how you can apply it to other prompts that you might see in an AP class or possibly on the AP exam. We first started by identifying elements of the rhetorical situation of the prompt. It kind of gives like a Spark Notes version, a summary of the rhetorical situation. So we identified those things. Then we looked for those in the text itself by underlining some key elements that spoke to those elements of the rhetorical situation. Then together, you and I, we did a close reading of those lines with the idea of trying to have a more complex understanding of that rhetorical situation. It's a lot more than just she's trying to convey her argument about the value of experience, but we try to deepen it and become more nuanced in our reading of the passage. We are using those sweeping generalizations. So let's go back to the original description which you have here. It sounds pretty vague and generic now. Now you can see those sweeping generalizations. Things like to understand her view on the value of experience doesn't really tell us much, or especially not as much as we know now about what she's arguing about experience. We know a lot more about John Quincy Adams than just he's on a journey abroad. We've learned more about how he's feeling. We also know more about how Abigail Adams is feeling. She's more than just a mother writing to her son. And then we can again, as you kind of make that second sentence, we can understand more about how she's conveying this position and trying to convince him as well. All right, so this is your homework. This is your task. I want you to take this generic statement that's full of sweeping generalizations and reflect a more complex, nuanced understanding of the rhetorical situation. You can make a copy of this. The link is in the description for the YouTube video, so you can pull it up. I encourage you to make a copy. I've had, I think I saw 400 emails requesting access. Just make a copy of it and revise it over yourself. But some of you might find that it's too tough to change someone else's writing. I'd rather just rewrite it myself. That's fine as well. So you can revise, like maybe you would say Abigail Adams, and you might replace that apostrophe a mother with something that's more specific. You can revise as is, or you can craft. But I encourage you to keep it just to a sentence or two. Keep it pretty brief. Then this will be the basis for our next 4 lessons, and we'll keep going back to it. So I hope you tune in over the next 4 days to learn more about how can we take this and turn it into an essay ultimately to make you a stronger reader and writer. All right, so thanks for watching. I hope I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you complete that practice problem, either revising or crafting from scratch. And then tomorrow we'll start tomorrow's lesson by reviewing some samples and talking about which one demonstrates a better, more complex understanding of the rhetorical situation. All right, good to see you guys. Thanks for coming. See you tomorrow. 2 minutes. There are 2 links in the description. One is the prompt. If you were with us yesterday, you probably already know it. If not, you might want to pull it up and read passage. And the second is a handout that will be utilized today and start your practice. So we'll get started again in about a minute and a half now. But you might want to open the links. That'd be great. Hello, for those of you just tuning in, there are 2 links in the description. You might want to open those. One is the prompt that we looked at from yesterday. You might just open it, do a quick scan, reacquaint yourself with the text. And the second is a handout we'll be using today. So we'll get started in about 30 seconds as soon as the clock ticks over. But you might go ahead and open those links. That might make things easier later. All right, it is officially start time. Hello, good to see some of you again. If you were here yesterday, good to see you again. If you're joining us today for the first time, nice to have you. Welcome to our AP English Language online sessions. We're talking primarily about how an argument demonstrates understanding of an audience's beliefs, values, or needs. But before we get on, to introduce myself first, I'm Mrs. Valitis. I am an AP English language teacher in Naperville, Illinois, Naperville High School. It's about an hour or so outside Chicago, and today is a terrible, dreary, depressing day. Lots of rain. It's not as nice as it was yesterday. So I hope wherever you are, it's sunny and warm and you're enjoying your time. All right. Before we get started too much, I do want to provide just a brief overview of what is happening over the next month with these online classes. This might be a little redundant for those of you who were here yesterday, but I think it bears repeating that we're really covering units 8 and 9 from March 25th to April 7th. You might be saying, I heard that units 8 and 9 are not being assessed. And that is true. They won't be explicitly assessed, but our course is one where the skills really build upon each other. And units 8 and 9 are about really honing and developing your craft as a reader, a writer, and a thinker. So even though you won't necessarily have test questions about any of the content from 8 and 9, those skills will help you for the exam. Think of this as it's a continuation of your learning. So if you, I know a lot of you are not in school, but this is what you might be covering if you were in your classes. We are going to look at it through the lens of the sophistication point more over the next week and a half, because that's what we keep hearing from our students that they want more help with. So we are going to be looking at that. I also want to hopefully not deflate your hopes too much, but I don't have insight either into what you will see on the AP exam. I know a few students find my email address yesterday and asked, does this mean we will have a rhetorical analysis? I don't know that information either. Instead, try to look and see these as though we're addressing key skills. It's not meant to be exam prep because I don't know what type of question or what the free response you'll see. I don't know what that will include. So think of this as we're trying to hit some of those key skills that are important regardless of what you would see for your free response question. Then starting April 8th, we'll move into review sessions. About a week and a half from now, College Board will release a series of topics that we'll be covering. These will be more in isolation. So the next week and a half or so, they'll build upon each other. But starting April 8th, those will just be isolated topics, so you can tune in or out depending on what you need. And just to give you a review, some might be things like introducing and embedding evidence, or something like understanding the line of reasoning. So you could peruse those topics and figure out what is something that you know you need more help with. And we'd love to have you back on those days. All right, so just to catch you up on what we did yesterday. So for those of you who tuned in, this will be review. Those of you who are new, don't speak good information so you know how to move forward with our lesson today. We started by looking at the sophistication point and why it's such a challenging point for students to earn. Primarily because, as you can see here on the left-hand side, that a lot of times students might try to contextualize, they might try to address the rhetorical situation in their analysis or throughout their essay, but it usually comes across as a broad, generic, sweeping generalization. It's not complex. And while there are three ways you could earn a sophistication point, we're really looking at that first one and how you should be exploring the significance or relevance of rhetorical choices given the rhetorical situation. So in order to do that, we started yesterday by looking at the prompt for a letter that a mother wrote to her son. We pulled apart the prompt a little bit to see what is the rhetorical situation, which elements are being made clear to us. Then we read the passage and underlined lines, phrases, sentences that really spoke to those elements. And then together we did a close study of those lines. For those of you who aren't familiar with the letter, the prompt is in the description of the video here, but I'll also tell you, I'll kind of give you the cheater tips. I'll tell you what you need to know for today's lesson. So if you haven't read it, I think it's good practice for you, but I will give you pretty much everything you need to know moving forward. So as we studied yesterday, we read the piece, we did a close reading, and we kind of came back to a few key points. So we know that the writer is Abigail Adams. She is a loving and proud mother of her son, John Quincy Adams, who is her son, that she's writing to him. The reason why she's writing is that he's traveling abroad with his father and his brother. He's traveling abroad in France. But then we also learned through the letter and some of the ways that she tries to connect with her son that he was reluctant. He was a little hesitant about going on this trip. We do get a little toward the bottom of the letter about the context and that while he's traveling abroad, he's facing all these challenges, specifically war and tyranny and desolation. And she says, your job is to be an eyewitness to these calamities, to understand how these things work from different perspectives. So her purpose ultimately is to convince him that, hey, even if you're having a tough time, these are valuable experiences that you should be engaging in, because if you do, and here's where it gets to her message, then you'll be able to develop yourself and your character. You'll develop these virtues that are fitting for a hero and a statesman. So if you didn't watch yesterday, that's the clip notes, the Spartans version of it. And we talked about how if you were to summarize all of those elements into 1 to 2 sentences, it might look something like this. Abigail Adams, a mother, wants her son who is on a journey abroad, John Quincy Adams, to understand her views on the value of experience. She crafts a letter to her son in order to convey his position and convince him to believe it as well. There's nothing wrong with this. This is adequate. It does demonstrate an understanding of the rhetorical situation. But we did talk about how it's kind of more of a cursory look. It's more generic. It doesn't have all the nuances of the letter itself. So it was fine, but it wasn't great. And then the students yesterday were tasked with, so how can you take this and revise it to make it better? And I said you can add some apostrophe phrases if you want. You can change out some words, or you can just start from scratch. And it's tough. I will say it's tough for me to know how to help you check your sample. And I thought the easiest way to kind of assess your learning and what you wrote yesterday is to give you 2 samples. So here we have sample B and sample C, 2 descriptions that are a little bit more developed, a little bit more complex. And I want you to, as I read them to you, think which of these best align to what you wrote. And I'm sure it will not match word for word. I mean, it shouldn't. But do you see certain elements or certain descriptions? To what extent does your description that you wrote yesterday match sample B or sample C? So sample B would be though John Quincy Adams has encountered struggles on his journey abroad, and his caring mother composes her letter to reinforce that the challenges he is facing are worthwhile experiences and will benefit him. That one is so much more specific than sample A. So does yours sound like sample B, or does it sound more like sample C? Which is, while Abigail Adams acknowledges John Quincy Adams' reluctance to travel abroad, she writes a letter reinforcing that the challenges he is facing will ultimately make him a better thinker, statesman, and citizen, which is what she desires of her son. Both are pretty good. So which one best matches what you wrote yesterday? All right, let me put something else to you. Now that you kind of evaluated or put yours side by side, I want you to think which of these 2 do you think is better? Knowing that our goal is to have a complex understanding of the rhetorical situation. Which of these demonstrates that? Take a moment, reread sample B and sample C, and try to judge these. Which one has a better description, a more accurate, a more nuanced description? And take a minute, think about which one you think is better and why. All right, what do you think? Sample B or sample C? I'm hoping you will pick C. Sample B is good. I would not be upset if any of my students turned in sample B. I'd be happy with that. But when you look at them side by side, sample C is just a little bit more specific. So things like, we know that John Quincy Adams has a reluctance, whereas sample B just says he's encountering struggles. So we learn more about John Quincy Adams in sample C. We learn more about our writer, Abigail Adams, as well. In sample B, it just says she's a caring mother. But in sample C, we see that she's acknowledging his reluctance, so we see that she's a little sympathetic, and that she desires her son to be a better thinker, statesman, and citizen. We get more of the purpose, we get more of the exigence. It's just a little bit more specific. Sample C is more specific than sample B. Sample C is not perfect. It still doesn't really address context, but it is. You can see that they move from pretty generic to more specific to incredibly specific by the end. So that's a review from yesterday. Again, if you weren't watching yesterday, but hopefully you have a good enough understanding to move forward. All right, so for today, we're going to build upon that knowledge of the rhetorical situation. But you'll see that I bolded it here. What we're really going to start looking at is specific examples in the text regarding syntax and diction, and how those elements and how the writers perceive, they influence how the writers perceive by the audience, and they influence the degree to which an audience accepts the argument. So we're going to be looking more at some of those rhetorical choices. If yesterday was reading the letter as a whole and trying to determine the rhetorical situation, now we're going to start to identify which rhetorical choices, in this case specifically diction, helps to convey that argument. So now is what you might start thinking, oh, that's what I would include in an outline for an essay. We're going to look at her language. Just to give you a little perspective before we dive into the letter, I'm assuming that you guys have talked a lot about word choice and probably beyond just your current year in school. You talk about how powerful words can be and how language really conveys meaning. You might think about denotation and connotation, just to make sure we're on the same page. Denotation is kind of like the dictionary definition. That's how I do the denotative. Denotation is the dictionary definition. And then connotation is more about the emotions, the attitudes, the touchy-feely stuff associated with that word. So here's an example of 2 sentences from a release passage from the AP exam. And in the excerpt it says, the Mississippi never lies at rest. It roils. And they're talking about the Mississippi River itself. And it roils. And if you were to look at denotation, you maybe define that word as though it's to stir up, to disturb, to cause some disorder. But if you were to analyze this word choice for connotation, you might recognize this suggests it's constantly moving, that the river itself is alive. Those are great ways to analyze this particular word. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fantastic. That you do need to have some specifics when you're analyzing your examples. But remember, today we're focusing on the sophistication row. And our goal is to look at how the significance of the relevance of a writer's choice reflects the rhetorical situation. And if I'm only looking at denotation and connotation, I'm not addressing anything else. So think, when you're analyzing a word or a series of words, what we're looking at today, think about how that relates to the rhetorical situation. And specifically, what does that example or that word or the series of words reveal about a writer, audience, exigence, purpose, message, or context? Try to think about its rhetorical function, not just what the word means, but what it means in terms of the rhetorical situation. There are many ways to develop commentary. I'm sure your teachers have given you a lot of great strategies. Again, through the lens of the rhetorical situation, some things that I would encourage you to think about. After you have selected your example and you're doing a close study of those, you might go through each element of that rhetorical situation and pose questions that help you relate the example to it. So for example, you might pull out an example or start on your passage annotating an example and think, what does this example suggest about the writer's values, beliefs, or needs? Answering that would help you situate it within the rhetorical situation. For audience, you might ask yourself, what does this example suggest about the audience's values, beliefs, or needs, or the writer's perception of these values of the audience? I also think it's incredibly important to think about why would this be persuasive to that particular audience. Exigence might help you think through, what does this example illuminate about why the text was written? Context is what does it illuminate about the time in which the text was written. Purpose is how does it relate to the writer's purpose? How does it contribute to the purpose? And then ultimately the message is how does this example relate to the writer's message? What does it illuminate about the subject or the content? So on your handout, I gave you these questions. They're really pretty generic intentionally, so you can take it from one piece to the next. We'll be practicing it with the Abigail Adams letter, but I know that again, you can tell me what I can do to work toward other prompts. And I think that these are some great just generic questions to have in your back pocket that when you are analyzing those choices, those language choices, you're thinking, how does it relate to the rhetorical situation? Try to answer these questions. All right, so let's get to practice. On the left-hand side, you'll see that giving you the questions again. While I would consider all elements of the rhetorical situation, it's tough to do in this bizarre online setting. So we're going to focus just on 3 today. All of them would work, but just for time's sake and for efficiency, we're going to look at writer, audience, and purpose. So just a reminder, writer is, what does this example suggest about the writer's value, beliefs, or needs? What does this example suggest about the audience's value, beliefs, or needs? But also, why might this be persuasive to the audience? And then lastly, how does this example relate to the purpose? If you're following along in your handout, you'll see that I've given you the examples we'll be studying today in a chart where you can kind of fill in what you need to summarize. I believe it's a PDF. We've been struggling to figure out what type of vehicle we should give you guys resources. Should it be a Google Doc? Should it be a PDF? Bear with us. We're trying different things out. But for some of you, it might just be easier, especially if you're watching on your phone, just to take notes on a separate piece of paper. Okay, so our first excerpt is from lines 21 to 26, and it says, "It will be expected of you, my son, that as you are favored with superior advantages under the instructive eye of a tender parent, your improvement should bear some proportion to your advantages. Nothing is wanting with you but attention, diligence, and steady application. Nature has not been deficient." And we're really going to hone in on what's written in blue. Favored with superior advantages and instructive eye of a tender parent. When you're analyzing for word choice, know that it might not be just one particular word. In some cases, it might be a series of words. And I also want to encourage you to look at it in context. So don't just look at tender parent, because if so, you might miss something that's pretty crucial. Like, she's not talking about herself. In this case, she's saying that she's the tender parent. She's saying that while he's traveling, he's in favor of superior advantages, which speaks to his father. That his father is having an instructive eye and being a tender parent while he's there. So always try to look at the words in context. All right, I want you to take about a minute, and we'll go through this together in a second. But I want you to take about a minute to look at favored with superior advantages and instructive eye of a tender parent, and think, what do those 2 things reveal about the writer, the audience, or the purpose? Take about a minute, and then we'll go over some of the answers or some things to think about. 3 more seconds. All right, let's start to look at this. First, when it comes to the writer and what does it suggest about her values, beliefs, or needs, it tells us that she and her husband both value giving him some guidance and some support. That they're there, they have the instructive eye of a tender parent. That both she and her husband really value supporting him. That he's not just off on his own gallivanting in France dealing with these struggles, but that they're trying to support him. They're trying to provide some guidance or some care for him. They want him to be successful. The other thing I think is really interesting is that as you are favored with superior advantages, if you were to take that out of context, it might just sound like he's privileged and he gets whatever he wants. But when you look at it throughout this excerpt, it's really speaking more to that he's been given advantages, he's been given privileges while abroad because his father is there with him. So he is currently experiencing privilege. It doesn't mean he comes from privilege. The other thing I think is interesting, at least in terms of the audience and why might it be persuasive, is personally, I would find that comforting. I would feel more confidence. If I was going through some type of a struggle and a parent, my mom, I referenced my mom yesterday, my mom reached out to me and said, you're going to be okay. You're in a safe environment. That would make me feel a lot more assured. So I would feel more confident moving forward. And then lastly, since he is going through these challenges, but favored with the superior advantages of an instructive eye of a tender parent, we can also see that these difficulties, while they might seem tough, they're actually pretty safe, that you should feel comfortable. So if we were to summarize all of this, all our annotations into 3 key points, you might recognize that for the writer, you could jot in about how there's additional guidance or care, that yes, he is experiencing some privilege, but that's good. That's promoting some confidence in him, and that his challenges are safe. They might seem overwhelming, but they are okay for him. All right, let's look at another example. This from the same excerpt. However, we're going to look at toward the second half of it. Again, think about the writer, the audience, and the purpose. In this one, I want you to think more about this blue section. Nothing is wanting with you but attention, diligence, and steady application. But I want to give you a little tip first. To us today, when you hear the word want, you think of desire or something that you need in your life. However, just to make our lives difficult, in the pre-20th century text, want usually means something is lacking. So in this case, let's just break down what she's saying here. She's basically saying that nothing is lacking with you but attention, diligence, and steady application. Like, you're doing okay. There's nothing that you're lacking except your attention, diligence, and steady application of these traits. So again, take about a minute. Think about why she would say that. What does that reveal about her values, beliefs, and needs? What does it reveal about him? And how does it relate to our purpose? Take about a minute. About 30 more seconds. Feel free to jot your notes down on your handout. That's helpful, or on a separate piece of paper. All right, how'd you do? Okay, I think this is a great example. I think it's something you might be able to relate to as a student, which means it's easier for you to analyze. So when she says nothing is lacking with you but attention, diligence, and steady application, you might notice a few things. So first, what that tells us about our writer is that she trusts in him. She believes in him. She said, you are capable. You got this. Nothing is lacking from you. You have all these great skills, which also speaks to our audience and what we know about John Quincy Adams, that he is a well-developed young man. He is strong and capable. The other thing you might notice, though, is by saying that nothing is wanting with you but attention, diligence, and steady application, maybe he gets a little off task at times. He's a little unfocused. So if you learn a little bit about him and maybe his attention to detail. But by her acknowledging this, it promotes a sense of security. I mean, again, I try to think about if I'm in a situation where I'm facing some difficulty, my mom reaches out and says, you got this, you're fine, you know what you're doing, you just need to focus a little bit. I'm like, okay, I can't, you're right, I can't do it. So it promotes a sense of security and comfort and reassurance. And ultimately with the purpose, it helps us see that these are good, will help him to reach his next step, to help him to be that hero in statesman. So if we were to summarize it, again, you are taking your notes, you might want to add these details. He has trust, he's capable, he just needs to focus a little bit, helps him to feel more confident again, and then he'll be able to reach his potential. All right, let's look at one more example before you're off on your own. Same 3 questions, but now a different part of the text. In lines 34 37, we looked at this one a little bit yesterday. She says, the habits of a vigorous mind are formed in contending with difficulties. All history will convince you of this, of those difficulties, and the benefit of contending with them. And that wisdom and penetration are the fruits of experience, not the lessons of retirement and leisure. And that great necessities call out great virtues. So she's basically saying here that going through these difficulties are the habits of a vigorous mind. This is what people do who are smart and intelligent. What they do. And that you're not going to gain from these experiences, this wisdom and penetration, if you're retired and you're leisurely or being lazy, basically, because those great necessities call out the great virtues. I want us to focus a little bit more again on her language choices, or word choice, specifically this phrase of the fruit of experience, that wisdom and penetration are the fruit of experience. I'm going to give a little denotation and connotation here. So I'm assuming you know what a fruit is. But I'm going to think a little bit about the connotation, and that a fruit is something that provides sustenance. It's needed for growth. You might also see that the fruit of something is like the essence, the core, the basis of it. So keep that in mind. Keep the denotation and connotation in mind while you're thinking about what does this tell us about our writer, our audience, or our purpose. Again, take about a minute, and then we'll go over some of the answers for you to jot in your notes. About 30 more seconds. All right. By delivering this message about challenges and difficulties, it tells us that she really values those challenges, and she finds those experiences, those challenging experiences, rewarding. It's a very positive attitude. It's also kind of hopeful for him. Here's what you can achieve if you can face these difficult challenges. So that reassures him. If we're thinking about our audience, that reassures him. This is a little more time, I know, but it keeps bolstering him. It makes him more confident. And it also in turn will make him more optimistic. That the hope is he will approach these challenges through a similar optimistic perspective. To understand that these difficulties are a good thing. It's a positive to face these challenges. It will be the fruit of experience. It will benefit him greatly. All right. So we just looked at 3 examples, and we specifically started to look at those language choices and how a writer's choices regarding, in this case, diction, influence how the writers perceive beliefs of how Abigail Adams is perceived by her son. It may also influence the degree to which he accepts her argument, her advice. And we looked at the sophistication point, specifically point 1 under the decision rules and scoring notes. You've got to think about the significance and the relevance of the writer's rhetorical choices, which we did through the given rhetorical situation. We reviewed that you can ask several generic questions for any example, any passage that might help you break down your example through that lens of the rhetorical situation. These are some of the questions we considered. We also looked a little bit at how, when you're looking at word choice, always put it in context. How does it fit into the sentence to make sure you have an accurate understanding? And then we did a close reading of those examples to develop some close reading notes. Your final homework, your task for tonight is to look at our fourth and final example. This is one we looked at yesterday. It's a great one. This is how she ends the letter. She says, "The strict and inviolable regard you have ever paid to truth," meaning like you always been committed to truth, "gives me pleasing hopes that you will not swerve from the dictates of truth," or her dictates, "but you'll add justice, fortitude, and every manly virtue which can adorn a good citizen to honor your country and render your parents supremely happy, particularly your ever affectionate mother." What a great way to end. So with that, I want you to really focus on that last portion. Render your parents supremely happy, particularly your ever affectionate mother. What does that say about the writer, about the audience, and about the purpose of this letter as a whole? Try to think about that. And maybe another clue. You might even ask yourself, one of the questions for audience is, why might this be persuasive to him? You might also ask yourself, when you get to the beginning or the end of the passage, why is it important at this time? So why is it persuasive for her to end this way? And that might be something else you think about when you're constructing your analysis. Just to give you a little sneak preview, tomorrow we'll go over this in a similar manner that we did today, where I'll give you some samples and we'll look at which one is a better job. But then tomorrow we're going to start taking our notations that you've developed today and translating that into our writing. How do you craft commentary? Like what you put in sentences. Right now, if you're like me, you just have a bulleted list of things for writer, audience, and purpose. So how do you take that and turn it into a body paragraph? How do you explain those choices? That's what we're going to be focusing on tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Before you go out, I do want to give you one more announcement. The College Board, as you know, is making a lot of adjustments to the AP exam, specifically how students will access the exam, how they might be able to take it at home. And I know that some students might struggle, they might not have access to the internet. If that's you and you're trying to figure out how can you take this exam, feel free to reach out to them at cd.org/tech, and they'll be able to help you with those mobile tools or getting connectivity to help take the exam. So reach out to them if you need any support. And I hope I see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. Thanks for coming. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. If you are tuning in for the first time, nice to have you. We're going to get started in approximately a minute and a half. You want to go ahead in the description of the YouTube channel. You might have to click show more, but there are two links. One to the prompt we've been working with all week, and then the second is to some handouts that might be helpful for you to know how our practice built in. If you are accessing those two documents, don't feel like you need to request access. You can either make a copy or you can download it, or maybe you just have it pulled up as a reference and you take those on your own paper. So no need to request access. You can always make a copy or download it, and we'll get started in about a minute. All right, let's get started. Hello, happy Friday. I'm experiencing e-learning with my students. So at this point, I feel like every day feels the same, but still, happy Friday. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to continue our discussion about how an argument demonstrates understanding of an audience's beliefs, values, or needs. Again, my name is Emily Velitis. I'm an AP English language teacher at Naval North High School, and I'm excited to share a little bit more with you about writing today. That's our focus. But before we get started, just a quick review of what we did yesterday. So if you didn't watch yesterday, you can go back and view it later. But I'll also try to give you kind of, again, the spark notes version of what you need to know, a condensed version of yesterday's lesson. So you're still able to move forward with what we did today. Yesterday, we looked at 4 examples from a passage from a letter that Abigail Adams wrote to her son, John Quincy Adams. And we were really looking to try to understand more about the writer's choice regarding diction, specifically influence how the writer is perceived by an audience. It may influence the degree to which an audience accepts that argument. We were really trying to focus on understanding the nuances of each example, so then we could, as you see here on the bottom right, explore the significance or relevance of the writer's rhetorical choices given the rhetorical situation. This has been a tricky lesson for me to put together virtually. If you were students in my classroom, I would probably start class by dividing you guys up into groups and saying, on the board, I write example 1, 2, 3, 4, and I want you to send a representative up to the board to write down the writer, the audience, and the purpose. And you just kind of have it displayed throughout the whole lesson so students could reference it. If you were here yesterday, I hope you already have your notes. If not, you might want to jot these down. And again, try to pretend that it is your board for the day, your whiteboard. So we looked at 3 together. The first was the examination of the quote that as he is traveling, as John Quincy Adams is traveling, she notes that you've been favored with superior advantages under the instructive eye of a tender parent. We kind of analyze that and came up with some conclusions like we see that she values that he's been given additional guidance, that she cares for him, that he is an audience member, he's experiencing that privilege, but having that kind of acknowledgement almost from his mother provokes some confidence in him and helps him to see that he needs some of these difficulties, he needs to face some of these challenges. We then continue with that excerpt and focus on the quotation that nothing is wanting with you but attention, diligence, and steady application, specifically addressing that wanting in this case means lacking. So nothing is lacking with you other than attention, diligence, and steady application. So that she trusts him, she believes he's capable, she knows that he has a lot of great traits, but what we learned about him is that he just needs to focus a little bit more. And then again, that kind of promotes a sense of security with him. It might be persuasive to him because it makes him feel like I got this, I have the traits I need, and that these challenges will help me to reach my potential. And the last example that we looked at together was focusing on how vigorous minds are formed and contending with difficulties. All of history will convince you of this, that wisdom and penetration are the fruit of experience. We looked at what that word fruit meant, and as we were studying, we came up with some ideas that it creates a positive attitude in both him because it's reflecting of her, so that she values that positive attitude and she's hopeful for his future, which would reassure him and in turn make him more optimistic and to know that these difficulties will do something good for him. Then the homework for last night was to take the 4th example and work on that on your own, answering these 3 questions about the writer's values, beliefs, or needs, the audiences, and why that may or may not be persuasive, and then what is the purpose, how does it relate to writer's purpose or contribute to it. I'm sure that we don't have the exact same language, but I'm hoping that the concepts and the ideas are similar. I think if you were to pull this out a little bit more and look at how she says if you do these things, if you stay committed to the truth, you add justice, fortitude, and even every manly virtue, you will essentially render your parents supremely happy, particularly your ever affectionate mother. And that shows that she's proud of him, that she loves him unconditionally. We don't learn as much about him as an audience member, but when it comes to why might it be persuasive, it's a very positive, upbeat ending. It's ending on this happy note that we hope will then motivate him to continue the journey. So you might not have had word for word the exact same, but I hope you had similar sentiments. So now that we have analyzed those examples, today we're really going to focus on how you explain how an argument develops or demonstrates understanding of an audience's beliefs, values, or needs. We're going to talk about writing. And again, it's really difficult to figure out how can I translate a lesson about writing through the internet. I'm going to try my best, so bear with me. What we're going to do, or a way that we could address this, is through a student sample. So we're going to look at an essay, a body paragraph of an essay that a student wrote for this prompt. And what we're going to do is examine where the student provides some commentary and what is that commentary lacking? How could we add to that commentary given what we know about these examples? So if you're following along in the links, I've given you a copy of the paragraph. Once you go and pull that up, and you'll notice that it opens with a topic sentence that really guides and governs the ideas of the body paragraph. The student opens the body paragraph by saying, throughout the letter, Adams acknowledges her support of her son and reassures him that this journey will benefit him. There are 2 things that really stick out to me in this topic sentence, the idea of support and being reassured. Lucky for us, we have 4 examples that do all of those things. So we're going to focus on how these 4 examples could be used for a body paragraph and how might we construct analysis that then supports this claim. So here's the body paragraph itself. I'm going to give you guys about 2 to 3 minutes to silently read this paragraph. And as you're reading, I want you to take notes anytime the student provides some commentary. Remember that commentary is anytime a student comments on an example. So it could be any kind of discussion about the example. It could be when the student explains the example. Basically, anytime the student writes in his or her own words about the example, you'll want to underline. So read this quietly and underline when you see the commentary, and then we'll examine that commentary and recognize what it's lacking. All right, take about 2 minutes to read through it and underline it. Take about 1 more minute, and again, underline anytime you see the student is commenting in some capacity about the example. 3 more seconds. All right, here's what I annotated or what I underlined of the student sample. Here we go. And as of right now, it's actually pretty good. I think this body paragraph is pretty nice, especially when you're looking at the amount of evidence. The fact that the student has 4 examples is really pretty impressive. I tend to tell my students to stick to 2 to 3 and really work them well, but for today's purposes, we're going to look at all 4. So I do think that realistically, your body paragraphs won't have as many examples. And then again, just keep that in mind for today's lesson. We're really trying to focus on getting some practice with each other before you move into your homework for the night. So again, it's pretty good, especially in terms of evidence. The student provides commentary on each example, but you'll notice that it's really just about 1 sentence per example. The paragraph itself is a little listy, it's a little choppy, but it follows like a fairly repetitive structure of example analysis. So what we're going to do is think about each example and add some commentary to it to make it a richer look at the passage and the examples, especially in order to earn that sophistication point. The paragraph is looking pretty good for evidence and commentary, but the quality of the commentary needs to be enhanced in order to get that sophistication point. What's tricky for me as your online teacher is that I know that you have had almost an entire year with your teacher, and your teacher has probably given you a lot of advice about how to write commentary. See my lesson today as a means to supplement what your teacher has already taught you, and not to replace, but more of, oh, I don't want to forget about these things as well. So I'm really just trying to reinforce what your teachers have already taught you about analysis. And then also remember that the focus of our lesson is not just about commentary in general, but commentary through that lens of the rhetorical situation. So here are a few tips. These are a few things I would encourage you to think about when you are analyzing any of your examples. State your example, so give a quotation or reference a particular line from the passage. Explain it a little bit, transition out of your quotation, explain it to your reader. That might be paraphrasing what was said in the quote, kind of like a low-level summary of what's in the quote, or it might be highlighting to your reader what you want him or her to focus on in that particular quote. And then the next 3 are what's really addressing the rhetorical situation. When you take your example, make sure you're analyzing for what does it suggest about the value beliefs of our writer, of our audience, and then ultimately why is that persuasive to the audience based on those values, beliefs, and needs. And I will say that 5th one that my students really struggle with, that they can take an example, they can break it down, they can talk about the example, but if they're not getting to why is it persuasive, then they're ultimately not examining the rhetorical function of the example. And let me give you a few other suggestions here. This isn't to say that you need 1 sentence for your example, 1 to explain, 1 for the writer and audience, and why it's persuasive. It doesn't need 5 sentences per example. In fact, you might find that 1 sentence addresses to 4 and 5 by itself. You might find that based on the example, you need to have 2 sentences about the writer. So see this more like a checklist than it is a structure or a guide that you must do these in this order in 1 sentence each. And then this will help you to ultimately explain the significance or relevance of the writer's rhetorical choices given the rhetorical situation. That's a lot of writer in 1 sentence. Okay, so let's take a look at the examples themselves. The first example, the student wrote, she states that while traveling, he has been favored with superior advantages under the instructive eye of a tender parent. Lines 22 to 23. The commentary comes in when Adams reminds him that he has been given certain privileges during his journey. Yesterday, when we analyzed this example, we came up with more. The additional guidance, the care, the confidence, and these charms were needed. And those things are lacking right now in this commentary. When you look at this example, this excerpt as a whole, and you think about those tips, which of these do you see that the student is achieving through his or her writing at this point? To me, the student very clearly states the example. We have that quotation from lines 22 to 23. And then the commentary, the analysis, explains the example, and in the attempt to explain the example, the student is analyzing the audience just a bit by saying Adams reminds him that he's been given certain privileges during his journey. It is explaining the example. It tells us a little bit about our audience, but not a ton. And I will also say I didn't give it a check mark for example because it's really only addressing the first part of the quote, not the instructive eye of a tender parent. So while it's there, I don't know that it's entirely successful. So I had a student in my class, and the student submitted this to me for feedback. I can maybe write in the margins, don't forget to analyze this example for what it says about our writer, our audience, and why we persuasive. Add some analysis. I'd also say to the student, don't forget about this part and probably put a star next to instructive eye of a tender parent. So the student knows to revise, that's what I need to add. Here's what the body paragraph actually had. A lot more analysis. I was skipping before and pulled some of the way I deleted it. So here's what the student actually wrote. She states that while traveling, he has been favored with superior advantages under the instructive eye of a tender parent. Lines 22 to 23. Adams reminds him that he has been given certain privileges during his journey. The student then added, this molding comes from a place of love and hopefulness for his future. By describing his father as, quote, instructive and, quote, tender, she is calling attention to the guidance and support that has surrounded him during his journey. For someone who is reluctant to embark on travel, this would be immensely reassuring. This causes her son to feel more confident in the struggles he encounters because he knows that his father is taking care of him. This captures our annotations yesterday so much more than what the original paragraph had. That if we were to look at those tips, the student still has stating the example, but the explanation is increased by having the instructive and tender portions in. We learn more about the writer that it's coming from a place of love, of guidance and support. We do see that the student is contributing to that discussion of the audience by writing for someone who is reluctant to embark on the travel. So we learn more about him, but then ultimately the student does a great job of addressing why it's persuasive by saying this would be immensely reassuring. This causes her son to feel more confident in the struggles he encounters. So all of those tips are addressed. And like I said before, in a variety of manners, and you can see the description of why it's persuasive. It's kind of in a sentence and a half here. So this example is a lot better. Let's practice with another one. The second example, the student writes, she continues to show her trust and confidence in him by declaring that nothing is lacking with him but attention, diligence, and steady application. The analysis is, she assures him that he has the traits needed to overcome the challenges and that this experience will allow him to really focus and be dedicated to applying these traits. I actually think this one's pretty good. It is a little vague and it could be more specific, especially when you think about argumentations. Again, imagine you're seeing my classroom, you've got the board behind you, and you're recognizing there are a few things that we addressed in our analysis that are not making their way into the commentary. So it's a little vague with the audience that he has the traits. It's a little vague with the writer that she assures him, and we've got to do a lot of work as the writer or as the reader. So you need to be more specific. You need to be clear. If we were to look at this, we get the example stated and explained, a little bit about our audience because he has the traits needed, but the writer and why persuasive could be enhanced. So again, here's what the student actually wrote. As I'm reading it to you, I want you to think where you hear that the student states the example, explains, analyzes for writer, audience, and states why it's persuasive. So keep that in the back of your mind while I'm reading. So what the student ultimately wrote was, she continues to show her trust and confidence in him by declaring that nothing is lacking with him but attention, diligence, and steady application. Lines 25 to 26. She assures him that he has the traits needed to overcome the challenges and that this experience will allow him to really focus and be dedicated to applying these traits. She conveys her support of him and believes this journey will give him the space he needs to fully reach his potential. She believes in him, which will bolster her reluctant son and encourage him that this experience is for the best. By repeatedly emphasizing her unconditional support, Adams is able to evoke feelings of love and security in her intended audience, her son. I'm hoping you all agree that the student now addressed each of those elements. That we learn about the writer that she has this unconditional support and love for her son. It shows how it's persuasive because the student writes will give him the space he needs to fully reach his potential. The student addresses it, which will bolster her reluctant son and encourage him that this experience is for the best. And again, writes referencing bolster her reluctance, and we're still learning about him too. So this is a great way to add that commentary. Okay, so for the third example, I'm now going to ask you guys to do the writing. I think that this is maybe one of the worst pieces of commentary that the student had. The student writes, another way she provides her support is when she spins the negativity of the challenges in a positive light, by reminding him that quote, wisdom and penetration are the root of experience, lines 35 through 36. The only thing the student really says is a fruit connotes growth and sustenance, which is positive. When you think about our notes, a lot is lacking. We need a lot more to say about this example than just describing what a fruit is. And when you think about those tips, we really don't have much. We have stating the example, a very vague description of the example, and then nothing about writer, audience, or why it's persuasive. So on your handout, you'll see that you have space to write some analysis in. I'm going to encourage you to write 2 to 3 sentences of commentary. You can use our annotations from yesterday's class, which are featured in the bottom right-hand corner. And remember that you could combine all of these things into 2 sentences if you like. I think it's kind of tough to do in one, so you might need 2 to 3 sentences. I'm going to give you guys about 5 minutes to write in some analysis that addresses the writer, the audience, and why it's persuasive. And feel free to use our notes if that's helpful. So take about 5 minutes, and then I'll show you what the student actually wrote. Think about 2 to 3 more minutes, and again, think about how can you take all of our notes from yesterday about this example, condense it into 2 to 3 sentences, making sure you address the writer, the audience, and why it's persuasive. About 1 more minute. All right, so I'm going to show you what the student actually wrote, but please know that you shouldn't have it work for you. You guys are share a brain. So I'm assuming that what you wrote right now is going to look, it should look different than what my student wrote. However, try to think more about the concepts and the ideas, not the words or the construction, but more of, did the student address similar things that you did? And hopefully you pulled from the notes that we took yesterday, you will see some similarities. So the student actually wrote, another way she provides her support is when she spins the negativity of the challenges in a positive light, by reminding him that quote, wisdom and penetration are the root of experience. A fruit connotes growth and sustenance, which is positive. By describing difficulties in a positive term, by fruit, Adam proves that they will work to his advantage, highlighting the value. The positive perspective is reassuring to a son who possibly went into the journey with a negative attitude. It turns his attention to the purpose of his experience, which ultimately helps him have a more optimistic attitude. So I do think we don't get as much about our writer in the end, but we see a lot about our audience. We learn a lot about him again being reluctant and how this provides some reassurance for him. And I think that this last sentence is a really great one because it's focusing on the rhetorical function of the at the end of the letter. That it turns his attention to the purpose of his experience, kind of shifts his mind away from the negativity into the positive. So think about your own writing. Did you have similar ideas? I'm sure that the writing itself looked different, might have been in a different order, and that's absolutely fine. But did you have similar ideas? And maybe you did better than the student and you had more about the writer, which would be ideal. So I'm going to have you guys write your own commentary for the 4th example. But before you do that, just a quick review that you're charged for sophistication, at least for the first bullet point under decision rules and scoring notes, is to explain the significance or relevance of the writer's rhetorical choices given the rhetorical situation. And the tips I provided you is not necessarily in this order or one sentence each, but instead to think about, have I stated my example clearly? Have I explained it to my reader? In my analysis of it, am I addressing the writer's values, beliefs, or needs, the audience's values, beliefs, or needs, and then ultimately why it would be persuasive to the audience? Are you achieving those things? So for your practice tonight, you guys have on your handout the 4th example and some lines where you could write in your own analysis. If it helps you, these were our annotations from yesterday. That in this case, she's talking about how she's proud of him, how she loves him unconditionally, how she's committed to the truth, and how she motivates him. As you're writing, don't forget about these tips and try to address this throughout your commentary. The current commentary the student has is really lacking in terms of the audience and why it's persuasive. There's a little bit about the writer, but it could be clear. So that's my specific charge to you. Can you add some sentences, again, about 2 to 3, that really speaks to both the writer more specifically and the audience, and then describe why it is so persuasive? You can add that, and I think that you'll finish this paragraph off pretty nicely. I hope you guys have a great weekend. We will see you on Monday, and get excited. We will still be talking about Abigail Adams on Monday, specifically the river analogy for the bottom of the first column. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Good to see you.
We'll get started in just a minute. Thanks for joining us. While you're waiting, if you want to select the link provided in the video description to access the prompt and passage that we'll be working with today, that would be a great start. We're going to give it just another minute. We'll be right with you. While you're waiting, if you want to check the link in the video description and pull up the prompt and passage that we'll work with today, that would be great. All right, well, let's go ahead and get started. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. Just once again, if you haven't already, if you'll select the link to the passage and the prompt that's in the video description underneath the video, that would be great. We're going to use that today as we work through this. So I'm Dawn Knight. I'm an English teacher in Westfield, Indiana, just north of Indianapolis. In fact, some of you may have been to my fine city. If you play travel sports like soccer, baseball, softball, we have a huge sports complex here, and a lot of people make their way to our city for that. All right, so let's get started. So with Mrs. Velitis on Friday, you guys had an AP exam practice. You wrote sentences for each example that addressed the rhetorical situation, and were provided some things that might help you better address the rhetorical situation. You didn't have to include everything or in the specific order that she gave in that tips. If you look at the top of the screen there, stating your example, explaining it, analyzing for writer, analyzing for audience, and describing why it's persuasive. But you wanted to have all of those elements in order to account for the rhetorical situation and have a depth of analysis to get that to that sophistication element of the rubric. So let's look at some examples since we can't actually see yours, to see if you can do some self-assessment and see where your sentences maybe or your analysis ended up. So here's an example that's a pretty okay one. If you look at it, lastly, these warm sentiments are reaffirmed at the very end of Adams's letter when she confirms that the growth she is confident he will experience will render his parents extremely happy, particularly his affectionate mother. She describes herself as affectionate, and she's blatantly stating that she will always love him. Okay, so we have a couple of things here. We have the example, and it's explained, and there's even a little bit of the writer, but we don't analyze for audience, and it doesn't really describe why this would be persuasive to the audience. So let's take a look at another example. In this one, we add both parents, especially his mother, will be proud of him and happy as long as he continues to be committed to truth as he always has. So this time we get a little bit more about the writer, that his mother will be proud. It also analyzes for audience that John Quincy Adams will be committed to the truth and always has. So we find out a little bit more about the rhetorical situation here. And for those of you who weren't able to catch the last lesson, don't worry, we'll be done with this warm up in just a minute. It'll kind of give you some warm up for today as far as looking at rhetorical situation anyway. So you'll be fine. So don't worry if you're not sure, if you hadn't had this part done for the last lesson. Okay, so we get a little bit more, but we're still not analyzing enough for the audience or why it might be persuasive. So let's take a look again. All right, we add another sentence or two here. Let's read the full thing this time. Lastly, these warm sentiments are reaffirmed at the very end of Adams's letter when she confirmed that the growth she is confident he will experience will render his parents extremely happy, particularly his ever affectionate mother. She describes herself as affectionate. She's blatantly stating that she will always love him. Both parents, especially his mother, will be proud of him and happy as long as he continues to be committed to truth as he always has. While being mindful of her son's fears and insecurities, Adams reminds him of their love for him. Ending with this positive note is incredibly persuasive to someone struggling. It highlights the support he has from his parents and motivates him to stay on the right path. Okay, so here we hit all four of those things. We've looked at the writer, we've looked at the audience, we have examples, and we describe why this would be persuasive to John Quincy Adams. So your paragraph may not look exactly like this one, but which of those elements do you have and which do you need to improve on? So let's just take a minute or two here to do a little self-evaluation. Check the boxes. Which things do you have and which do you need? Take a minute to do that. All right, let's do about 30 more seconds. Okay, so let's move on to today's lesson, shall we? Okay, so if you've been with us for the last 3 days, you probably read and interacted with this passage already. However, for those of you who are just joining us for the first time today, I'm going to read the prompt to you, not the full passage yet. While I do, if you haven't already, go ahead and take a second to go to the link that's provided in the video description and maybe pull that prompt up if you can. I'll also have sections of it on the screen for you, so if you can't access it or don't have a printer or don't want to pull it up, you will have it. It would just be really nice for you to be able to interact with the prompt if you can. Okay, so in the following letter, Abigail Adams, 1744 to 1818, writes to her son, John Quincy Adams, who's traveling abroad with his father, John Adams, a United States diplomat and later the country's second president. Read the letter carefully. Write an essay that analyzes the rhetorical choices Adams makes to convey her argument about the value of experience. And then notice it's written January 12th, 1780. Okay, so I know you took a look at the rubric with Mrs. Velitis, but I want to just go into this again. We're looking really at that sophistication element of your rhetorical analysis. So if you look on the right-hand side in that scoring criteria, decision rules, and scoring notes, explaining the significance or relevance of the writer's rhetorical choices given the rhetorical situation, or what we're looking for here to demonstrate sophistication of thought. I tell my students all the time we're delving deeper, and I say that a lot. In fact, I think it annoys them. Probably I do in other ways too. That's fine. So I want you to think about that. We're delving deeper into the rhetorical situation. You did that in the AP exam practice for today. We're going to spend today and tomorrow with this passage, and then we'll be done with Unit 8. But while we're doing this, we're really continuing toward that sophistication area. One of the weak areas that we see in rhetorical analysis is explaining how writers use metaphor. So that's really going to be the focus of today's lesson. We're looking at focusing specifically on the writer's use of metaphor and what it reflects about their understanding of their audience. So going beyond just understanding the metaphor, but how that metaphor is used. All right, so if you look at this slide, we pulled out a couple of the essential knowledge elements, and basically it's to focus on those skills that we're working on today, that writers make comparisons like similes, metaphors, analogies, anecdotes, allusions in an attempt to relate to an audience. That effective comparisons must be shared and understood by the audience to advance the writer's purpose. So we're looking at that purpose and why the writer intended to use that metaphor, what they were doing with it. Because audiences are unique and dynamic, writers must consider the perspectives, context, and needs of the intended audience when making choices of evidence, organization, and language. So why did they make these choices? And the reason this is really important to get to that sophistication level is that the metaphors won't work, they won't be effective if an audience doesn't understand the comparison. And that in these rhetorical analysis essays, students often oversimplify how writers use comparisons to convey their message. Sometimes there are sweeping generalizations that are used where they might accurately explain what the metaphor means, but not actually how it relates to the audience. In fact, the 2014 performance Q&A over this particular prompt, the reader said, less successful students sometimes attempted a literary analysis of the passage, focusing on repetitions, metaphors, and allusions without recognizing the rhetorical purposes behind those structures. This was especially true of the discussion of Adams' use of the river metaphor. Some students wrote perfectly sound interpretations of what the metaphor meant, yet failed to explain the effects the metaphor might have had on John Quincy Adams, Abigail's audience, and the object of her attempted persuasion. Other students who had a general grasp of Adams' rhetorical strategies in the letter turned to a mere listing or description of these strategies without connecting to purpose. So again, we're connecting it back to that rhetorical situation. Okay, so you've seen the rhetorical situation with Mrs. Velitis, and I have it up here again for you, just a kind of a summary. It's a very brief bullet-pointed list. It's not the full context of the rhetorical situation, but enough to catch people up who maybe didn't see the last lesson. So we're going to delve deeper into the river metaphor now in the Abigail Adams prompt. But as we do, I want you to be thinking about how that metaphor relates to the rhetorical situation, particularly regarding what the writer Abigail Adams knows about her audience, her son, John Quincy Adams. You spent a lot of time with this in some of the last lessons, so here's just a real quick review. The exigence or the reason behind what prompted the writing itself was that John Quincy Adams apparently was being reluctant about being in France with his father, who's a diplomat, and so he wasn't taking on the full experience. And Abigail Adams, her purpose, she wanted to convince him that it's a valuable experience and that he should be actively engaging in the experience in order to give that person a future statesman. The audience is John Quincy Adams, her son. The context, we know it's 1780, and in the passage she mentions that her son's been eyewitness to these calamities, that they've defended their liberties. So we know this is just after the Revolutionary War. And then the writer is Abigail Adams, his mother, and the message: this experience, though difficult, will build the character of a hero and statesman. Okay, so here's what we're doing today: delving deeper into the rhetorical situation and understanding how a writer's use of comparison reflects their knowledge of the audience. All right, so let's get right into it. I'm going to read aloud the first two paragraphs of the passage just to make sure everybody's on the same page if you haven't read the passage yet. I hope you have no, excuse me, let me try again. My dear son, I hope you have had no occasion, either from enemies or the dangers of the sea, to repent your second voyage to France. If I had thought your reluctance arose for proper deliberation, or that you were capable of judging what was most for your own benefit, I should have not urged you to accompany your father and brother when you appeared so averse to the voyage. You, however, readily submitted to my advice, and I hope will never occasion yourself, nor give me reason to lament it. Your knowledge of the language must give you greater advantages now than you could possibly have reached whilst ignorant of it. And as you increase in years, you will find your understanding opening and daily improving. Okay, now I want you to read through the third paragraph and just jot down where you see the metaphors and what you think they might mean. So read that third paragraph, looking for metaphors, and jotting down also what you think they might mean. You can either annotate directly on the passage if you printed it, or on a separate sheet of paper. I'll give you about 2.5 minutes. So about 1 more minute. Remember, once you have the metaphors, you're trying to think about what you think they might mean, especially in relationship to that rhetorical situation. We have about 30 seconds. Okay, so let's take a look. Again, I can't see what you wrote down, but I do want to take a minute to kind of look through, and you can check and see if you have the same, or if you had some things a little bit different. We'll just kind of talk through it together. So in the lesson overview, we discussed how students sometimes oversimplify, sometimes accurately interpreting metaphors, but failing to explain the effect the metaphor would have on the audience. So let's see if we can break it down further and add to the rhetorical situation as we go. Abigail Adams compares a traveler to a river that increases its stream the further it flows from its source, and to springs that run through veins of minerals, improving their quality as they pass along. So how do these relate to her purpose? To convince her son that it's a valuable experience to engage in being abroad in France. How does it reflect her knowledge of her audience, her son? So first, let's look at the metaphors themselves. The river metaphor indicates that the traveler, like the river, will grow the farther away it is from its source, or from home. Right? The traveler is her son, and the farther away he is from home, he grows. And the traveler, like the spring, will pick up these important qualities as it goes through that journey and picks up those minerals. But that's not enough. Remember, we discussed it in the rhetorical analysis essay. Students often oversimplify how writers use comparisons to convey message. So that's when we start getting to that sophistication, when we delve deeper into the how and the why. So aside from explaining what the metaphor means, we also need to discuss how Abigail Adams uses metaphor to convince her son of her message, that the experience of moving away from his source and passing along those minerals will build the character of a hero and statesman. To do this, she uses her knowledge of her audience to appeal to. Appeals are important to understand when we're looking at the effectiveness of arguments. It's not about popping terms in, but about understanding how rhetorical choices impact the audience. So let's take a real quick look at the appeals. If you look at the bottom of the screen there. Ethos just means that a writer is appealing to the shared beliefs or values of the audience. Pathos is that they're appealing to emotion, and logos is just appealing to one's logic, so common sense, what makes sense. So in order to appeal to an audience, a writer must know something about the audience. You can't appeal to shared beliefs without knowing what those beliefs are, or appeal to emotions if you don't know what emotional connections an audience has. That's why the rhetorical situation is so important. So after the metaphor, Abigail tells her son, "It will be expected of you, my son, that as you're favored with superior advantages, your improvement should bear some proportion to your advantages." So although she has no idea yet that he's a future president, there are some expectations about his future role as a statesman. Here she's appealing to a sense of logic, in that to be able to do that, he must have experiences that prepare him for the challenges of that role. There's also some appeal to guilt here, as trust me, all mothers are really good at doing. Mine did it to me, and I do it to my kids all the time. But he's been given advantages others haven't, she tells him, and that he shouldn't take those for granted. So there's some appeal to emotion there too, some guilt. But also let's look at the context. It's 1780. They very recently fought the tyranny of British rule to defend liberties, and John Quincy's father is one of the diplomats of this very new country. They share the value of patriotism, but also of duty. It's his duty to prepare himself to be a statesman and to defend tyranny, to live up to his station. In order to do that, he must grow as a person. Because she understands her audience, these metaphors are probably effective in conveying her message that he needs to be an active participant in his trip. Okay, so it goes just beyond the travelers like a river. All right, so let's take a look at another paragraph, paragraph 4. I want you to read through this paragraph. This time you're looking for allusion, historical allusion, so a reference to something from history. And I want you to jot down the historical allusion, but also what you think it means. So I'm going to give you about 3 minutes or so to do that, since you're going to read the passage. Look for the allusion. Even if you don't know the historical reference itself, hopefully from context, you'll be able to kind of figure out what it means. So I'll give you a little time to do that. We're about halfway there, thinking about what the historical allusion might mean in relationship to the rhetorical situation, in relation to the rhetorical situation. A little less than a minute. Okay, so let's take a look. So even if you didn't know the history of Cicero, the context of the paragraph indicates that Cicero was inspired by the tyranny of the other three. So you can infer there was some political abuse of power by them. So how does Abigail Adams use this allusion to convince John Quincy Adams of her message, that engaging in the experience abroad will build a better character, a better hero and statesman? So like we did with the metaphors, I want you to think about ways she uses her knowledge of her audience to appeal to his beliefs, values, emotions, and logic. So I'm going to give you a couple more minutes here, because now I want you to think about not only what does the allusion mean, but how it relates to the rhetorical situation. So take just a couple of more minutes. Let's do about a minute and a half this time. You can also be thinking about how it would appeal to her audience then. So how would those things persuade him? How does what she knows about him help persuade him of her message? Because I want you to delve deeper here. I want you to think in depth about why you think this would help persuade her son. Looking at the rhetorical situation. So put these pieces together. How does an allusion to Cicero, who's inflamed by the Syri of Catiline Verres and Mark Antony, and he's someone who we know established the framework for democracy in Rome, and that these people conspired against him. So how does that allusion speak to John Quincy Adams? What does Abigail know about her son that would make this an effective metaphor? So think about that one more minute. About 20 seconds. Okay, so let's take a look. So the context, we know it's 1780. They've very recently fought the tyranny of the British, as we talked about earlier, to defend their liberties. And John Quincy's father is one of the diplomats of this very new country. This time, tyranny plays a really important role, right? We know that rhetorical situation is something that they have just been through. So after the allusion, she explains the connection to his circumstance by saying, war, tyranny, and desolation are the scourges of the Almighty. We even have a little bit of that shared belief with religion in there too. And tells him that he's been an eyewitness to these calamities. She continues, when a mind is raised and animated by scenes that engage the heart, then those qualities wake into life to form the character of the hero and statesman. So like Cicero, who was wakened by difficult circumstances, facing his own difficult circumstances will make John Quincy Adams better able to fight tyranny. She appeals to their shared beliefs about duty and patriotism here. It's his duty to engage in this experience so he can build the character of the hero and statesman that she and her husband have been instilling in him his entire life. Okay, so a quick debrief, a little summary. Today we delve deeper into the prompt, looking at the rhetorical situation, comparison, and appeals. To summarize, it's not enough to explain what a comparison like a metaphor or allusion means. You have to consider the rhetorical situation and the writer's knowledge of their audience to determine how they use that information to appeal to their audience and convey their message. So let's look at today's exam practice. We're going to put all the pieces together from today. So again, if you remember what the prompt was, you're writing an essay that analyzes the rhetorical choices Adams makes to convey her argument about the value of experience. We're not writing the full essay, but I do want you to write one paragraph focusing on comparison. So your exam practice is to write one paragraph analyzing how Abigail Adams uses comparison to appeal to her son, conveying her argument about the value of experiencing the challenges of travel abroad. Use both the river metaphor and the Cicero allusion as specific evidence. Don't forget to analyze how her knowledge of her audience helps her convey her message. Remember to consider the rhetorical situation in your analysis. What does the writer, Abigail Adams, know about her audience, her son, John Quincy Adams, and how does that play a role in the effectiveness of the comparison? Okay, so try to put all of those pieces together. I'll leave this up for just 1 second. You have access to this as well. Is a PDF that's in the links in the video description. So if you didn't get all that all at once there, you can get to the link. Okay, that's it. Thanks for watching. You guys, it's been so great to be with you today. I so miss being in my own classroom. I miss the energy and the laughter of school. I feel like teenagers always bring so much energy to my world, and I miss you guys. So it's been really great to be here with you today. Hope you're all staying safe and staying active and taking care of yourselves. Thank you. Bye. Hi, everyone. I'm just going to give it a minute so we can let others who are getting ready to join us join in. If you haven't already, you might want to select the link that's provided in the video description to access the prompt and passage we'll be using today. Just give it a minute. If you're just joining in, we're just giving it a minute to make sure everybody has time to get logged in here. If you are already joining us and you have a second, if you want to go ahead and try to access the prompt and passage that's in the link in the video description, and we'll be working with that prompt and passage today, and it's our last time with that particular passage, the Adams passage. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. My name's Dawn Knight. I'm an English teacher in Westfield, Indiana. Welcome back for those of you who joined in yesterday, and welcome to anyone who didn't have a chance to join us yesterday. So I hope you all have been staying active. I know that right now there's a lot of trying to get outside and stay active. I think we've been exhausting my dog because he's been going on more walks than he's ever been. So this is Barley looking very tuckered out after our last walk. Okay, so let's get started. If you didn't join us last time, I just want to go over briefly what our AP exam practice was. So the prompt is to write an essay that analyzes the rhetorical devices or choices that Abigail Adams makes to convey her argument about the value of experience. So your exam practice was to write one paragraph analyzing how she uses comparison to appeal to her son, conveying her argument about the value of experiencing the challenges of travel abroad. Use both the river metaphor and the Cicero allusion as specific evidence. Don't forget to analyze how her knowledge of her audience helps her convey her message. Remember to consider the rhetorical situation in your analysis. What does the writer Abigail Adams know about her audience, her son, John Quincy Adams, and how does that play a role in the effectiveness of the use of comparison? So even if you weren't in our lesson yesterday, you should be able to get something out of going through this warm-up today to see how the comparisons in particular are analyzed. So here's an example that, while it correctly interprets the comparisons, it doesn't really do a good job of putting them in the context of the rhetorical situation to analyze how that might have impacted the audience. So let's look at this example. Abigail Adams uses comparison to convey her message to her son. In the third paragraph, she introduces two metaphors to compare travelers like her son son to a river that increases its stream the further it flows from its source, and to springs that improve their qualities as they pass along. So if he travels, he will grow as a person. The message of both of these is clear. Abigail Adams believes her son should take advantage of the opportunity for personal growth that the experience traveling abroad will bring. Abigail Adams also alludes to Cicero. She reminds her son that Cicero shone as a distinguished orator because he had been roused, kindled, and inflamed by the tyranny of Catiline, Verres, and Mark Antony. She believes that he too can become inspired by facing challenges. Abigail Adams uses metaphors to convey her message that John Quincy Adams should take advantage of the opportunities offered him in France. Okay, so it does get at the heart of what the metaphor is and how it applies to her son, but it doesn't really take in the full context or how that might have impacted him. So let's look at a better example. And this time you can see in the colored highlights how it hits on much more of the rhetorical situation. Abigail Adams uses comparison to convey her message that her son should meet the challenges of traveling abroad and engage in the experience in order to be a better citizen and statesman. In the third paragraph, she introduces two metaphors to compare travelers like her son to a river that increases its stream the further it flows from its source, and to springs that improve their qualities as they pass along. The message of both of these is clear. Abigail Adams believes her son should take advantage of the opportunity for personal growth that the experience traveling abroad will bring. As a mother, she appeals to his sense of guilt here, reminding him of the superior advantages she has given him, and that his improvement should reflect those advantages. If, like the river and stream, travel leads to growth, he should take advantage of that opportunity. In her allusion, Adams reminds her son that Cicero shone as a distinguished orator because he had been roused, kindled, and inflamed by the tyranny of Catiline, Verres, and Mark Antony. This would surely appeal to her son's sense of patriotism and duty, especially as he is an aspiring diplomat who, like Cicero, was an eyewitness to tyranny, who had been moved by Cicero's plight. She appeals to his common sense as well, explaining that difficult situations like the one faced by Cicero awaken to life the character of the hero and the statesman. So facing a challenge like the one he was facing abroad would make him not only a better person, but a better statesman as well. Abigail Adams' use of comparisons effectively conveyed her message that John Quincy Adams should take advantage of the opportunities offered him in France. Okay, so this time we see that connection to the rhetorical situation. It's not just the message and how the metaphors relate to the message, but how what the writer knows about her audience might impact that influence. All right, so I want to give you just a couple of minutes to look at your own. We're going to take 2.5 minutes here, and I want you to think about that rhetorical situation. You see our colored highlights at the top there. Where do you have those specific elements in yours? So take a look at it. Let's do 2.5 minutes. And if you're just joining us, you can read through the passage and just kind of think about those metaphors and comparisons. They're in the third and fourth paragraphs. Just highlight or label where you included different elements of the rhetorical situation. We'll do about 30 more seconds. Okay, so what did you do well and where do you need to improve based on those highlighted sections? Did you have purpose and message? Did you have audience? Did you have some about the writer, about Abigail Adams and her relationship to her audience, her son? So where do you need a little bit more in the context we talked about? So it's 1780, post-Revolutionary War. So maybe just jot down those areas that you feel like need improvement. I'm just going to we'll just do 1 minute for this since you already highlighted 4 less. Just jot down which of those bullet points you feel like you need to improve. Okay, so let's move on with today's lesson. So we are still working on, if you've been tuning in, we've been kind of focusing on sales feature in Unit 8, which addresses the more nuanced reading and understanding of the rhetorical situation. Our goal throughout this unit has been to enhance your understanding of the sophistication row of the analytical rubric. We spent several days on this lesson using the Abigail Adams prompt. It's a pre-20th century prompt, and I know you're probably excited to know that today's the last day that we're going to be using this particular prompt. But for the rhetorical analysis, it's really important to try to delve deeper into, especially a pre-20th century text. It's a little more difficult, and hopefully throughout the last several lessons, you've gotten a chance to really understand that rhetorical situation because we've continued to use this prompt. But the goal today is to bring this unit together, all of Unit 8 together, by looking at a high-scoring sample of a complete response to this exact prompt. Just a reminder that we're looking on that right-hand side of the rubric where we're looking for, given the rhetorical situation, trying to explain the significance or relevance of the writer's choices. Okay, so a couple of our key takeaways today, looking at writer's choices regarding syntax and diction and how those influence how the writer is perceived by an audience and may influence the degree to which an audience accepts an argument. So we're looking at analyzing the rhetoric, and because audiences are unique and dynamic, writers must consider the perspectives, context, and needs of the intended audience when making choices of evidence, organization, and language. Again, we're analyzing those choices that Abigail Adams makes. So some of you have been tuning in and you've read this prompt before. For those of you just joining us, I do want to make sure that you have a chance to read the passage so that you're on the same page as the rest of us when we go through this student sample. So I do want to give you 3 minutes to read through it. Even if you've been tuning in and you've read the prompt, it's a great idea to go ahead and read it again because we're going to be analyzing some specific elements of this passage that the student uses. We want to make sure that everybody knows the passage that we're talking about. So we're going to take 3 minutes to read back through, and then we'll look at the student sample. Okay, let's get started. We have about a minute and a half to go. We have about 30 seconds. Okay, so let's take a look. Today, we're looking at a high-scoring sample. We're going to identify how the student sample explains the significance and relevance of the writer's rhetorical choices given the rhetorical situation, including the sophisticated analysis of comparison and how they use diction and syntax. Okay, so we're looking at the student sample from the 2014 exam. We're looking as we look at this sample for the rhetorical situation and syntax and diction. And syntax is just the way sentences are put together, and diction is word choice. And I know that was from a previous lesson that you did with Mrs. Velitis. I just want to make sure we're all together. Okay, so we're going to read the first half of the student sample together. You'll notice I have the rhetorical situation at the top again, still color-coded as we've been using. So as you see these highlights as we read through, you'll see where they're analyzing these particular elements of the rhetorical situation. In 1780, 8 years before the ratification of the Constitution, Abigail Adams wrote to her son, the future president of the United States, while he was traveling overseas with his father, who was a U.S. diplomat at the time before he was elected president. Unaware that her son would become president, she writes to convince her son of travel and of diligence. Okay, so we're going to stop there for a second. Just in those couple of sentences, we see context in green that it's 1780. We see the exigence, why Abigail Adams wrote, because he's traveling overseas with his father and she sees he's not doing everything he should be doing. And then finally, we see purpose. She's trying to convince him of why he should travel and have diligence in that travel. Adams employs tone, a concerned motherly tone, historical allusions, qualified flattery, patriotic appeals, and lists to impart the importance of maximizing on natural talent by applying oneself. Okay, so here we have a little bit about her, that she's concerned and that obviously she's motherly. And then we have the message. She wants him to apply himself more in this experience. Adams encourages her son to be diligent by appealing to his affection for her. She opens the letter with, "My dear son," to establish that she does not intend to scold him, but to guide him. She next establishes that her primary concern is his safety, appealing to his emotions so that he will be receptive to her advice, complimenting his language skills, qualifying her compliment by asserting his need to improve. Okay, so again, the writer is trying to guide him. His safety is her concern. So again, we have elements of Abigail Adams here, that she's appealing to his emotions. So we have something about her son, that he has language skills, but that those language skills need to be improved. So again, analysis with the full rhetorical situation here. Her reference to a discussion with an author in line 16 legitimizes her argument as a form of employing the older and wiser claim. Her reference to the author's metaphor in line 17 intends to assure her son of the importance of the trip on which she has encouraged him to embark. All right, so here we have that she's older and wiser. You should listen to me. I'm your mother and I'm older and wiser. And the importance of the trip is part of the message. She again flatters him in line 26 by emphasizing his vast natural talent, but again qualifies the assertion by highlighting the necessity of employing his God-given gifts by showing effort. So you see a combination of here of the audience that he's naturally talented, and you see that there's this shared belief in God and that she believes these gifts have been given to him, but also that he needs to show more effort. She instills a sense of guilt in him for not capitalizing on his blessings in hopes that he will become more diligent and mature. So this goes beyond the message itself and into the purpose of that. Why should he involve himself and engage himself more? Okay, so now I want you to take a few minutes to do what we just did over the second half. So you're going to read it to yourself, and as you do, you're going to look for those out of the rhetorical situation and how this student used the rhetorical situation in their analysis of this prompt. So you can either annotate in a copy that you opened or printed, or just jot down notes on a separate sheet of paper. But I'm going to give you about 3.5 minutes to do this. Okay, let's get started. There's about 2 minutes to go. About 1 more minute. Okay, so let's take a look. We're not going to read back through this again since you just read through it, but I do want to show you my highlights. I think doing the color coding really kind of shows how the student involved the entire rhetorical situation. I added the syntax and diction in purple just to give you a sense of that as well. But you'll notice at the top she talks about the sense of patriotism. So we have that audience. She calls him a genius and says that it flatters while the historical allusion provides examples. So we have the audience there again. She also gets back with the student. I don't know why I'm saying she. I have no idea. The student also instills in her son a sense of responsibility. So the student's talking about purpose here and why Abigail Adams is writing this particular piece. The letter. The habits of a vigorous mind are formed in contending with difficulties. So there's part of the message here that he should go through these difficult situations in life. And back to context, the present difficulties, the American Revolution, Great Britain, and so all of this appeals to a sense of patriotism in the audience. So notice how this particular student looked at not just what the message was and not just what the choices were, but what those meant in the rhetorical situation and how they worked together to convey the message. I do want to point out in purple there by listing war, tyranny, and desolation. So we have the idea that there's a list and that these are specific, there's specific word choice here involved in order to encourage the son to conduct his life, aiding the country. So why that word choice was important and how it might impact her son. At the bottom of that first column, so that the son, or so that he can change the shape of the future of the nation. So again, it goes beyond my message is that you need to do something while you're in France and why that's significant or important, the larger purpose of that, why he should get involved in that situation. And then on the right hand side, if you look at the bottom, it says a bright future for her beloved homeland. So again, we have that larger purpose. It goes beyond make sure that you're involved in this transference. Okay, so I want to show you the AP commentary over this student sample. This essay effectively analyzes the rhetorical strategies Adams uses to advise her son, beginning with a review of the historical context. Unaware that her son would become president, she writes to convince her son of travel and of diligence. The writer connects the strategies to Adams' purpose, which is described in detail. Adams employs a concerned, maternal tone, historical allusions, qualified flattery, patriotic appeals, and lists to impart the importance of maximizing unnatural talent by applying oneself. The essay demonstrates a controlled use of language to develop the argument, explaining not simply that Adams appeals to her son's emotions, but that she instills a sense of guilt and invokes a sense of patriotism to call her son to action. The essay ends with another reference to the historical context and a larger view of Adams' purpose, the desperate hope that by raising him well, she can ensure a bright future for her beloved homeland. Okay, so a quick debrief. We focused on syntax, diction, and other rhetorical choices that writers must consider the perspectives and contexts and needs of the audience. But for the last 5 lessons, we used this Abigail Adams prompt and looked at the rhetorical situation, syntax and diction, how arguments demonstrate understanding of an audience's beliefs, values, or needs, appeals to ethos, pathos, and logos, sophisticated use of analogies, and then we just looked at the high-scoring sample to put it all together. So hopefully you see how all of those pieces that we've been doing over the last few lessons all came together. So in other words, we delved deeper into our analysis of the pre-20th century text, and we looked at how that student analyzed those choices in the essay. All right, so our exam practice today, and then we are done with this Abigail Adams prompt, and we're moving on to argument. And our lesson starting tomorrow will be in Unit 9. We'll be doing a more modern argument prompt. So today's AP exam practice is a multiple choice question. It's still about looking at how a writer's use of analogy reflects what they know about their audience. You can access the PDF of this practice question and the link below the video description, so you don't get a chance to read through it right now all at once, obviously with very little time. So you can access this in the video description and take some time to do that, and then we'll talk about it at the beginning of our lesson tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you'll join again as we start Unit 9 tomorrow. Be sure to complete the practice question and we'll review it then. All right, thanks. Bye. Hello and welcome. We'll get started in just a second. I just want to make sure everybody has the time to get logged in here. We're going to start in just a minute. Just a reminder, you can access the prompts in the video description and a link in the video description, and we'll get started right now. Welcome to AP Lang. I'm Dawn Knight. I'm an English teacher in Westfield, Indiana. It's a suburb of Indianapolis. Welcome back if you've been tuning in, and if not, thanks for joining today. So we're going to get started today with our warm-up. Yesterday we wrapped up Unit 8, during which our focus was looking at the use of sophisticated analogies that reflect rhetorical situation. For those just joining us, I'm going to read just the very first part of the passage, so even if you weren't here yesterday, you'll kind of know what's going on. Hold on, I have to get reader's time hold. And then we'll talk about the answer and move on for today. So this is a passage from Zora Neale Hurston, first published in 1935. I was glad when somebody told me you may go and collect Negro folklore. In a way, it would not be a new experience for me. When pitched head foremost into the world, I landed in the crib of Negroism. From the earliest rocking of my cradle, I had known about the capers Brer Rabbit is apt to cut and what the squinch owl says from the housetop. But it was fitting me like a tight chemise. I couldn't see it for wearing it. It was only when I was off in college, away from my native surroundings, that I could see myself like somebody else and stand off and look at my garment. Then I had to have the spyglass of anthropology to look through at that. Okay, so the question here was, in the second paragraph, the speaker employs the metaphor of a close-fitting garment to express. So thinking about that passage we just read, the answer is B. In the passage, Zora Neale Hurston employs the metaphor of the close-fitting chemise to express the difficulty of viewing her cultural heritage objectively. We can glean that from that second paragraph when she says, just after mentioning the garment, I couldn't see for wearing it. It was only when I was off in college, away from my native surroundings, that I could see myself like somebody else. In other words, objectively, and stand off and look at my garment. So don't worry if you didn't get the answer right. As we talked about with the Abigail Adams prompt in Unit 8, analyzing metaphors can be difficult, but the more we practice, the better we get. Okay, so what you need to know for today, we're moving into the complexities of argumentation with Unit 9. So let's look at our focus. We have 2 essential knowledge pieces here. One is effectively entering into an ongoing conversation about a subject means engaging in positions that have already been considered and argued about. So what's the current conversation? And when writers concede, they accept all or a portion of a competing position or claim as correct, or they agree that the competing position or claim is correct under a different set of circumstances, or they acknowledge the limitations of their own argument. So that's what we're going to start working on with this unit. Why this is important? This applies to both the synthesis and argument essays. And just a couple of things from the Chief Reader Report. Students students need to understand that with sources arguing among one another, students didn't have to accept each source as correct. Instead, the students needed to evaluate the provided information based on their own knowledge and perceptions of the world. Students were expected to understand how to integrate the support for competing arguments into their own, and students need to develop the argument on a topic by considering at every point how the evidence and explanations they supply connect to the argument being made. But it goes a lot further. It's also about empowering you to have a voice in really important conversations, so you learn to understand and participate in conversations about important complex issues. So let's look at the last part of the synthesis essay rubric. And if you look at on the right hand side, I've highlighted in orange there a couple of elements to the scoring decision notes. First of all, crafting a nuanced argument by consistently identifying and exploring complexities or tensions across the sources, and then articulating the implications or limitations of an argument, either the student's argument or arguments conveyed in the sources, by situating it within a broader context. So the skills we're talking about relate directly to the synthesis and argument essays. Notice it's about the word sophistication again. This is that sophistication row. So we're looking at a more complex understanding in order to earn this point, which means we need to delve deeper or go beyond the surface. And I put the argument essay rubric here as well. It's really the same thing, except it doesn't mention across the sources, because for the argument essay, you don't get a packet out of sources. You're using what you know from other classes, from books you've read, from your own experiences, and from your understanding of current issues. So obviously, the more informed you are, the more you have to draw from. Okay, so let's look at today's lesson. We're looking at into the idea of multiple perspectives of issues, which is an important element of achieving that sophistication in argument and in synthesis essays. We'll be exploring complexities, delving deeper, and looking at going beyond black and white and into these shades of gray, and that'll make more sense in a little bit. So a really quick example of this is the multiple perspectives of us being stuck at home right now. So for example, I'm really enjoying extra time with my college-age kids who are home, and they wouldn't normally be, but I also miss my other family and friends, and I'd love to go to a baseball game or an outdoor concert because the weather's starting to get nice in Indiana right now, so it's definitely a little difficult. My dog, on the other hand, thinks this is great because his people are here all the time, so we have different perspectives on that issue. Okay, so let's look at how multiple perspectives relate to argument and synthesis essays. First, we tend to see the world in black and white. I like to show my students a TED Talk called The Danger of a Single Story by Chimamanda Adichie, in which she discusses how Americans see Africa from a single perspective, and therefore they don't really understand it. They also associate her with that single perspective and then misunderstand her as well. Another person who I like to talk about in terms of these multiple perspectives is author Tim O'Brien, who discusses the dangers of absolutism, of seeing one view of the world and failing to understand others. This type of black and white thinking is prevalent in social media as well, especially as we have these algorithms that tend to show us what we want to see, that people who think like us, which reinforces our one-sided view. And although memes can be hilarious, they also often convey these views of the world in a single perspective. It's kind of us versus them, or right versus wrong. We have a tendency to see the world in these black and white terms then. So how do we keep from doing that when we're looking at these complex issues? We want to try to avoid that my way's right and everyone else is wrong kind of thinking. So one of the ways to delve deeper into the complexities of an issue is to consider it from multiple perspectives. We can begin thinking about these perspectives by exploring them through various, I'll call it a lens or fields, worlds. If you've been like in an AP history class, I think sometimes they refer to them as worlds, but it's really looking at a variety of lenses to explore these perspectives from. So I put a list on this slide. It's not comprehensive in any way, but it does represent a good variety. So we're going to look at how we can use some of these lenses in order to see issues in a more complex way. All right, so we're going to practice with an issue that's not really emotionally loaded, colonizing Mars. Should we or shouldn't we colonize Mars? So first, I want you to just think about your position on this. Do you think that the United States should colonize Mars, or do you think that we should not? And I think we're going to try something new today. Instead of me pausing to let you do activities, I'm going to just let you freeze. If you want to, you can pause your screen and take the time to do the activity, but we'll go ahead and move on. That way, if you need longer or shorter, you don't have to wait. So we all might have our own opinion of this, but before we determine whether this is something the US should really do, we need to fully understand it. So what perspectives do is that they help us understand the situation a little bit better. So if you look at that list again, I put it on this slide. I want you to think about which ones you think are actually the most important in thinking about the issue of colonizing Mars. So for example, I think science would be an important one because we need to know if it's even feasible. Is there the technology available to get us to Mars, to create an atmosphere, to feed and sustain life there? So scientifically, we definitely need to look into that perspective. But I want you to take a couple of minutes to think about other of these lenses that you think would be important in considering this. And again, you can just pause here if you want to take a couple of minutes to do that, and then I'll go ahead and move on. So this is what I came up with, and yours may vary from mine a bit, but we probably have some places where we overlap. And since I can't see yours, for the sake of discussion, we'll just use the ones that I highlighted here. And again, there may be others that I didn't think of or that aren't listed or that you think are more important, and that's great. But we're just going to use these to illustrate how this works. Notice I have several listed, and they're from a range of fields or lenses. So I'm already beginning to think about this in a complex way. It goes beyond just science. I'm thinking about some of the other implications of this particular topic. So now let's look into more depth in each of these lenses, because there are probably perspectives within the various perspectives, and sometimes disagreement or tensions within the lenses themselves. So I didn't take the time to write every possibility of every single perspective within these, but I wanted to just kind of show you with a representation to give you an idea. So for example, in that science lens, we have the technological capability to create an atmosphere, to get colonists there, and even to sustain life. But we can't get colonists back home from Mars. Once they're there permanently. And the lifespan on Mars won't be as long as on Earth. Historically, it's important to consider the space race and how that inspired Americans and STEM learning. But maybe people even at that time didn't agree that it was the best route. Economics, the technology to build an atmosphere and sustain life will be very expensive. And also, what would the economic system on Mars look like? So there are some considerations and perspectives there. Environmentally, we need to colonize Mars in case Earth can no longer sustain life. Some people think, maybe others think we should invest in resources to save the Earth instead of to colonize Mars. And just a few more. In politics, probably different political affiliations will have different stances on colonizing. Have to consider what the government on Mars would look like and who would run that government. Wondering whether it's worth the expense because of the recognition for making that happen politically, or would it upset voters who think it's not worth the expense because voters might be upset and that money should be put somewhere else, like into debt relief or education. And then ethically, it could save human life if something were to happen to Earth down the road, but also ethically, colonists wouldn't be able to return and their lifespan wouldn't be as long. So you see within each of these perspectives, there are multiple perspectives, or within each of these lenses. So by exploring the various perspectives within these fields or lenses, we begin to see this isn't a simple pro-con or black and white issue. There are many complexities, or what I like to call shades of gray. There are political, environmental, and economic implications that make it reasonable to take either stance. That's where we fall into these shades of gray and acknowledge in our argument, acknowledging those in our argument, illustrate that we understand the complexities of the argument, and that's where we get into that sophistication of thought. It shows we delve deeper. I said it again, I say delve deeper all the time. So if you're new and haven't seen me before, it's really what I think the class is about: asking how, asking why, and delving deeper. Okay, so again, I'll have you pause here if you want to do this activity, but I'll go ahead and move on. So now that we've evaluated the multiple perspectives on the issue and thought it through, I want you to think about what your stance is. Just write down your position on whether to colonize Mars or not, and at least 3 reasons why you made that particular decision. Give you just a second to pause here. Okay, now let's think about the other side of the argument so that we're thinking in complex terms. It's likely that some of your reasons had opposing perspectives. So next to your reasons, I want you to write down those oppositions, or opposing points. So for example, we can create an atmosphere on Mars to sustain Earth is one of my reasons for why we should do it. But the opposition is that, yeah, but the lifespan of colonists will be shorter. So that's an opposing argument. Okay, so take a couple of minutes to do that or pause to do that, and we'll go ahead and move on. Okay, so once you move away from the black and white and into the more complex gray areas of argumentation, you end up with a more sophisticated, nuanced argument. Instead of we should or should not colonize Mars, a pro-con, a very black and white argument that you see at the top of the screen there, it might look something more like, although we have the technology to colonize Mars, the money would be better spent investing in improving environmental issues on Earth. So of course there are a number of potential arguments here, and this is just one of numerous possibilities, but you can clearly see the difference. Notice how the more complex argument acknowledges the opposition and includes some of the most important fields and lenses of that issue. And look at how the more nuanced argument gets us into that right side of the rubric. It explores the complexities and tensions of the argument. It also begins to get us into the second point, acknowledging the implications or limitations of an argument by situating it within the broader context. What this means is that we're considering the implications or the impact that our stance will have, like it might be able to help us save lives, but also its limitations, the reason why it's not perfect, why it's imperfect, like that it will cost a lot of money. So we'll get in more depth into these points in later lessons, but I just wanted to kind of show how even with that one simple exercise, we're starting to get into those complexities. Today's exam practice is a multiple choice question again, and they won't be every time, but we're doing another one this time. Even though it's multiple choice, it still kind of includes that complexity of argument. So I want you to do this exam practice for tomorrow's lesson. You can access this exam practice in the link in the video description below. All right, thank you so much for watching. I hope you'll join us again tomorrow. Please remember to stay active and take care of yourselves, and know that all of us teachers out here are rooting for you. Thanks. Hi, welcome. Thanks for joining. I'm just going to wait just a minute to make sure that everyone who wants to has a chance to start the session with us. There is a link to the argument prompt that we'll be using today in the video description below, so if you want to check that out for your convenience. Okay, I think we're good. Sorry about that. You never know what's going to happen with technology when you're live, right? Okay, so thank you for joining me. I'm just going to wait one more second to make sure that anybody who wants to has a chance to join the session with us. There is a link to the argument prompt that we're using today in the video description below, so you're welcome to open that up or read it if you want to interact with the prompt that way. I'll also include it in the slides for your convenience in case you don't want to do that. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So I'm Dawn Knight. I'm an English teacher at Westfield High School in Westfield, Indiana. I miss my students a lot. They make me smile every single day. So I really want to thank you for being here with me today. It just makes my heart so happy to be with students and doing what I love to do. It's also a gorgeous day in Westfield. The sun is shining, so I will be headed outside soon to try to stay active like we all need to do. Okay, so let's get into our warm-up. Yesterday, our exam practice included some complexities and nuances in an argument, and I want to take a look at that, read it together, and then that way those of you who didn't get the exam practice yesterday will still be on the same page, and we'll hear the argument, and we'll get the benefit of looking at this together anyway, even if you didn't have a chance to do the practice. While dogs are highly social and easily trained with an innate desire to please, cats are, well, cats, but both have succeeded across the process of domestication from their wild ancestors. They are the two most popular pets in the United States. Though so different, both species domesticated themselves by joining humans for their own benefit and providing benefits in return, thus ensuring their places beside humans. Dogs descended from wolves almost 41,000 years ago when humans were hunter-gatherers. Although some argue that domestication took place when humans captured and raised wolf pups as pets, far more likely is that some wolves began to follow human hunters. Skilled at hunting in groups, they eventually assisted humans on the hunt, and as their territorial interests merged with those of humans, they provided them with protection and warning against intruders. This combination of usefulness, mutual interests, and similar social structure created a canine-human bond that has endured for millennia. Cats, whose ancestors are the wild cat, and then there's Latin that I won't try to pronounce, were domesticated much later, although earlier than once believed. Archaeologists long assumed they were first domesticated about 4,000 years ago by the Egyptians, whose paintings were the first to depict domestic cats. First was the discovery in 2004 of a wild cat buried near a human skeleton in a 9,500-year-old grave in Cyprus. Subsequently, genetic analysis confirmed the presence of, I'll try it, Felis sylvestris libica in Turkey dating back 9,000 years, and in the southeastern Europe dating back 6,500 years. Moreover, that these appearances coincided with the invention of agriculture was not accidental. As farmers began storing grain, rodents appeared in large numbers, and cats soon followed this supply of prey. As with dogs thousands of years earlier, these cat ancestors both benefited from their contact with humans in the form of a steady food supply and benefited humans by ridding farmers of rodents. The recent discovery at the site of a 5,500-year-old Chinese farming village of cultivated millet isotopes in the bones of both rodents who ate the millet and cats who ate the rodents proves that agriculture brought us more than just food. In sentence 5, reproduced below, the writer wants to provide further evidence to refute the claim that the domestication of dogs occurred when humans captured and raised wolf pups as pets. Although some argue that domestication took place when humans captured and raised wolf pups as pets, far more likely is that some wolves began to follow human hunters. Which of the following versions of the underlying text best accomplishes this goal? Okay, so the answer here was C. So the sentence would read, although some argue that domestication took place when humans captured and raised wolf pups as pets, far more likely is that some wolves began to follow hunters, drawn by the smell of cooking meat and the chance to scavenge. This version provides evidence that refutes the claim made in the first part of the sentence because it explains why wolves began to follow human hunters. Thus, by using this evidence, the writer effectively refutes the idea that domestication occurred because humans captured wolf pups. All right, don't worry if you didn't get this one right. It was pretty difficult today. It includes those tensions and complexities of argumentation that we talked about a little bit yesterday, but we're also going to work a little bit more today on counter argument and refutation. So if you didn't get it right, we're still working on it. Okay, so what you need to know, today we're continuing our Unit 9 lessons on the complexities of argumentation. At the top of the slides are the essential knowledge pieces we're working on today. Looking at effectively entering into an ongoing conversation about a subject means engaging the positions that have already been considered and argued about. So there's a conversation already happening that we're joining. Writers enhance their credibility when they refute, rebut, or concede opposing arguments and contradictory evidence. And we'll talk about what that means later on. I'll also continue to pull from the student sample Q&As and cheat reading reports to show you how this applies to the scoring of the essays. So today, why this is important, the 2018 cheat reading report says the highest scoring essays presented nuanced positions that address the complexity of the issue. They used the sources, the issue, their knowledge of history, and their power of observation in more balanced and well-reasoned conversations. So in other words, they looked at the multiple perspectives that we've been talking about. And then it goes beyond that as well, and I'll continue to talk about this as we go through these argument lessons. Really the whole point behind this is that this goes beyond skills for the AP language class. We're actually looking at skills for life. And so when you learn to understand and participate in conversations about these important and complex issues in the world, it gives you a voice and it empowers you. Okay, we already went through the rubrics yesterday, so just really quickly for those of you joining us, we're looking at the sophistication row C of both the argument and synthesis essays. If you look at the right-hand side under where it talks about the decision rules and scoring notes, the essays that earn this sophistication point did it by crafting a nuanced argument by consistently identifying and exploring complexities or tensions. And we'll review a little bit about what that means today. Articulating the implications or limitations of an argument, either the student's argument or an argument related to the prompt by situating it within a broader context. And that gets into the limitations and implications that we'll be talking about in today's lesson. The synthesis rubric is the same, except it talks about across the sources because that synthesis essay comes with a packet of sources. Okay, so the focus of today's lesson, we're looking at counter argument, refutation, rebuttal, and concession, and then tensions questions within the argument prompt. Basically what that means is that we're going to delve deeper into the issue and eventually become part of the conversation as we talked about. This will help us move into a more convincing and sophisticated argument. Okay, so first, what are counter arguments, refutation, rebuttal, and concession? So this is just layering in some of that complexity. I tried to simplify these to make it kind of easy for us to go through them today. So a counter argument is when you consider the possible arguments against your stance or thesis. Refutation is when you use evidence to show someone that they're wrong about something. So why that counter argument is wrong. Rebuttal is presenting your side of an issue. You may not be proving someone wrong, but you're presenting your perspective and why it's relevant. And then the concession is acknowledging other points of view in an issue. And this is important because it gives you credibility. It shows that you understand that it's a complex issue and that there might be important ideas on both sides. So we're going to be working with these today as we talk about cats and dogs a little bit more. So on the left, you'll see my sister's cat, Miss Kitty. And on the right, you see my dog, Barley, who's clearly looking very regal. They're both rescues, but to be honest, they probably rescued us more than we rescued them. I actually think cats are pretty great. I don't currently have one, but I have. So please don't get upset when I argue for dogs today. It's just to illustrate a point. It's totally okay if you love cats too. So do I. So for the sake of having to choose one, I chose dog. I'm going to go with that just to illustrate those concepts today. All right. So let's say I have a thesis. Dogs make better companions and can help keep us healthier than cats can. So a refutation is when you use evidence to show that someone is wrong about something. So let's say that there's this possible counter argument that cat owners are healthier than dog owners. Refutation would be saying something like, although both dogs and cats can help protect against allergies, children who own dogs have fewer infections and are prescribed antibiotics less often than children who don't. Or dog owners are more physically active than people who do not own a dog, including cat owners. Okay, so I'm refuting that counter argument. A rebuttal would be presenting my side of the issue. So a possible counter argument would be that cats are better companions than dogs. And I might say, well, dogs are better companions because no one's more excited about being there than a dog. Plus, they're great company on long walks. While there are some cats that take walks, overall, they don't tend to like being on a leash as much. And then there's concession when I'm acknowledging another point of view of this issue. So a possible counter argument, cats are easier to take care of than dogs. And I might concede that. If a cat has a litter box and plenty of food, they can probably take care of themselves for days. Dogs, however, require a lot of time and attention. Still, dogs are worth the investment because they make such great pets. Okay, so you get a sense of how these work with this very kind of simplistic argument about cats and dogs. Now let's look at how this relates to what we did yesterday. So yesterday we talked again about the complexities of an argument and the shades of gray. That while we see a lot of discussions, particularly online and kind of black and white, I'm right, you're wrong, or us versus them, the reality is that issues are much more complex than that. And then instead of those absolutes in black and white, it's more often a shade of gray because of the multiple perspectives involved. We also looked at this list of fields or lenses to kind of help us see a wide variety of perspectives and issues. If we start thinking about which of these are important and then the perspectives within them, it helps us more fully understand an issue. We can even refer to these as stakeholders. So who is this going to impact? Who has an interest or concern regarding an issue? And this is the argument prompts that we're going to be working with. Again, this is in the links in the video description if you do want to pull this up. So you can interact with it there or it's on the slides. But first, let's read it together so that we're all kind of on the same page here as we continue to move through the lesson. I think it's really interesting to look at this prompt today in 2020 when we have kind of a unique perspective on the issue as we're in the middle of this global pandemic that's impacting our economy and forcing us to kind of reprioritize our lives. We may have seen the impact economically as people aren't buying as many goods right now. So either way, we have maybe a different perspective on this prompt than we may normally have had. Okay, so here's the prompt. The first Buy Nothing Day, a day on which people are urged to purchase no goods, was organized in Canada in 1992 as a way to increase awareness of excessive consumerism. A Buy Nothing Day has been held yearly since then in many nations. An online article, Buy Nothing Day 2006 press release, urged worldwide acceptance of taking a 24-hour consumer detox as part of the 14th annual Buy Nothing Day in order to expose the environmental and ethical consequences of overconsumption. Write an essay that argues your position on the establishment of an annual Buy Nothing Day. So here's the prompt again, but this time I want you to think about the perspectives that you think would be important in considering a Buy Nothing Day. So which ones are the most important ones to consider? Who are our important stakeholders here who might be impacted by this decision? Normally I would give you about a minute and a half or so to do this. Instead, I think we're going to do what we did yesterday, which is I'm going to go ahead and move on with the lesson. But if you want to pause so that you can take a minute to do this, and then you can continue through the lesson after that. That way, if everybody's moving at different paces, you can take as much time as you need to. And although we may not have the same, I'm sure there's some overlap here with the lenses that I decided may have important perspectives within them about this particular issue. So we'll use these for the sake of discussion since I can't see yours, and we'll continue to work through the activities here. So I pulled politics, economics, society and culture, environment, ethics, socioeconomic status. I think corporations would be important stakeholders, as would small businesses. So all of these would have multiple perspectives within them of people who would care about this issue or possibly be impacted by it. Okay, so we've narrowed it down to these and maybe some others that you included as well. As I said, yours might have varied a little from mine. Now I want you to consider the various perspectives within these lenses. So for example, if you look at my example at the bottom, I looked at the politics lens to think about the varying perspectives within this lens. So there could be an impact on the stock market that could anger voters, or this might be an issue that should be left up more to state governments and federal governments. It's not really enforceable. Lending to support of this day may illustrate to voters that politicians care about the environment, so they might support it. So you can see there could be a range of perspectives within one of those lenses. So what I want you to do for this activity is to pick just two more of the lenses so you can start getting an idea. Maybe something different like ethics and businesses or something like that, so you can see that range of perspectives and how they all play into understanding this issue in a more complex way. And again, I'm just going to pause here for a second so that if you want to, you can freeze your screen as you go through this activity. And now, like we did yesterday, I want you to think about the tensions within the perspectives or cross perspectives. So in other words, where is there disagreement? You may have one political perspective that tends to support the idea of the Buy Nothing Day, but then you might have another perspective, even in that political lens, that doesn't support the Buy Nothing Day. What I'd like you to do is when you look through those different perspectives, maybe put a plus sign where you see that there might be a perspective that's supporting the Buy Nothing Day and a subtraction or minus sign to illustrate where they would not support the Buy Nothing Day. And by doing this, what we're really doing is looking at the tensions in the argument prompts and looking into that ongoing conversation, which is one of the focuses for today. But it also allows us to understand those shades of gray. Even if we have our stance on this argument, we acknowledge that there are very real considerations on the other side. So these are the perspectives that we might end up refuting, rebutting, or conceding in our essay that illustrate that we delved deeper and that we fully understand it. It shows sophistication. And this is how we get to that sophistication point in the rubric. So I'm going to again have you pause here if you want to go ahead and take a minute to write down those tensions, that your positive and negative signs for those who support and those who don't support the idea of the annual Buy Nothing Day. So go ahead and pause here, take a little bit of time to do that, and then you can move on with us. We aren't actually writing the essay today, but I do want you to write down your position on the establishment of the annual Buy Nothing Day. So what is your stance? Thinking about the information that you just did in the previous activity, when you look at all of the variety of perspectives, the different ideas of why one would or would not support the annual Buy Nothing Day, then decide what your stance is on it and write a thesis statement and try to be a little more complex than we should have an annual Buy Nothing Day or we should not have an annual Buy Nothing Day. Think about the important perspectives that you might include in your stance. So again, here you can pause and take a minute to write down your stance on this issue. So I've included a couple of possibilities on this slide for you. Yours might look a little bit different, but notice how these go beyond the mere pro-con and a little more into the complexities of the situation. So just a couple of examples. This is by no means the only right way to do this. The answers could vary, but just to give you an idea. So although it may be a short-term loss for businesses, an annual buy nothing day should be established worldwide to help consumers focus on what's important in life, and to minimize the impact of consumerism on the environment. Or although it may raise awareness of environmental issues, an annual buy nothing day should not be established because of its negative impact on businesses and the workers who depend on them. So again, I want you to take a minute here to pause if necessary and take a look at your thesis and just do a little self-assessment. Is there a way you can revise it to make it a little more complex? So again, you would pause here. We'll go ahead and move on. Okay, so overall, what we did today was look at the more nuanced argument by looking at those complexities and tensions, by getting into the gray areas of an issue. We also looked at implications and limitations of an argument and how that puts us in a broader context and again gets us into that more sophisticated element of the rubric. And the argument rubric again is the same, except it doesn't have the sources. Okay, so here's your exam practice for today. You're going to use the first buy nothing day prompt to revise your thesis first off if you didn't a couple of minutes ago. So first write a revised version of your thesis, make sure that you get those complexities. That's the first thing. And then think about the important lenses or perspectives in order to create a list of reasons why you think your argument is valid, and you'll list that under where it says your reasons. And then finally, I want you to think about those lenses and perspectives again to see if you can create a list of potential counter arguments. So trying to anticipate the arguments for the other side. Okay, so that's your exam practice, and we'll talk a little bit more about that then in tomorrow's lesson. Okay, thank you so much for watching. I hope you'll join again. Make sure you complete the practice question so we can talk about it. We'll review the answer. Like I said, thank you so much for taking the time to sit down and do this with me. It really means a lot. Please know that a lot of teachers out there care about you so much, and we're rooting for you and we're here for you. Okay, have a great day. Hi everyone and welcome. I'm just going to give it a minute so that everybody has an opportunity to join us who wants to. We'll give it about 1 minute and then we'll get started. In the meantime, if you want to access the prompt, we're working with the annual buy nothing day prompt again today. If you haven't been working on that prompt with us, if you want to go ahead and access that in the link in the video description, that would be great. We'll just give it a minute here. I'm just going to give it about 30 more seconds to let other people join us, and then we'll get started with today's lesson. You can get to the link for the annual buy nothing day prompt that we'll be using today in the video description. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So I'm Dawn Knight. I'm an English teacher in Westfield, Indiana. I teach at Westfield High School, and I'll be leading you through today's lesson. Before I start, I thought I'd give you a quick update on the AP exams. We got a little bit of information today. So the AP Lang and Comp exam will be on Wednesday, May 20th. It'll be question 1, the rhetorical analysis, and you'll have 45 minutes to do that. We'll be talking about this a little bit more next week and getting into that more with our review lessons that start next Wednesday. So I just wanted to give a little bit of information, but we'll continue to give you more information as we get that as well. Okay, so let's get started with today's lesson. First, we'll start with our warm-up. For those of you joining for the first time, we do this AP exam practice at the end of each lesson, and then the next day we begin by going through the lesson as a practice. So it's okay if you didn't see yesterday's lesson. This will still be a good review for you. We'll still go through it so that you kind of get an idea of what's going on, and it should be great for you as well. So this is the prompt we've been working with, the first buy nothing day prompt. I'm just going to read that first. The first buy nothing day, a day on which people are urged to purchase no goods, was organized in Canada in 1992 as a way to increase awareness of excessive consumerism. A buy nothing day has been held yearly since then in many nations. An online article, Buy Nothing Day 2006 press release, urged worldwide acceptance of taking a 24-hour consumer detox as part of the 14th annual Buy Nothing Day in order to expose the environmental and ethical consequences of overconsumption. Write an essay that argues your position on the establishment of an annual Buy Nothing Day. So the exam practice that I asked you to do yesterday was to write down a revised thesis. We did a little bit of work on that, and then to think about the important lenses or perspectives or stakeholders as you create a list of reasons why you think your stance or thesis is valid, and then to think about those again as you create a list of counter arguments. So I can't see yours. I put together one. I just flipped a coin. Our answers will obviously differ a little bit. There's not one right answer, but this will just give you an idea of how you did. So my thesis was establishing an annual Buy Nothing Day should be established to help educate consumers on more responsible buying habits and remind them to prioritize their time on relationships rather than things. So some of the reasons that I had for that would be environmental. It helps save the environment. It could help people reprioritize their lives in a social cultural kind of lens there, focusing less on wants and more on needs. And then it could also save people money. Counter arguments would be potentially small businesses might take substantial losses for that one day, or if it works, it could have an impact on a consumer-driven economy like the one in the US, or it could impact some countries harder than others since they're looking globally. So take a minute to look at your stance. Did you go beyond a simple pro-con that we should or should not do this day, and instead thinking about the perspectives and the complexities and those more kind of shades of gray that we've been talking about? Do you think about multiple perspectives and those counter arguments? So if you want to take a second to just freeze the screen here while you take a look at that and just assess yourself and see where maybe you could do better or add reasons or counter arguments to get more of the perspectives in. And then I'm going to go ahead and move on, but you're welcome to pause as long as you need to do that. Okay, so here's what you need to know for today's lesson. We're looking at implications and limitations of the argument prompt. We have those 2 pieces of essential knowledge at the top. Effectively entering into an ongoing conversation about a subject means engaging the positions that have already been considered and argued about. This is really important because it shows that we know that we're informed, and it gives us some credibility. When writers concede they accept all or a portion of a compelling position or claim as correct, agree that a compelling claim is correct under a different set of circumstances, or acknowledge the limitations of their own argument. So that limitations piece is really where we're going to focus a little bit more today. But again, and we talked about concession yesterday, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more today as well. But again, it shows the complexities, that it's not just a black and white issue. This is important for a couple of reasons. One is it helps you demonstrate complexity in your argument for that sophistication, but also it empowers you, and I keep bringing this up for a reason. This gives you a voice in the conversation. That's really what this class is about. It enables you to participate in these conversations rather than just being a bystander. So you can be a part of conversations about important issues. Okay, so very briefly, the rubric. Again, we're looking at row C, the sophistication side here, and to do that, you just have to demonstrate sophistication of thought or a complex understanding of a situation. And so that's what we're looking at when we're trying to get multiple perspectives, counter arguments, and then today layering in those limitations and implications. That's what we're really working towards. And then here's the argument essay rubric, which is essentially the same, except it doesn't talk about the source packet because for the argument essay there isn't a source packet. Okay, briefly a lesson overview of what we're going to work on today. This will be an introduction of implications and limitations. We'll continue using our annual Buy Nothing Day exam 2010 argument prompt as a means of working through implications and limitations, and we'll continue our focus on row C, that sophistication piece, to add complexity and sophistication to our ideas. Okay, so first a really quick review of a couple of the concepts that we've been working on because these all work together. So we've been discussing how important it is to avoid seeing an argument as a simple pro or con or black and white. We continue to talk about avoiding polarizing those us versus them when it comes to these arguments. We see those a lot on social media, but they're not very effective. You typically either turn people away or you're just talking to people who already believe the same, and so nobody's learning or growing or making any difference. So instead, what we're looking for is delving deeper into the complex issues to see the complexities. So these are the great areas where we land when we consider the multiple perspectives and counter arguments. We're more credible when we do this because it shows we've looked into an issue fully and at the ongoing conversation regarding that particular issue. And even though we end up taking a stance, we understand that our argument, though it might be what we think is the best version may not be perfect. And that's really what we're going to talk about today. So just a few reminders about argumentation. Writing an argument is really about persuading the audience, not about winning an argument. It means understanding the complexities of the situation, acknowledging the multiple perspectives on the issue, and understanding those complexities and shades of gray. It also means acknowledging perspectives that differ from your own to give your argument credibility. And it illustrates that you more fully understand the issue. So what are limitations and implications? We're going to layer this piece into what we've already been talking about with all of those other complexities. So let's take a second to look at what a limitation is. It's really the idea that you're conceding that your argument is not perfect, that you understand that it has weaknesses and what those weak areas are. And then implications is really what your argument means. It's what effects it would have, the conclusions that can be drawn from those facts. I think one of the best ways to think about that is to think about it's the so what of your argument. So what about it? What does it mean? Why is it important or significant? What impact will it have is an implication. So let's take a look at some examples. Some of the arguments that I pulled are kind of silly, and others are a little more complex, but I just took bits and pieces of them just to kind of illustrate this idea to you rather than having you read numerous long articles. But it'll give you the idea of the difference between a limitation and implication and how it works in an argument. So these don't necessarily represent my own feelings either. I was really just trying to find examples of limitations and implications. So no, that's the case as well, just to give you some ideas. So here's one: why cats make good pets. I pulled this one because I know I've been doing a lot of pro dog and I love cats too, and I didn't want anyone to get upset. Cats are great. So here's an argument about why. Oh, look, there's a cat. So here's why cats make good pets. Here's an argument. Another reason why cats make such good pets is that they make great companions. They seem to be able to sense when you need some comfort. I know dogs do too. Having a cat around is good for children, especially if they take part in caring for the animal. This teaches them to have some responsibility. Cats are so easy to take care of. Really, all they need is food and water and they're good to go. Of course, there is that litter box that comes with having a cat in the house and the fact that cats have to be trained to use it. This can be daunting, but it usually doesn't take very long for the cat to do what it's supposed to do. You better keep the kitty litter box clean too, or you might have your cat pooping in a corner somewhere or behind your fridge or radiator. Okay, so there's our pro-cat argument. But if you look at the highlighted area, this shows the limitation of the argument. They're acknowledging it's not perfect. Cats have to be trained to use a litter box. The litter box has to be kept clean. So they're acknowledging those limitations in their argument. Cats are worth it. Okay, apparently bats are unfairly getting a bad rep right now because of fear surrounding diseases, which is something we can all relate to in the current situation we're in. So let's take a look at this argument that is trying to stop bias against bats. And here we're looking for implications for that so what piece. In total, the evidence that bats are the source of emerging viral diseases is weak. The human toll of those diseases is minor relative to other infectious diseases, and public health measures to protect against any limited health threat from bats are simple, cheap, and proven. At the same time, there's rapidly growing documentation that bats are worth billions of dollars annually to human economies, and that their loss can threaten the health of whole ecosystems upon which we depend. And as demonstrated in my hometown of Austin, where 1.5 million Brazilian free-tailed bats have been protected for decades, they can make safe and valuable neighbors once we simply learn to leave them alone. Our local bats consume tons of crop and yard pests nightly and attract millions of tourist dollars each summer. Okay, so let's look for the so what here. And there are a few places that we could actually technically say are part of the implications here, but I think this really shows bats are worth billions of dollars annually to human economies. That's a huge implication. So if we continue to do whatever with bats, we could lose a lot of money in the economy. That's a big deal. Their loss can threaten the health of whole ecosystems upon which we depend for life. So again, that's a pretty major implication. A little more serious than the cat litter box, obviously. Okay, paying college athletes. This might be something you've seen in debate classes, or just it's been an argument on the internet and numerous places for the last several years. So we're going to look at a pay college athletes argument. College athletes should get paid to play. They devote hundreds of hours to their sport, which keeps them from being able to have part-time jobs. Even if they have a full scholarship, and many don't, this doesn't cover their other expenses. This would be difficult to implement, however. It would have to be equitable, which means universities would have to find the funds to pay all athletes in all sports, even the ones that don't bring in as much money. Okay, so here we can see in the highlights, there's some acknowledgement of the limitations of this argument. Might they deserve it? Yes, but how are you going to make that happen? That's going to be very difficult. So it's acknowledging a weak area of this argument. Save the bees. I'm sure we've all seen that one making the rounds, right? So this one is pro saving the bees. Ecosystem services. While bee populations continue to decline, the production of food crops will decrease as well, as bee pollination is necessary for several important crops. Bees are responsible for pollinating 35% of agricultural production and almost 90 different commercially grown food crops in the U.S. alone. Economic contribution. The global crop production pollinated by bees is valued at $577 billion. Pollinators contribute $24 billion to the U.S. agriculture industry, making up a third of the food consumed by Americans. Okay, again, if you look at the highlights here, the production of food crops will decrease if we don't save the bees. That's a big deal. That's a major implication because that's going to impact us and being able to feed everyone who needs food. There's also an economic implication. The global crop production pollinated by bees is valued at a whopping $577 billion. So that's a pretty major implication on the impact that it would make. Okay, wearing school uniforms. You probably all have an opinion on this one. School uniforms should be implemented in all public schools. They would equalize playing field for students who would no longer have to worry that they are not wearing the latest name brand styles. This could do two things: cut down on bullying and enable students to focus on school. Although it would mean giving up their individuality, the benefits would be worth it. Okay, so here we have a little bit of both. The implications would be that this could potentially cut down on bullying, which has been a pretty serious issue. And also it would help potentially students focus on what's most important, school. So that's a pretty important implication in the classroom. However, there is this weak area that they're acknowledging here, a limitation to the argument that it would mean students would be giving up a portion of their personality, of their individuality, if they can't choose what they get to wear. Okay, so those are just some illustrations. Now let's take a look at our cats versus dogs argument from yesterday. And if you weren't with us yesterday, I'm going to give you kind of a brief overview on some of the things we talked about with that one, and then we'll get into the implications and limitations aspect of that. Okay, so yesterday we asked the question, cats versus dogs, which is the better pet? I included a couple of new pictures there for you. That is my sister's cat, Miss Kitty, on the left, looking way too adorable, and my cousin's dog, Amelia, on the right.
I realized this cat I had to talk, I think, for this Louise to be seen. Thank you, Dawn. I'll go back.
Yes, look. So this is a pretty basic argument, but we use it to look at refutation, rebuttal, and counter argument. And I want to talk about that a little bit right now before we move on. So if you were here yesterday, you saw this slide, and we talked about it a little bit, but I want to talk about how we're layering in more of the complexities of these arguments. So I had to choose a side in order to illustrate how this works. I flipped a coin. I love dogs, but I also love cats, so please don't take it personally. So there were some illustrations of counter argument, refutation, rebuttal, and conception that illustrate that we understand the complexities of argument. Okay, so dogs make better companions and can help keep us healthier than cats can was our working argument. So we talked about refutation was using evidence to show that someone is wrong about something. So a possible counter argument to that, cat owners might say that they're healthier than dog owners, and we can refute that with specific information. Although both dogs and cats can help protect against allergies, children who own dogs have fewer infections and are prescribed antibiotics less often than children who don't. So we talk about looking for those counter arguments, anticipating what the counter arguments to our argument is going to be. That's part of looking at multiple perspectives and really understanding the issue. But when possible, we want to try to refute those to make our argument stronger. A rebuttal is really kind of just presenting your side of an issue. So one possible counter argument to our argument that dogs are better companions is that cats are the better companion. And so we might have a rebuttal to that dogs are better companions because no one is more excited about you being home than a dog. Plus they're a great company on long walks that we've been doing a lot of recently. Some of us dog owners who are stuck at home. So while there are some cats that take roadblocks. Overall, they don't tend to like being on a leash. So we have a possible rebuttal to that counter argument. And then finally, there's concession, which is acknowledging other points of view on an issue. So cats are easier to take care of than dogs. We can concede that, yeah, if a cat has a litter box and plenty of food, they can probably even take care of themselves for days. Dogs, on the other hand, are going to require more attention and probably be needier. So those are some of those really shades of gray areas where we show that complexity. And those are important to know, especially those counter arguments, as we start thinking about the limitations of our own arguments. Okay, so dogs make better companions and can help keep us healthier than cats can. Let's look at some potential limitations to that argument. So one, dogs can be very expensive. They require a lot of time investment, so they may not be the right pet for someone who's busy. They require more space. Different breeds of dogs have different needs. So while one breed might make a great pet, it's true, depending on someone's circumstances, another breed may not be a great pet. Some people have allergies to dogs, and cats might be a better choice of pet for people who don't have the time or space or just prefer cats. So those are limitations to the argument. Implications are the so what. So why are dogs so great? What about them? Owning a dog could ultimately lead to better physical and emotional well-being. So that's a pretty big deal. It can make us healthier, happier people, which can save in the long run time and money. So those are some ways that we use limitations and implications. Okay, now let's take a look at the annual buy nothing day prompt from yesterday. So first I want to, no, we read it. We're not reading it again. Yesterday we looked at the shades of gray or multiple perspectives of this, which we talked about in our exam review. We picked out some of the important lenses or perspectives that it would be important to understand in order to have a thorough understanding of this issue. And then we took a look at those in, for example, politics and economics. Once we were finished with that, for practice, you wrote a thesis taking a stance on that issue, and then you wrote out your reasons for your stance and considered the potential counter arguments. So the working thesis here is, although it may raise awareness of environmental issues, an annual buy nothing day should not be established because of its negative impact on the economy, businesses, and workers who depend on them. So reasons for that, maybe small businesses would take losses, but potential counter arguments would be that people will become more aware of how their buying habits impact the environment. Okay, so we worked through that a little bit yesterday. Now I want you to think about your stance again and start working through the potential limitations and implications of that stance. So where are those areas of weakness in your argument, and also what is the so what? What are the implications of your stance, of your argument on this? So again, you can pause here and take a few minutes to work through this. I'm going to go ahead and go on to the next slide, just because those of you who want to take more time can, and those of you who have less time to do that right now could do it later. So we'll go ahead and move on, but I do want you to try to take the time to do that if you have a chance to freeze the screen now and do that. So here's an example, and again, this is not the only right answer here. It's just to give you some potential ways to look at this. So let's say that the thesis is an annual buy nothing day should be established worldwide to help consumers focus on what's important in life and to minimize the impact of consumerism on the environment. So again, we have some potential limitations here, that small businesses may take losses, that workers might be laid off, that the U.S. economy is dependent on buying and selling goods, those kinds of things. Implications would be that people will become more aware of how their buying habits impact the environment, leading to more environmentally responsible purchasing. And so it could ultimately help protect our environment in major ways. Also, people might be reminded that relationships and not things are worth investing in and reprioritize their lives to focus on what matters most. So that could be a pretty important implication of an annual buy nothing day. So just some ideas there. Again, yours could be completely different depending on your stance and the perspectives that you were looking at. But I do want you to, again, take a couple of minutes to just pause the screen here and look at your limitations and implications and do a little self-assessment. Okay, so here's what we did today. We looked at examples of implications and limitations. We continued our work on the annual buy nothing day exam argument prompt, and we continued our focus on row C of the argument and synthesis essays. Really what that means is we delved deeper into an issue and started layering in sophistication by looking at the various complexities of the argument. All right, so let's look at your exam practice today. So this is a different argument prompt that I want you to practice. We're going to go back into counter arguments because those are so important. So first, let's take a look at the prompt. Below is an argument prompt. Read and analyze it. Write down your thesis and reasons for this stance. Delve deeper. Think about the multiple perspectives as you determine your reasons. Then write down potential counter arguments. So here's the prompt. One of the first-year student orientation initiatives at a local university is to collect incoming students' cell phones and keep them for 48 hours. The purpose of the initiative is to give students an opportunity to integrate into their new school culture and make friends on campus. Carefully consider the effects of this initiative and the extent to which they might support, complicate, or contradict its intended goals. Use appropriate specific evidence to develop or to illustrate and develop your position on the advisability of the 48-hour cell phone ban. Okay, so what you want to do here is write out your stance, your thesis. I tell my students all the time that your thesis statement is AP, answer the prompt. So looking at what did it ask you to do, make that your thesis statement. And then your reasons. So why is it important, whatever stance you took, what are your reasons for that? And then finally, I want you to think about what will the potential counter arguments be. So you're working through that same exercise as we did yesterday over the annual buy nothing day prompt, but today with a new prompt. All right, that's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. It's Friday, so I hope that you get to enjoy a little rest and relaxation this weekend. I hope you get to go outside. Maybe it's sunny where you are. I'm getting a couple of rare sunny days in a row in Indiana, and so we always take advantage of those when we can because it does not happen that often. So I hope you get to enjoy some time in the sun. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you Monday.
Yes. Oh, wait. Okay,
Welcome. I'm just going to give us 1 minute so that anyone who wants to join us can, and then we'll get started. So give me just 1 minute. Hi, everybody. We'll get started in about 30 seconds. I'm just making sure that I give everybody a chance to join us who wants to, and then we'll get started. All right, let's go ahead and begin. I'm Dawn Knight. I'm an English teacher from Westfield, Indiana, just north of Indianapolis, and I'll be going through our lesson today with you. So we're going to start with a review of Friday's AP exam practice. Don't worry if you didn't see the lesson Friday. This warm-up will still be valuable, and it'll help with today's exam practice as well. So first, let's read the assignment together to catch you up if you weren't here Friday. Below is an argument prompt. Read and analyze it. Write down your thesis and reasons for stance. Delve deeper. Think about the multiple perspectives as you determine your reasons. Then write down potential counter arguments. So here's the prompt. One of the first-year student orientation initiatives at a local university is to collect incoming students' cell phones and keep them for 48 hours. The purpose of the initiative is to give students an opportunity to integrate into their new school culture and make friends on campus. Carefully consider the effects of this initiative and the extent to which they might support, complicate, or contradict its intended goals. Use appropriate specific evidence to illustrate and develop your position on the advisability of the 48-hour cell phone ban. Okay, now let's take a look. Since I can't see your answers, I'll show you just a couple that you can use to do a self-assessment. Although they're not perfect, the top two go beyond the black and white pro or con argument here. They both consider the gray areas, the other perspectives and tensions in the prompt. So let's take a look at those. Despite good intentions to help students integrate into their new college environment, a ban on cell phones would likely cause anxiety and safety issues, making a 48-hour ban a misguided approach to the problem. Or, because students who have a support group in college are more likely to graduate, a 48-hour ban on cell phones upon arrival to campus is worth the initial anxiety and inconvenience it may cause. Sorry about the typo there. Now let's look at a couple that don't work as well. colleges should implement a 48-hour ban to give students an opportunity to integrate into their new environment, or colleges should not implement the ban. So the bottom two are just kind of the pro-con. The top two include those multiple perspectives and kind of show the different voices in this conversation. So if you'd like, you can pause here and just do a quick self-assessment based on the examples to see if you feel like there are any improvements you can make or what you did well. You can just freeze the screen and take as much time as you need with that, and we'll go ahead and move on. I also chose one of the stances here in order to look at the reasons and counter-arguments that were also part of this assignment. So if you look at the reasons for the stance is because students who have a support group in college are more likely to graduate, a 48-hour ban on cell phones upon arrival to campus is worth the initial anxiety and inconvenience it may cause. So some reasons for that might be to give students time to acclimate, to give students an impetus to make new friends, and students are forced out of their comfort zone, which leads to personal growth. But I also want to anticipate what the potential counter-arguments are. So it could be that this is a safety issue. It could cause unnecessary stress and anxiety during a time that's already pretty stressful. Okay, so the idea of looking at multiple perspectives here gives credibility to our arguments. It strengthens the argument when we anticipate the other side, and especially if we can refute that with evidence. And again, if you want to pause and just take a look at your reasons and counter-arguments and do a quick self-assessment. Okay, now we're going to move on to today's lesson. Let's look at what we need to know. So if you look at the top, we have the essential knowledge pieces of the lesson here. These are lessons you can apply in other high school classes, in college, and beyond. We've been working on the top one, the effectively entering into an ongoing conversation about a subject means engaging the positions that have already been considered and argued about. In fact, we just kind of talked about that. And we've been doing that throughout the Unit 9 lessons, looking into the complexities of the issue by looking into the various voices of it, or the shades of gray. Today, we're going to do a little of the second one. Evidence and sources will either support, complement, or contradict a writer's thesis as it pertains to the introduction, but we'll get into it in even more depth in tomorrow's lesson, our last lesson in this argument, Unit 9. So these are important again because demonstrating the complexity of an issue rather than just seeing it in black and white or pro and con shows sophistication and gives you credibility. Also, it gives you a voice in important conversations going on in the world, and yours will be an important one because it will have come from analyzing the multiple perspectives and fully understanding the issue rather than just sharing a meme or believing the way everybody else believes. It'll be more informed and therefore more powerful. Okay, we're adding in another rubric row today, row A, and although we've written a couple of thesis statements, we're going to work on them with a little more intention today. So look at the right side. You are awarded the point for this row if you respond to the prompt with a thesis that presents a defensible position, and then look at the scoring notes I circled in orange. What that means is that rather than just restating the prompt, you take a clear position, not just stating that there are pros and cons. But we're also still working on row C, sophistication, and you're awarded a point in this row if there is sophistication of thought or complex understanding as part of the argument. Responses that earn this point explore the complexity and tensions and articulate the limitations and implications by situating it within a broader context. So we've been talking about that throughout Unit 9, but today we're going to look at how it pertains to the introduction. And although I use the argument rubrics here, just a reminder that this also applies to the synthesis essay. Okay, so here's what we're doing today. We're looking at what belongs in an introduction, how to write a more sophisticated thesis statement, and how to write a more sophisticated introduction. So remember that we're more credible when we illustrate that we have looked at an issue thoroughly. It means we're informed and came to a stance from a place of education, not bias. This can begin to happen as early as the introduction, which is our focus for today. So here are some of the main elements that belong in an introduction. And we'll talk about each of these in more depth as we move through this lesson. So you should have an attention getter or hook, something that draws your audience in. You should look at context and background information, and we'll talk a little bit more about what those mean. And then you should have a thesis statement where you take your stance on the issue. So let's look at attention getter or hook first. You don't want to spend a ton of time with this in a timed essay situation because you only have so much time, and this isn't where most of your points are going to be coming from. And you typically want to avoid very general rhetorical questions. Instead, think about maybe including a specific fact or anecdote that illustrates the importance of the issue or makes it relevant to the audience. You want to avoid cliches here. Those kind of trite quotes like you might see on the wall of a classroom or on a magnet, something like a time heals all wounds is a little cliche. So instead, something more sophisticated, like I said, an anecdote or a fact or a statistic or something that makes the reader see that it's important or that makes it relevant to them. Let's look at context. So the context gives the reader essential information about the issue and the various voices that are already included in the conversation that's been going on about the issue. So in other words, what are those different perspectives and their stances? Remember, this is part of the sophistication, so it shows you understand the complexity of the issue when you bring that into your introduction. It gives the reader essential information, essentially. Okay, background information is similar. A lot of times in an introduction, we'll see those two things kind of interwoven, but and sometimes even in one sentence, because looking at those various perspectives is also part of the background. However, it's also about making sure that you give the reader any necessary information to understand the issue. Maybe it's a concept they haven't heard of that's difficult to understand, or they need a summary what something is or what it means before you can actually start convincing them of your position. And then finally, we get to the thesis statement. And I know we've talked about these off and on, and you've written a couple of thesis statements, but just some important details to remember. Your introduction should end with the thesis statement. And let's look at some of the things. You want it to be the focus of your essay. It should answer the prompts. It should go beyond that mere there are pros and cons of the issue. Typically for an essay this length, it'll be 1 to 2 sentences. It's an assertion or your stance on the issue. And it's very important because this is how we focus your essay. And we're going to talk about this a little bit more in tomorrow's lesson, our last lesson, how that thesis is basically the building block of your entire essay. And it shouldn't be an announcement. You don't need a, I'm going to persuade you or I am going to write about. You just want to state what the stance is. Now let's look at how all of these elements fit together. So if you remember last week, we had some little clips from essays or articles where we looked at limitations and implications, and one of them was about bats. So this is actually the introduction to that bat article. We're just going to read through it and look for those elements that we just talked about. So if you look at the top of the article here, the idea that bats could be responsible for the transmission of newly emerging and potentially deadly infectious diseases to humans began to take hold in 2002 with the discovery of a new coronavirus that caused severe respiratory infections called SARS. Okay, so that's a good hook, especially if you look at the fact that this was written in 2017 when they were going through a SARS episode. So then look at the background. Coronaviruses are widespread in animals from birds to whales and are the cause of common colds. But SARS was different, with the 2002 outbreak killing 800 people and generating frightening headlines worldwide. 3 years later, an article in Science titled "Bats are Natural Reservoirs of SARS-like Coronaviruses" announced the emerging scientific wisdom that bats were a global public health menace. Since that time, so-called virus hunters have pursued an intense international search for dangerous viruses in bats, and sensationalist media attention continues to accompany this search. Okay, so here's some background on what we need to know about bats and how they are related to SARS. And then some context. What are the current voices? Hordes of deadly diseases are lurking in bats and sometimes jumping to people. New Scientist reported in February 2014 asking, can we prevent a major pandemic? Several months later, Wired piled on with an article titled "Why Bats Are Such Good Hosts for Ebola and Other Deadly Diseases," which asserted that scientists are discovering new bat-borne viruses all the time. Such stories continue to this day. A February 2017 National Public Radio report called "Why Killer Viruses Are on the Rise" portrays bats as arguably one of the most dangerous animals in the world, and warns that when there are bats up in the sky, there could be Ebola in that poop that lands on your shoulder. Yet, once one delves into the world of bats and infectious diseases, these stories begin to fall apart. A closer look at what science knows about bats strongly suggests that the scientific and media furor is at best overstated and is likely a distraction from more serious research and health problems. Above all, it turns out that while we certainly should be concerned about bats, we probably don't need to worry very much about what they might do to us. Okay, so those are some of those various perspectives. And you saw that within both of those, there were some perspectives in the background and a little bit of background in the context. And a lot of times. Like I said, those are woven together. Also notice in that last paragraph, it starts with yet. And those little transition words we're going to talk about a little bit more tomorrow as well, but they add to that fluency, and that yet kind of shows us, hey, here's an alternative perspective that's coming, which is important to know. Okay, now the thesis. Rather, we should be worrying about what we are doing to bats in the name of science and public health. Okay, so this is this person's stance. And guys, I have no idea who's right. I'm just using this as an example of an intro. I would have to do way more research before I would know my stance on bats. Okay, so now let's try this with another of our topics from last week. If you remember our should the US colonize Mars? So first let's look again at rubric row C. Remember, you want to get your reader interested, but it should also convey style and sophistication. So what would you do for an attention getter here? You might want to pause here and maybe think about what you would do. You can freeze the screen and take as long as you want with that, and we'll move on. So here's a potential example. Neil Armstrong's one small step inspired the nation and ushered in a golden age of scientific exploration in the United States. The discoveries that came out of this are still impacting lives more than 50 years later. Okay, so that's a good example. And look at the difference between that and would you like to go to Mars? Which is that very general rhetorical question at the beginning. Both of them have the intention of trying to get your audience involved, but the second one does a much better job of being sophisticated in doing that. This isn't the only way. You could use something about the environmental concerns like the wildfires in Australia here. There are a lot of different right ways to do this. Okay, now let's break down the rubric row again for background. So what background information might the reader need to know to understand the issue before you persuade them of your stance? Just take a minute to jot down some ideas. You don't have to write them out, maybe just bullet pointed list. And then again, pause the feed if you want time to do that. And we'll go ahead and move on. So again, the top example here isn't enough. The US is thinking about colonizing Mars because of the environmental issues on Earth. Instead, let's look at some of the important background information, like why are they considering going to Mars? Why is this even a thing we're talking about? So some of those things that we might want to include here: the Earth's population is nearing 8 billion people. There's a strain on the environment and natural resources. The effects of global warming are only going to get worse. Colonizing Mars could be similar to the space race in which the US beat the Russians to the moon, leading to national pride and inspiring scientific discoveries. So those might all be things that we want to include as important elements of the background. All right, now let's do the same for context. What are some of those important voices in the issue saying? Again, jot down some of the ideas you have for context here. Pause the feed if you want to take some time and take as much time as you want to do that, and then you can press play and continue on with the lesson with us. So look at the top example here. Some people think the US should colonize Mars, others disagree. That's not really enough. It does show that there are pros and cons, the black and white of the situation, or like this is my side, that's their side, but it doesn't really illustrate the complexity of the situation or the shades of gray that we've been talking about. So instead, look at the examples below. Notice how using the fields and lenses that we talked about can help to get to some of those more complex perspectives within these different proponents and opponents. You can see environmental lens, scientific lens, economic, ethical, and so on. And so when we use those kind of lenses or fields to think about what are the important stakeholders in the conversation, we can get to a lot more depth than a simple pro-con. It gets us to that complexity. So look at some of the ideas under proponents. It could be the solution to the environmental issues on Earth. It could inspire national pride and scientific discovery. It is scientifically possible, but the opponents might point out that it could be expensive, that the time and money spent to colonize Mars could be invested in alleviating global warming's impacts on Earth, and they might find it ethically questionable since colonists wouldn't be able to return to Earth and their lifespan would be shorter because of the harsh environment. And look at the difference between that and just a simple pro-con. Okay, now the thesis. So if you look at the rubric row here, responses that earn this point respond to the prompt rather than restating or rephrasing the prompt. And the thesis clearly takes a position rather than just stating that there are pros and cons. So responding to the prompt means you're engaging in the discussion. You've considered various perspectives and determined what your stance is from an informed place. And that should be reflected in your thesis. So you're not just restating the prompt, you're going beyond the mere yes or no. Instead, you want to reflect that careful consideration. So let's look at a couple of examples. If you've been doing the previous lessons, you may have already seen a couple of these. But before we look, take a minute to write your thesis, or maybe if you have some, you could revise them. And just pause the feed for a minute to do that if you want, and then we'll look at some examples in just a second. All right, so let's look at the examples here. The two on top again are a simple pro-con. So today I'm going to persuade you why the US should colonize Mars. That first one also announces, which we want to avoid doing. The second one is the mere pro-con. The US should not colonize Mars. So instead, let's look at a couple of other options. The US should colonize Mars to provide new space for a growing population, to provide sanctuary from the environmental issues plaguing Earth, and to inspire the nation in the same way the race to the moon once did. Or, although there would be a renewed sense of national pride being the first to colonize the red planet, the astronomical cost and ethical implications make it an unrealistic solution to Earth's environmental issues. Instead, that money should be invested into funding scientific research, find alternative sources of energy, and lower the Earth's temperature, which would make colonizing Mars unnecessary. Okay, so you see the big difference. Now let's put this all together by looking at a complete introduction. So here's what it might look like. Neil Armstrong's one small step in 1969 inspired the nation and ushered in a golden age of scientific exploration in the United States. The discoveries that came out of this are still impacting lives more than 50 years later. In fact, with the Earth's population nearing 8 billion people and natural resources growing scarce, some are wondering whether another great space exploration, colonizing Mars, is the answer. It could, they believe, alleviate some of the pressure on Earth's natural resources. They also wonder whether it can save human existence if global warming makes that a necessity. Although there would be a renewed sense of national pride at being the first to colonize the red planet, the astronomical cost and ethical implications make it an unrealistic solution to Earth's environmental issues. Instead, that money should be invested into funding scientific research to find alternative sources of energy and lower the Earth's temperature, which would make colonizing Mars unnecessary. Okay, so notice this has all the elements we talked about. We have an attention getter with a Neil Armstrong one small step, but we didn't just put the quote, that's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Instead, we wove it into a sentence there. We also have background and context information, why people are talking about this issue and what those various voices are. And then we finally have our stance, our thesis statement. All right, so here's what we did today. We looked at what belongs in an introduction. We looked at how to write a more sophisticated thesis statement and how to write a more sophisticated introduction. So let's look at your AP exam practice for tomorrow. All right, so we're using the prompt from Friday's lesson, and this time you're writing a complete introduction based on today's lesson. It should include an attention getter, background, context, and thesis statement. You can find a handout of this assignment in the link in the video description below, so you can find that. And we'll talk about this tomorrow in tomorrow's lesson. Tomorrow's our last lesson for Unit 9, and we're really going to put it all together with looking at how to set up an entire line of reasoning based on the thesis. Okay, thank you for watching. Remember to get outside, stay active, try to connect with somebody today, maybe phone or email or FaceTime, whatever it is. Please take care of yourselves, and I will see you tomorrow. Thanks. Welcome everyone. Thanks for virtually being here with me today. I'm just going to give it a minute so everybody who wants to has a chance to join us. We'll be working with the annual Buy Nothing Day prompt again today for just a little bit. So if you'd like to open a copy of the prompt or print it, it's in the link in the video description. I'll also include it in the slide in the presentation for your convenience. We'll just give it about a minute here. We'll give it just a few more seconds to make sure everyone who wants to can join us. And just waiting until throwing to make sure that everybody who wants to has a chance to start with us. So just a few more seconds. All right, let's get started. I am Dawn Knight. I'm an English teacher from Westfield, Indiana. I teach at Westfield High School. It's a little school just north of Indianapolis. We're going to start today by going over the AP exam practice from yesterday. Don't worry if you didn't do the lesson. This will still be beneficial to you as we go through it. So the assignment yesterday was to write an introduction for this argument essay prompt. I asked you to include an attention getter, a background, context, and thesis statement so that your introduction would illustrate the complexity of the situation and set up the focus of your argument. First, let's read the prompt for those of you who weren't here yesterday. So one of the first-year student orientation initiatives at a local university is to collect incoming student cell phones and keep them for 48 hours. The purpose of the initiative is to give students an opportunity to integrate into their new school culture and make friends on campus. Carefully consider the effects of this initiative and the extent to which they might support, complicate, or contradict its intended goals. Use appropriate specific evidence to illustrate and develop your position on the advisability of the 48-hour cell phone ban. Since I can't see yours, we're going to take a look at an example. So I highlighted some things here that I wanted you to include in yours. You'll see the attention getter in yellow, the background in green, the context in orange, and the thesis statement in purple. So look for those as we read through it. It is hard to be the stranger, whether it is starting a new job, moving to a new city, or visiting a different country. It's a difficult adjustment not knowing anyone. This is often the case for incoming freshmen at universities for whom everything is new, the people, the place, and the routines. One local university thinks they have a solution. They believe taking student cell phones on the first 48 hours they are on campus will encourage them to make new friends, giving them an opportunity to integrate into their new school culture and make friends on campus. However, others may wonder whether taking away the device that helps them cope emotionally with such a major change is wise. The tools that a cell phone can provide and the emotional comfort they can get by connecting to loved ones may be just what they need to adjust to such a major life change. Although taking student cell phones might result in some new friendships, a 48-hour cell phone ban is not advisable. Students may need their phones to navigate their new environment. They may need the emotional comfort of connections to loved ones, and taking their phones could pose safety risks. Okay, so take a look at the introduction you wrote to look and see if it has all four of the elements. Is your attention getter sophisticated? Does the background and context help the reader understand the issue and the current perspective surrounding that issue? Does your thesis take a stance that answers the prompt but goes beyond the pro-con and doesn't announce, I am going to write today about, or I am going to argue that? So take just a minute to pause the feed here and assess your introduction. What did you do well and where could you improve? And we'll go ahead with the lesson, but take as much time as you need to pause here and assess your assignment. So as we complete Unit 9 today, we'll be putting the last pieces together. We're still looking at considering the ongoing conversations in an issue. We're also looking at evidence and sources that will either support, complement, or contradict that thesis. And we're beginning to look at transitions. So these are important in learning how to organize an argument and how to support an argument with specific evidence. And as usual, if you look at why this is important, we're also trying to get to that more sophisticated and complex view of these particular arguments. Okay, we're adding in another rubric row today, row B. And although we've written a couple of thesis statements already, we're going to work on them with a little more intention today. If you look at the far right side of the row, to earn a full 4 points in this row, you need evidence to support all of your claims and commentary to explain how the evidence supports the line of reasoning. So now look at under that, at the orange highlights I gave you there, to look at how those points are decided. So a typical response that earns those 4 points uniformly offer evidence to support claims. They don't just give reasons, they explain those reasons and show those reasons with specific support with evidence. They focus on the importance of specific details to build an argument and organize and support an argument as a line of reasoning composed of multiple supporting claims, each with adequate evidence that is clearly explained. So that's really what we're going to look at today, the line of reasoning and how to organize that argument. So today's lesson includes the basic elements of an argument, how to organize an essay and a line of reasoning, what to include in the conclusion, and how to use transitions to help with all of that. Okay, so first, the line of reasoning is really just how to organize your essay and to support your thesis in a logical way. Let's look at a diagram that'll help with that. So this chart is pretty helpful in explaining the basic elements that should definitely be in your argument essay. At the top, you see the thesis. Underneath that, each of those 4 arrows with evidence underneath them would represent body paragraphs. Each body paragraph is organized around a reason why the thesis is valid, and then it includes evidence to support the reason. So let's look a little bit deeper at each of these parts. So first, the main idea, conclusion, or thesis is the focus of the essay. It needs to answer the prompt, and it should be an assertion of your opinion or stance on an issue. It's very important because it tells the reader your purpose. This is the main idea around which your entire essay is built. You're supporting this idea with reasons and evidence to persuade your reader. This typically goes at the end of your introduction, and we're going to talk in some of our other lessons about some other potential lines of reasoning where your thesis might be revealed at the end or your stance might be revealed at the end. But for the most part, you'll see them at the end of that introduction. Once you have your main idea or thesis, you build the rest of your essay around that. So first, you need to decide the reasons why your thesis is valid, and we've been doing some work with that over the last 4 lessons. Those reasons make up the assertion or claim or main idea of each of the body paragraphs. The number of reasons may vary, but you'll typically have 3 or more for an essay of this length. This illustration shows 4, but it may vary. You also need evidence for support. The evidence is what really helps persuade the argument. It's showing that your reasons are valid, and so it supports and strengthens your argument. So now let's look at the chart again. These are just the basic elements, and there's more to the introduction than just the thesis, as we looked at today at the beginning during our warm-up. And you can't just plop evidence into a paragraph. You have to explain it and how it relates to your claim and how the claim relates back to your thesis. You also have to think about the order you want to do your body paragraphs in. Maybe you start with the least important reason and lead up to the most important, or maybe some of the reasons are connected and they need to be next to each other. It makes more sense that way. So these are just some of the basic elements in your line of reasoning. Now we're going to look at a couple of more elements to complete the argument essay. All right, so the basic format of a body paragraph. Some of your teachers may have used an acronym like AXES or PEAL or another version of one of those things. They're really just acronyms to help remind you of what belongs in the body paragraph. Any of them work. They're helpful tools to help remind you. I encourage my students to include at least 2 pieces of evidence for each claim so that there's a little more explanation and evidence and explanation in the middle. And although this is a great outline to use, keep in mind that you also want paragraphs to flow. So there might be a sentence after the claim leading into the evidence and a transition from the explanation of one piece of evidence into the next. So in other words, this is what you would include, but you don't just drop the items in. But a basic format would start with that claim or reason. You would include evidence that shows the audience why your reason is valid, an explanation of how that connects to the claim and the thesis. So what does all of this mean in relation to the thesis? Because remember, that's your overall idea that you're trying to show. Another possible component of the body paragraph is the counter argument. So to illustrate that we fully understand the issue, we want to consider possible counter arguments and refute them in the essay. And we talked about that in an earlier lesson as well. So let's use the stance from the AP exam practice we went over today to illustrate this idea. When you think about counter arguments, you should think, what might the other side say? Can I refute that with evidence? So let's say the stance is, although taking student cell phones might result in some new friendships, a 48-hour cell phone ban is not advisable. Students may need their phones to navigate their new environment. They may need the emotional comfort of connections to loved ones, and taking their phones could pose safety risks. So one of our reasons might be students may need the emotional comfort of connections to loved ones to get them through those difficult first few days in a new environment. Now, we could counter that. Although the university believes that students will have an impetus to make new friends if they don't have a cell phone to reach their friends and family back home, this is not a good idea. Some students, especially those who are more introverted or lack confidence, may need their already established support network at home to help them ease out of their comfort zone so they can try and make new friends. So refuting a counter argument adds a little complexity and sophistication. It shows that we're well informed of the issue, that we know that there are other sides and that we've looked into those other sides and have come to our argument from a place of information. So it's good when you can counter those in your argument. You have to be careful when you do that. If you don't do a good job of refuting, sometimes it weakens your argument to introduce the counter. Okay, we've also talked about introductions in depth in the last lesson, and we reviewed it today in the exam practice, but what about the conclusion? It should include an overall summary of your stance and main ideas. It should also delve deeper into the implications. You remember when we talked about implications and limitations? It's the so what, the why should we care, what impact or effect is this going to have? So the conclusion is a good place to look into those implications, or what will the effects of this stance be. Finally, this is the last chance to leave the reader with an impression. So is there something you can say to reiterate your stance in a way that leaves them with that strong last impression? And you can't just draw all of these elements together into an essay. You need the ideas and paragraphs and sentences to flow. So one of the ways we can do that is through syntax, and I think we did that with our Unit 8 lesson, and there will be some more lessons on that as well, but also through transitions. I've included some of the common transitions here. You can also do a search of commonly used transitions, and you'll find a lot of them. They're just words that help you move from one idea to the next, whether it's from one paragraph to the next, from one piece of evidence to explanation, from explanation to the next piece of evidence. It's a great idea to use transition to make those ideas flow. And let's look again at an example here with the counter argument we just looked at. So without a transition, it would sound choppy. The university believes that students will have an impetus to make new friends if they don't have a cell phone to reach their friends and family back home. This is not a good idea. Instead, we can combine this into one sentence with just a simple transition like, although the university believes that students will have an impetus to make new friends if they don't have a cell phone to reach their friends and family back home, this is not a good idea. Because you see the difference, and especially when you add up all of the sentences in an essay together, they make a huge difference. And we'll do a little bit more with transitions in a later review lesson as well. Okay, now let's take a look at these elements in a student sample of the Buy Nothing Day prompt that we've been working with. This is the argument prompt that we've been working with, the annual Buy Nothing. Again, you can access this in the link provided in the video description if you want to print it or open a copy of your own. We're going to read it together just so that we all have the same place to start from today, in case you haven't seen the prompt in the earlier lessons. The first Buy Nothing Day, a day on which people are urged to purchase no goods, was organized in Canada in 1992 as a way to increase awareness of excessive consumerism. A Buy Nothing Day has been held yearly since then in many nations. An online article, Buy Nothing Day 2006 press release, urged worldwide acceptance of taking a 24-hour consumer detox as part of the 14th annual Buy Nothing Day in order to expose the environmental and ethical consequences of overconsumption. Write an essay that urges your position on the establishment of an annual Buy Nothing Day. And again, consumerism is basically the idea that spending money is good for the economy. So let's look at a high-scoring student sample to see how they organized. Let's look at their line of reasoning. And you'll notice as I read through this that I highlighted some of the important elements and explained what those elements were. And you'll notice that not everything is highlighted because there are also some places where the student is leading us in with some introduction to a claim or a reason or a thesis, or leading us out of an explanation. Okay, so let's look at the introduction. Buy Nothing Day, like the internationally recognized Earth Day, is intended to solve and reverse one of the world's growing issues. Buy Nothing Day proposes environmental protection and ethical implications of overconsumption. It is a powerful and highly recommended holiday that not only conserves an abundant amount of resources, but also preaches a healthier, more sustainable lifestyle. Okay, so there we see their thesis. They're proponents of the Buy Nothing Day. Now the first body paragraph. Being a teenager in this privileged society has its perks. Clothes, electronics, and fancy gadgets are pretty much an expected part of our lifestyle. We often think only of selfish reasons to buy something new, but compared to developing nations, the U.S. consumes many times more on average day than residents of a third world country consume in a lifetime. Developed nations use about 80% of the world's resources. So there was just a little bit of information in there. Now we get to the major claim of this paragraph. Buy Nothing Day, if successfully employed, will give millions of watts of electricity used to produce consumer goods and conserve numerous barrels of the precious oil that fuel our economy. Okay, so there's their claim. Now let's look at some evidence. An unintentional action like Earth Hour, sorry, I'm trying to read what that one says. Oh, where all lights are turned off for over 1 hour, reduces our carbon emission by tons. Okay, so there's some specific evidence about how this might work. And then the explanation. Buy Nothing Day will save even more energy and reduce the amount of waste worldwide. Okay, and now we move into another piece of evidence. Our consumerist society often neglect or forget the resources that we need to continue our lavish lifestyle. The ecological footprint for the developed world is growing by the minute, and yet we still drive our gas-powered cars to malls to try to satisfy our needs. Buy Nothing Day proposes a second thought to our consumer behavior. Do I really need it? The environment suffers from being overexploited and rapid degradation. So we get some explanation to that evidence, and now it moves directly into how that connects to the thesis. And Buy Nothing Day, like Earth Day, urges the public to protect our planet by conserving resources and reducing commercial waste and avoid the tragedy of the commons where widely undesirable outcome results from selfish behavior. Okay, so a good connection back. Now we move into the second paragraph. So if you remember when we talked about what belongs in a body paragraph, we have the claim or reason. That is why our stance is what our stance is. And then we have an example, we explain the example, and maybe we include more than one example or evidence. Buy Nothing Day also encourages an ethical understanding of the consumerist lifestyle. So here's an example of that. The financial consequences of excess consumption is unbearable for our society. The recent economic recession proves to be a disaster for many families. And an explanation. During the recession, the consumerist lifestyle became unsustainable as markets crashed and employees are laid off. And then we get another piece of evidence or example. We teach children many moral principles, but what we often neglect is the ethics of consumption and the explanation for that. Developed nations consume extravagantly, and the resources we deplete for our pleasure is rare and sought after in third world countries. And then finally that connection back to the thesis again, because we're always focused on the thesis. Buy Nothing Day builds ethical consumption behavior for young children as well as adults, and the money and resources saved on this day could go to a better cause, such as promoting global equality. Okay, and then finally we move into the conclusion. Internationally recognized holidays like Earth Day prove to be successful in protecting our environment. The Buy Nothing Day should be widely supported due to the tangible amount of energy and resources saved on this particular day and the healthy lifestyle that it promotes in this excessively consumerist society. Okay, so we get some back to the summary of their thesis and then the implication of that. With the establishment of Buy Nothing Day, our environment will benefit tremendously. Okay, so the environmental implications there. Okay, so it's pretty clear to see the student's line of reasoning. Overall, this was a high-scoring essay. It had that clear line of reason. Everything was focused on the thesis, and the thesis was a direct answer to the prompt. They included specific reasons for their stance, and those claims were the organization around which each of the body paragraphs were evident, and they were supported with specific evidence, which was explained and connected back to the thesis. In the conclusion, they included a brief summary and implication. You might have noticed they only had 2 body paragraphs, and that's okay. It's better to have 2 complex body paragraphs supported by multiple pieces of evidence than to try to add a third that is kind of forced and doesn't really connect back to the thesis. You might have 4 examples also, so it really depends. I say it depends in class all the time, but it really does. It depends on what your stance is, what the prompt is, what your reasons are. So even though this essay was high scoring, it wasn't perfect. There were a couple places where transitions would have made it a little less choppy, and acknowledging and refuting some of the counter arguments might have added a little more depth and sophistication, but overall it was very, very nicely done, and that's why it scored in that high category. So today we looked at the basic elements of an argument, how to organize the essay to create a strong line of reasoning, what to do in the conclusion, and how to make the essay flow better in transitions. And that brings us to today's AP exam practice. We're going to use the cell phone ban prompt again to create a line of reasoning. I included a handout in the link in the video description that will guide you through the assignment. The exam prompt is part of that handout as well for your convenience. I thought it would be good to use this one since we wrote an introduction for it and you have that stance that you can build your line of reasoning around. So hopefully that'll help you put this assignment together. Then use that handout. It will help guide you through the assignment. So Mrs. Velitis will be doing the next few lessons, and I will see you again mid next week. In the meantime, stay active, stay healthy, and remember that there are a lot of us who care about you. Okay, thanks. Have a good one.
Hey guys, we'll get started in about a minute, but we are going to use 3 resources today. And if you go to tinyurl.com/AP virtual lessons, you'll see a bunch of files there. You can just open anything that says 4.8 at the beginning of it. There should be 3 things. One says 4.8 AP practice stature, one says 4.8 prompt for lesson, all right, and the other is 4.8 rhetorical analysis things to remember. So you're gonna go ahead and access that URL, open the links, get ready for today, and then we'll start in about a minute. All right, let's go ahead and start. It's good to see you guys again. Again, at the bottom of the screen, you'll see a URL to access our files. It's also in the show more part of the video description if you show the actual link. And then if you'll go in the folder, you'll see a variety of resources since we started this. Today, we're going to be working with 3 separate things. Throughout the lesson, we're going to talk about a prompt that's from Albright. Then for your AP practice, you'll something called 4.8 AP practice stature. And then I've also given you a document that you can make a copy of or you can download. You can start taking some notes on it. I'll explain that later. And that's called 4.8 rhetorical analysis things to remember. So again, here's the link, the URLs on the screen, or you can access the direct URL through the show more. So many words, the show more part of the description of the video. All right, I'm Mrs. Philitis. It's good to see you guys again. I was on spring break last week and took time just to kind of unplug, do nothing. I read 2 books. I watched a lot of terrible TV. It was exactly what I needed to kind of recharge my batteries. But it is nice to see you guys again. I'm missing my own students, so it's nice to feel like I can do something for students. So it's good to see you again. Before we really dive into today's lesson, I want us to review what you guys learned yesterday. Yesterday, you were wrapping up the argument prompt, and you were given this particular prompt to write an introduction to. The prompt says, one of the first-year student orientation initiatives at a local university is to collect incoming students' cell phones and keep them for 48 hours. The purpose of the initiative is to give students an opportunity to integrate into their new school culture and make friends on campus. Carefully consider the effects of this initiative and the extent to which they might support, complicate, or contradict its intended goals. Use appropriate specific evidence to illustrate and develop your position on the advisability of the 48-hour cell phone ban. And the students who watched yesterday were asked to write an introduction for this particular prompt. Specifically, Mrs. Knight said, in your introduction, make sure you have an attention getter, some background, some context, and a thesis statement in the hopes that if you incorporate those 4 things, you'll be able to illustrate the complexity of the situation, set the focus of your argument a little bit. So since I can't read your own introductions and give you feedback on them, I thought it'd be better for us to look at a sample and mark it up a little bit, and then ask you to kind of compare and contrast how your introduction compares to this one. Obviously, the ideas are not going to be the same. The construction isn't going to be the same. You might not follow the exact same order. But here you'll see, and you can read in a moment, but here you'll see just physically that there are the 4 separate colors and that there's a lot of context provided for this particular introduction. What I'm going to ask you to do is to hit pause on your recording and take roughly 3 minutes to read through this introduction, thinking about why is this highlighted in yellow? Why is this highlighted in green? Where do I see the thesis? Why is it in 2 sentences? So reading through the introduction with those color codes in mind. And then I'm also going to ask for you to annotate your own introduction. You might not highlight it if you don't have a highlighter nearby, so it could just be marking the margins, which of those 4 things you have, the attention getter, the background, the context, or the thesis. So take about 3 minutes to pause the recording, read this sample with those annotations in mind, and then annotate your own, and then I'll come back in and give you, when you're ready, you can hit play again, and I'll give you some things to think about. All right, so if you've just finished annotating your own sample, you might look at things like, do you have all 4 of those elements? You might compare and contrast. You might look at the hook here, and then look at your own attention getter, and look at the extent to which they are really capturing the attention. Is it sophisticated, or is it a cliche, as Mrs. Knight referenced yesterday? You might look at your thesis and compare it to the sample thesis. Again, I'm assuming that the language won't be the same, the ideas of position might not be the same, but are you taking a position or stance like you see here in this thesis? So you might want to pause again if you need to just think about the extent to which your sample, your introduction matches the sample. What did you do well? What did you do better than the sample, possibly? And then how could you improve your own writing now that you've seen a sample? So you might pause again if you need it. Otherwise, we'll move on. I don't know if you're like me or my students, but last Friday, a bomb was dropped on the AP language world, and I wanted to take just a few minutes to address with you what our exam will look like this year. I know that you received an email from College Board, and it's basically, I'm going to give you the exact information. I don't have extra intel or any secret information, but I do want to make sure that you guys are aware of what the prompt will be and what you'll be asked to do. So your AP exam, based on feedback from students and from teachers, has been pushed back about a week to May 20th, and it will take place at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on some sort of a to-be-announced secure server or application or platform or something. Students will be asked to log in about half an hour beforehand. So that should be, if you're on the Eastern Standard Time, you log in around 1:30, and then at 2 o'clock, you'll be given the prompt itself. During that time, you have 45 minutes to read the passage and write the essay, and then 5 minutes to upload it to a secure server. It is going to be a rhetorical analysis essay. That's a free response question they have selected, and you have the option to either handwrite it or to type it. I've had several of my students reach out and say, what would you recommend? And it's tough for me to, even with my own students who I know very well, it's tough for me to say what you should or shouldn't do. I do think it's important to consider how you are as a test taker and how you approach tasks. Handwriting might be nice, so then on a device, you could pull up the passage itself. So you can have the passage on screen and then handwrite, so you can just look back and forth. If it is, my understanding is if you are typing, you'll probably just scroll back and forth. So scroll up to see the passage, scroll down to type. Again, we've not been given a lot of information about platforms, so I could be wrong about that. But for some of you, you might prefer to type because you can type faster and you're okay with having to scroll back and forth. For others, you might say, I need to minimize as many distractions as possible, so I'm going to have the prompt pulled up and then I'm going to handwrite it. Either one is permissible. You can even do it on your cell phones if you like. I think it really is a personal choice. So I think it's good to hear the pros and cons and then evaluate what type of learner or test taker are you. And then the last thing is you are allowed to have a notes page, a little asterisk next to that. So I've given you in the resources for today a sample notes page that you might print out or make a copy of and take notes directly on. This though, I would really encourage you to use more to review prior to the exam or to have it off to the side when you're taking the actual exam. Primarily because if you are spending time going back through your notes while you're writing, it's probably going to cut down on the efficacy of your writing and your reading. It'll get blocked, it'll get a little stunted. It'll take you a few seconds to get back into the ideas themselves. So you could think about it that way. I would also encourage you to keep your notes very brief, very generic. So not thousands of words, but just a few keywords. They're more like reminders. If you're like my students, you need the whole 45 minutes to read the passage and to write your essay. So I've discouraged my students from really having much of a notes page. And if they are, just again, keep it very brief or only the essential things that they're afraid they will forget. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if it were me taking the exam, I think that I would spend more time with my notes and trying to make my writing perfect, and then I wouldn't finish the essay. So those are some of my recommendations. At the end of the month, you are going to be getting more information about the platform. You'll be getting a simulation and a chance to practice. And I will also say that our review sessions moving forward will kind of have you practicing through that lens anyway. You'll notice that a lot of our resources are PDFs in the hopes that you get used to how can I look at something and then type or handwrite and not directly annotate. So you'll be getting more information, you'll be getting more practice through our sessions, and then from College Board as well. So just keep those pros and cons in mind. Okay, so since it is not all the essay prompts, only the rhetorical analysis, I wanted to quickly show you our review schedule starting today all the way through May 1st. You'll notice that these are all going to focus on the rhetorical analysis passage. So last week you practiced with the argument, and that's again because we were trying to make sure we were meeting the needs of colleges and finishing out units 8 and 9. But from here on out, these will pretty much focus on either how to read a passage, how to analyze the choices the writer makes, how to construct your own, and then how to to enhance it. So today we're going to talk about how you attack the prompt, and we'll go into the rhetorical situation a little bit more. But then you'll see from April 10th through really the 21st, we're going to focus on how do you write, how do you construct a rhetorical analysis. So the introduction, the thesis, the conclusion, how do you develop a body paragraph that follows a line of reasoning, how do you choose your evidence, how do you introduce it. Then on the 22nd through the 28th, that's where we're going to be looking at specific choices. So on the 22nd, we'll look at a passage that has irony in it. How do you pick up that irony, how do you recognize it? And then we'll move into things like syntax, tonal shifts. And then the last 3 days are looking more at that sophistication point in more depth in specific areas, such as if you look at the rubric, you'll see there's some reference to talk about the relationship among choices. How do you communicate that? We'll talk about how do you work transitions into your writing at the sentence level, not just the paragraph level, to make sure your sentences flow and they build upon each other. And then lastly, sentence variety and precise language. So our sessions will move from kind of just like broad overview about the rhetorical analysis prompt into how do you construct the essay, into how do you analyze the choices, and then concluding with the sophistication points. If you have questions, please reach out to your teachers. I know I've got an email from a few of you, so if you have questions, you can reach out to me, especially if you're not sure about a particular title. Me or Mrs. Knight can help you clarify that. All right, so for today, I want you to think about how you feel when you're given a rhetorical analysis question. The prompt is a free response question. How do you feel? Do you typically see nothing? That the passage just becomes a blur? And you're like, I don't know what is happening. It's all blurry to you. Or you're like, okay, I can get it, but then you just end up being totally confused. You're like, I don't know what to do with this particular passage or this prompt. I don't understand it. If that's you, then today we're really going to focus on how do you approach the rhetorical analysis free response question, starting with some of the key elements of a rhetorical analysis free response question. So understanding what they're asking and why they're asking it. Then I'm going to give you my two big takeaways, which is how do you annotate the prompt to help you to understand the reading. So then how do you go about reading it? Essentially, I'm going to talk to you today about how do you attack the prompt, because that's actually the perfect way to describe it. It's not some passive activity that you do. You need to go into it with a strong game plan. Just a little background, when the rhetorical analysis question is being drafted for an exam, the writers, the test development committee keeps a few things in mind, and these are your expectations. This is what they expect you to be able to do with the free response question. For rhetorical analysis, you should be able to respond to the prompt with a thesis that analyzes the writer's rhetorical choices. You should be able to select and use evidence to develop and support your line of reasoning in your body paragraphs and throughout the entire essay. You should be able to explain the relationship between the evidence in your thesis. Typically, that's your body paragraph. You should demonstrate understanding of the rhetorical situation. I'm sure you guys are sick of hearing us talk about that, but we will today and tomorrow because it is such a pivotal moment in a rhetorical analysis essay. And then lastly, you're expected to use appropriate grammar and punctuation in communicating your argument. The people who score your essays, your readers, they know that you're writing this under duress and they know that it's just a draft. However, the more you can have precise language and appropriate grammar and punctuation, the better the writing and the better the piece is as a whole. So they know you're doing it under duress, but you're still expected to have appropriate grammar and punctuation. You don't know what you will see on May 20th. I don't know what you'll see on May 20th either, but I do know there is something that will be somewhat consistent from one prompt to the next. They will all have the same wording. Of course, things will change based on the passage itself, but they will all use similar language. You'll be asked to read the prompt, and in the first sentence, at least, sometimes the second, you'll be given some background on the rhetorical situation of the text itself. Then you'll be told to read the passage carefully and write an essay that analyzes the rhetorical choices. So you will always see that you are asked to write an essay that analyzes the rhetorical choices. In this case, analyze means to examine methodically and in detail the structure of the topic of the question for purposes of interpretation and explanation. And then this is the next piece I think is really interesting and helpful for you guys. You will always be asked a prompt to analyze those rhetorical choices the writer makes to develop, achieve, or convey his argument, his or her argument, purpose, or message. And you'll notice here that I've underlined the ellipses, those three dots, primarily because when you see the prompt, you're going to be given either some aspect of the argument, the purpose, or the message. Now, keep in mind, it's typically going to be very vague and very broad, not entirely specific, but they will give you some direction. And that's primarily because this isn't directly a comprehension task. It's more about your analysis of those rhetorical choices. So they'll give you a little direction through the argument, the purpose, or the message. They'll give you a little direction so you know how to approach the reading. Because of that, it's imperative that you spend some time studying the prompt. These prompts were written years in advance. They've been vetted and tested and revised and then vetted and tested again to make sure that the language is precise and clear and appropriate for the particular task. So a lot is embedded within. Pay close attention to the prompt. The prompt we're going to be working with today says, in 1997, then United States Secretary Madeleine Albright gave the commencement speech to the graduating class of Mount Holyoke College, a women's college in Massachusetts. Read the passage carefully. Write an essay that analyzes the rhetorical choices Albright makes to convey her message about the importance of perseverance. If you see a word like commencement and you don't know what it is, again, know that these prompts have been scrutinized and it's all said and done for probably 3 days straight. They combine all those hours. So if you don't know a word, know that you've been given context clues somewhere in the prompt or the passage to help clarify that word. So in this case, if you don't know what commencement means, you can see that follow-up phrase to the graduating class of Mount Holyoke, College. So you know that commencement is going to be graduation. That these are women graduating from a college. So the speech is some sort of a graduation speech. So if you find a word, don't get bogged down. If you find a word you don't know, slow down, look at your context clues. And again, it might come through the passage too. All right, so this prompt, you see those 3 elements. The rhetorical situations in the first sentence. Then you are asked to analyze the rhetorical choices, the exact same language you saw before. And then here you see the message. The clue that they've given you is about the importance of perseverance. It's very broad. You don't necessarily know why it's important or how they might be persevering or in what way or for what reason, but at least you've got some sort of direction when you're reading the prompt or reading the passage, excuse me. A lot of my students get anxious when they see the link of the passage and they do a quick scan of the prompt and then spend more time with the passage itself, with the text. But what I would really encourage you guys to do is to slow down and take 3 minutes just to break down the prompt itself, to again really attack the prompt. The prompt will give you like a SparkNotes version of the passage if you take the time to uncover it. So think about specifically the rhetorical situation within the prompt itself. That's what will give you that SparkNotes summary of what you're about to read. And I promise you, it'll make reading the passage itself easier, faster, and more efficient. You take 3 minutes in the beginning to try to uncover as much as you can about the writer, audience, exegesis, purpose, message, and context. Then you'll be able to go into the passage that is tough with a lot more confidence. All right, so now I'm gonna ask you to pause the recording. If you go into the description part of the YouTube video and you try to hit show more, you'll see that there's a link to a folder that's all our resources. And I'm gonna ask you to pull up the resource that says 4-8 prompt for lesson, I believe, Albright. And I want you to take 3 minutes to read and annotate the prompt for writer, audience, exegesis, purpose, message, and context. If you find that you can't do all of those within 3 minutes, then stop and move on or come back to our recording. Try to take no more than 3 minutes. If you take too much time, then you aren't going to have the passage. So let's say you're taking your 3 minutes and you can only find writer, audience, and message. It's totally fine, but just take 3 minutes and then we'll move into the passage itself. So hit pause and I'll see you in 3 minutes. All right, so if you were marking up your passage, it might look, or your prompt, it might look something like this. Context kind of comes in 2 places, I think. So 1997 and then a women's college in Massachusetts. That also tells us a little bit about our audience, that they're coming from a women's college. They're graduating college, but they went to an all-girls school. We know the writer is United States Secretary Madeleine Albright, so she's in a position of power. We know that the exegesis, the reason why she is here speaking, is for a commencement speech. The students have just recently graduated, or they are graduating. The purpose is kind of twofold. It says very clearly to convey, so verbatim, that is the purpose according to the prompt. But we can also start to make some assumptions of if it's a commencement speech, what else might her purpose be? And then lastly, we now know our message is the importance of perseverance. So you've taken 3 minutes, you've studied the prompt, you've broken it down into the rhetorical situation. Now you're ready to start reading the passage, the speech itself. And then again, you need to really have a game plan when it comes to a passage. You need to attack the passage itself. You took 3 minutes for the prompt. I would encourage you to take no more than 7 minutes to read and study the passage. That will mean you're probably doing a quick skim and just trying to get a broad understanding of the text itself. I know for some of you, you want to take take 15 minutes. And that makes total sense. I think that I would feel the same way if I were reading and writing an essay in 45 minutes. However, typically with the rhetorical analysis prompt, students, as a reader will call, they'll write themselves into a higher score, that they might start with their introduction and they have a fine cursory understanding of the passage itself. But then as they're writing their essay, they're going back into the passage and they're studying it more then. So you might go back to the passage to find your examples or to see how they relate to each other. So you are spending time with the passage, but it typically happens as you're writing. So in the beginning, it's really important just to have a clear, accurate understanding and not necessarily an in-depth look at the piece itself. So I tell my students to only take 7 minutes with the passage itself. And these are the steps that I give them. But the first thing I would do is take your passage and write the main ideas in the margins. It might be for each paragraph. It might be, you see if there's a similar idea in 2 paragraphs, just jotting a few words out to the side will help you to understand or make sure that you understand how the passage is moving. So what's happening in the beginning, the middle, and the end. From there, pull out some key lines. And for me, again, it's honestly, I'm just underlining key lines as I'm reading. I am going to encourage you to not just, I think that some students are like, I'm going to underline anything that's important to me, which makes sense. But remember that we've been given the message about the importance of perseverance. So I would encourage you to underline anything that really speaks to perseverance in a new or unique way. Hopefully her speech will be very cohesive in its argument. But if you see that she addresses a different side of perseverance, you might want to underline that. The other thing you might want to think about doing is underlining anything that's helping to explain some aspect of the rhetorical situation, like the speaker or the audience, because that too might illuminate a little bit more about the argument. And then from there, studying your key lines. So taking more time to read back through what you've underlined will help kind of shore up your understanding of the text itself. I would recommend though that you study a key line from multiple points in the passage itself. Sometimes students are like, oh, I found 3 key lines and they're all at the end of the grade, but you might be missing some really crucial or pivotal information in the beginning of the passage. So I would encourage you to pull lines from a variety of places within the text itself. Then I know we're redundant, but again, underline anything that speaks to the rhetorical situation, where you see those values, beliefs, or anything you're learning about the audience and the speaker. Those are the 2 most important components. So look for those things, and that might be very broad and holistic. It might come from your study of your key lines, but it might just be, okay, now that I read the piece as a whole, here's how I revise what I learned from the prompt. The prompt didn't steer me wrong, but now I have more specific information. And then this last piece is the tricky one, and that's looking at what I call my students chunks. So looking at shifts within the passage. It could be something like the writer talks about this topic in the beginning and then this topic in the end. It might be a shift, so like a shift in subject matter. It might be a shift in attitude or tone. So it might start with the writer being very cautious and then moving to very inspirational. It could be something like scientific and dry to moving to a more emotional laden piece. Think about how the passage moves and evolves and how it's organized as you're reading as well. That typically comes at the very end because then you're able to look at how what you've written in the margins of the notes, how those move. So it might not be that you're looking at the passage as you're looking at your annotations to see if there are any kinds of shifts. I will give you some clues. First, you might not always see a shift. Spoiler alert, you will on today's. And that typically you see that there are 2 or 3 shifts total. So the obvious is first half of the passage, second half of the passage. Another one though is when you'll see 3. It's typically the beginning, the middle, and the end. More sophisticated readers are able to identify these chunks. So it's a more nuanced skill. If you aren't there yet, it's not a big deal, but definitely look for those first 4. All right, so going to ask for you to now read through the speech that I've given you. You looked at the prompt before. Now look at the speech itself and take 7 minutes to attack the passage, looking for the main ideas, jotting those down in a few words in the margins, underlining and studying any key lines that address the message, the speaker, or the audience, deepening your understanding of the rhetorical situation, and then if possible, looking at some chunks. I also think that this is a really good time to practice what you might see with the AP exam, which is I'm going to have the passage pulled up, but I can't mark directly on it. So how am I going to take notes on a separate piece of paper? So maybe you think through that piece a little bit too. I'm going to give you guys a few minutes, and then I'm going to come in and show you guys what I would have done with this passage so you can compare and contrast your annotations with mine. So take about 7 minutes, pause the recording, and then pop back in, and we'll go through the guided practice of this. All right, so looking at your notes, see if they match up to some extent with my own. They probably are not the exact same, and that's absolutely fine. A lot of this is subjective, but hopefully this will be a little bit of a guide for you to like, oh, I totally misread this part of the passage, or I had this idea that Mrs. Lias did mention, which is also totally plausible. So your first step to attack the passage is to write the main idea in the margins. So this was your passage, and I were handwriting my notes on it. I might see that the main idea kind of shifts throughout the passage. That Albright starts her speech talking about how democracy's improved our lives. She's talking about the Berlin Wall and nuclear weapons. Then she starts to move into a discussion about how the U.S. hasn't given up, that they aren't being complacent, and so that even though the fighting in Bosnia has stopped, we're still implementing the Dayton Accords and we're supporting the war crimes tribunal. Then the middle of her speech, and you can see I'm already previewing the chunks a little bit. She starts to move into the role of women. She says, women are starting to stand up more. They're acting as leaders. They're persevering. She gives an example or several examples of strong women at the bottom of the first column, at the top of the second, up and all over the world. And then the last portion, that's when she really starts to turn to her audience. And she says, like you can see in terms of style, she's using the pronoun you a lot more, saying you will encounter resistance, and that you should set high goals. If you set some high goals that are actually high goals that you should be setting, they're not easy or lazy or complacent goals, then that means you will be facing resistance. So that's a good thing to face resistance. It means that you're setting your sights high. And it concludes with what I would write in the margin, just a call to action of saying to her, the students, the graduates, embrace the faith that your courage and perseverance will make a difference. So trust in yourself and trust in your values, and it will get you there. Then the next step is to underline some key lines, study them, read them over a few times to make sure you understand the passage. I'm assuming you all have different lines, but these are 4 that really spoke to me. You need to hit pause to read them, you certainly can. But essentially in the first line comes from lines 40 to 44. She's basically talking about how women are fighting for their rights, trying to make their voices heard. They're standing up and spreading where they're ready to claim our rightful place. Then in the second, she says, in line 64 to 66, after giving the examples of women all over the world, she says, these women have a common determination to chart their own path. She says, be your own person. And if you do so, it will positively impact both your community and your country. We'll have both small and large benefits. She then starts to talk about in line 72 to 74 that no matter how tough the opposition may seem, have courage still and persevere. This is a line that's repeated a lot throughout the passage, and persevere. So she's like, don't give up. You're going to face the opposition. You're going to face challenges and those disagree with you, and that shouldn't stop your course. Keep moving. And then lastly, she ends with this call to action. I had to break it down, just use the ellipses, basically saying, trust that your perseverance is worth it. She says it will ennoble your own life, so it will dignify and empower you, and will also inspire others, serve your country, and explode outward the boundaries of what is achievable on this earth. So that tells us a lot about the rhetorical situation. We looked at the prompt itself. We had kind of like a vague, generic idea, but then after going through the speech itself, we can take those ideas and deepen them. That she's not just the Secretary of State, but she's met with and worked with and come to know women who are fighting for equality and democracy. We can make assumptions and we can infer that these female graduates have high expectations for themselves because through our noting in the margins, Madeline Albright takes several paragraphs just to address this notion of setting high goals. Before, the purpose was just to convey, and the prompts will always have kind of like a generic purpose. But when you start to study the piece a little bit more, you see there's a little bit of like a caution of like, hey, be aware you might face some challenges. But ultimately, she's there to inspire and to motivate them. And so you might recognize that tonal shift a little bit in the piece too. The context we don't get a ton, we do get a little bit more specifically when it comes to the other women around the world. All right, so let's get to the tough piece. That I'm hoping is a lot clearer to you now that you've written your notes in the margins. How would you chunk the passage, or how might you identify certain shifts? I'm hoping that you just kind of step back and you look at the notes you've written in the margins. It will help you to know what direction to take your essay. So in this case, I see that her first chunk is really all about the importance of democracy in the American spirit, because I see things like democracy in the U.S. in my first 2 sets of notes. Then she's talking about the role of women around the world. She gives examples of the strong women, and then talks about how they're kind of all united in this effort. And then the last thing, is their task and what the women should be doing, what they need to understand about themselves and their plight in this larger community. All right, one thing we've not talked about yet that I'm going to add into our list of how to attack the passage is to then start to identify rhetorical choices. It's so much easier for you to then say to yourself, all right, if my first body paragraph is all about the importance of democracy in the American spirit, now I'm going to look at which choices does she make in her speech that helps to communicate that idea. And then your body paragraphs are really governed by ideas, not devices, which is ultimately what we want. Or when it comes to the third body, I'd have 3 body paragraphs. When it comes to my third body paragraph, then I'd be looking at it. She's ultimately writing in that section about women and what they need to understand. Then how does she communicate that? How does she ultimately persuade them to believe that? And that's where your choices come from. In the coming days, we'll talk a lot more about rhetorical strategies versus devices, especially on Monday. So in case you tune in on Monday, we'll be talking more about that. But this is where you would start writing your essay. But you've essentially already mapped out the whole shape of your essay by going through these steps and attacking your passage. You know what your first body paragraph is about, your second and your third, and that's when you go back in and study it more closely. So I might say, okay, now my second body paragraph is going to be about the role of women around the world. What are my examples? And then go back in and study that particular section and look for those choices. So this becomes a guide for your body paragraphs in your whole essay. It's like your outline, ready to go. All right, so just to review, when it comes to the free response question, I would take 10 minutes of just drafting, reading, and preparing. 3 minutes for your prompt, really just looking for the rhetorical situation, and then 7 minutes to skim the passage itself, writing ideas in the margins, underlining and studying some key lines, trying to deepen your understanding of the rhetorical situation in the passage itself, looking to see, okay, now that I have my notes in the margins, am I seeing anything about how the passage moves or how it's shaped that might guide what I end up writing? And then again, the last step is to look for those rhetorical choices that support those ideas. Then that gives you 35 minutes to write. If you take less time with the prompt and the passage in order to have 40 minutes to write, there's a chance that you're going to have to slow yourself down with the writing. You're going to have to go back into the passage. You have to check yourself against the prompt. Whereas if you do the front loading, if you build all that in the first 10 minutes, your writing is pretty much set up and ready for you to go. So that's my advice. That's what I tell my students. I know you want to spend 15 minutes on the passage. You will end up spending 15 minutes on the passage when you're writing. So try to keep just a cursory understanding in the very beginning and then dive in as you need while writing. All right, so for your practice tonight, you have a new passage, another speech in here titled 4.8, I think 4.8 AP Practice Thatcher. It's another speech from Margaret Thatcher in this case. And I'm going to ask for you guys to take no more than 10 minutes. Practice limiting yourself to that time frame. Take 10 minutes to study the prompt and the passage, following those steps that I provided today. 3 minutes to annotate the prompt and 7 minutes to get a basic cursory understanding. And then tomorrow, I'll walk you through kind of like we just did of here is how I would have annotated the prompt itself. Here's how I would have chunked out the passage. So we'll do that tomorrow. And I hope you have a great day. Thank you for watching. It's good to see your faces again, or to know at least that you're out there. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, good to see you. I saw some of you were in the waiting room, anxiously awaiting our start. We'll get started in about a minute. If you want to go ahead and access the link that I have here on the screen, tinyurl.com/AP virtual lessons. It's also in the description of our YouTube video. You just have to click show more. And then once you go in there, you'll see resources for 4.9. Anything that's labeled 4-9, you can open. There won't be much, really just a blank rhetorical situation graphic and then something for practice. We're not looking at prompts today. We're just looking at, when I reference the prompts from the last 2 days. So if you want to pull up the Albright and the Thatcher from 4.8, go right ahead. Otherwise, we'll just kind of wait a few more seconds and then we'll get started. About 30 more seconds. All right, for those of you just joining us, again, I have a link up on our screen for tinyurl.com/AP virtual lessons. If you go to that link, you can access resources that we'll use for all of our sessions. Today, there are 2 that I'll be referencing. One is labeled 4-9, blank rhetorical situation graphic. If you want to open that up, make a copy, download, or just want to kind of sketch it on a separate piece of paper. It's really more of a graphic organizer for the content we're covering today. For your homework tonight, you'll have something labeled 4-9, AP practice, the passage and 2 multiple choice questions. And if you aren't familiar with the Albright passage we looked at yesterday or the Thatcher passage, the eulogy that you looked at for homework last night, you might want to open those. We're not going to study them by any means today, but I'll reference them in passing here and there. So if you're not familiar with those, they're on yesterday's session. So it'd be labeled 4.8, prompt for lesson, I think 4.8 AP practice / or dash Thatcher. So you might want to pause and just do a quick overview if you think that might help you contextualize the content for today. But we don't have a specific prompt we'll be looking at other than reviewing Thatcher's from yesterday. All right, I'm Mrs. Velitis. I'm from Naperville North High School. I teach AP language there. I'm living a little bit outside of Chicago, and I'm just mystified by this weather. I shouldn't be. It's a very typical Chicago spring, where I think 2 days ago I was outside reading thesis statements from my students getting sunburned, and tonight we're supposed to get thunder snow. Yes, thunder snow. That is a thing in Illinois. Basically just a thunderstorm of snow, and I'm gonna hide in my basement and not watch it so I don't cry. I need spring. But anyways, it's good to see you guys. I hope wherever you are, things are sunny, or it's exactly what you hope it would be your weather, and that you're enjoying your time. I will say just a small challenge to you guys. My task for my students today was to give me some suggestions of something to read, watch, or do. We're going a little stir crazy here in Chicago, so it might be nice if you reached out to your teacher with a note saying hello, how are you, and just update them on something that you've read or that you've watched or something you recommend your teacher do. If your teachers are like me, I'm sure that they would love to hear from you. We went over this information yesterday, but just to make sure we are all on the same page, the AP exam has now been pushed back to May 20th. And on May 20th, you will go in at 2 p.m. Eastern time and to a secure platform still to be announced and delivered. And then you'll be given a free response question that's a rhetorical analysis prompt. From there, you'll have 45 minutes to write, and then you can handwrite it and upload a photo of that, or you can type directly in the screen itself. So because you're only being tested on rhetorical analysis, that's what our review sessions we focused on for the next 4 weeks. Yesterday, we looked at how do you attack prompts. I'll review that today briefly in the beginning. Today, we'll be talking about the rhetorical situation, but you can see the topics and kind of pick and choose which you think best pertains to you. So tomorrow, we're looking at introductions, but maybe you're like, I'm good with that, but I would love to hear more about a thesis statement. Tune in on the 13th. If you need more help with identifying certain rhetorical devices or strategies, maybe you look at the 22nd through the 28th. So here's just a brief look at some of the topics we'll be covering, and I hope we see you again. All right, so let's review what we talked about yesterday. If you did not watch or participate in yesterday's session, just try to follow along with the steps and keep in the back of your mind, am I currently doing these steps? And if not, what could I add to my current routine? I taught the students yesterday the same method I teach my own students, which is try to only take 10 minutes with the prompt and the passage in the beginning, primarily because as you're writing your essay, you'll naturally go back into the text, and so you'll get to know it at a more deeper level later. So only take 10 minutes. The first 3 is just to annotate the prompt specifically for rhetorical situation, and then the next 7 minutes is to read the passage, looking for main ideas, just jotting a few words in the margins to capture the essence of a paragraph or 2 paragraphs combined. Underline any lines, words, phrases that really speak to the task and the prompt, the message. Then study some of those key lines, paraphrase them, put them into your own words. Look to deepen your understanding of the rhetorical situation. This prompt will give you some fairly vague. And then the last step is for the more sophisticated readers. It's a really challenging task, but it's a really important one to think about. How does the passage move? It could be from beginning to end. It could be in terms of topics, but looking at, do I see any kind of trend or pattern emerging in the text? So we'll review today. I asked students to look at a eulogy for that Margaret Thatcher delivered at Ronald Reagan's funeral. And here's a prompt. You can look and pause if you need to, but you can look here and compare and contrast your prompt annotations to mine. I will admit, I think that this is a tricky prompt because so many of the elements overlap, which I think is a perfect message for our lesson today, that you can try to isolate, but so many of them impact and influence the others. So for example, the exigence is really kind of the fact that Ronald Reagan has died. But that's also kind of the context that he has passed away. And then that speaks a little bit to the audience. They are there to hear Margaret Thatcher honor Ronald Reagan and to convey her respect for him. So taking 3 minutes for that, then attacking the passage by doing a quick read, writing in the margins the main ideas, studying those key lines, looking for the rhetorical situation, and then identifying any shifts. I would assume we are not the same word for word, so if your passage isn't annotated like mine, I think that's absolutely fine. But here's some things that you might have noticed. That in the beginning, she starts kind of capturing his cheer and his lightheartedness, specifically when she was referencing how he was making jokes after an assassination attempt. So she tries to capture his persona, him as a human. Then she moved in toward the bottom of the first column to discussing how others viewed him or viewed certain situations, what their expectations were, and then how he defied those expectations. So there were several quotes that were like, others saw this, he saw this. Specifically, others saw limits, he saw growth. So she's making some comparisons there and some contrast. Then in the second column, she's focusing more on his values. And again, you might not have the same words, but I hope that you captured something about who he was as a man. She lines like he knew his own mind, he had his principles. Then that filtered down into his leadership style, him as a president, and how he didn't shrink from Moscow. And then she included kind of again returning to his values and how he had certain values that really captured the essence of America. I think the final line says he stood for freedom and opportunity for the ordinary people. So looking at him, again, almost like a symbol for America. Some of the key lines that I noticed were looking at lines 8 through 10, 36 through 39, 60 through 61, and 90 through 92. And one of the tips I gave yesterday was make sure you're choosing from a variety of places. And it's not just, okay, well, I'm going to underline 3 things and they're all in the beginning because then you're missing the end of the passage. So try to spread them out. All of these I think are great lines. I think that they capture a lot about the prompt itself and her respect for Ronald Reagan and how she was feeling as a speaker. So the first one's really talking about how he faced significant challenges like an assassination attempt, but that he did it with a free spirit, with a heart, a lightness of spirit. In the second quote that I pulled out, it was referencing the Cold War and how he could defeat an enemy without having to resort to violence and anything, turn them into friends, which is a trait of a strong leader. For quote number 3, the them, that pronoun there is referring to his values. So he expounded his values clearly, he stated them clearly, he lived those values, he acted upon them assertively. And then the last thing is again kind of capturing his generous spirit, his compassionate things that it symbolizes America. The prompt gave us elements of the rhetorical situation, so it does serve like a spark notes. It gives you a direction to take when you're diving into the passage. It's a lot easier to understand a passage when you have a little bit of a preview. So we have that. The passage gives us so much more. So in something as simple as in the prompt, the passage was just to honor or to convey. The more you're reading the passage in her speech itself, you're really understanding that she's trying to evoke sympathy. She's trying to comfort people by telling them these stories about Ronald Reagan as a man. And if that's just the fact that he's passed away, she's there to honor him. We learn things though, like she's a close friend of his. They work together as allies, and that she's mourning him as well, and that she wants to honor his achievements and help shape how people remember him. But when you study the passage, even if only in 7 minutes, you understand the rhetorical situation so much more than just the generic brief example or brief references that the prompt will give you. So you saw my annotations before. Ours might not look the exact same, but something roughly like this. Yesterday, when we were talking about chunking the passage, one of the things in identifying shifts, don't say the word chunk, but referencing those shifts, identifying those shifts is a lot of times, not always, but a lot of the times you'll see that they move chronologically. So from the beginning of the passage to the end of the passage, and we said it could be first half, second half, you have 2 chunks. It might be beginning, middle, end, and you have 3 chunks. This one wasn't as fluid as that. You can see that if we had to divide it out chronologically, we kind of have like 5 different paragraphs, and that's way too much. But if you look at those notes in the margins, you do see that 2 topics start to emerge, 2 themes. One looks at Ronald Reagan as a man, his cheer, his lightheartedness, and then his values in that second column. Things that describe him as a person, as a human, things that she thinks really reflects who he is. So that's one thing that you could see. Another thing starts to emerge is looking at him as a leader. And again, just taking my annotations, if he's defying others, and we think about his leadership, and then him symbolizing America, all of those things we could kind of summarize and step back and say that's looking at him as a leader. So while it doesn't move chronologically, we still have 2 chunks: Ronald Reagan as a man and Ronald Reagan as a leader. And then this is sometimes I get really excited about writing and rhetorical analysis. This is where it gets really exciting. Hold on to your seats. I have my essay pretty much written out for me. I have 2 body paragraphs here. One about Ronald Reagan as a man. That's the main idea that I'm trying to prove in my body paragraph. And I know exactly where to go back into the passage to find my choices. I'm going to pull choices out that convey that idea. So I have my body paragraph. My outline is essentially captured through my notes. And then my second body paragraph is about him as a leader. And again, I'm going to go back into those moments and try to find some choices that really communicate who he was as a leader. It makes it a lot easier when you approach it this way. All right, so for today, we're going to talk about the rhetorical situation. I'm sure you guys are sick of it. I'm a little sick of it because we've talked about it so much, but it's a cornerstone. The whole essay really stems from your understanding of the rhetorical situation. So we have to spend a little bit more time with it. We're going to look specifically at that rhetorical situation. And then today we'll start to move more into how writers make strategic writing choices based on that situation and how those choices are to achieve a larger purpose. I think it's important to start with the word rhetoric. And this isn't meant to be an in-depth lesson at all, but I think that helps, again, kind of frame your learning for today. So I'm going to give you a few key terms that to me really helps elucidate what rhetoric means. First, going back to Aristotle, rhetoric is essentially the art of effective or persuasive speaking and writing. And the rhetor is someone who essentially is speaking or writing persuasively, or at least intending to. Those rhetors, they create arguments when some situation demands a response. It's not like they're just sitting around thinking, I'm just going to share my ideas. There's something that's happened that has caused them to respond in some capacity. Therefore, the rhetorical situation is the context in which speakers or writers create rhetorical discourse, that communication. And they make choices based on that context. In your essay prompts, you'll see they all start and sound the same. Write an essay that analyzes the rhetorical choices the writer makes to. Think of this as kind of like your roadmap to the prompt as well. The first thing you have to do is understand that rhetorical discourse. You know, the individual's right within a particular situation, so you have to understand that particular situation before you get to the choices. So we're going to look at the rhetorical situation in more depth. Again, I know we've touched on it in probably 7 of our 9 lessons, so we've touched on it. And I'm assuming that you don't need the basics. I will give you the basics. Feel free to pause the recording and read them more slowly, take more notes if you need to. But then my goal is really to kind of highlight the way in which these components aren't really isolated, but how they play off of each other and so how they relate. And I'll also try to give you some strategies, some tips, or just good to know information about each element that might help influence your reading of a passage and help your understanding of a rhetorical situation to be more sophisticated and not just at that basic level what you get in the prompt. So in your resources for today, you have a blank graphic that again you can pull up. You can draw on this on a piece of paper. You can make a copy or download whatever you like if you think you need to take notes. And again, I would encourage you to not write down every little thing, but just something that's new to you about each element. I also want to give a quick shout out to Ms. Maria Brown. She is an AP English language teacher in Norwalk, in Iowa, Norwalk Community Unit School District, and she's the one who created this fantastic graphic. I've had several teachers email me asking for a copy of it. I use it with my students because I think she did such a great job of visually capturing what the rhetorical situation is about. I love the questions she's posed. So shout out to Mrs. Brown. She's a genius. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to look at is technically not part of the rhetorical situation, but I think it's a really good reminder for any of us, and that's genre. If you can stop and recognize what genre or what the medium is of the text, it really kind of governs your whole understanding understanding of the passage as is. AP language is built all around rhetoric, but some of the things I think you've probably seen a lot from your teachers are speeches, essays, letters, and possibly reviews for like movies, music, books, things like that. These are some of the more common meanings that are seen, especially on the AP exam. So speeches, personal letters are very, very popular. I don't know what you'll see May 20th. I don't have my crystal ball, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's some sort of a medium like this. For the speech, if you recognize or if you're given a prompt as a speech, really pause and think about the purpose of the speech and just what it would be for any situation. So eulogy, you know, will always be a sad occasion and someone is trying to commemorate or memorialize someone. We looked at Madeleine Albright and her commencement speech. It's probably going to be something along the lines of inspiring and motivating. And I'm not going to go through all of these. I'm assuming that you guys have read some presidential speeches. That too greatly depends on the context and the purpose, like what's happening that's causing the president to speak. But you maybe also looked at sermons or closing arguments of legal cases. All of those, try to think about how you could choose, how for your rhetorical analysis, you might be choosing things that apply to that medium. So if it's a speech, I would choose things that are meant to be heard, like imagery, powerful language, maybe repetition, things that are meant to be heard and not read, as opposed to an essay where if you're a reader and it's coming from a longer work and you're pausing in the book to read it, or if it's an article from a publication that maybe you're reviewing online or in the hard newspaper itself, you could pause and really take those words in. So something like a syntactical structure you might see more in an essay. The other thing to keep in mind with essays, your audience might not be as clear. The speech is pretty clear who it's being delivered to. Of course, there are always exceptions to that, but speeches, the audience is usually pretty clear. Essays, it might be tough. You're going to have to really study the passage, the tone of the passage, the argument, and how it's constructed to really kind of narrow down who is the intended audience then. For the personal letter, my only tip or reminder is typically, again, there are exceptions, but typically these were meant to be private. They weren't meant to be consumed by the public. So keep that in mind as well. It's again, most likely an intimate letter from one person to another. It's not as though that letter is being written for mass consumption. That might govern your understanding of the rhetorical situation as well. For review, just think about the argument and the values of the writer. All right, so let's look at context next. The time, place, and climate in which the text occurs. Here are some details. Here are some questions you might ask. Feel free to get into a pause if you want to read these in more depth or taking notes on those. But what I think is important to highlight for you of context is incredibly important to understanding the climate in which the writer is creating. Students who understand the context, understand the broader context, which is addressed through the sophistication point. So I'm thinking like right now with everything that's happening with COVID-19, it's not going to be me. If I were to write an article about the importance of the restaurant industry, the way I construct it and compose it this week would be vastly different than if I wrote an article 6 months ago because the climate, because of what's happening to our restaurants and our chefs and the places we frequent so often, that the context would greatly influence how I construct it. You'll hear me say this a lot. It's going to be hard to tell from the prompt. Usually the prompt will just give you a date. Because of that, typically my students who are in AP US history or who have a lot of knowledge about contemporary events, current events, they tend to do well in the prompt itself because they have that contextual knowledge. I'm not trying to say that you need to go out there and take a crash course of US history. You certainly don't, because the prompt and or the passage will give you enough to understand it. But context is really important for understanding those larger issues and what's really at stake. All right, so the next thing we're going to look at is really close to context, and that's exigence. It's the reason that the writer is creating the piece. It's typically an event that's going to inspire, provoke, or prompt the reader to create the text. So it is similar to context. It's what is happening, but usually this is what is the context. This is what has happened, and then the action is, so here's why I feel compelled to write. It's what's prompting them, what's making them feel as though they don't have a choice. I need to step forward and say what I believe or share my insights. Again, the prompt won't give you a whole lot. A lot of times it'll be generic, so dive into the passage itself. And keep in mind that exigence will vary quite a bit from one text to the next or one prompt to the next. So for example, with Ronald Reagan, the piece that you guys looked at last night, the eulogy for, Margaret Thatcher's eulogy for Ronald Reagan, on a very surface level, you could say the exigence is, well, Ronald Reagan died. And that is true. But again, once you start studying the passage, you recognize that it was more than just he died and she was asked to show up at his funeral, say a few things, that it was her way of honoring her friend, of trying to kind of shape how other people see him. She was compelled to share her views of him in the hopes that that's how people would remember him. So the exigence is really going to be driven or clearer through your understanding of the passage. And that's a very personal connection. Madeleine Albright speaking about Ronald Reagan. Sometimes it might not be as personal or as immediate. Again, I think about Madeleine Albright in the commencement speech. They were probably just looking for a high-profile speaker who came in. It's not as though she was compelled to say, I gotta go speak to a graduating class in Mount Holyoke College. But you could make the case, though, that the context is what really influenced the message of her speech, and that maybe she saw that the exigence gave her an opportunity to share her views on equality and gender rights through that speech. That gave her an avenue that she was hoping to explore. So it might not be as urgent or as personal, or might not appear to be as personal. And that the more you study the passage, I think the clearer the exigence will become. The speaker, it's kind of obvious, it's the person who's creating the text. It too will depend on the genre, especially when it comes to understanding the values and the beliefs. And the one thing I would encourage you to do is, if you are given a passage and really on your essay, you really want to focus on the persona, the writer, and herself, make choices or identify choices that really speak to ethos and appeal to the reader's sense of ethos. So anything that shows the speaker's authority. So demonstrating proficiency in the topic or the issue. Some key details that the writer makes about the topic or issue that demonstrates competency. Including something like the allusions the writer makes helps to highlight the values, the beliefs, and the needs. And it should be obvious. The thing that goes hand in hand with the speaker is maybe the most important element is the audience. For the audience, though, I would highlight that I'm sure your teachers have told you this. It's not just everyone. Instead, think about the intended receivers of the text. So who the speaker intends to receive the message. Even if it's a presidential speech, like a State of the Union, that is widely consumed, not even in our country, but for around the world. By studying the passage itself, by studying the piece, you can understand more about an angle that the speaker, the president's trying to take, or a particular group he's trying to appeal to. So audience is never going to be everyone, even if at first glance it appears that way. And keep in mind that you probably aren't the audience as well, unless it's a passage very clearly directed toward high school students. The other thing I think is important to keep in mind is the gap between the speaker and the audience, and that the speaker is trying to persuade the audience to believe or understand something. So there's some sort of gap, some sort of constraint between them. So what is the speaker going to do in order to minimize that gap, to make them be on the same page? Again, for an essay, I would really be looking at anything that appeals to pathos, anything that really responds to or connects with the audience. So as humans, we're naturally drawn to imagery, dramatic language and diction, a direct address like the word you, the pronoun you, and sometimes even repetition. So thinking about what might really appeal to this particular audience and the emotions of that audience. All right, so purpose is the next piece we're going to look at. That's the goal, outcome, or the reaction, the intended or hoped reaction of the piece. The prompt, because the stable language will always say like to convey, to develop, or to achieve. So again, broken record here, study the passage to go beyond that. And think of the purpose as kind of like an extension of the exigence. If the exigence is what is compelling the writer to write, then this is what are they hoping to accomplish then through their writing. So you might look at the two hand in hand or how they influence each other. It's also going to be tied to the genre. Typically the purpose is a to link. So depending on the genre, like a eulogy or a commencement, it will be to honor or commemorate. Commencement address would be to inspire. So the genre might also help you understand a little bit more about the purpose. Some common purposes are things like to advocate. Sometimes it's to denounce, to mourn, to encourage, to plead, to chastise. But there are a lot of ways in which a writer might appeal to their audience, but everything will go back to them. What are they really trying to achieve? All right, and then our last one, the message. This too is a little complicated, and it is sometimes confused with purpose. The message is like the content or the subject matter of the text. Sometimes it's a little literal, and the prompt will give you the message. Now keep in mind that's meant to be very topical, fairly broad, generic, and you should go beyond the message of the prompt, even in your thesis. So for example, with the eulogy that you write for homework last night, I think the prompt says something to convey her reverence for Ronald Reagan. That's the purpose, and the message they give you is to convey her reverence for him. But go beyond that. If your thesis simply states to convey her reverence, it's not showing that you have any real insight, that you're just borrowing the same language. So take some time to understand what that means. If it's the Madeline Albright and the idea of perseverance and why it's important, why is it important, in what way, what does she mean by perseverance, how do you showcase perseverance? So try to think about what it might signify or suggest. So again, if the prompt says to write an essay that analyzes the rhetorical choices the writer makes, first try to understand a particular situation before you get to your choices, because then those strategic writing choices have to be based on that situation. You're not being asked to analyze the writer's style or analyze writing style. You're being asked to analyze the rhetorical choices. So the choices have to be tied to the writer, to the argument, to the act of persuasion. You might recognize alliteration in a passage, but it doesn't mean anything if it wasn't a choice that was made because of the situation, the context in which the writer is constructing. Later in the week, next week, we will have an entire session dedicated to rhetorical choices and what are they, how do you choose them, how do you make sure they're appropriate. But I wanted to touch just briefly on some of the choices I think are pretty common. Don't worry so much about the semantics. A rhetorical choice is a device or strategy. Don't worry so much about being able to delineate one from the next. Think about this though as you are moving forward in your work in AP language, and which of these choices, the device or the strategy, is really speaking to what the writer intended. It could be something that's very small and found within the text, at the info level, the word choice, like a word, the syntax, repetition, certain words being repeated, alliteration, allusions. But you might also think more at a macro level that the piece as a whole, thinking about appeals, tone, how it's organized or structured, or even some of the details that are included. That this isn't meant to be exhaustive, but more just a quick reference that the choices should be tied to writer. All right, so we're almost done. Let me give you a quick real world experience. I'm sorry if this offends any of you. I hate the dentist. I hate the dentist so much. I think it stems from when I was a little girl and having cavities and just being terrified. But I mean, it's the point where sometimes if I have a procedure, I test the because I just get so worked up. So this summer in July, I went in and sat down in the chair. I had my hands clenched to the point where my knuckles were white. Then at one point I started to grip the chair itself, and you could see the veins popping out of my arms. My eyes were just closed, and my was clenched. My jaw was clenched. And the hygienist recognized. She read the situation. She recognized some of the things that I was feeling. She could see that I was reluctant and that I was struggling. So because of that, she made some changes to how she treated me. So she would rub my shoulder occasionally. She was very clear of what was happening and when. She continually kept asking, "How are you feeling?" If I were to go in there and completely unafraid of the dentist and just sat in the chair and she started rubbing my shoulders, it'd be a little creepy. So I'm not suggesting that the hygienist is a writer and I'm her audience, but this is kind of a representation of a rhetorical situation. She's kind of the speaker, and she recognized a value or a belief in her audience, and she made certain choices based on what she could see in my reactions. Just to add a little levity and to add a funny note, a little Tiger King note. That's something else I did last week on spring break. It's unfortunately wasted about 8 hours of my life watching the travesty of the Tiger King. But I think this is a really funny meme that captures how I think you should approach the rhetorical analysis prompt. Don't go into the passage looking just for the rhetorical devices. If they aren't attached to meaning, that it's going to read as a mid to a low essay. Instead, start turning and looking first at the rhetorical situation. If you can then situate those devices in the rhetorical situation, then it isn't you analyzing a writer's style, it's you completing the task. It's you looking at the rhetorical choices, not just the random choices the writer could be making. All right, so just a quick review. I'm going to ask you to pause your screens. I've given you 6 descriptions of elements of the rhetorical situation: exigence, writer, audience, purpose, context, and message. I want you to pause the recording briefly and see if you can match them up to make sure you understand how each thing functions, how you might define them. So you could fill in the blanks, or you could draw a line, but take a moment, maybe a minute or two, to read through the definitions, the descriptions, and think, what is this defining? Which element is it defining? And then I'll give you the answers. All right, if you're ready for the answers, they look like this. So the purpose is what the writer hopes to accomplish. The writer's perceptions of an audience values needs guide the choices. An audience of a text has shared as well as individual beliefs, values, needs. Writers create text within a particular context, time, place, and occasion. The exigence is the part that inspires, stimulates, or provokes, prompts the writers to create a text, and the message is the general topic, content, ideas, etc. How'd you do? I'm hoping good. I hope you did well. Okay, so just a quick review. Individuals write within a particular situation. They can read the room. They understand what is happening to the audience and what they value it, and that maybe their values are really dependent upon the context of what's happening in the world. And so then the writer feels compelled to, the exigence feels compelled to share a message with this particular audience for a purpose. And the writer makes choices based on that situation. All of these things, they don't stand in isolation. They influence one another, and they should inform your understanding of a passage and help you then determine which choices you select. So tonight, for your AP practice, it's a pretty quick review of the practice. There's a wonderful passage from a contemporary writer called In the Country We Love. I've given you a copy of the text itself, and I have 2 multiple choice questions for you that are asking about elements of the rhetorical situation. Take a few minutes tonight to read through that, and then tomorrow we'll go over the answers for each of those, and then we'll start talking about, now that you understand the passage itself, how do you write an introduction? What does a good intro look like, and what does a great intro look like? All right, so thanks for watching. Make sure you complete your practice questions. It shouldn't take you too long, maybe about 5 to 7 minutes, and then we'll review those answers tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great day. No thunder snow for you. Hello everyone, we'll get started in about a minute. If you want to go ahead and access, we have 3 resources for today. The URL is posted on the screen here, but you can also go to the description of our YouTube video, click show more, and then you'll see a link you can access. There are 3 things, all are labeled 4-10. So I'm going to pull those up. We'll get started in a few minutes, or a few seconds, sorry. All right, hello, happy Friday. It's good to see you guys again. Thanks for tuning in. I'm sure there are a lot of other places you would rather be on a Friday afternoon, so it's nice to see you. Thanks for being here. Today we have 3 things we will be utilizing today. You can access them at the tiny URL that's posted here on the screen, but if you also click on the show more in the description of our YouTube video, there's a folder, a link to a folder that has the resources. All of the resources for today are labeled 4-10. So one is 4-10 handout. If you want to open that, make a copy of it, download it to your computer, or just use it as a guide. It's just to help you kind of keep track of some of the things we talk about today. Then there's one called 4-10, prompt for lesson. It's a lesson, or it's a prompt we've been looking at before. It's the Madeline Albright speech or commencement address. You can open that, and then we will at the very end be looking at 4-10 AP practice for your homework for tonight. I am Emily Velitis. It is good to see you guys. For those of you who tuned in yesterday, I warned you that we were supposed to get thunder snow. Luckily, we didn't, because I would have lost my mind. So we did get some snow, though. That's maybe a little sad, but I was thankful that I didn't hear the thunder snow as I was trying to sleep last night. I also want to give a quick shout out to Mr. Kirby's AP Lane class at Chelsea High School in Massachusetts. Mr. Kirby and I have been emailing back and forth over the last few days, and he's been praising how wonderful and resilient you guys are. So I'm glad you're watching. Hello. Hi to Mr. Kirby as well. And again, thanks for everyone who's here. Today, we are going to be talking about how do you take all of this and turn it into your writing. Before we do that, though, let's review yesterday's lesson. So if you weren't here yesterday, you can follow along, I think, pretty simply, or you can always go back and watch the recordings later. Yesterday, we talked about the rhetorical situation, and it's a topic that we've referenced several times throughout these videos, but we really took some time to break down those elements and consider how do they relate to one another. Specifically, we're talking about how important the rhetorical situation is because individuals write within a particular situation and then they make strategic writing choices based on that situation. So when you're trying to pick out what your rhetorical choices might be that you're examining in your essay, you need to keep in mind those choices are based on that rhetorical situation. Otherwise, if they aren't connected, it's not going to make a lot of sense in your essay. And then we started again kind of talking about the purpose and how writers make those choices to achieve purpose. I gave the students a passage. It's a wonderful passage. I love this piece from Diane Greer. She was in Orange is the New Black, and this is part of her larger work about her experiences in the U.S. When she has parents who are immigrants. It's a fantastic piece. And I gave students 2 multiple choice questions to ask or to answer. Excuse me. And part of the reason why I did this is because we've had a lot of writing practice, but I wanted you guys to see how to take a passage and then extract it in a very concrete way where you have 5 options. So the first question was asking about exigence. That is what's compelling the writer to construct this piece. And the question asks which of the following best describes the author's exigence in the passage. The correct answer was B. So I hope you guys got that correct. But let's go through all of the options just to kind of clarify why A, C, D, and E are incorrect and B is correct. The first thing is the increasing number of people seeking asylum in the United States wasn't addressed in this piece at all. That you might see that you could infer that might have been something that prompted her or spoke to her because it aligns with some of her values, but it's not addressed in the passage itself. It's not going to be what prompted her to write. This option C, the lack of positive role models for children of undocumented immigrants. She does talk about, maybe like halfway through the passage, about the impact that having a parent in the house with a child, the positive impact it has, and then she referenced I think it was her niece and how she's in jail. So she does reference role models, but I don't think that she does it strong enough to make it her exigence or reason for writing. I would have to do too much inferring to assume that that would be why she wrote this piece. I would also have to infer a lot if it was for option D, widespread ignorance of the poor quality of legal representation. Again, she referenced legal representation at various points in the piece, but I don't think that was what is prompting her to write. That's not why she's compelled to write. Otherwise, it would have been more prevalent in the piece. And then the last incorrect option, E, the author's desire to acknowledge her parents' efforts to support her despite their immigration status, just again wasn't addressed. So that leaves us with E, the impact of government policies on undocumented immigrant families. She references that for herself, but also for others and how those policies are ultimately impacting her and her siblings and her nieces and nephews. The second question is really a context question or the time and the place in which it was written. So this question itself is really asking how she references or includes context in her passage. The answer is D. If you're going to go back through each of these, option A, if you might have picked that, I think that you probably would have been stuck just on the first few words, legislation, because she does reference that at the end of the piece. But if you look closely at the option, that legislation hasn't been passed. So A isn't correct. For option B, she does reference hearings, but not necessarily the backlog. So if I had this option, I would have crossed out that word backlog and just moved on. For letter C, the significant changes in the number of immigrants in the United States. Again, we can assume that as a reader, we can infer that maybe that is something that has occurred, but it's not a direct reference. And that's what the question is asking. It's not directly stated. Therefore, we would cross that one out as well. And then she doesn't really address widespread abuses. If I had to cross the word out here, it'd be the word widespread. There's minimal reference to the criminal justice system. And again, not the widespread, and it doesn't strengthen her argument, which leaves us with option D. And she does reference toward the last 2 paragraphs or so that Obama has made a pledge to support immigrant families or families of immigrants. And so in this case, I think that quote is providing some sort of deportation relief for families across the country. And she ends by saying, and I would urge him to do so quickly. So that's her reference. It's pretty direct, especially when you look at the other options that aren't as verbatim in the text. All right, so today's lesson, I'm going to give you a little preview of how I'll approach it. I'm going to talk about writing over the next 2 or 3 days through the lens of what is good versus what is great. I'm going to give you some really concrete tips to have something that's good and then some suggestions for how to turn that into something that's great. At the top of your screen, you'll see that it'll be highlighted in white when I get to each of those points. So to start with the good. A good would cover the essentials. Something that is good would be done pretty quickly. It wouldn't take a whole lot of mental energy to do. And it's something if you are anxious or you're having a time crunch, you can do it pretty quickly. It's competent. It gets the job done. I like to equate it to cheese pizza, which I'm going to have on Friday. My husband and I always have pizza on Friday. Cheese pizza is great. Love cheese pizza. I am not going to be upset with cheese pizza. However, I would be really happy if my husband and I ordered some pepperoni or pepperoni and sausage, maybe even a deluxe pizza tonight, because to me, that's great. When it comes to your writing, it's more of an enrichment or an extension of what is expected of you. Usually, though, that will take a little bit more time because it reflects sophistication. It goes beyond the basics. So my goal for you guys today is I'm going to talk about introductions and how do you write an introduction, a good introduction, and how can you turn that into a great introduction. I'm going to give you those tools. You can put them in your toolbox, and then depending on what you see on May 20th, you can decide which of these am I going to really put my energies toward. Am I overwhelmed by this passage? I don't understand what the writer's saying. If so, I'm just going to write the good intro. Get it done. If you feel pretty confident in the task, the prompt makes a lot of sense to you, the passage is clean and easy to understand, then you might strive for a great introduction. So I'm going to give you both of those options. Today we're going to be focusing on how to write an introduction for a rhetorical analysis essay. I think personally those are a lot easier to write than an introduction for an argument or a synthesis because there are very concrete things that you need to do. I would also encourage you to write your introduction in under 5 minutes. So we've talked on Wednesday, take 3 minutes to read and take the prompt, take 7 minutes to just get a cursory understanding of the passage. Then I would start writing and I would time yourself and make sure the intro, whether it's good or great, is completed within 5 minutes because you really want the bulk of your time spent in your body paragraphs. So let's take a closer look at what College Board and Advanced Placement says is desirable when it comes to writing an introduction. First, they say the introduction of an argument introduces the subject and or writer of the argument to the audience. It's just basically your objective is to just introduce, to guide your reader, to ease them into the topic. Then, controversial here, the next sentence says an introduction may present the argument's thesis. Basically, they're saying that the argument could be anywhere in your essay. It does not have to appear in your intro. However, from the bottom of the heart of every English teacher out there, please just put it in your introduction. Just put it in there. It doesn't necessarily have to be the very last sentence of your intro. I think that's what a lot of students think, and that's again absolutely fine. But it doesn't have to fall there. It can fall anywhere in your introduction. But when you think about the objective of an introduction is to introduce the subject of the writer, it makes sense to put your thesis there. So we'll talk about thesis statements on Monday because they're their own beast and they need their own session. But please just include an introduction. Make all of us happy. All right, and this last sentence is what we will really be focusing on today. An introduction may orient, engage, and or focus the audience by presentation quotes, intriguing statements, anecdotes, questions, statistics, data, contextualized information, or a scenario. When you are writing an argument or a synthesis essay, it's really important that you can engage your readers right off the bat. And that's where you'll see those presentation quotations, anecdotes, questions, stats, and data. But for the rhetorical analysis, I really think the most important elements to an introduction are an intriguing statement, contextualized information, or a scenario. So that's what we'll be focusing on today, those 3 areas. If you looked closely at the rubric for a rhetorical analysis, you'll see at the top that there are 3 rows. The top is for the thesis, 0 to 1 points. The second row is for evidence and commentary, 0 to 4 points. And then the third row is sophistication, 0 to 1. If you were to go in and spend some time with those details in each element, you'll see that an introduction is not mentioned anywhere in there. In fact, the whole first row is really just about that thesis, hence Monday's lesson. So your introduction is not necessarily something that's evaluated just in and of itself. However, the introduction is crucial. You want to get your readers invested in the topic as quickly as possible so you can understand what you're really trying to argue in your body paragraphs. So even though it's not explicitly stated in your rubric, it really is going to enhance all of those areas, not just the thesis point. So even the sophistication, if you're including some of that contextualized information, it demonstrates that you have a more complex understanding of the rhetorical situation, which is what they're ultimately assessing in row C. So work on your introductions. They're incredibly important to your whole essay. And that even though there's not a particular point for an intro as a whole, only a thesis, it will impact your score as a whole. All right, so here's what you need to know. I'm going to ask for you guys to pause the recording and become familiar familiar with today's prompt, it's 4-10 prompt for lesson dash all right. If you're already familiar, if you've been joining us in previous sessions and you've already studied the prompt and the passage, then maybe you don't need that time. If you do, please take it, read, and just become familiar. That's all. You don't have an in-depth study of it, just become familiar with it. But then I'm going to ask everyone to take a few minutes to read 2 sample introductions I've given you. And I want you to identify the similarities between the 2. I'm a big believer in showing student work that I can tell you everything that you should be doing, but if I can show it to you in student writing, that's when it like really starts to click. So I have 2 samples for you. Both of these are good introductions. They are well done. It's not meant to be a, oh man, this one's terrible. They're both pretty good. So I want you to take some time to read through both of them and underline any similar words that they are using. So I'll give you a hint. One thing you'll underline is Madeline Albright. Her name is used in both those introductions. So think really literally where you see certain words being repeated. In the handout, I've given you a copy of both of these introductions. So if you again want to open that, make a copy of it or download it and underline there that word. But take a few moments, however long you need, to pause the recording and underline where you see similar words being used in both of these good introductions. All right, so here was my little cheat sheet. Hopefully ours look similar. There were certain words like Madeline Albright, 1997, Mount Holyoke College, graduate or graduating, to inspire, that we do see quite a few words being used in both. So here's my question. Anything look familiar to you? If you look at these underlined words, these similar words, how might you describe them? Spoiler alert, it's a rhetorical situation. And that's part of the reason why, again, we keep harping on the rhetorical situation, because that's, again, as I mentioned, the cornerstone of the rhetorical analysis prompt, and it's what's going to make your life so much easier when it comes to writing an introduction. You'll also notice that I underlined their choices because they weren't the exact same, but they both listed out what choices they'd be exploring in their essays. So one of the first things I'm going to tell you that a good introduction will do is they will orient or focus the reader through some contextualized information, essentially the rhetorical situation of the passage. Typically, a good introduction is about 2, maybe 3 sentences. It's really brief, but it's good. It gets the job done. Don't feel like you have to write a chapter book for your introduction. It could be just 2 or 3 sentences, and that's fine. So some ways that you could orient or focus your reader using the language of the subjective. You could introduce a text, especially if it's not going to be stated in your thesis or in your portion about the rhetorical situation. You could introduce or include the rhetorical situation, and then hopefully at this point, that's kind of done for you through your annotations with prompt and the passage. But you know the rhetorical situation well, and all you do is take all those little components and put them together like a puzzle into 1, maybe 2 sentences. Your annotations will guide that for you. I will say though that good introductions might not have all of those elements. Maybe 3 or 4 of the components of the rhetorical situation find their way into a good introduction. And then the last thing you would need to have is a thesis. It's analyzing the rhetorical choices. Again, tune in on Monday if you want to hear more about what a thesis should look like. All right, so here's another introduction that I think is a good introduction. That's why it's highlighted in white at the top. I want you guys to pause if you need to, but take a few seconds to read through this introduction and identify the rhetorical situation in it. Where do you see the student is referencing those elements? And I guess also think of those descriptions of that criteria for a good introduction. Do you see that that's being achieved? So take a moment if you need to pause, and I'll show you where I saw the rhetorical situation. All right, so hopefully it looks something like this. Similar to those 2 model introductions we looked at, there's some common words being used. 1997, commencement, the speaker's name. We see reference to the audience of Mount Holyoke College, her purpose, and then her message is to change the world and break through the glass ceilings around them. Here's something else that I think is a really interesting insider tip. This was the entire introduction. This was all the student wrote. It wasn't 2 or 3 sentences. It was just one. It was a 1-sentence introduction, but it still is good. It's a cheese pizza. I'd be happy with this. If my students wrote this in 45 minutes, I'd be happy. Maybe not like sausage pepperoni happy, but I'd be happy. It's good enough. Also, this is easy to do in 5 minutes. So if you do find that you're rushed for time on May 20th, strive for a good introduction. All right, so then you're probably wondering what makes a great introduction. The deluxe pizza version of the introduction. This will do everything that a good introduction does. It'll orient and focus. It'll get that contextualized information. But to me, a great introduction goes beyond that. They're really engaging the reader. And as I referenced earlier, there are 2 ways I think are appropriate to engage your reader for a rhetorical analysis essay. Through intriguing statements, maybe also a scenario. I think that's gonna be a little bit harder to pull off in a time setting for rhetorical analysis, but it might fit into an intriguing statement. These are typically 3 to 5 sentences long. So if you're the kind of person where you need, like, again, concrete steps, a great introduction is going to be around 3 to 5 sentences. And those are the ones that will relate to the issues or the context a little bit more. Typically, they'll open with that history, background of the issues. They might be referencing a larger significance in a sentence. And again, typically that starts the introduction. Another thing that students will do is, and you'll have to forgive my typo, it should say incorporate rhetorical situation. They'll incorporate the rhetorical situation in more depth. So thinking like maybe not every single element, but definitely more than 3 or 4 like a good introduction would do. They might also be a little bit more specific or insightful in what those elements of the rhetorical situation would be. Again, sorry for the typo on that second bullet point. It should read situation, not strategies. And then the third, and this is Elias' favorite, is the student will have an intriguing statement or scenario that demonstrates controlled writing, meaning those students have some really bold ideas, striking ideas, or they have highly stylized or they use vivid language. These are going to be the sentences that make you kind of like go, and pause, or maybe again, I'm just a nerd. You're really excited and it makes me want to read more. So again, it could be a really bold, striking idea, or it could have like an original construction, or they could be using some of those strategies that they're going to be examining in the essay. It shows that the student is more interesting or more engaged in the topic. They aren't merely just answering an essay prompt, they're really responding to it. They put some thought into it. The other thing I think is important to keep in mind with engaging your reader through your introduction with an intriguing statement or scenario is it's going to build your credibility. It's going to build your ethos and your appeal to your reader's sense of ethos. It will show that you're a more sophisticated writer, reader, and thinker. But it's also going to appeal to their pathos because you're connecting with it. If you're engaging them, you're making them want to read more. So we'll speak to the sophistication point on that rubric as well. So let's look at a sample. When you read through this sample, this introduction, think about those elements of a great introduction. Where do you see those things happening? Specifically, is the student relating to the issues or context, incorporating more specifics or more insightful elements of the rhetorical situation, or do you see moments of some controlled writing? Pause the screen if you need to, and then we'll go through this introduction and talk about how I might have marked it up. All right, so one of the first things I will highlight is that the student lists out the choices. So I have some previewing for where the essay is going to go. The student will talk about contrasting hypotheticals with reality, providing examples and personal anecdotes, and then strong repetition of the word persevere. So we see some choices. For a great thesis, we know that one of the things they can do is to give us some context, some background. And I think the student does that here in the very beginning by talking about voting rights and gender equality, giving us some background about where she's coming from and why she might be writing. The other thing that I really enjoy about this is some of the style that comes through in that third sentence. The glass ceiling remains unbroken, and women continue to fight on all fronts for rights they deserve, rights that should be inherent. To me, it sounds like I can picture a student standing in front of a pulpit and delivering this orally. That kind of stuff gets me excited. You don't even know that that's an example of a syndenton, but because the student is removing that and with rights they deserve and rights that should be inherent, it makes the voice so much stronger. I also love that repetition. Rights they deserve, rights that should be inherent. You could even say that the description of the glass ceiling remains unbroken is speaking to kind of like a bold, powerful statement as well. Then, like a good introduction would do, the student gives us the rhetorical situation in 1 sentence and then gives us a 1-sentence thesis. Now, if the student did not have those first few sentences and really just picked up their introduction with the Secretary of State Madeline Albright, it would have been just fine. It would get the job done. But by adding a few more sentences at the beginning that explains the context, gives a little style, it really engages the reader so much more. Okay, so now that you've seen a model of good and a great introduction, I'm going to give you 2 introductions to read and evaluate. In the margin, I would say these are the margin of good and great, meaning that I think the good is kind of pretty good. And the great, I think it's kind of great. So it's not going to be as stark as what you saw in the previous examples. So take a few moments, pause the recording if you need to, read through both samples and determine which one you think is the good. And again, I think it's pretty good. And which one is kind of great. So read through these and discern based on that criteria, which one is good versus great. All right, sample A was our good introduction. Again, cheese pizza, it's totally fine. The student has clear choices, so we know the student is meeting the task. It's about 2 sentences, it's hitting the rhetorical situation. It's just fine. It's not making me totally jazzed about reading a whole essay, but it gets the job done. It's totally fine, which means that sample B is the pepperoni sausage, which means that's our great one. I do think that it is not as great as our previous example of great introduction, but I think that's good for you guys to see that there is some range of what a great intro might look like. I really like that the student still includes the rhetorical situation and the choices, but there is some moments of powerful writing, specifically how the student starts with United States Secretary of State Mal Albright stood before her audience. It helps me imagine that. It brings the imagery to the forefront. And then I love that line. She used her speech to plant seeds of how to live an impactful, selfless, worthwhile life in young heads. That's such a great sentence. Again, I love the style of it with the listening of impactful, selfless, worthwhile. But I also that imagery of planting seeds. To me, that takes a little bit longer to construct because the students really start to think about what is happening in this commencement address and not just what I have to do to get it done. So it's not exactly a scenario, but it is kind of helping us to imagine what things were like for those who are in the audience. It helps us picture what was happening. So I think that's what makes this one great. All right, so just to review, looking at the objective that advanced placement has given us, there are some must-haves, some nice-to-haves, and then just a lightest one, the teacher one. For introduction, you have to have the elements of the rhetorical situation and you have to provide some sort of introduction to the topic. Those are the must-haves. So the bare minimum, you have to address the rhetorical situation in your introduction. But what's nice to have is something that takes a little bit more time to develop, but will help to add sophistication. So engaging the reader through an intriguing statement or some really nice style, possibly through a scenario. And then what the teacher would like is for you to make sure you're addressing the title, and we would like you to have your thesis in there. So just a quick reminder, a good thesis will usually, or good introduction, will have 4 of the components of the rhetorical situation. It will include a thesis, and it will be roughly 2 to 3 sentences. A great introduction will be more like 3 to 5 sentences with at least 5 of those 6 components of the rhetorical situation. It too will include a thesis, but it will at least have a reference to the broader context and incorporate some style through the scenario or an intriguing statement. So for your practice tonight, should be no surprise. I'm going to ask for you to think about a passage, a eulogy that Margaret Thatcher delivered at Ronald Reagan's funeral. You've been following this along. It's a prompt you've seen before, and you've hopefully already annotated and worked with. I'm going to ask for you guys to write an introduction to this prompt that's either a good or a great. Maybe you try to write a good introduction in 5 minutes and then see if you can add to it in another minute or so to make it great. But I'm going to encourage you to keep as close to 5 minutes as possible. And then tomorrow we'll look at an introduction and I'll see how yours might compare to the sample that I have for you. All right, so thanks for tuning in. I hope you guys have a great weekend, and I'll see you on Monday to talk about these statements. Hey everyone, we'll get started in about a minute. If you want to open the files for today, there's a handout that you can take notes on. Just make sure you are making a copy or downloading it for yourself. And we'll get started in about a minute. All right, hello everyone. Thanks for joining me. Happy Monday. It's good to see you. I hope you guys all had a good weekend. I am Mrs. Velitis. Mrs. Velitis. I'm an English teacher at Naval North High School, about an hour or so outside Chicago. It's good to see you guys. On Friday, we started talking about writing in terms of good versus great, and we'll do that again today and tomorrow. I think it's just an easy way to kind of approach these online lessons since I don't see you every day and I can't see if you're making the like face or the face. I feel like this is a good way for you to kind of discern which camp you fall in. So I'll refer to things as good or great. If it's good, those are kind of like the basic, quick, easy to do, essential pieces of information. It's just an adequate understanding of the task itself. I am about 5.5 months pregnant, and I feel like all I do is eat sweets, which is terrible. I know my doctor would yell at me. Yesterday, I made Rice Krispie treats. We had Rice Krispie treats. I had jelly beans, chocolate bunny. I mean, I just did that. So I clearly have desserts on the brain. I like to think good writing is kind of like a chocolate ice cream cone. It's good, it's satisfying, it gets the job done. For this pregnant woman, I'm gonna be very happy with a chocolate ice cream. However, a great is going to knock your socks off. It's going to be amazing and really insightful. It's going to reflect more sophistication. It's going to go beyond the basics of just getting the job done. So in this case, to me, a great ice cream would go to a waffle cone. I love waffle cones, and I also love those tracks. That's vanilla ice cream with like swirls of fudge and the peanut butter cups in it. I would be happy with both. If my husband came home from work today with either ice cream, I'd be very satisfied. But sometimes you want a little bit more, and that's what we'll be focusing on. So we looked at on Friday, we'll look at today and tomorrow of some elements of good writing, and then how you can take those good elements and turn them into great. My goal is just to give you many tools that you can put in your toolbox that you can use as you see fit when it comes to that exam on May 20th. So Friday specifically, we were talking about introductions, and a good introduction, one, it's just fine. It would make me as an English teacher very happy. A good introduction is going to have approximately 3 or 4 of those components of the rhetorical situation. We reviewed that it would have a thesis statement, and it's going to be about 2 or 3 sentences. If you find yourself reading a prompt or a passage and not really knowing what to do with it, the tip I gave you was identify the rhetorical situation, chunk out the passage, and then just quickly cover in your introduction, mainly the rhetorical situation. However, if you have a good understanding and you're doing a pretty good job with your time management, then maybe you push for a great introduction. That's where you have at least 5 of the 6 components of the rhetorical situation. It has a thesis. It's going to be about 3 to 5 sentences total, and you would do at least one of the following. You might reference the broader context or the larger issues that are being revealed through the passage. You might incorporate your own writing style, and that might happen through a scenario, like possibly you are setting the scene, you are covering up the 5 senses through some sort of an image, or it could be through very bold, striking language. So it could be in terms of ideas or your word choice. So that's what we covered on Friday. And I asked students to write an introduction for the Margaret Thatcher eulogy that she delivered for Ronald Reagan. And since I can't see what you guys wrote, I'm going to give you a sample of an introduction and ask for you to determine, pause the recording, and determine, is this a good or a great introduction and why? Keeping in mind those traits of what a good versus a great introduction would include. So how many of those elements do you see here in this introduction? Pause the recording for about a minute or so, do a quick scan, and determine, is it good or great and why? All right, so here's the answer. First, I see that the student has a thesis, so that could be either good or great. The thesis is going to address, tells us the essay will include a strong appeal to pathos, a first-person point of view, and rallying buzzwords. So I know the student has a thesis. Beyond that, though, I noticed in the very beginning, the student opens with some of the broader context, specifically loss in general, what it means to lose someone. The student moves outside of the immediate in the path of the eulogy itself and starts thinking about what's really going on. So the student has a broader context. I do see, or what I think is a pretty nice piece of style, is looking at some of the language choices, a uniting and reassuring voice, a divided and anxious group. But I can see some attempts, at least, at style. The student then gives some rhetorical situation in that sentence. You can see here that starts with the former prime minister, and then the student again has a thesis. At this point, the student has a great introduction because they're at least trying some of those elements of a great one, like the broader context and the style. And it is between 3 and 5 sentences. So I would classify this one as a great introduction. What I would encourage you to do now is to pause the recording, look at your own introduction, and see if you can annotate it for any of those elements and determine if you are good or great. All right, so on Friday we talked about the introduction, but we just briefly glossed over maybe the most important piece of the introduction. That's the thesis statement. I'm a Schitt's Creek fan. It's been a tough loss saying goodbye to Schitt's Creek, but I think that this is a perfect get to kind of capture English teachers in general and how strongly we feel about thesis statements. I think if you ask any English teacher, they would say, here's how I would like for you to write it. So I will say it's a very difficult task for me to try to teach you when we can't practice it over multiple settings. A thesis is not something you're going to learn just in a 30-minute video. It's something you have to practice and get feedback on and hear what certain samples might look like from your teacher. So my first tip is, if you find yourself unsure of what to do, go back to your notes that your English teachers provide you about a thesis statement. If you don't have those notes, try to email the teacher and say, hey, what would you recommend? What do you think a good thesis for rhetorical analysis would include or look like? I'm going to teach you in a way that I would teach my students. I'm going to give you some tips that I would give them in a whole lesson. So take it as you will. Again, I would always encourage you to go back to what your teacher has advised and maybe just use this as a way to better understand what you've already been taught. AP specifically describes the thesis statement as the main overarching claim a writer is seeking to defend or prove. In this case, you're the writer. So what is the main overarching claim in your essay that you're going to have to defend or prove because it goes beyond the obvious interpretation or you provide evidence for it. AP says it doesn't necessarily have to be a single sentence or an explicit statement, and that is true. However, if you were in my classroom, I would strongly encourage you to fit it all into one sentence. Excuse me, to fit it all into one sentence and to make it clear. If it is explicit and it is clear, then it guides you in your thought process so much more. So when we ask you to put your thesis statement into one sentence, it's just as much for you as it is for us. It gives you the direction that you need. It's also a lot more concise. If you were to spread it out beyond a sentence, it's kind of hard to track, and sometimes then it gets a little convoluted. AP also says that it may preview the line of reasoning, and that basically says like where your essay is going to go, the direction of your essay. However, it's not saying that it must list the points of the argument, aspects to be analyzed, or specific evidence. Instead, you want it to be more broad and open-ended and more abstract, which is tough to do in a time setting. So I see this last bullet point kind of operating in two manners. You can go this way or you can go this way. You'll see that for me today, the first sentence will be our good and the second will be our great thesis statement. Before we do that, I just want to make sure you guys are all aware how you'll be evaluated for the thesis statement. The statement itself is its own category on your rubric, so it's really important that you understand how those points are being assigned. Pause the recording and take a few moments to read through the description for the scoring criteria, the decision rules and notes, and the additional notes to help round out our discussion for today. And you might start thinking about, if you had to underline, what are some key traits you would underline? What are some things that this rubric tells me I should do and I should not do? Pause it, take about a minute or two to read through it, and I'll give you some tips. All right, there are three things that I think really stand out in this particular row of the rubric. Is that students need to be able to respond to the prompt. It needs to be defensible. And it needs to analyze the writer's choices. That's what we're going to focus on today. They do tell you a few things you should avoid, like don't just restate the prompt, don't summarize the prompt, and I would encourage you to, I've said this before, use the prompt. It's your friend. Use the prompt to help guide you. But essentially, the three things you must do: respond to the prompt, make sure it's defensible, and then analyze the writer's choices. So before we get started with some samples and how you construct a thesis statement, I'm going to give you a few tips that I think are really helpful. We'll be using the Madeline Albright prompt. I've typed that down below. You also have access to that in your files at the URL that show more part of the YouTube video has. But you can always just read the prompt here if that's helpful for you too. One thing to think about is how am I going to make sure I'm actually responding to the prompt? I am not off task, that I am doing what I have been asked to do. And I think a great trick for that is to turn the prompt into a question that you must answer. So for the bottom, you can see you're supposed to write an essay that analyzes the rhetorical choices Albright makes to convey her message about the importance of perseverance. I would maybe take that, flip it around, and turn it into a question like, what is Albright's message about perseverance? What is Albright arguing about the importance of perseverance? Or even just according to Albright, in what way is perseverance important? If you think about that prompt in the form of a question, that really helps guide your thesis and your essay in general. Another thing to think about is how can you make it defensible? According to the rubric, defensible really just means that you have evidence to support. I think it's a lot easier to do this with argument or synthesis, but with rhetorical analysis, you've got to think, how can I go beyond just the prompt has given? That's where some of that interpretation comes into play, and thinking about, if this was the purpose message of the prompt, how can I go beyond that? And that will help to make it more defensible. And then the last thing that you must do for your thesis is analyze the writer's rhetorical choices, which begs the question, what is a rhetorical? All right, a rhetorical choice, I referenced this last week. It could be a device or a strategy. And I don't know that you necessarily need to be so hung up on the language and being able to clarify which one is which. I will be highlighting that though, because I think that might help you think of how am I going to structure my thesis? Which approach am I going to take? So a device, those will be things that like you can spot immediately in the text. That's what a writer is using. So kind of like their arsenal. It might be something you could point to directly in the text. Like I see that this is the illusion. This is a metaphor. Here's an example of personification. Another thing you might have just noticed that I did is I would use words like a, and, or the. So this is an image. This is an example of a metaphor. Typically, devices will be nouns, meaning you can put an a, and, or the in front of it. Think about these as like the nitty-gritty details. So they're part of the text, as opposed to a strategy, which is more about what the writer does. So kind of like what these devices do, how they function, how they fit together to achieve a larger purpose. Typically, if a device is a noun, a strategy is going to be a verb because it's something that you can do. So it should be a verb. Think about it also as though it's like the method or the techniques. So you might take all those devices and how do they fit into each other to create a larger strategy. For example, when it comes to devices, you might say something like word choice, my device helps to convey a tone. So a device can usually fit into a strategy. Or it might be something like the writer provides these images. That's what the writer is using in order to appeal to the reader's sense of pathos or something. So try to think about device in the sense of what a writer uses, and you can spot a point in the text versus strategy, which is a do. I have one analogy for you that might help. Think of the devices as though they are the tools, screwdriver, hammer, etc. Things you can memorize. The strategies will be more how you take those tools and you build a house. So you might have a game plan or a way that you're about to approach it. That's your strategy, and you might use certain devices in order to get you there. If you're not much of a builder, let me give you a few other analogies. So I'm a huge sports fan. I love Ohio State football. Such a tough game in December, but I'm still trying to get over it. So let's say it'd be impossible because Justin Fields is an amazing quarterback. But let's say the opposing team is trying to sack our quarterback. That's their strategy. How do we put pressure on the quarterback? Some of the devices they might choose to be something like we're going to get off the line of scrimmage fast. I'm going to tell my players to cut to the side or to pivot on the outside of a linebacker. Those are the devices, those like techniques they use in order to fulfill the strategy of how to put pressure on the quarterback. If you're more of an art fan, you might think of the devices as like your mediums, watercolor, oil paints, ink, etc. And the strategies is how they come together to create the painting or the sketch itself. So if, as an artist, you are trying to achieve a particular mood, that's your strategy, that's your game plan going into the artwork. You might pick different devices such as brushstrokes, drawing techniques, multimedia to use in your production. Those are the devices. So try to think devices more like concrete, narrow, specific that help influence the strategy. Because of that, I think that's a great way to think about the thesis statement. There are two thesis statements you might consider applying. One is going to be a device-driven thesis statement, meaning it's going to list out what the writer uses in the passage. The other is more of an idea-driven, and that's stating what the writer does in the passage. That's why I just spent so much time talking about device over strategy, because that might help you think through what type of thesis statement you think you're capable of writing. So on your handout, I think it's task 3. I've given you space to take notes about the device-driven and the idea-driven. And I said make sure you're including the pros and the cons, the description, and how to structure them, because the rest of the presentation I'll walk you through how you do this. So for the device-driven thesis statement, again, that's what the writer is using. Here's an example. Albright strengthens the power for speech through parallel structure, repetition of important values, and through personal experiences with empowered women to persuade them to persevere. I can see very clearly the student's going to talk about parallel structure, repetition of important ideas or values, and personal experiences with empowered women. Those are the 3 things Albright's using. So with these, I think there's some pros and cons, just to be clear with you and again let you know the pros and cons and decide what's best for you. This type of approach is done quickly and easily, and it gives you again a very clear line that you will be following in your essay. However, the biggest problem with these, this is a good thesis statement, it's fine. One of the biggest problems, it tends to lead to like a 5-paragraph essay that's like formulaic and dry, and then it usually this essay looks like it would end up being about parallel structure, repetition, and personal experiences, not necessarily about the rhetorical situation and what Albright's trying to achieve. It's more about what she's using, which again tends to limit the scope of your essay, makes it a little bit more formulaic. I think though that this is just fine, especially depending on how you're feeling when you get the prompt. You might need to just write something quickly and then get to your body paragraphs. So when it comes to how many choices you include or what are your choices, I would think about how you're feeling in the moment and what you can successfully execute. Let me give you another thesis statement. So we have our first one here, I've added a new one. And I want you to think about how they're structured. So let's start talking not just what it is, but how do you structure them. Think about the components and how they all fit together. So for example, one thing you might notice is that they both start with a writer. Pause the recording, take about a minute and try to identify what is the structure, what does each thesis statement do, and how are they structured. All right, what you might notice is again, they both start with the audience or the writer, Albright. They both then provide some sort of a strong verb, like strengthens the power of speech or connects with her audience. It's not going to be a generic word like uses. Instead, it's going to speak a little bit to her purpose. Then they both are going to use transition into the choices using that word through. So writer, verb, through, and then obviously the next thing would be the devices. And here they're all listed out. The second thesis has parallel syntax, repetition, assertions, and other tactics. So both are listing 3 devices. Again, you can choose to. It's whatever you think you can successfully execute in the time frame. After giving their devices, both move into the purpose. Remember, the purpose is typically a to phrase, so to persuade or to convince, and then both end with the message. And I think the second thesis statement is better because the message goes beyond what the prompt said. So if you're using one as a model more so than the other, go with the second one. So if you wanted to write a good thesis statement, you basically have the writer's name, a strong rhetorically sound verb, the word through. You're going to list the devices, then state the purpose and the message. That's going to give you a good thesis statement. However, if you want to have something that's a little bit better, then you're going to think about an idea-driven or more of a strategy-driven thesis statement. That's basically what the writer does in the passage. Here's an example. By inspiring the graduates to live courageously and then urging them to challenge adversity, Albright motivates the young women to break the glass ceiling and achieve equality. Sounds really nice, right? Remember that when it comes to something that's more strategy, it tends to have a strong verb. So here we can see that the choices that the student will be analyzing would be how she inspires the graduates to live courageously and urges them to challenge adversity. Those are the 2 choices that the student will be exploring in the essay. Again, some of the pros and cons. This is a great approach if you know you're going to be making multiple claims and you want your essay to be more about what she's trying to achieve, more about the purpose, and then it becomes about the text and not just I can spot an image, I can see an example of alliteration, that it embeds that rhetorical situation nicer. However, they're really tough to construct, especially when you're under duress with the time writing and you have so much you're still trying to put together. It requires a more nuanced understanding of the text because you're thinking about how those devices function, what do they ultimately achieve. But what's nice is it doesn't limit you, so that if you end up kind of changing your mind a little bit later in the essay, then you know that you're still living under this umbrella of inspiring the graduates to live courageously, and then which rhetorical devices help to communicate that idea. So let's look at how they're structured. I've given you 2 additional thesis statements, so now you have 3 that all follow this idea-driven or strategy-driven approach. Think similar to earlier. Think how are they structured that I could then mimic or apply in my own time frame. So for example, we know very clearly they both start with I. Pause the recording and this might take more like 2 or 3 minutes to break these down by the components or the parts. You might also start thinking about how do the choices differ from one another, because I think that they have a similar structure, but each thesis statement is achieving something differently because of their choices. So pause it and I'll see you in about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, other than starting with by, you will notice that all 3 thesis statements almost immediately provide the strategies. And as I said to you guys before the break, think about how these strategies vary. So in the first one, where they're all verbs, inspiring and urging, opening and shifting, contrasting, relaying and urging, they all start with the key verb. The first thesis statement is really looking at the appeals by inspiring and urging. So it's more about the ideas. The second is organized chronologically. So here's how it opens, and then she shifts to this. And then the third is more of like the concrete methods. So how is she going to do this? By contrasting approaches to life, relaying inspiring stories, and urging graduates to aim high. This last one might feel the most like a device-driven thesis statement because again, it's very, very concrete. However, it still is kind of like open-ended and broad and abstract. And how she's contrasting approaches to life leaves things open for which devices you might choose in your essay. All right, so after giving the choices, the strategies, all the students then reference the writer. They provide another strong verb similar to what you saw in the device-driven thesis. So in this case, it's motivates, conveys, and conveys. And then it concludes with a message. I break the glass ceiling, achieve equality, continue to fight rights, that the noble path is in life is one of challenges, ... If this feels limiting to you, following that approach of by, strategies, writer, strong verb, message, that might feel very restricting. It too might feel a little formulaic, but keep in mind that you can vary it as long as you're like mixing and matching those pieces like a puzzle. So taking this first thesis statement, this great thesis statement, if to you it feels very formulaic, you maybe rewrite it this way, and it still achieves the same purpose. Albright contrasts approaches to life, relays important inspiring stories, and urges graduates to aim high in order to convey to her audience that the noble path in life is one of challenges, so they will persevere and strive to change the world. It still has the same components, it's just moving them around and adding that phrase in order to. So if we have the equation before for device-driven strategy, I can't really give you a clear-cut equation where you fill in the pieces, but I would encourage you to think writer, strategies, message, and then which of those words do you need, those filler words, like by, in order to, or strong verb. And that's how you go about creating a great thesis statement. Just help you see scope and the bigger picture. Like, okay, well, I understand now the difference between a good and a great thesis statement. Why does this matter? How does this fit into my essay? If you were to have a device-driven essay, here's the thesis you guys have seen before. I would assume that my first body paragraph would be about parallel structure, and I would give 2 examples of Albright using parallel structure in her speech. The second body paragraph is going to be about repetition of values, and I'm going to pull out 2 examples of repetition. And then the third body paragraph would be about empowered women, and I would probably pull out 2 of those anecdotes I think are most important to proving the message in that body paragraph. It's a fine essay. It's not going to upset me at all as an English teacher, but you can see this is more about those devices than it is about her ideas, as opposed to an idea-driven thesis statement like the one you have in front of you. My first body paragraph is going to be about how she inspires them to live courageously. Maybe one example would be hopeful diction. That's a device she uses to prove that idea. Another might be how she opens and closes with a call to action as a way to inspire them to live courageously. So both of my examples are different devices, but they both prove the same idea in that body paragraph. Where your second body paragraph would be about how she is attempting to urge them to challenge adversity. I might give an example of what I think is maybe the most powerful anecdote of powerful women throughout the world, and then the repetition of the word persevere. This essay is a lot more about what she's hoping to achieve through her writing, and you can kind of test your knowledge and flex that muscle a little bit by recognizing there are multiple choices that or multiple devices that can help communicate that idea. All right, so just to review, a good thesis statement will have at least 2 specific devices that a writer would use. Typically, they'll include the name of the writer, the strong verb, the purpose, and the message. Whereas a great thesis statement includes at least 2 strategies the writer does. Typically, those will be really strong verbs, like inspires or urges. They might be centered around these ideas like the appeals, shifts or the chronology of the passage, or the methods the writer uses. They too will include the name of the writer and the message. Again, that's why I spent so much time earlier talking about choices being devices and strategies, because that's really what I think hinders on a good versus a great, or at least in my classroom. That's what I would impart to my students. All right, so for your practice tonight, I'm sure it's no shocker, I'm going to ask for you to study the Margaret Thatcher speech. And on Friday, if you were part of our lesson, you wrote an introduction which included a thesis statement. Now, knowing what you know, I'm going to ask for you to revise your thesis. If it was great before, then maybe you don't have that AP practice. Maybe you tweak a little bit, that's in the language. Maybe you take it and you fit it into one of those structures. Or if it was good, maybe you revise it and you make it great. But that's your task for tonight, to revise your thesis, or if you didn't participate in Friday's lesson, write a thesis statement. And tomorrow we'll look through a sample or 2 and try to kind of figure out the extent to which your thesis statement mimics theirs. All right, thanks for watching. Happy Monday. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Good afternoon. We'll get started in about a minute. You can see on the title slide here, there is a URL that will give you access to the documents we'll be using today. They're all labeled 4-14. There should be 4 of them total. A handout, a prompt in case you're familiar with it, the prompt we'll be looking at today. We do need to read a student essay, so that's their labeled student sample. And then lastly, 4-14 AP practice for your homework for tonight. So you're going to take a few seconds to open those things. You can make a copy or download them, and then we'll get started. All right, good afternoon. Hello, thank you for coming. Today we're going to have 4 documents we'll be working with. A handout in case you want to download or make a copy of it so you can take notes as we move along. A prompt, it's an all right prompt that you might already be familiar with. Open it only if you haven't read it before. I do have a student essay that we're going to look at today, so you can open that. It's labeled 4-14 student sample for lesson. And then lastly, the 4-14 AP practice. I am Emily Velitis. I'm an English teacher outside of Chicago. Good to see you guys. I've been here for like last 5 or 6 sessions or so, but Mrs. Knight will be returning tomorrow and Thursday. So I have about 2 days off. I have some really exciting plans over the next 2 days. My husband is cool and he's requested that I give him a haircut over the next 2 days. So I'll report back on Friday how it goes. I have never cut any hair, a dog's hair, a human's head, nothing. He might end up looking like this. So we will see. I am for sure not letting him cut my hair. So we're safe there. But I have some big plans over the next 2 days. I have some time writings that my students are completing tomorrow, and I'm going to try to cut some hair. So I got a busy 2 days. All right, before we get started, just a review of yesterday. If you didn't watch, just pay attention to how does this pertain to me. We operated under this lens of what is something good to do in my writing, and that's typically something that'll be done really quickly. It will demonstrate adequate or competent knowledge of the task. It's good. It gets the job done. We also talked about how you can take that and turn it into something that's great, that shows some enrichment or extension, that you are going beyond just the basics of the prompt or the task. It will reflect more sophistication. There are 2 roads you can travel down, the good road or the great road. Both are wonderful. And that a lot of it really depends on your time management and how well you understand the prompt or the passage that you are looking at. So we started by looking at the thesis statement. That a good thesis statement usually will be about 1 full sentence of 2 devices the writer will use, something you can point to. It'll be a noun, so we'll usually start with a or an, like an allusion, a simile. It will include the name of the writer. It will have some sort of rhetorically strong verb. It's not going to use something lame like uses. It will also include the purpose and the message. However, if you've got time and you understand the passage well, you might strive for a great thesis statement. That's when you're shifting from what the writer uses to more of what are 2 or 3 strategies the writer has taken when approaching this task of writing. Those 2 will usually, since they are something the writer does, they're verbs. It will start with a verb, not a or an, and it might be speaking to the appeal. So a larger idea might be speaking to the strategies or the chronology of the piece, the ideas, and how they move from beginning to end, or it could just be methods. And again, those strategies. It too includes the name of the writer and the message. So here's a sample. I asked for you guys to write your own thesis statement or revise one that you wrote on Thursday or Friday, excuse me. And I think that if you kind of keep that checklist in mind, that would help you to kind of determine which thesis statement best pertains to me, the good or the great. But to give you an example, here's one thesis statement. I'm going to ask for you to pause recording, read through it, and think based on that criteria, is this a good or a great thesis statement and why? So think about that checklist. What is the student doing or including? Is it driven by devices or is it driven by strategies? And then decide what makes it good or great. So pause recording. I'll meet you back in about 30 seconds. All right, welcome back. This thesis statement, I would describe it as a great thesis statement, especially when you look at the choices here. The student is using strategies, and we know that because again, they start with a verb, by highlighting, by acknowledging. So the student has 2 clear strategies. The student is still giving, still analyzing the rhetorical strategies or choices that the writer uses, but the student has chosen to use strategies. They start with verbs. The student also includes the writer, which we know that both would do. The student has a transitional phrase. We talked yesterday about what that might look like. It might be a strong verb. It might be the word by, or the word by. It might be something like in order to. A lot of my students tend to use the in order to. So there's a transitional phrase, and then the student transitions into the message at the end. So this thesis statement is going beyond just identifying 2 or 3 things the writer uses and shifting into the uses. I did get a really good email from a student yesterday who tracked me down, was a good Google searcher, tracked me down, and asked if I could clarify what a message meant. You might see this as like the argument, depending on what language your teacher has used, but it is kind of like the argument here. So what she's doing is her purpose is to commemorate his memory in order to encourage the audience to remember how he was a great man and president. Some of you might think of that more as like the argument. Okay, so for today, we've talked about the intro and the narrative thesis. It only makes sense that we talk about the bottom hamburger bun in our sandwich. That we're looking at conclusions and how to write a sophisticated conclusion for a rhetorical analysis essay. I advised you before that your intro should take no more than 5 minutes to write. The same is true with your conclusion. Take no more than 5 minutes to write it. However, conclusions are so hard to write primarily because you tend to run out of time by the end of the essay. You run out of time and you just have to slap something down at the end of your essay. I think that today the message that I will impart to you is to strive for a great conclusion. Be cognizant of what you need to do to have a great conclusion, but also know that if you're panicking at the end of the essay and you look at the clock on the wall or you see on your watch that you only have 2 minutes left to write before you have to upload your essay, just put something down. Good is 100% fine when it comes to a conclusion. Just make sure you have one. I know sometimes students run out of time and they don't get one. Conclusions are important. That's your last moment with the reader. So when we're talking about your credibility and maybe appealing to pathos, this is your last opportunity to do that. And if you don't have a conclusion and you just end the body paragraph, it just leaves your reader like you want your reader to leave inspired and refreshed. So most of you will only have time for a good conclusion, which is wonderful. It's totally fine. But just make sure you don't skip it. All right, so the good, I'm assuming you were already familiar with, but basically it's going to bring a unified end to the essay. And it may present the argument's thesis. Typically what this means to students is that it's 1 to 2 sentences and it's summarizing the essay. You're going to restate the major claims. You might revisit your thesis statement. I think my biggest tip for you is if you are going to simply go with a good conclusion, go back and look at your introduction, review it to make sure that your ideas are still on the same path, but make sure you're using new words and that you're not simply restating the same words over and over again. Change up the language, primarily because if your reader didn't understand it in the introduction, if you use the exact same words in the conclusion, your reader might still have questions. So try to use different words to capture the same ideas. Again, this is what most students will do. They'll get to the end of their essay, they're running out of intellectual steam, they're tired, they're panicked, for this year you might be worried about getting it uploaded in time. A good conclusion is just fine. It's permissible. It's totally fine. However, if you're striving for a great conclusion, it's similar to the introduction. You will want to engage or focus your audience. You're going beyond just the restatement or summarizing of the essay. And a great conclusion, if a good conclusion is about 1 to 2 sentences, a great conclusion is more like a 3 to 5 sentence piece paragraph. You might see some overlap here. College Board and Advanced will give you some descriptions of what you could do to engage or focus your audience. You might see some overlap here. And some of these won't pertain to the rhetorical analysis. So I'm going to go through the ones that I think are the most important for you to consider for your rhetorical analysis essay. The others are great. They might just pertain more toward the argument essay. So the first way that you can go about engaging or focusing your audience is explain the significance of the argument in a broader context, making connections, explain the implications, and or summarizing the argument. I like to lump all those together and just label them the larger significance. The one way you can move to a great conclusion is to explore the larger significance in the conclusion. So what that means is, let's go just step by step. Explain the significance of the argument within a broader context. Is looking at what are some of those larger issues being exposed in the text itself. So think impact, think big picture, the larger scale of the issues. In the Madeline Albright, I think you could look at women's rights, and that's the larger issue. It's not just about fighting for equality, it's about women's rights and how they're human rights. So it's a natural extension. It's something that's being explored through the subject matter, the content of the speech itself. So just kind of pull back and think, what is the broader context here? The next one, making connections. That's going to be between issues or situations, and it could even be in between your choices. Like, how do these choices play off of each other? What connections could you make between the choices that the writer has made? I think it may be more realistic for you guys in your conclusion to think about the connections between issues. So for Madeline Albright, again, if she's starting to argue, or if you think the broader context is fighting for equality and that gender rights are human rights, you might also even at this point make a connection to another text that states all men are created equal, Declaration of Independence. So if someone were to make a connection in a conclusion, they might relate it to another text or a larger idea, like again, the suffragettes or that all men are created equal. They're making connections between what the text is saying and something else. Explain the implications is a good one. This is something that you would really be using in an argument essay, but I think it could work here with a rhetorical analysis. An implication is typically like what's a possible effect or outcome or result, even if it's unintentional, to this piece, this text. So thinking about what is the potential effect that arises because of this. It might be tough in a letter, but easier in a speech, because usually a speech is for a larger group. So if we were to think about Madeline Albright prompt, one of the implications that might emerge is that the fight for equality will benefit themselves and others. It could also be exploring what happens if they don't engage in this fight or have high expectations for themselves. And it might be something like progress would be inhibited. So an implication could be what is a negative consequence if they don't heed this advice. Summarizing the argument is kind of obvious. Just summarizing the issues that are associated with this. Again, the subject matter, so like women's rights in general, human rights. And I think the one thing I encourage you guys to do with your tips down below is avoid leaps in logic. I had 2 conferences with my students this morning, one-on-one conferences to talk about their writing. One thing I kept saying to them is think about what is the subject matter of the piece and make sure the larger significance fits within that framework. So avoid this Miss America answer of like, ultimately, Madeline Albright is trying to argue for a government that is just. That might be something that you could infer, but it's going to take a lot of grooming for you to do. You just don't have time for the conclusion. So make sure it's related to the subject matter. You're avoiding this major leap in logic. If you get a passage on May 20th that's about nature, make sure the larger significance has something to do with nature. If it's about technology, make sure the larger significance has something to do with technology. And then make sure you have strong transitions, and if you're keeping it brief, then it shouldn't need any kind of support. All right, another way you can go about taking a good conclusion into that great realm is to leave the audience with a compelling image. And to do this, think about the writer's imagery that you're studying for rhetorical analysis. Imagery will have very vivid language. It will address all of the senses, sight, sound, smell, etc. And that they're meant to appeal to pathos. So think about how what you've been studying you could do yourself in the conclusion. Really try to set the scene of the issue itself. Again, try to keep it brief though. You don't want it to overtake the ideas of the essay. So for Madeline Albright, I think one image that could maybe work in a conclusion would be kind of painting the picture of women joined together in a major metropolitan city, marching with signs to fight for women's rights. It still is related. It's not going to be a major leap in logic, but it will kind of flex your own rhetorical muscles a little bit. It'll show you as a more nuanced writer. All right, and the last thing that I think is pretty common for students is to connect to the introduction. It should be an explicit connection. It should be very clear and obvious. It shouldn't be just like, hey, did the student do that or not? And you would only want to do this if you have a really unique element in your introduction. If you need to go back and review our session from Friday, we talk about how you can have a really engaging introduction. If you have a compelling image in the intro, mimic that in the end. Again, kind of like sandwich it at the end in your conclusion. If you have a really striking statement in the intro, try to have a similar striking statement in the end. Make sure they're conceptually related. Just restating your thesis isn't going to work. That's what a good conclusion would do. Really do it justice. If you're going to connect your intro, really commit to it. And don't do it if your intro doesn't have that type of an element with it. You might even also want to go back to review your introduction to see, do I have something that's striking, that's memorable, that I should be addressing in the end? Okay, so let's look at a sample. Because it is a conclusion, you have to read a student essay to know how the student possibly could end it. So I've given you one in your files for today. This is a student essay. It's not perfect by any means. Try not to critique it too much in terms of the evidence or the commentary. Instead, I want you to really focus on the introduction and what the writer's doing in the introduction, and then read the body paragraphs just to understand the main idea. So then when we get to the conclusion, we can evaluate, did the student adequately summarize the essay or not? So go ahead and pause the recording. Take a few seconds. I think this might realistically be like 2 or 3 minutes to read the sample, and then return, and I'll give you a series of conclusions, potential conclusions to look at for this essay. We'll evaluate each of them. All right, so here's one conclusion that you might have seen at the end of this essay. The student would write, in her commencement address to the graduating class of Mount Holyoke College, Secretary of State Madeline Albright models the power women can yield by contrasting hypotheticals with reality, providing anecdotes of women facing adversity, and encouraging the graduates to persevere. Albright motivates and inspires women to make a difference regardless of challenges they face. In your opinion, is that a good or a great conclusion, and why? Hopefully you guys all agree that this is a good conclusion, because it really is just summarizing the essay itself. It's hitting those major elements of the rhetorical situation. It's reviewing the rhetorical choices the student made in his or her essay. It's good. I would again be very satisfied with this. I think it's an appropriate conclusion. It's something a lot of you will end up doing just naturally because you run out of time. So it's a fine conclusion. Let me show you 2 other samples. I will tell you that these are both great, but I want you to read them to identify why are they great. Which of those techniques have been applied to these particular conclusions to make them great. You will notice that there's some similarities and they have the same summary because they're attached to the same essay, so they should have the same summary. But look at what has been added to each conclusion to make it great, and then again, what technique did the student take or use in this particular conclusion to make it great. Pause the recording, read through them, and think about which technique each used to make their conclusion great. Let's start with sample A. Again, it's a great conclusion. I think the primary reason why it's so great is because it's really connecting to the introduction. The introduction makes reference to voting rights and gender equality, so we do see a little bit about the larger significance, but then otherwise it's not as much of the larger significance. It's just not exploring those larger issues. It's really connecting to that notion of breaking the glass ceiling. You see a direct connection. The first essay of the first sentence, of the whole essay is essentially rewritten here in the conclusion about making advances in gender equality. So the student has kind of mirrored the end with the beginning, a really clear connection to the introduction, but the issues aren't really there as much. So I just want to underline under the larger significance. You might have seen it. I do see elements of it, but I don't think it's strong enough for me to fully highlight. All right, sample B is also great, but this time it's different. It's great for a different reason. I think that this student does a really nice job of setting that scene, making a compelling image, specifically of the young women in their caps and gowns, anxious for an uncertain world. I think you could also make the case that it's not really a compelling image, but it's speaking to style by using that simile of her words were a beacon to guide their future. That comparing her words to this this thing that's propelling them into the future. I also like that both of those things are not a first stretch. That's an image that we could picture in the text of those young women sitting in this larger audience listening to Madeline Albright. The student sets that scene a little bit more. Okay, so just to review, a good conclusion is what most of you will be doing. It's 1 to 2 sentences. It's summarizing the essay without using the exact same words. So don't just restate, put it into your own words. Whereas a great conclusion is going to be more like 3 to 5 sentences. It too will summarize the essay, but it will go beyond that, and it will at least include the larger significance, the compelling image, or a connection to the introduction. We do one of those things. The way they could attach or explore the larger significance could be through the broader context, making connections or explaining implications. Okay, so your AP practice should be obvious. Take that same student sample, and I want you to craft your own conclusion for the Margaret Thatcher passage, the eulogy that she delivered for Ronald Reagan's passing. Limit yourself just to 5 minutes, because that's I think realistic to what you have on May 24th AP exam. Limit yourself to 5 minutes. If you need to reread the passage, go right ahead, but construct either a good or a great conclusion using the knowledge gained from the session. And then I will not see you till Friday, but Mrs. Knight will be here tomorrow, and she'll debrief and go over a few sample conclusions that you could be using in use for this particular prompt. All right, have a great day. Good to see you. I'll see you on Friday.
Hi everyone, welcome and thanks for virtually being here today. I'm just going to give it a minute so that everyone who wants to has a chance to join us. In the meantime, you can find the rhetorical analysis prompt that we'll be working with today in the link on this slide or in the video description. So just give it 1 minute to let everybody join us and then we will get started. We'll just give it a couple more seconds here. Again, if you're just joining us, you can find the prompt we're working with today. It's a rhetorical analysis prompt in the link on this slide or in the video description. Just going to give it a couple more seconds here to make sure everyone who wants to has a chance to join in, and then we'll get started. All right, let's go ahead and start. So I am Dawn Knight. I am an English teacher at Westfield High School in a city just north of Indianapolis. And we're going to start today by going over the AP exam practice from yesterday. Even if you weren't able to do that lesson yesterday, this will still be beneficial to you. So if you want to join us. Yesterday we reviewed traits of good and great conclusions. If you look at the slide here, a good conclusion will be just a couple of sentences and summarize the essay, whereas a great conclusion will be approximately 3 to 5 sentences, and it'll go beyond just summary. Although it'll do that, it will also include at least one of the following things: getting to the larger significance or implications of the issue, looking at a broader context, making connections, explaining implications. It'll include maybe a compelling image or connect back to the introduction. So let's take a look at your assignment. You were asked to read this same conclusion and determine which techniques the student uses to make a great conclusion. So let's just look at it together. When thinking of presidents, one often envisions a stoic man standing in front of a podium, seriously sharing a grave message about the current state of affairs or trying to inspire the country after a tragedy. It is rare we envision a man making jokes after an assassination attempt or being described as dear friend. In her eulogy for Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher highlights the latter image as a way to offer condolences to those grieving his passing. By highlighting his character as a man and his presidential prowess, Thatcher eases the grief of the mourners and reminds them of the positive traits that made him such an essential part of American history. The great president isn't just one who carries out policy, but is also one who lives a relatable and honest life. All right, so let's look at what made this great. So first of all, you may have decided that the student does summarize the essay. So if you look in that green highlighted area there, you'll see where there's some summary. You'll also see some of the larger significance in multiple places, but especially at the end when describing what is needed to be a great president. And then there's a compelling image at the very beginning with a stoic man standing in front of a podium that establishes imagery and helps the reader picture a stereotypical president. So those are some of the things that this particular person did to make this a great conclusion rather than just a mere summary. Okay, today we're going to be working on analyzing line of reasoning in a rhetorical analysis passage. And in order to do that, we're going to take a quick review of the rhetorical situation, looking at shifts in tone and what line of reasoning is. And then we'll apply that to a rhetorical analysis passage. So here's what you need to know. First of all, we've talked about the rhetorical situation numerous times over some different lessons, but just a quick review of what that is. We look at the exigence, or why, what prompted the message to be spoken or written, and purpose, why the speaker is conveying a message, the audience, who the speaker is writing or speaking to, context, the circumstances surrounding the situation, the writer who's doing the writing, and then the message, what they want the audience to think or to know. And it's really important to understand all of these because the writer considers these when they make their choices about what they want to include and how they want to include it. There are a couple of other ways to think about the rhetorical situation that you might be more familiar with, so I wanted to go through those really quickly, just so maybe it's something more familiar to you. So another way to think about this is through the rhetorical triangle. Audience and purpose and the interrelationship, those are all important. And then why they're writing this as the acronym SOAPSTONE, and deeper into the rhetorical situation. So this is an acronym that's audience, purpose, speaker, and so it's important to understand that speaker tone and someone who's trying to persuade someone who agrees with them to change their mind, inspirational, or even sarcastic or hostile. This is regarding the line of reasoning, which is what we're going to talk about based on that rhetorical situation. The things that some of the choices look like, you can see here some of them, and these are just some of the ways that a writer might choose to organize a piece. And sometimes it's a combination of these things, but they might do it in a sequence or chronologically. It might be description, they might do cause and effect, or comparison and contrast. They might look at problem solutions or a variety of problem solutions. It might be based on order of importance from most important to least, or least important to most. It could also just be logically by topics and claims, or like I said, a combination of all of these. And that's why that rhetorical situation is so important, because we need to know our audience and our purpose in order to determine the best way to figure out our line of reasoning. So to analyze a line of reasoning in a rhetorical analysis essay, sorry, we're getting some technical issues here. All right, let's keep going and see if this works.
Looking good, Dawn.
Okay, great. All right. Sorry about that. So to analyze a line of reasoning in a rhetorical analysis essay, you might want to do the following. Look for the main idea and argument. Look for claims they're making. Look for evidence that they use. Also look for shifts, especially in tone. And you'll notice those when you see them, that there will be typically some kind of a change in either the pattern or the way that they're conveying information, or in their tone. And then look for patterns that emerge. So that's one of the things that you want to do when you analyze the prompt. So let's try that with this particular prompt. We're going to read it together first, and then I'm going to give you an activity to do on your own. So this is from the 2008 rhetorical analysis essay. It's from a passage called "America Needs Its Nerds" by Leonard Friedman. You're going to write an essay in which you analyze how Friedman develops his argument. Sorry, just double checking to make sure we're not still having issues. Okay. There is something very wrong with the system of values in a society that is only derogatory terms like nerd and geek for the intellectually curious and academically serious. A geek, according to Webster's New World Dictionary, is a street performer who shocks the public by biting off heads of live chickens. It is a telling fact about our language and our culture that someone dedicated to pursuit of knowledge is compared to a freak biting the head off a live chicken. Even in a prestigious academic institution like Harvard, anti-intellectualism is rampant. Many students are ashamed to admit, even to their friends, how much they study. Although most students try to keep up their grades, there is a minority of undergraduates for whom pursuing knowledge is the top priority during their years at Harvard. Nerds are ostracized while athletes are idolized. The same thing happens in U.S. elementary and high schools. Children who prefer to read books rather than play football, prefer to build model airplanes rather than get wasted at parties with their classmates, become social outcasts. Ostracized for their intelligence and refusal to conform to today's society, or to society's anti-intellectual values, many are deprived of a chance to learn adequate social skills and acquire good communication tools. Enough is enough. Nerds and geeks must stop being ashamed of who they are. It is high time to face the persecutors who haunt the bright kid with thick glasses from kindergarten to the grave. For America's sake, the anti-intellectual values that pervade our society must be fought. There are very few countries in the world where anti-intellectualism runs as high in popular culture as it does in the U.S. In most industrialized nations, not least of all our economic rivals in East Asia, a kid who studies hard is lauded and held up as an example to other students. In many parts of the world, university professorships are the most prestigious and materially rewarding positions, but not in America, where average professional ball players are much more respected and better paid than faculty members at the best universities. How can a country where typical parents are ashamed of their daughter studying mathematics instead of going dancing, or of their son reading Weber while his friends play baseball, be expected to compete in the technology race Japan, or remain a leading political and cultural force in Europe? How long can America remain a world-class power if we constantly emphasize social skills and physical prowess over academic achievement and intellectual ability? Okay, so I'm going to give you about 7 minutes. Actually, I'm not going to. I'm going to have you pause and give yourself about 7 minutes so that we can move on together here. And I want you to take about 7 minutes because that's about how much time you would take to annotate a passage during the exam. So we want to try to emulate that and practice that. But as you're looking at it and annotating it, you should be looking for a rhetorical situation, but also what you think the main idea or argument is, claims you find, evidence that's used, shifts that you notice, or any other organizational patterns. So if you want to go ahead and pause here and take about 7 minutes to do that, I'm going to go ahead and move on and you can move on as soon as you're ready. I'm going to illustrate what you might have annotated regarding the rhetorical situation. I'm using the SOAPstone acronym here just to give you an idea of how that might have worked. You probably would have annotated for some of these things in the prompt itself. So the subject you may have noticed seems to be about America's attitude toward intellectualism, or that it has an anti-intellectual aura going on. The occasion was that this was in 1990 in a newspaper, and there doesn't seem to be a whole lot more that we know about that. The audience is Americans, but there's also at one point he actually talks specifically to nerds in quotes, and then his purpose is to persuade Americans to fight anti-intellectualism. The speaker is Friedman, and he seems to be an intellectual. And then finally, the tone, it seemed to be a little different at the beginning, where it was kind of informative but a little frustrated, and at the end, more urgent, critical, forceful. So you may have picked up on a few of those things. Let's look at some of the other patterns and things that may have emerged. This will just give you an idea of what you may have annotated, since I can't see yours. But I noticed a couple of different places where there were claims and examples. I did notice a shift at the bottom of that first column with enough is enough. It's one very short, abrupt sentence that's also its own paragraph. And then after that, there seems to be another topic and claim with examples. I think I found what was the purpose and argument. So your analysis might look a little bit different, but you probably had some of the same things I did here. But let's look at what all of this means. First, let's think about what patterns emerged and what we noticed. So in the first half, he talks about the problem. There's a problem with anti-intellectualism, and he gives examples and evidence for support. Then we talked about that shift already. Enough is enough. And there's a shift from that into the second half of the essay, where he compares the U.S. to other countries. And here again, there are examples and evidence for support. The message itself isn't revealed until the end with the rhetorical questions, when he says the U.S. can't compete against other countries or remain a world power if it doesn't stop emphasizing athleticism over intellect. And then finally, if we think about what those patterns mean, there seems to be a very logical claims and evidence as far as the line of reasoning goes, but also comparison and contrast in the second half of the essay between the U.S. and other countries, and even some cause and effect. That if we don't stop this, the effect is going to be that the United States isn't able to continue to compete. So now we need to talk about what that means in the rhetorical analysis essay. So to put this into an analysis, when you're thinking about the essay itself, you need to think about patterns and the situation, the rhetorical situation. So were those patterns effective in conveying that particular message to that particular audience? Did it help convey the message? And if so, how was it effective? So let's do another activity. I want you to think about the rhetorical situation and whether you think Friedman's message was effective. Explain why or why not, using specific examples from the essay to illustrate why you think it would have appealed to a certain audience or not, to this particular audience or not. So pause the feed here and take 5 or 10 minutes, however much time you need, to answer the questions. Is Friedman's organization effective in conveying his message to his audience, and why or why not, with examples? You can just jot down like a bullet pointed list. You don't have to write this out. You can freeze here to do that and then just hit play again whenever you're ready to move on with us. And since I can't see yours, we'll look at my notes again. It's okay if you had something different, even if you think it was ineffective, as long as you can support that with specific evidence. But let's look at what I found here. So the first half of the essay, Friedman effectively uses a logical pattern of claim and evidence to illustrate that there's a problem with anti-intellectualism. And I found a couple of examples that really illustrate that. He compared an intellectual to someone who bites the head off of a live chicken, and that image was a pretty powerful image to show the extreme, how extreme it is to look at an intellectual that way. Then he uses Harvard as an example, and I think that's effective because the audience would know this as one of the top universities in the country. And so that idea that if intellectuals are ostracized there clearly is a problem. So I think that very logical organization there made it pretty clear to an American audience by using Harvard and using that stark image. The abrupt shift is also pretty effective just because it's its own paragraph and 3 short words that really kind of signal something's changing here and sets up that more forceful, urgent tone. The second half of the essay, Friedman effectively compares the U.S. to other countries through claims and evidence again, but here he's comparing. So one example, he compares the students in the U.S. to students in East Asia, especially with the words economic rivals, and illustrates the danger of anti-intellectualism to the U.S. economy and to its position as a world power. I think this would be effective in appealing to the audience's fear of falling behind other world powers economically. And then the second example, the comparison of the treatment of professors in other countries to those in the U.S. again shows that the U.S. is behind global rivals, and that would appeal to patriotism as well. We want to be the best. We want to, the American audience would want to be the best, and so that would appeal to that patriotism. And notice the use of baseball there as well. This is America's favorite pastime. So again, knowing that rhetorical situation and the audience that he's speaking to. So I think some of those things would be good evidence that this line of reasoning would be pretty effective. Okay, so today we reviewed the rhetorical situation and how it relates to the line of reasoning. Then we apply this to a rhetorical analysis passage to determine the effectiveness of the speaker's choice. And that brings us to today's AP exam practice. So you can find this exam practice in the resources link in the video description. You're going to read another rhetorical analysis passage. And again, I want you to practice that timed situation. So try to do this in the time that is suggested. You'll read and study the prompt and annotate the passage for rhetorical situation and patterns in organization. So what we just did, you're looking for those patterns. So take the time, about 7 minutes when you get to that analysis where you're just working on analyzing the passage. And we'll talk about that at the beginning of tomorrow's lesson. Okay, that's it for today. Thank you so much for spending this time with me. Just a reminder to take care of yourselves, stay active, and stay healthy. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. I'm just going to give it a minute as usual so that we can make sure everyone who wants to has a chance to join us. You can access the prompt that we're working on today by going to the link in this title slide or in the video description. If you want to look at that, just give it about a minute. Just give it a few more seconds here, and then we're going to get started. Once again, you can access today's resources at the link in this title slide or in the video description. All right, let's go ahead and begin. I'm Dawn Knight. I'm an English teacher from Westfield High School, Indiana. And we're going to start today by going over the AP exam practice from yesterday. Don't worry if you didn't do the lesson, it'll still be beneficial to you. But if you didn't do the lesson, you might want to pause the feed here just to read through the passage. That way it'll make a little bit more sense to you and be a little more beneficial. We're going to go ahead and continue with the warm-up, and you can press play whenever you're ready to join back in. For this practice, I asked you to read and study the prompt and to annotate for rhetorical situation and patterns in organization. And since I can't see yours, we'll look at an example. You'll notice that some of the rhetorical situation is revealed in the prompt itself. We see the speaker, Richard Louv, that this was a passage from his book, and that he's making an argument about the separation between people and nature. In the body, there's an introduction that includes a hook about choosing the colors of a butterfly wing to start to show how technology impacted the audience's relationship with nature. Then it moves into the first body paragraph where there's a claim that the connection to nature is worse than ever, with an anecdote to illustrate it. This is made more evident in the next body paragraph with rhetorical questions. Then there's a shift to the past to show the difference between kids today versus kids then. There's another shift almost immediately after that to the future, during which his overall message is made a little more clear that technology is causing us to lose our connection to nature. I also noticed a sarcastic tone throughout and wondered at the effectiveness of that tone. But there's also a more nostalgic tone at the end that I felt might even be a little more effective. So now let's delve deeper into the patterns that we noticed and the rhetorical situation. If you look back back at the slide, I'm just going to go back one more time here. So you'll notice that in green I have present at the top left corner there in green, and then on the right columns I have a shift to past and shift to future. So that was one of the patterns that I noticed. There were also anecdotes for comparison. So there seemed to be kind of a comparison pattern as far as the organization goes. Some rhetorical questions, and then, like I said, the sarcastic and nostalgic tones. As far as the situation, we had the speaker, Richard Blue. The audience was Americans. The purpose to convince them that technology is causing them to lose their relationship with nature, particularly children, seemed to be a focus. And then the message was that maybe Americans need to reconnect with nature. But again, we have to go beyond that when we actually write a rhetorical analysis essay and think about what that means. Was it effective? Was the tone effective in illustrating the message? What about the anecdotes, the rhetorical questions, things like that? Okay, now let's take a look at what we're doing today. So today we're looking at developing a paragraph to support a line of reasoning, how to include specific examples for support, and commentary to explain how the example supports the claim and connects to the thesis. And you're actually going to be doing another lesson over commentary. So today we're going to really go over what should be in the paragraph and what that might look like, but you'll also have some more lessons on some of the more nuanced pieces of that paragraph. Okay, so here's what you need to know. First, just a reminder, you'll have 45 minutes to write the rhetorical analysis essay for this year's test. And we have a general timeline that we've been sharing with you about how you might want to organize that time. So you should study the prompt and annotate the passage. That should be a total of about 10 minutes. Writing the intro and conclusion in about 5 minutes each. And that gives you about 25 minutes to write the body paragraphs. Today we're going to focus on some ideas to help you develop good body paragraphs in that short amount of time. It's not a short amount of time, but when you have some ways to organize it that you know you can kind of plug in, it'll help that go a little more quickly, but still be effective. Okay, so yesterday we talked about the rhetorical situation and its importance in analyzing the choices that writers make. However, it's also important to consider this in your own writing. So you should consider your audience and purpose as you make decisions about word choice, tone, and evidence, for example. So even though we're focused on writing that rhetorical analysis essay right now, this is something to consider in whatever situation you're writing for. You may also remember this chart from an earlier lesson on argument. You're essentially making an argument when you write a rhetorical analysis essay. You're convincing your audience that your thesis is valid. So your thesis should be an answer to the prompt. And then today we're going to focus on writing a good body paragraph that supports that thesis. If you look at the chart, you see each body should be organized around a reason or claim, and it should include specific evidence to support your thesis. But that alone doesn't make a good body paragraph. So let's look at what that might look like if we were writing a body paragraph of the rhetorical analysis of that Friedman passage from yesterday. And even if you didn't see yesterday's lesson, this will make sense. But you can also pause here if you want and look back at that passage. So here's reason and evidence. Friedman appeals to the patriotism of his audience. He does this by comparing the U.S. to other countries. He writes, in most industrialized nations, not least of all our economic rivals in East Asia, a kid who studies hard is lauded and held up as an example to other students. He compares American professors to those in other countries where professors enjoy prestige and reward. So here's reason and evidence, but let's look at what we can do and layer in to make this a much, much better paragraph. So if you look at the top of the slide here, the very basic format for a body paragraph would be to include a claim, which we did have in that paragraph that I just showed you, and evidence, which is support to show the audience. But that's really not enough. We also need an explanation of how the evidence supports the claim, and then a connection to the thesis. So we can always focus back on that thesis that we're trying to prove, that we're trying to show is valid. So some teachers may have also used an acronym with you, and I showed just a couple of examples here, but there are many others. I've also heard hamburger paragraphs. There's like a bun, a hamburger, and lettuce. I don't know. So whatever works for you is good. But Hale and axes are two of the ones that I've seen quite often. Again, they're just acronyms to help you remember those 4 things that should be in it. It's the same 4 things. So the assertion is the same thing as a claim. It's your reason. You need an example. That's your evidence. And then an explanation of that example and the significance, how it connects back to thesis. Or for Hale, your point, your reason, evidence, explanation, and the link that connects it back to the thesis. So these are all the same. Using one of the acronyms can be helpful to remind you of the elements that should be included in each paragraph. I encourage my students to try to include more than one piece of evidence if they can, just to strengthen their argument whenever possible. So if one of these you feel like works for you, maybe jot it down, pause here, jot it down, and see if that's something that can help you. I think the CEEC is also easy to remember. All right, let's write a better paragraph that includes all of these elements. So we're going to start with a claim, our assertion, point. I use all 3 of those that I just showed you to lay this out. In the body paragraph, we're going to focus on Friedman's choice to use comparison. So Friedman appeals to the patriotism of his audience. He does this by comparing the U.S. to other countries. Now we need an example or evidence to support our claim. He writes, in most industrialized nations, not least of all our economic rivals in East Asia, a kid who studies hard is lauded and held up as an example to other students. Friedman explained earlier, even at a prestigious academic institution like Harvard, anti-intellectualism is rampant. He compares American professors to those in other countries where professors enjoy prestige and reward. Notice that there are a couple of examples here of Friedman comparing the U.S. to other countries, which supports our claim. I also want to point out here that some of the evidence is in direct quotes, but some is paraphrased. Either way, you need to cite it, but you don't always have to use direct quotes for every single piece of evidence. And even with the evidence, though, this paragraph isn't really complete. We need to know what about it. We need explanation to show how the evidence supports the claim. So let's layer in another piece. The typical American takes pride in the fact that America is a major economic player in the global economy. The idea that its place may be in danger would surely appeal to their patriotism, maybe even causing a shift in the way they see intellectuals, not as circus freaks, but as the very foundation of the country's status. So here it is with an explanation of how the evidence supports the claim. But we also still need to connect it back to the thesis to really support and show why our argument is valid. So here's what that might look like. Friedman's use of comparison is an effective way to appeal to the patriotism of Americans and persuade them that they must shift their priorities from athleticism to intellectualism if the U.S. is to remain a global player. Now, what else does it need? Keep in mind that you want these paragraphs to flow, and that one was just a little bit choppy. There might be a sentence after the claim leading into the evidence and a transition from the explanation of one piece of evidence into the next piece of evidence. In other words, these acronyms that I showed you remind us what to include, but we shouldn't just drop items in. We also want to look at fluency, how we can connect them and tie them together. So you can do this in some ways just with sentence structure, with syntax, by varying your sentence structure and connecting sentences by using complex or compound sentences. We talked a little bit about that, I think, in Unit 8 with Mrs. Velitis, and I think we're going to review it again in a later lesson as well. But you can also use transitions, and you've seen this slide before as well. These are some commonly used transitions. There are a lot of them, and if you Google it, you can easily find more. But these will help you connect some of those ideas and sentences inside your paragraphs. So now let's look at the paragraph again, this time with transitions. One of the ways Friedman conveys his message that the U.S. can't compete against other countries or remain a world power if it doesn't stop emphasizing athleticism over intellect is by appealing to the patriotism of his audience. He does this by comparing the U.S. to other countries. For example, he writes, in most industrialized nations, not least of all our economic rivals in East Asia, a kid who studies hard is lauded and held up as an example to other students. This is a stark contrast to the U.S., where Friedman explained earlier, even at a prestigious academic institution like Harvard, anti-intellectualism is rampant. Additionally, he compares American professors to those in other countries, indicating that while Americans value professional athletes more, in other countries it is professors who enjoy that kind of prestige and reward. The typical American takes pride in the fact that America is a major economic player in the global economy. The idea that its place may be in danger would surely appeal to their patriotism, maybe even causing a shift in the way they see intellectuals, not as circus freaks, but as the very foundation of the country's status. Clearly, Friedman's use of comparison to appeal to patriotism is an effective way to persuade the American people that they must shift their priorities from athleticism to intellectualism, or at the very least, to stop being anti-intellectual. So notice here it starts off with one of the ways, which would be a good transition from our thesis statement at the end of an introduction to our first body paragraph. Also notice notice that there are transitions leading into each example with, for example, that leads us into the very first one and then additionally leads us into the second. There's even some explanation after the first example that helps lead into the second one and explain a little bit of its connection to the first, and a transition leading out of the explanation and into significance. So this whole thing makes the paragraph flow much better, even though we didn't add a whole lot to it. It makes a big difference in the way it sounds. So now we have all the elements of a great paragraph. And if we were writing the complete essay, we can start the next body paragraph off with a transition to even something very easy like another way Friedman conveys his message, or another choice Friedman makes in order to convey his message is. Okay, so today we looked at developing a body paragraph that supports a line of reasoning. We included specific examples for support and included commentary to explain how the examples support the claim and connect to the thesis. And then finally, we layered in a little bit of transition just to make the whole thing flow a little bit better. Right, now let's take a look at today's exam practice. You can find this exam practice in the resources link in the video description. For this practice, we're going to use the Louvre passage that you annotated for yesterday's assignment. If you didn't annotate it yesterday, you'll want to do that first. Remember, you should be able to read and analyze it in about 10 minutes. Write a thesis statement first that answers the prompt, because that's what you're going to use to focus your body paragraph on. And that's what you're going to support in your body paragraph with evidence. You can access this assignment in the resources link in the video description. I won't be here tomorrow. Mrs. Velitis will be with you again. So I will see you back here on Monday. In the meantime, stay active, stay healthy, and remember that there are a lot of us out here who care about you. Okay, thanks so much. Bye.
We have two things we'll be looking at: a prompt, label 417 prompt for lesson, and then another thing called 417 AP practice. Take about 30 seconds to grab those materials, and I'll get started shortly. All right, happy Friday. Good to see you guys again. I'm Emily Velitis. I teach AP Language at Naval North High School, so I'm an hour outside of Chicago. And if you tuned in earlier this week, I'm sure you're all sitting with bated breath. I was talking about how on my 2 days off, I was going to try to cut my husband's hair, and I'm happy to report he does still have hair, and the haircut worked out okay, and we are still married. I will say I did do a great job with that line in the back of his head, but I am happy to report that he does have an okay, maybe not great, but an okay looking haircut. But more exciting news beyond my husband's haircut or my hair abilities is that celebrity guests are going to start dropping into some of our AP Live classes over the next few weeks to recognize all your hard work and then to provide a unique real-world learning experience, how some of the principles of AP courses have impacted them in their lives. So in case you want to tune in and hear actors, reporters that you've seen on television or actors in the field, you can tune in. And our first guest will be coming on Monday. It's actor Tony Hale. You might know him for Arrested Development, or he's going to join Mrs. Knight on Monday and share some of his insights. It's going to be amazing. So I hope you definitely turn in for that one. All right, so if you were here yesterday with Mrs. Knight, you were asked for your homework, your practice, to read and annotate this passage from Last Child in the Woods by Richard Louv, to write a thesis statement, and then to write a body paragraph that includes a claim, evidence, explanation, and then a connection back to the thesis. So if you haven't done that, still follow along, and I'll give you a sample that might help you. If you did complete this, since we can't see what you wrote, we're going to give you a model and then encourage you to look at yours side by side with the model and annotate it in a similar fashion. All right, so I'm going to ask you first to pause the feed, take a few minutes to read through the thesis statement, and then read through the body paragraph, looking at some of our notations on the side about where that student is providing a claim, an example, an explanation, and a connection, and a transition. So pause the feed, and then I'll go through it with you briefly. All right, looking at the sample, the thesis itself is pretty good. It has 3 clear choices: comparison, anecdotes, and rhetorical questions. And then the student goes beyond the prompt and says it gives us the effect of function, that technology is causing Americans, particularly children, to lose their connection to nature. So we see the choices, and we see the function or the effect. In the body paragraph, you'll notice even just from like a visual standpoint with the coloring, the body paragraph is pretty well organized, has a good, clear claim, then it provides an example, it explains the example, provides another example, provides an explanation, and then finally connects back to the claim itself by looking at that major idea about technology and its effect on us, particularly children. I also love that this sample paragraph has transitions that move throughout, and it's not just something like, for example, which is great, but the student also sings like clearly, or one of the ways to signal to the reader how things are shifting in the movie. All right, so take again a few more minutes, pause the feed if you need to. Look at your own paragraph. Can you annotate it? And if so, do your annotations look similar? Claim, example, explanation, and connection. Can you circle any transitions that you use? All right, so it makes sense if we've talked about kind of like the sandwich of the essay, the introduction, thesis, and the conclusion, and then we talked about line of reasoning and how you organize a body paragraph. It makes sense that the next thing we would discuss is how do you select appropriate evidence to put into your body paragraph to support your claims. And when you think about the rubric itself, the big ticket item here is looking at evidence and commentary. More than half of your points for your essay will come from what you write in your body paragraph, specifically the evidence and commentary. Evidence is crucial. It demonstrates your understanding of the prompt, so it will focus on your reading, but it also demonstrates your competency with writing and your ability to support your claims. So having appropriate evidence is really important to your essay. When it comes to the evidence, you can see here on the rubric, it's basically arguing or suggesting that the evidence that you select needs to support all claims in your line of reasoning. So when Mrs. Knight was talking about the line of reasoning, that's what's really going to help guide what evidence you pick. You want to select evidence that will support that. When I'm working with my students, they tend to have questions about evidence that look like this. So like, how do I select the best examples? How many do I need? And then how do I know if it's the best? How do I know if it's appropriate? So I'm hoping that these are some questions that I can address through sharing some tips or like a plan of attack idea about how do you go about choosing your examples. I like to think of it as like a play or a game, and you've got certain steps that you're going to follow. So when selecting appropriate evidence, I think the first thing I would do is study your topic sentence to uncover the key ideas and choices that you're going to have to prove in that body paragraph. If the rubric says that your evidence should support all claims in the line of reasoning, you need to know what your claims are that you have to support. So it makes sense to start there. I will say it's important to have a good topic sentence to your body paragraphs and not just state the author uses caustic diction, period, but to include, like you saw in our sample for our warm-up, to include what the writer is doing and why they're doing it, what is their effect or their function. Also, keep in mind that a choice could be a strategy or a device. Either one works, and in some cases for your body paragraph, like what you saw in our warm-up today, you might have 2 choices in a body paragraph. It really depends on the passage, it depends on your reading of the passage, depends on your body paragraphs, depends on your thesis. So know that choice is kind of vague and broad depending on you and what you encounter. Right. The second step in the plan of attack is to then find, after you've uncovered your key ideas you're trying to prove in a paragraph, go back to the passage and find specific examples that reflect or capture those main ideas. I think that this is something that should be done kind of quickly. In fact, in some cases, it's something that just strikes you. Oh, I remember that the writer used this. Or you might even already have it in your notes on the passage that you took. So on a piece of notebook paper, if you're annotating the passage, you might already have it noted. If not, just do a quick scan, focusing and reading only on examples that prove your choice or the main idea. After you do that, then you're going to look at your examples that you've pulled together and evaluate the extent to which each will prove the main idea. This is when you're going to weigh the pros and the cons of each. I'm also going to encourage you to think about all of them might be good, but which give me the most leverage? Which do I have the most to say? What can I get the most bang for? And really explore, which then gets you to determining which 2 examples best prove your ideas. Again, think about which 2 will give you the best bang for your buck. So to see our discussion, we're going to study a passage. It's a great speech from Queen Elizabeth I that she was delivering to troops. I think it was the night before an invasion of the troops Spain. And so she's really trying to kind of motivate them and rally them. Following our recommendations so far in our online learning sessions, I'm going to encourage you to pause the recording, pause the feed, and take 10 minutes, 3 minutes to read and study the prompt looking for the rhetorical situation, and then 7 minutes to do a quick study of the speech, thinking about main ideas that are starting to emerge if you see that the path of the speech is shifting from one topic to the next. So take 10 minutes, pause the feed, and then we'll apply those steps, that plan of attack, using example writing from a student who was responding to this essay prompt. All right, so now let's look at it in context of the passage. Remember, your first step is to select or study your topic sentence, uncover the key ideas, and the choices that you'll need to be proving or supporting in that body paragraph. For me, I like to just kind of underline or circle some of the main things I'm trying to prove. So think about this as though it's the first body paragraph in a student essay for that prompt. This is a student's topic sentence. Queen Elizabeth asserts her dominance and prowess as a female leader to highlight her authority. Take a few seconds and think about which key words or phrases will you need to prove in this body paragraph. Again, maybe you underline a word or two here or there, or maybe you circle. For me, I think there are a few keywords. Assert her dominance and prowess is one thing I'm going to have to prove in this body paragraph. I'm going to find choices and examples from the text that shows how she is asserting her dominance and prowess as a female leader. And then I'm going to do a little bit of the function effect and the effect of how that then, why she does that to highlight her authority. And since her strategy, the strategy the student has taken more of the strategy approach and not a device, I get to choose which devices or which techniques I explore. So then I might ask myself, all right, if it is about her asserting her dominance and prowess as a female leader to highlight her authority, how does she achieve this? Which choices are being made in order to reflect these ideas? Which takes us to step 2, going back into the passage, looking for specific examples that capture that notion of dominance and prowess as a female leader and her authority. So make sure you're finding some specific textual evidence. And while it's fine to have references, I kind of tend to encourage students to just play it safe and have some specific textual evidence, like a quotation, even if it's just a partial quotation, meaning a few words in a longer sentence. Don't dwell so much on the evidence right now. Simply find what you might consider using. Again, things that kind of struck you while you were reading the first time. To expedite the process, here are 4 examples that I would maybe think about. These are things that again kind of captured my attention while reading, but I think do speak to her dominance and her prowess as a female leader and her authority. If you're thinking, how are these choices? You might think about how this first one, I will pick up arms, is an appeal to ethos. I was really establishing her credibility. The second one is probably one of the most commonly used examples from this speech. It's such a good one. Where the Queen Elizabeth says, I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king. And I'm not really sure how I might use that. I might say to myself, I think I kind of like the word choice about feeble and weak, but I also really like the imagery. So maybe I focus on the imagery. I don't really know yet. Right now I'm just considering what might work. The next example, when she says that she's willing to live or die amongst you, also appeals to pathos. And then I like her opening, which says, my loving people. And I love that word choice, loving. I think that's something I might be able to use for this. So then I gotta start to decide, okay, well, of these 4, which of these best prove my ideas? And that gets us to the third step in our plan of attack, and to evaluate the extent to which each of these examples prove the main idea. So I'm giving you a chart here. I think realistically, you wouldn't have a chart on your note paper while you're working on your exam. These are things you just think about, but in order to portray that visually, I thought a chart might be helpful. So you can see I have our keywords, dominance and prowess, female, and authority. And I'm kind of just going to like a check system. Kind of talk about each example with dominance and prowess. So it's a check, female, check, authority, check. So the first example, when she says, I will pick up arms, I think that's a really interesting example. It shows that she is strong enough to fight. She's willing to fight, which I think speaks to her authority. It's in her dominance and prowess that she has the ability. She is strong. So that speaks to dominance and prowess. I also think I could make a case about the female leadership piece as well, because it's rare for a female to fight. So I think I could write a sentence about how if as a female, she is willing and strong enough to fight, then that speaks like her power. So I think I could make that one work. For the second example, I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king. Remember how I was like, oh, could be word choice, weak and feeble. If I were to go with word choice for weak and feeble, I don't think that really proves my point. So I wonder if imagery would. If I focus on imagery, maybe I look at that image of that she has the heart and stomach of a king. So that contrast is created. She does have the heart and stomach of a king. So I would picture her troops would picture her as a king. And we know that kings are strong. So it doesn't really matter what her gender is, because she has the interior, or what she would need to effectively rule. So yeah, I think I could argue that example for imagery would work with dominance and prowess, female and authority. For the third example, when she says that she's willing to live or die amongst you, I think that's speaking to this ultimate sacrifice. She's willing to die with them, alongside of them. Definitely speaks to dominance, prowess, and her strength, but also speaks to her authority, that she's willing to sacrifice herself alongside of her troops. Again, I think it's similar to the first example. It's rare that a woman would fight with male troops during this time, let alone a queen being willing to die amongst them. We're gonna keep that back. So I think I could prove the female piece too. All right, then the last example, my loving people. I was originally really drawn to that because of the word choice loving. And I think that shows that she cares about them. And I do still think that's true, but now that I think about it, I don't know that that's really going to prove my point here. I think it kind of speaks a little bit to females and how maybe she is caring, but that's not what the claim is about. The claim is about her dominance and prowess as a female leader to highlight her authority. And I don't know that really works. So I'm gonna remove that one. That one's not perfect. Which then gets us to step 4 in the plan of attack, and choosing the 2 that best prove the ideas. I have a lot of students who struggle with how many examples do I need to have for each body paragraph. And again, I can't give you like here's what you must do. I think there's so many variables. The passage, how you're feeling that day, possibly your main idea. It could even be how long your example is. And maybe you have one example, but you can pick out various pieces within. But I think a good general rule of thumb is to have 2. That means that your claims are going to be sufficiently supported, and that hopefully you'll have text from different places, examples from different places. So it gives you a lot to say. So I think 2 is a good rule of thumb, but please know that that's not an absolute. There's so many things that factor into that. So I look at my chart, or if I were to write this in right, I'm just thinking in my head, okay, of these things, which 2 do I think I could best prove? I think I'm going to go with the second and the third example for several reasons. One, I think that the first and the third example are really kind of similar, and if I were to weigh them side by side, I would put more stock in her being willing to live and die amongst her troops, other than just picking up arms. Maybe I could put those together, but I think I got more to say about her living and dying amongst them. And I loved my thought about the imagery where the heart and the stomach of the king, her interior is the same, so don't get so hung up on the exterior. So I like that I'm able to focus on her authority in 2 different ways. It's not going to be too repetitive. So I think that those are the 2 that I'm going to be able to prove the best. All right, let's practice with the second body paragraph. And this time I'm going to have you guys do a little bit of the work. Think about this as, again, the second body paragraph, the one that follows. And here is the topic sentence, the very first sentence of that body paragraph. The student writes, furthermore, Queen Elizabeth showcases her leadership by utilizing rousing diction to inspire the troops to fight Spain valiantly. Try it on your own. Pause the feed, identify what choice the student wants to explore, choice or strategy the student, or strategy or device the student wants to explore in this body paragraph, and underline any key ideas that the student will have to prove. So pause the feed, and then we'll share some ideas. All right, for me, this is what I would have circled or underlined. Rousing diction to inspire them to fight valiantly. And I will say, I did pause a little bit at the leadership, because I had leadership circled with the previous exam or previous paragraph, except I think in this case, her leadership is really about inspiring the troops to fight Spain valiantly. So I don't know that that's as crucial of a piece. I think in the first paragraph, it was not just her leadership, it was her female leadership. And this body paragraph is going to focus more on her inspiration, so I'm only going to highlight those few words, just so we're all on the same page. Rousing diction, whenever you're choosing, word choice is a very common thing for students to examine in an essay. You always want to have some sort of tone word or adjective attached to it. In this case, the student chose the word rousing, which means to induce excitement, to stir, to move them, and then valiantly means to fight or to attack something with braveness or courage or strength. So I want you to follow the next step, which is to pause the feed, go back into the speech, and see if you can find examples of rousing diction, specific word that will incite some energy or some motivation in her troops. All right, here are 4 that really stuck out to me. The words tyrant in line 6, the word tyrant in line 6, famous victory in line 37, valor in 36, and armed multitudes in 40. When I skim the passage, those are the words I think really speak to fighting Spain valiantly, or words that might really speak to motivating her troops. So again, I want want you to pause now and think through that step 3 of these examples. Can you justify how each speaks to rousing diction and to inspire the troops to fight valiantly? Think about the extent to which each of these examples can prove those ideas. All right, so again, I'm using the chart. If you were to do this in a typewriting setting, I think these are just things you would ask yourself. You probably want to list them out on a chart like this. I would start with this example of tyrants, and I think that that's a really good word because instead of referring to them as Spain or the Spaniards, she's referring to them as tyrants, people who are cruel and oppressive, rulers who act too aggressively. So I think that word choice really does speak to how they aren't humans, they're tyrants. So it removes that face, makes them less human, which I think would probably rouse them because makes them like defeat something as terrible as a tyrant. Famous victory she references toward the end of her speech, and I think that that's rousing because it lets the troops know that this battle is going to go down in history. It's something that will live in people's memories. That too might inspire them because it's a more noble act. It's not just a fight. It's a battle that will lead to a famous victory. It's positive. It's uplifting. They're going to win. It's a victory, and it will last in people's minds. It'll stay famous. When it comes to valor, she's kind of flattering them a little bit when she's describing their valor in the field. So I guess that might be rousing. But when I think about that, it's really just like reassuring them of their capabilities. So I think I could make the case that reassuring them will rouse them and inspire them to fight valiantly, but I think it's going to take a little bit of extra work to prove. And then looking at armed multitudes. At first glance, I really liked this phrase, armed multitudes. But then when I went back and I studied the passage, I realized she's speaking to Spain, and that those are the armed multitudes they're facing. So that one's not going to work either. So if I were to go through and check things off, this is what it might look like. Which means if I'm going to get to step 4 of my plan of attack, which is the best, I'm going to go with tyrants and famous victory. Valor is so close in approximation to the famous victory phrase that maybe I could pull that one in and kind of have 3 examples and make famous victory and valor combined. So maybe I'll do that when I'm writing. But I'm going to make the bulk of my paragraph focus on tyrants and famous victories. All right, so just to review, there are 4 main steps when it comes to selecting appropriate evidence. And as the rubric says, the most important piece is to make sure it supports your line of reasoning, supports your claim. So you have to start by identifying what is it that I'm setting forth to prove, and which choice is in some cases best to prove that. Then you go back and you look in the text quickly to see which of those pieces, which of those examples or choices might help prove those main ideas. Then I'm going to consider the extent to which they prove the ideas, and then choose the 2 that I think I can work the most with. Before we break for the day, I want to give you a few tips or things to remember, some keys to keep in mind when it comes to selecting appropriate evidence. Again, I would make sure it's specific and concrete. You could have a specific reference to the text, but just make sure it is something concrete. The more specific, the better. I'd also encourage you to make sure you have a specific or an accurate understanding of the example. Remember how I looked at that example of the armed multitudes? When I took just that phrase, I thought it would work until I went back and I read it in context and I read that whole sentence and I realized I did not understand that correctly. Another way you might approach it is to paraphrase the example. That will help to ensure do you understand it as clearly as you think you do. Another tip I give you is to make sure you're picking evidence from a variety of places in the text. You'll notice I didn't have examples only in the very beginning of the speech. I had some in the beginning, 1 or 2 in the middle with the weak and feeble women, and then at the very end. Demonstrate that you have an understanding of the entire passage, not just from one spot. Here's another little tip. When it comes to what is appropriate, don't forget about the audience or the genre. So for example, if it's a speech, I don't think I'm going to pick a choice like a dash, because if I'm an audience member, like we've been looking at a graduation address, I'm sitting in this large arena listening to someone give an address, I'm not going to hear a dash, but I might recognize a dash or a semicolon in a letter. So keep that in mind, that maybe the audience or the genre will help kind of guide your choice a little bit too. And then the last thing is something that I'm finding with my students is make sure you're selecting choices that you can really explain. I think that sometimes students will select a choice and then they end up proving something else. So for example, if it's word choice, if you're saying that that's your choice, then make sure you're really looking at the denotations and connotations of those words and what effect they have. If it's repetition thing, it is about the word, but it's really about that word being repeated and how does that impact the audience. Or something like imagery. Make sure you're pulling out a specific image in that quote that you want to study to then explain how it functions or what effect it has. When you pick a choice, make sure you're really justifying and explaining that choice. All right, so for your guided practice for tonight, I've given you the 3rd body paragraph in this essay. And the topic sentence reads, finally, so it signals our last paragraph, Queen Elizabeth encourages confidence in her leadership and inspires the troops to defend her kingdom by alluding to God. So in this case, we can see the student also had a device during the body paragraph, an allusion to religion. I'm not going to do the exact same chart because I wanted to see if you guys could pick out the key ideas. So follow those steps in the plan of attack and then think about it instead of the checklist. I've asked you how does each example convey these ideas and what is each example suggesting about these ideas. I think that might help kind of summarize your thinking of what you'd be doing in the checklist itself. So that way you don't have to give it a check or an X. You're just thinking through the things. All right, have a great weekend. I hope you have a restful weekend and you're able to relax a little bit, maybe read a good book or watch a movie and just unwind a little bit this weekend. And we'll see you on Monday.
Hi, everyone. I think we're here. I think we're ready to go. I am Dawn Knight. I'm an English teacher at Westfield High School in Westfield, Indiana, but you probably don't care because you're much more interested in the person you see next to me, our special guest today, Tony Hale, an Emmy Award-winning actor, producer, and author.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Isn't this weird? I can't see any of you. I see Dawn, but I can't see any of you. I hope everybody has a fantastic snack in front of them. I hope you're enjoying it. I don't. I just have water. Boring.
Well, let's get started. I have some questions for you, if that's okay.
Great.
Well, a lot of us are familiar with your characters in Veep and Arrested Development, but I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about yourself and your career.
Yeah, so first of all, I love doing this. I love talking to everybody. I can't see anybody, which is so surreal to me. I love that this is doing it as a waiting room. I think that's fascinating. So a little bit about myself. I am from Tallahassee, Florida, and I did not study acting in college. After college, I kind of thought I wanted to dip my toe back in acting because I I moved to New York and started doing commercials. I was always seen as the quirky guy who wasn't all there. That was my type, and that hasn't changed very much in my work. But I did that in New York, and then my life in New York. I did a lot of theater and many other jobs. Moved to LA for the Arrested Development. That brought me out in 2003. And then we've been here ever since. And I guess I've been in this business for over 20 years, which is crazy. Been really fortunate to have some great gigs. I loved my time on Veep, Arrested, and able to do some movies. And also I'll talk a little bit later about this children's show I do. Archibald's Next Big Thing, which gives me a tremendous amount of joy doing it.
Great. Well, let's get into some of the things that I think some of our AP Lang kids can relate to.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the things we have them do is they interact a lot with passages, whether they're from short stories or essays or journals, poems, and with it, letters even. And typically the first thing they do is just kind of interact with and figure out, speaker, audience, purpose. And I kind of wondered how you process when you first get a script in front of you. What is your process for interacting with that?
Yeah, so I always get sent I'll get sent a script and just to kind of see if I'm interested in it. As I look over it, I think mainly maybe just to kind of try to find obviously what the story's about, and kind of you can kind of get a sense from the writing what the tone is. Obviously, if it's a comedy I'm reading, is the comedy very broad? Is it subtle? Is it and then if it's something that I'm interested in, the big thing is I love to have a conversation with the writer or the director and just kind of talk about. I always like asking the question like, why did you write this? Where is this coming from? Because there's a lot of it really helps the actor, at least it helps me to really know why did you want to start this? Because it gives me a new motivation of what I'm entering into, kind of the passion behind. And so I love asking those questions of like, but also why specifically, why did you want this message out there? Just kind of really kind of find the world building of why it came about, because it really helps me just kind of knowing when I hear where they're coming from, kind of knowing the world that I'm entering into. So it's a big gift to kind of hear that in the writer or the director. Many times in the director, both the writer and director.
That's great. Are you guys hearing that? That is the rhetorical situation that you just talked about. I love it. So the interaction between all of those things and the exigence that prompted it to happen to begin with. So go ahead.
In terms of kind of like in terms of kind of the character itself, like if it's something I'm interested in and I'm having this conversation, if they're interested in me, kind of diving into the character is really the really fun process. Because for instance, the way I see it, I feel like each actor needs to have some kind of connection with the character. I think you can actually find a connection with any character, and you need to find that connection in order to give the most authentic performance. For example, years ago I was doing this movie, and the character was kind of a jerk, and he kind of was entitled. And I remember reading this character and being like, ugh, I can't stand people like this. I just don't like people like this. And I went to this acting coach, and I was talking about kind of this process, these feelings I'm having, and she says, Tony, you have to realize that this character is inside you. And the fact is, she's absolutely right, because there have been days in my life that I've been a jerk. There are times in my life I'm not proud of, and I've been entitled. And the more that I can resonate with these characters and I can find parts of them in myself, then I can give the most authentic performance. And also for writers out there, the more that you can, when you're writing a character, the more that you can find that connection within yourself with the character, I feel like you write the character with a lot more depth and layers and compassion. Because everybody, even if it's like a very, very evil character, you have to find those different layers, because then you can find, wait, why are they evil? Where did this brokenness come from? And so you find more of a humanity in these characters when I'm playing them and when you're writing them. And honestly, I feel like acting and writing then becomes an act of empathy, which actually is a great lesson in general for all of us. I think about if I can think of somebody off the top of my head who I can't stand, okay, I think about that person, I think, oh gosh, they're arrogant, they said things I don't like, all this kind of stuff. Guys, if I'm honest with myself, I said things I'm not proud of. I've had moments in my life that I'm arrogant. And that way, so rather than I'm coming from more of a place of empathy rather than judgment. And so both acting and writing can really be a beautiful act of empathy if you kind of begin to look at it from that direction, if that makes sense.
I love that. And I know that reading, there are numerous studies that show that reading makes us more empathetic, and I think that's so important. And a couple of things you were saying, we actually talked a couple of different times about shades of gray when we talk about arguments and how the world's not really just black and white. And that really kind of reminded me of that when you were saying that. It's not just you're a bad person or you're a good person. There are all these different shades in between. Did you want to talk any more about the role that empathy plays in acting, writing, reading, any of those things before we?
Yeah, I mean, it's just such I think the big thing with acting with empathy that I really appreciate, and I would even say writing, is say for instance someone comes to me and they want me to play a coach or something like that, say like a coach or something, or a football coach, or whatever. My immediate thinking is like, I'm not going to cast as that, okay? But the fact is, if I think about a coach and I think about a coach being motivational, he inspires, he encourages. If I bring that out in myself and I put that on the table in the audition, yeah, I might not get the part, but they're not going to see anybody else doing it like me because I brought it out of myself. If I think of a coach, I might have an idea of a coach, like for instance the guy in Friday Night Lights. If I just play an idea of what I think football coaches, I'm telling you right now, there's thousands of other people who can play the part much better than me to play that idea. But if I bring out those traits in myself, whereas when you're writing, if you try to bring out the places in yourself, the fact is, for me, I might not get the part, but I'm going to have put out the representation that is most honest and the most authentic by just finding that empathy and resonating with certain aspects, if that makes sense. So it makes it the most unique when you try to do that.
Yeah, and in the world, why do you think empathy is an important skill to have in general?
I mean, I think it's unbelievably necessary. We're an incredibly divisive country. Nobody's listening to each other, and all we're doing is saying you're wrong, I'm right. And if we begin to find connections, find similarities in each other, I'm not saying you can't have your stance and you can't have your platform, but at least there's bridges being built of communication. Because I can say, hey, I sound like a Hallmark card now, but it's like, no, but I'm saying, hey, I'm not different from you in being passionate about the subject. Hey, I'm not different from you in the fact that we're both fathers and we both love our families. And it's like, let's try to find these common grounds and try to be empathetic to each other's character. That way, we can be two people coming together with similarities and we can have a conversation. We might still leave there in disagreement, but at least we're communicating. It's very necessary.
Love that. Can you tell us a little bit more about another project of yours, Archibald?
Oh yeah, so Archibald, I love me some Archibald. Okay, so years ago when I booked Arrested Development, getting a sitcom was like my big thing. That was my dream, and I got that dream, and it didn't satisfy me the way I thought it was going to satisfy me, and it really scared. And what had happened was my whole life I looked at this big thing as like, oh, that's coming. And the fact is, I gave it too much weight, because what was happening is if you're not practicing contentment where you are, you're not going to be content when you get what you want. And I had not been for most of my life very present. I'd always just been looking so far ahead all the time. And so the book is called Archibald's Next Big Thing. And what happens is he gets a card in the mail, this chicken with this little brown corduroy sweater. He gets a card in the mail that says your big thing is here. And he's like, where? And he goes on all these adventures. But every time he's on an adventure, he's like, I gotta get to my next big thing. And this bee comes along, and the bee's like, hey, you gotta just be, man. You gotta just be. And then in the end, he realizes that the card is right, that your big thing is right here. My big thing right now is talking to you guys. That's my big thing. And so this whole process of writing this book came from my own story and my own struggle with being present. And then now it kind of became this cartoon on Netflix. And now Archibald, this chicken, he sees everything like it's a big thing. And not only does he see everything like it's a big thing, but he sees the best in everyone, or at least tries to see the best in everyone and the best in every situation. That's something I do. And so this skinny chicken with a brown sweater, has become my role model fully.
I love this so much. That's great. That's wonderful. Another quick question, getting back to our empathy a little bit. Dan sent me a question. So we want to know if you've ever had to read something on the fly the way these kids do, where it's a timed situation, like if you're in a situation where you're rehearsing or something and somebody gives you a change or you're yeah. So have you ever had to read something in a really quick time constraint, and how do you deal with that?
Oh, totally, 100%. And actually on Beat, we would be doing a scene and they would just be handing us new pages and line changes in the middle of the scene. And you just kind of have to go with it. And honestly, what I'm very thankful for is the time spent on knowing enough about the world and knowing enough about the character and knowing enough about my role to Selena Meyer, who's played by Julie Louis-Dreyfus. So when new lines came, I thankfully had enough of a foundation that I could easily roll with it. The challenge is when you haven't done the work to where you don't have a strong enough foundation, and then it's really hard to kind of get into it. Now, the other side of it is since I do know enough about the foundation, if a new line is given to me or do something, if it feels jarring to me, if it feels like something, wait, I don't feel like my character would say something like this, it makes so much more sense when you're communicating to the writer, because I really know the world that my character is in. And I know, I don't know if he would be that abrupt to Selena. I don't know, it seems a little too bold for my character to say something like this. And then the writer would be like, oh my gosh, I totally get what you're saying, because I knew enough about the world that I was in. Now, in contrast to that, there's been many times I haven't done my work. I'm not proud of it. And so I really have to work extra hard in those moments to be like, would I say that? Would I not say that? Rather than I should have done the work in really good time.
Absolutely, love it. Okay, so the students who we're talking to are probably sophomores, juniors, or seniors. And as a teacher myself who interacts with them all the time, I know that as a general rule, a lot of them have a lot of stress in their lives. Even before the pandemic happened, this is a time when they're making huge decisions. They're bombarded daily with a lot of bad news. Social media, they're kind of comparing themselves to other people's highlight reels. There's just all these things that cause, I think, a lot of anxiety in this group. And I was wondering, as an actor, you're no stranger to challenges and stress. And I just wondered if you had any advice for them.
First of all, I love that question. I love that we're talking about it. I struggled with anxiety for most of my life. There's a reason that I played very anxious characters. It's something that I can easily resonate with. And also, just especially in the season we're in right now, it is overwhelming. And there's a lot of concerns and feelings that come and go in our minds and our bodies, just to kind of give you the allowance of, hey, that's everybody's experiencing. It's very normal to have all those feelings. In terms of kind of anxiety when it comes to these big decisions, I totally get that. I would say for advice, something that I have really had a lot of therapy on, and I'm very thankful to have that therapy. But many times what was happening to me with my anxiety is I felt like I was a victim to my thoughts and my feelings. So I felt like I was bombarded by all of these negative thoughts and these negative feelings. And over time, really learned how to become more of an observer to these thoughts and feelings. So for instance, if I had a thought of, oh my gosh, I'm never going to work again, and my body just started to kind of get overwhelmed, I learned to more and more be like, be more of an observer to where I go, there's that thought that I'm never going to work again. There's that feeling that I'm never going to work again. And you learn to look at it like cars on a highway, just going by. So rather than identifying with every single thought and every single feeling, it's like you just learn like you're looking at a movie screen, and you can say, yeah, like for instance, if you guys are sophomores and juniors, if you have these daunting, overwhelming feelings, you can say, if you get kind of overwhelmed, you can say, oh yeah, there's that thought that I'm not going to find the right school. There's that feeling that I'm not going to pass this test and everything's going to fall apart. So what you're doing is you're not owning these feelings and thoughts as much, because the fact is we can't control these thoughts and feelings. They're going to come and go. What we can do is we can almost be more of an observer. We can kind of set them apart of ourselves, because you are not identified by those feelings. They just come and go. That would be one thing. Another thing that I've really gotten in good practice with is many times we all do this, is you kind of live in the what if, where it's like, oh my gosh, what if this? What if I don't get in the right school? What if this happens? And you start creating these big narratives, these big fearful narratives in your head, and it gets so overwhelming. And what I've learned to do is when all of these what ifs come in your mind, when that happens, I just say not now. And many times I have to say that out loud. I just have to say not now. And what that does is you're not necessarily controlling the thought or the feeling, but there's something about verbally speaking out not now, which brings you back to where you are. And so many times I'll do that throughout the day. I'll find my mind going into these what ifs, and I'll just say not now. Right now, I'm having this great conversation with Dawn, and who knows how many people, and that's where I am right now. And many times to ground myself in that, I have to maybe touch the table around me, or I have to touch my sweater or something, just to kind of bring me back to where I am. So that's probably a big thing I would do. And also just be a lot more kind to yourself, because you guys are in situations. I remember those times looking for schools, and it can be very, very scary and very overwhelming. But the fact is, we all take it day to day. Everybody's in a situation right now where we're all taking it day to day. We're all in the same boat. And so just to kind of be a lot more kind to yourself, because it is going to be okay, but you gotta give yourself a lot more grace.
I couldn't agree more. I wish you had told me that when I was in high school, because I wasn't kind to myself and I dealt with a lot of anxiety also. And I think that those pieces of advice are so important. That idea that stressing about something and doing those what if scenarios aren't going to change anything, and they're just getting you down that wormhole. And so I love the way that you talking about it as cars going by and saying not now, and just being kind to yourselves. And I hope you guys are all hearing this. Be kind to yourselves.
Yeah, and just to add, the reason I talk about it so much is because I'm not good. This is something I have to work on daily, because I can find myself going into a false narrative in my head many times, and I just say, you know what, not now. Right now, I'm going to take it day to day. I'm going to ground myself where I am. I'm going to keep walking, and that's all I can do.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I think that is about it. But I wondered if you had any other closing thoughts or advice or anything, especially about students who maybe are thinking about a creative career choice.
Oh yeah, in terms of the creative career choice, I always encourage. I think many times when I can only speak from my TV or film kind of scenario, but I think many times it's easy to picture like New York or LA as kind of the meccas of where you need to go. I always encourage people to just try to grow where their plans are a little bit. Just like really kind of look around you and make the most of where you are, because there's something about the practice that you'll gain from where you are doing it more and more. Like for instance, if you want to be an actor, do as much stage as you can. Try to do get in front of the camera, because the more comfortable you are doing it where you are, then if it's your plan to move somewhere else, you'll be in a stronger, more confident, more honest place when you do it out there, rather than jumping right into it. And I would say in general, before you jump into your career, really establish a community first when it comes to if you want to go into the creative arts, because there is a lot of projection in my business, and it is my community that is giving me longevity. People who see me beyond how the industry might see me. And in terms of your question, kind of what I would say to the students now, I know you guys are looking for schools. This sounds very hallmarky and hokey, but I just think it's really true. Know right now that your value is not getting at the best school or whatever it is. The value you have right now is tremendous, and it's the most value you're going to have. You getting into a new school or whatever the best school, that's not going to give you your value. You have tremendous value right where you are right now, and you have to remember that. That's key.
You said something about rejection there also, and I think that's another important thing, because I think at some point everybody experiences that, whether it's not getting into school or not getting the job you want. Any advice for dealing with rejection?
Yeah, I've been dealing with it's kind of a part of my job for over 20 years, and I think the more that I realize that many times it doesn't really have to do with me. It just has to do with, from an acting perspective, there's so many people out for this one part, and I might have just been too old, I might not look the part, I might be too young. You have no idea. There's many other factors out of my control as to why I didn't get the part. So many times it has nothing to do with me, and so that's a different way to frame it for yourself. But just like there's so many other factors that go into something that you have no idea about. So if something were not to happen, realize it probably has nothing to do with me personally. It's just the fact that there's so many other things going into it.
Absolutely. Before we say goodbye to you, I just want to let these guys know that when we do say goodbye to you, we're going to move on and just do a very quick warm up from Friday's AP exam practice, so that you guys can get your feedback on that. And then we're not doing a lesson today, but we are going to do another AP exam practice. This is all about that foundation that Mr. Hale was just talking about, so that when you get to read on the fly, you know what you're doing and you're ready to go. So we'll keep doing that today, but it'll be a very short one. We'll just do the warm up and the exam practice, and that's all. Right?
Oh, wait, can I say one more thing? Yes. In addition to, I want to wish Alice in Jersey a happy 7th birthday. I heard it's her birthday. So happy birthday, Alice. But also I want to say, in terms of kind of this quarantine we're all in, I think it is good to remember, just for those that are in school or they might be graduating or whatever, is that it's just to remember. I know it's overwhelming, but this is a very small chapter in the story of your life. I know it feels overwhelming, but it's like it is a small chapter. You are going to get through this, and your story will continue to unfold. But it's at this point, I know it feels crazy, but in the large story, you have a beautiful story coming. It's just a little scene of it. So try not to give it too much power.
I love that. All right. Anything else you want to say?
Good. You guys are great. I can see you all. Yeah. Okay. You guys are great.
Thank you so. Oh, you too. Thank you so much. And that was wonderful. We so appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. If you guys will just give me 1 second, I'm going to share my screen with you here, and then we will, like I said, very quickly go through today's lesson, which isn't really a lesson. It's the warm up and practice. Okay. So on Friday, hold on. I need to move some screens out of my way here. There we go. On Friday, you looked at some selecting evidence, to use in the body paragraph for this particular claim. Finally, Queen Elizabeth encourages confidence in her leadership and inspires the troops to defend her kingdom by alluding to God. And once again, if you weren't here for Friday's lesson, this will still make sense to you. What they were doing here was practicing finding evidence to support a claim. So this is the claim. And the first step to do here is to really look at what are the key ideas in this claim or in this topic sentence. So if you look at what we've underlined here, there are a couple of different things. First of all, that the rhetorical choice was allusions to God. And so you should have found 2 allusions to use to support your claim. But then you also want to make sure that these allusions supported all aspects of the claim, that she encourages confidence in her leadership leadership and that she inspires the troops to defend her kingdom. So we want an allusion that does both of those things, and preferably two of them. Okay, so after locating some examples that might work, then you kind of consider the extent to which they prove all aspects. So if you look at the first one here, let tyrants fear. I have always so behaved myself that under God I have placed my chiefest strength in my loyal hearts and goodwill of my subjects. So this means that she believes she's guided by God, a superior being above her, watching how she behaves. And the allusion to God is mostly in reference to how she lives her life and what she believes in. But it doesn't do as much in terms of talking about encouraging confidence or inspiring troops. So let's look at another example. The second one, to lay down for my God and for my kingdom and my people, my honor and my blood, even in the dust. So this time she's willing to die for God, kingdom, and people and troops. The allusion here highlights that she would sacrifice herself for any of these, and that would probably inspire confidence in her troops and in her leadership because of her willingness to die for them, which could easily inspire them. So that one does a much better job there. And then we shall shortly have a famous victory over those enemies of my God, of my kingdom, and of my people. And here again, we have the idea that she's equating God and her kingdom and her people, which would make them more confident in her leadership because they feel valued by her. The idea that using the word tyrant would inspire them to defend the kingdom because it means the enemy is terrible and must be defeated. So those last two examples do a much better job of not just showing an allusion to God, but an allusion to God that supports the purpose of encouraging confidence in her leadership and inspiring her troops. Okay, so now let's look at today's exam practice. Since we didn't really get a chance to go through a lesson today on embedding evidence, which is basically doing what we just did, but then how to put that into the paragraph itself, I put together just a little workshop. I don't even know if I would call it a workshop. I called it a workshop, but it's just 4 steps that kind of take you through different ways to embed evidence in a paragraph. And then the 4th step is for you to practice what you learned through reading it. So you have this AP exam practice. It's in the link as usual in the video description. So you should be able to go through that and do that. And then tomorrow you'll actually do the warm up on that and see how you did. Okay, I think that's it for today. Thank you as always for watching. I'm so excited that we got the chance to talk to Tony Hale today. All right, have a great day. Don't forget to be kind to yourselves and find some joy. Stay active and stay healthy. Thanks.
On the show more description of the YouTube video, you'll see that there is a URL that you can open and we'll take you to a folder that has a bunch of resources from all of our sessions. Look specifically for the resources labeled 4-21. There should be 3 of them. A handout, 421 prompt for lesson, and 421 AP practice. I'm going to pull those up. We'll be working with them today, and then we'll get started in about 30 seconds. All right, happy Tuesday. Welcome back. For those of you who've been tuning in, you might notice I'm by myself. I do not have an amazing celebrity or actor by my side today. I'm flying solo. But if you did not watch yesterday, I'm going to really encourage you to go and check out the session for April 20th. April 20th was a wonderful session that we had after Tony Hale was on. He had such fantastic insight into real life reading, writing, and I particularly loved his insights on how do you respond to criticism and how do you handle stress. I think a lot of my students focus a lot on that and how do I perform under pressure, how do I write an essay in 45 minutes, and then how do I take feedback from my teacher and not take it personally, but then grow from it. So I thought he had some great insights, so I strongly encourage you to check that out. And then at the very end of the lesson, Mrs. Knight was talking about how she created a workshop almost to help guide you guys through how to introduce and embed evidence. Specifically, she asked students to look at a particular quotation from a passage and then consider the various ways that you can embed it into your own writing to make it a little bit more fluid and less clunky. If you did not watch yesterday's session too, great. But you can also access these resources, and if not, you can still kind of pay attention. Hopefully it will help you moving forward how to embed your own evidence. So the primary goal of her workshop yesterday was to get you to think about how you can take someone else's writing, like a quote from a person, and weave it, embed it into your own language so it's fluid and it makes sense. And some of the tips she gave you were to paraphrase the quote, to put it at the beginning of your own writing, to sandwich it in the middle where your writing is at the beginning and at the end, to segment or place a segment at the end of a sentence, or she even gave you tips on how to put multiple quotations in one particular sentence of your own writing. So if you complete the activity, it might not look the exact same as ours, but I think that this will give you some good insight into how you could construct your own writing and embed your evidence in a more fluid manner. All of these are good. Maybe you pause the recording and take a moment to look through which of these speak more to your writing style. All of these are good. The main thing to avoid is just having a sentence stuck by itself where it opens and closes with a quotation. All right, so for today, we're going to talk about a topic that is something that a lot of students hold near and dear to their heart, and that is commentary. And talking about analysis, I'm going to give you a quick anecdote. I've been teaching AP now for 15, maybe 16 years, so I've got thousands of students. One of my favorite students of all time graduated maybe 5 years ago, and when he was a senior, I sent him an email I found in the hallway and said, hey, would you mind giving me a few of your essays? Because I thought they were really good. I would love to be able to use them in my current class. I'll take your name off of them. And he was a wonderful young man. He's like, sure, go right ahead. So he gives me 2 or 3 essays. I'm going through them, trying to pull out like a paragraph or a topic sentence that my students could work with. And on the back, I saw that he'd been passing notes with someone else in the class. And on the back of his essay, he wrote something like, she always says more analysis needed. I have no idea what she's talking about. And there's this like amazing exchange between Glenn and this other student about we don't know what she needs. And I think that that was a really good moment for me as a teacher to recognize that sometimes we say things like analysis and commentary, and we think it's clear, but it might not be to you. So my goal today is to really help you understand how commentary is going to evaluate on your rubric and what it means. I think that sometimes analysis seems so nebulous and broad and overwhelming, but I want to make it as concrete as possible to you today. So describing what it means, and then also exploring how are you able to embed more commentary in your writing. If you essentially create tasks or steps, what would those be? And then we're going to be looking at it in some student writing too, just so you can examine how it might all fit together. First, let's look at the rubric itself. I know some of you get really hung up on thesis. My students do as well, and I like that. Great. A thesis is very important. But what I always encourage my students to do is to spend more time in their body paragraphs, get into the meat of the essay, because you get 4 points for evidence and commentary. It's so much more of a big ticket item than a thesis statement. So I always say get your thesis and then really start developing your body paragraphs. That's what's crucial, is if you take more time to develop your body paragraphs, you're probably going to end up with a higher score, because that's where 4 points come from, 4 out of the 6. It can influence your sophistication point as well, depending on how you weave your commentary in. And we'll be talking more about sophistication in like a week or so. But I wanted to take a moment here to call attention to how the rubric describes commentary. And it's basically a connection between your evidence and your claim or the line of reasoning. We're going to start by looking at the difference between a 2 and a 3, because that's a real hinge from passing the exam. That you want to make sure you are typically in that 2 range. What do I need to do to move into the 3? Specifically, the rubric, it describes a 2 in terms of commentary as having simplistic, inaccurate, or repetitive explanations that don't strengthen the argument. Typically with my students, when I give them that feedback, it's more just they have a very simplistic. It's rare that they're having an inaccurate, but it's more of it's just very obvious, not very insightful. It's not strengthening the argument. So it's a little simplistic, or it might just be repeating what has already been said. Another bullet point that you'll see here under decision rules and scoring notes is that for 2, in terms of commentary, it does not explain the connections of regression between the student's claims, so a line of reasoning is not clearly established. Basically, you aren't connecting your evidence. As opposed to a 3, the student will, quote, focus on the importance of specific word details from the passage to an argument. The examples and the analysis of them will be more specific. It's not not going to be very vague and broad. It'll be tied to specific details or words. I also love this bullet point that commentary may fail to integrate some evidence or fail to support the claim. Meaning they are analyzing all aspects of the example or not supporting the claim. The evidence does not fully support the claim. And I highlight that because a 3 still has room to grow too, but you'll notice it is much more specific and it has more commentary to it. So in your resources, again, in the show more portion of the description of this YouTube video, you'll have access to a folder. And in that folder, you'll see something labeled 4-21 prompt for lesson. I want us to spend just a little bit of time looking at samples from the 2019, I believe the 2019 free response question. That's a letter that Gandhi wrote to Lord Irwin, trying to remove taxation on salt in India and ultimately grant India independence. Pause the feed and take about 10 minutes. That's what we recommend you take 10 minutes to break down the prompt and the passage. You'll take 3 minutes just to try to understand the prompt itself. What is it really asking? What information is it giving you? How might you recognize the rhetorical situation within it? And then take 7 minutes to do a quick read of the passage itself, his letter, thinking about some of the main ideas and some of the choices he makes to prove his point. So pause the feed, become familiar with the passage. You don't have to know deeply, but just when we're looking at the samples, you're able to contextualize it a little. So pause the feed and then come back and we'll look at some samples. All right, so here are 2 paragraphs from 2 separate students, sample A and sample B. And you'll also have these in the 4-21 handout in case you make a copy of that or download it, or you can just look at the screen and try to think how you might complete this task. What I'd like you to do is pause the feed and read through each description first, highlighting or if it's easier to underline whenever the student's providing evidence. That will be something explicit from the text. It might not be a direct quotation of thinking about the lesson Mrs. Knight delivered yesterday. It could be paraphrasing. It could be leading into it, providing some summary information. So whenever you see the student referencing something from the text, even if it's just through a paraphrase language, I want you to underline it or highlight it in one color. Then I want you to highlight the commentary in a separate color, or maybe you double underline it if that's easier for you. And I know we've not talked about what commentary is yet, but think about it just in terms of that word, where the student is commenting on the example. So anytime the student is explaining or analyzing the example, highlight it in a separate color. This should take you about 5 minutes. So pause the feed, take a few moments to read through both paragraphs, highlighting the evidence in one color, the commentary in another, and maybe also think about which of these got the 2 and which got the 3, and how you know that based on the information in the rubric. All right, are you ready to see how I highlighted it? I highlighted the evidence in yellow and then the analysis in green. Sample A is a paragraph that received the 3, sample B received the 2. And I think that that's a really interesting point, even if I'm a real visual learner, and when you just look at it, you can see sample A only has 1 example, sample B has 2, so you would automatically assume, oh, sample B must be better because there's more support. However, if you look at sample A, there's more green than yellow, so we know the commentary, the discussion is going to be richer with sample A than it is with sample B, and that's one of the main reasons why sample A moves into a 3. There's more discussion. Whereas sample B, the commentary is there, as we can see because it's highlighted in green, it's there, and it's good, but the connection between the evidence and the ideas is not entirely clear. The student says this shows that the author is carefully choosing his words. Well, like which words were carefully chosen? Why were they carefully chosen? How does this show a duty and not a threat? The student doesn't fully examine the example itself. And the other way, again, visually, you spend about half the paragraph is in yellow, the other half is in green. So they're equally weighted. If you were to highlight your own writing, you want to make sure that you have more green than yellow. The more analysis, the better. So let's talk a little bit about what justifies or defines or describes commentary in student writing. Think about it as though it's any time that you, again, are commenting on a piece of an example, something you pulled from the text. And another way that I like to describe it to my own students is to think about it as though it's an iceberg. And what you can see on top is the obvious. It's something that everyone can see and everyone can describe. That's your evidence. You can point to it in a passage. The commentary is what lies beneath the surface, and 90% of an iceberg is underwater. So there's a lot to pull out from that example. So the commentary is what's underwater. The commentary is how you see the example in a way that's different from everyone else, or that isn't just verbatim straight in the passage, but going beneath the surface and thinking about what isn't obvious to everyone. With AP language, we have a curriculum that us teachers follow, excuse me, and in that we have a series of standards, and we also have, as you saw from the rubric, descriptors that I think really help capture how you might define commentary. Here are 3 ways that I pulled out. Commentary explains the significance and relevance of evidence in relation to the line of reasoning. It explains how rhetorical choices in the passage contributes to the writer's argument, purpose, or message. And the commentary explains how evidence supports a line of reasoning. If we just summarize each of those into like categories or tips or ways in which you could achieve that, I would maybe describe them this way. The first one is really looking at the importance of the example itself, explain the significance and the relevance of the evidence. Why is it important? The second is really talking about the rhetorical situation, how those rhetorical choices contribute to argument, purpose, and message. You've heard Mrs. Knight and I talk nonstop about the rhetorical situation. Those are 3 of the 6 elements in the rhetorical situation. So I think another way you could think about commentary is how an example relates or conveys information about the rhetorical situation. And then the last one is a really important piece, and that's how you connect it to your claim. How does it fit into the line of reasoning? I wish I could give you an acronym or you must do all these things, but so much of it really depends on you as a reader. It depends on the passage. It depends on the examples you pull out. It even depends on how you're feeling the day of a timed writing or the day of the AP exam. If you're feeling rushed for time, you might not do all of these. You might only do one. I'm going to walk you through each of them though, just to give you more in your toolkit, and that you can decide which of these best relates to your claim, your example, or again, like just how you're feeling on that day. Oh, sorry, one more thing. The only clear cut tip I can give you is to strive for at least 2 sentences of commentary for each example. So if you have 2 examples, then you should have around 4 sentences of commentary in your whole paragraph. Strive for at least 2. I think the more you have, a 3 or 4 sentences, the better. All right, so let's look at the first thing, examining the importance. Giving you a series of questions that you might want to consider asking. If you need to pause the feed to jot some of these down, go right ahead. It's not an exhaustive list. These are just some suggestions of things that you could ask yourself depending on your example. And these questions are really hovering all around your choice. What choice have you picked out to examine? So looking at things like, what is this example stating? How is the choice seen in the example? What effect is produced by this example or choice? Why would the writer make this choice? And how might the whole piece be different or less effective if the choice were made? Why is it an effective choice? Why is it so important to the piece? And even how does this example or choice build upon previous examples? I think this last bullet point, we'll be talking about that maybe on 427 and looking at the relationship between examples. Really strong students can look at their second example and relate it to their first and talk about how there's a relationship between the 2 examples. The biggest thing that I would encourage you to do is to make sure that all of this is tied to your line of reasoning. It's all tied to your claim, that you aren't just randomly examining alliteration, but it's alliteration within the scope or the lens of the claim that you're trying to prove within a body paragraph, your argument itself. I do want to highlight one thing that's really particular with my students, and that's the second bullet point. A lot of my students struggle with explaining how the choice is seen in the example. They tend to just state, here's a choice, here's an example, and then they jump straight into an idea. And something I've used with them, I don't know if you were younger and you ever heard an English teacher or language arts teacher reference show, don't tell. I tell my students something similar. I say, explore, don't just state. So make sure you're explaining the relationship between things. Don't assume, don't just tell me that this sentence uses passionate diction. Tell me what diction, which words are passionate in that example. So here's an example of something that I would possibly see for my students. They write something like, the writer incorporates imagery such as, quote, dry and parched surface, even the bushes smelt unpleasantly. This shows the writer's appealing to pathos because the islands are not a place someone would want to visit. The student just tells me it appeals to pathos. They don't explain to me how it appeals to pathos. I want to know, what is the image? Why would this image appeal to pathos? In what way? That if the student had one more sentence between the example and that this shows, it would make it a lot clearer. I will also say, this is a pet peeve of mine, that phrase, this shows, because if you're going to say that it shows, it needs to be clear. In this case, it's not clear to me that the writer's appealing to pathos. So make sure you're really explaining how the choice is seen in the example. Tell your reader how you want them to see that example itself before you jump into your ideas. Another category, another way that you can be incorporating analysis into your writing is to relate your example to the rhetorical situation. Remember, the task is not asking you to analyze the choices the writer makes, but it's asking you to analyze the rhetorical choices the writer makes. So you always want to see your example in the rhetorical situation found through the prompt or your study of the passage itself. So you might ask yourself, you might give an example you're writing and then ask yourself, how is it persuasive to the audience? What does it reveal about the speaker? This third bullet point, speaking to exigence, what does it suggest about why the writer has composed the piece? In what ways does this example reflect the time period in which it was written or delivered? Speaking to context, how does this help the writer achieve his or her purpose? And then the last one is speaking to message and argument. For me, I think the most important is that first bullet point. How is this persuasive to the audience? Especially if it's a speech or a letter, something where an audience has clearly been defined in the prompt itself. Think about why the writer would make that choice for that particular audience. That usually is a surefire way to get you to provide commentary that reflects the rhetorical situation. All right, and then the last area is to connect it back to your claim. And this is a clear priority on the rubric. The rubric gives one particular bullet point just to the connection made between the evidence and the claim. It is the binding. It really pulls your whole paragraph together. It adds cohesion to the paragraph. It makes everything seem to fit better. I think the key is to start by looking at, and maybe you get toward the end of your body paragraph and you pause and say, what did I set out to prove in this paragraph? Remind yourself of that, and then add a sentence or two that connects your example to that particular claim. I would encourage you to not use the same language, though. Try to vary it up. Primarily because if you are using the same words over and over again, if it didn't make sense to me the first time, it's not going to make sense to me the second or third. So try to change up the language a little bit and make sure it's explicit. So you might specifically answer, in what way does this example relate to what I'm arguing in my topic sentence? How does it connect to my claim? What's the main idea of this example? How does this relate to the main idea of the paragraph? And then look at the subject matter of the claim too. Maybe you kind of again stop it and ask yourself these questions and force yourself to write the answer at the end of a body paragraph. If you can't do it for each example, then make sure it's built into the last two sentences or so of each body paragraph. I know that this year's a little bit different because you won't be, not all of you are going to be handwriting your essay. You now have the option to type it. But in a normal year, what I would say to my students, this is a good tip for those of you who are handwriting, to write in the margin of your essay the 2 or 3 keywords you're trying to prove in the paragraph, so that every time you write a sentence and you get back to the next line, you can see those keywords. It's like a subtle reminder to you to make sure that you are staying focused on proving that particular claim. This year, if you are handwriting, maybe you just like write on your note paper in big bold letters 2 or 3 words that capture what you're trying to prove in the paragraph, and that might be your subtle reminder or your subtle hit for this year. Think of this as though it's a bridge. You've got to make a bridge between your evidence and your claim. Why would the writer make that choice? How does that prove a particular claim or argument? All right, so let's practice by going back to those 2 samples I asked for you to highlight earlier. And let's start with sample B, R2. If we were to go back in and read the analysis a little bit more carefully, you might notice that the student is examining the importance and connecting the claim. The first example, the student writes, this shows that the author is carefully choosing his words as it helps his letter flow and get across the certain point he would like Erwin to understand. The student, it's again the show don't tell. The student says that it shows he carefully chooses his words, but it doesn't explain how or which words. It's a little vague, but and the student also says it helps letter flow, but that's not necessarily what the claim is making this body paragraph. It's about proposing not a threat but a duty he must fulfill. So the flow of his letter doesn't really relate much either. The student does reference Lord Erwin, but not necessarily why it's persuasive to him. So the student's really only exploring one element, the importance, and even that's a little too vague for me. I would like more details about the importance of him choosing his words in order to justify that as a 3. And then the second example, the student writes that he uses these words to express why and how the things he mentions in the letter will be done. Instead of a threat, he uses these words to signify a promise. So here, the student does a nice job of connecting back to the point of that body paragraph, the threat, not the duty. The student kind of just restates it though. The student's not putting it into his or her own words, and they've not really proven it through the example, but at least I do see a connection to the claim, so that's pretty good. All right, let's look at the 3 now. So only one example, but you can see the student took all 3 of those tips and wove it into the analysis of that one example. So first, the student says Gandhi believes that he has a godly duty to the people of India to gain independence, and he's referencing the highlights or the significance of that particular example by referencing the godly duty. So we see the importance there. I also think the student does a really nice job of building up to that example, and while it might not necessarily be commentary, it's helping us to better understand the importance of the example itself. The student connects back to the claim next by writing, there's no stronger resolve than to work with your religion. If you go back to the first sentence of this paragraph in the letter, the overall tone is resolve. So now I wish the student used a different word there, but again, at least it's connecting to the claim. So everything is tied up nicely. And then I love this last sentence. I think that this last sentence does a great job of still somewhat connecting to the claim, but really exploring the rhetorical situation. The student writes, we know that Gandhi and the people of India have a strong resolve to stick to civil obedience and non-violent actions committed to help gain independence from reference to the speaker, Gandhi, the people of India, the context, and the exigence of them wanting to stick to civil obedience and non-violent actions, which speaks to why he's so compelled to write. I think that this is tough to do, but the student did a great job of getting 3 separate categories covered in the analysis. You might not do that. It might just be 1 or 2 of these. But I think that regardless, really try to push for more than 2 sentences. As you can see here, this student has, I think, 4 in total. So the more sentences you have that are either examining the importance, connecting to your claim, or relating to the rhetorical situation, the better. All right, so just a quick review. Commentary and analysis. I know that it is vague. I know that it's nebulous and abstract to you and to my student Glenn, who's out there somewhere. Instead, try to think about it as though there are 3 things I can do with my examples. And hopefully I can do all of them depending on the example, the passage, myself, my reading, etc. But maybe I have a sentence or 2 examining the importance of the choice itself. Maybe I add a sentence or 2 of how does this relate to elements of the rhetorical situation, with the key being, depending on the genre, why it's persuasive to this particular audience. And then lastly, make sure you're connecting to your claim that you're trying to set out and prove in a body paragraph. So for tonight, a practice I'd love to give you is a student paragraph, and I've removed the commentary. So you'll see here, I've already highlighted for you what the evidence says, but I've removed the commentary. I'm going to ask for you to go in and add commentary to this sample, adding at least 2 sentences per example. And it can be in any of those elements, the examining the importance, the related to rhetorical situation, or connecting to the claim. And think about how, if there's a particular area that you want to practice, and then we'll look at those tomorrow. So I hope you have a great day. My push for you today is to connect with someone outside of your house. So reach out to a friend or a teacher and have some sort of a connection that's more meaningful than just, hey, how's it going? I think that's good for all of us, and it's really nice and cathartic for our souls. So take some time to connect with someone out there outside your home, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day.
Back or welcome if it's your first time. Thanks for joining. I'm just going to give it a minute so that everyone who wants to has a chance to join us. Just give it 1 minute. We're just going to give it about 30 more seconds to make sure everyone who wants to has a chance to join, and then we'll get started. All right, let's go. I am Dawn Knight. I'm an English teacher from Westfield High School in central Indiana, just north of Indianapolis. We're going to start today by going over the AP exam practice from yesterday. As always, don't worry if you didn't do the lesson. I think this will still be very beneficial to you. So yesterday we defined commentary and looked at these statements that come from the rubric and our course standards to understand how AP describes commentary. We summarized by considering commentary as when students examine the importance of the example, relate the example to elements of the rhetorical situation, and explicitly connect it to the claim of the paragraph. So if you look on the left there, it kind of shows you what the rubric said and then how we're kind of looking at what that means for you. You were given a paragraph yesterday that was lacking sufficient commentary and asked to compose at least 2 sentences of analysis for each example. And while your writing may not look exactly like what this student did, we're just going to take a look at what they did here and how they included those elements that are in the writing. You'll notice that the yellow is the example and green is commentary. So let's just read through this paragraph together first. Throughout the letter, Gandhi continuously emphasizes that he intends no harm, but that his only goal is to help Britain perceive the wrong they've done to India by issuing the SALT Act, effectively doing so by including a short anecdote and emphasizing the prejudice his people faced to force Lord Erwin to connect with his own people in the same way Gandhi speaks for his. Gandhi begins his letter by stating his perspective clearly, acknowledging that nothing can be done without taking any risks. He asks Lord Erwin to pave the way for immediate removal of those evils because I do not seek to harm your people. I want to serve them even as I serve my own. I believe that I have always served them. Okay, so we got into the claim and the first first example. Now let's look at the analysis here. Gandhi highlights his high values and encourages the same from the recipient of the letter. By doing so, Gandhi demonstrates that Lord Irwin can find an alternative to serving Britain even while helping India by unissuing the SALT Act. Right, so they get to the claim and the rhetorical situation there. Gandhi even states that if you cannot see your way to deal with these evils and my letter makes no appeals to your heart, then India will move on with a civil disobedience movement. So we have the example. Speaking about evil and Irwin's heart evokes emotion in Irwin and allows him to see there are other ways to help India. By stating so, he outright pleads with Lord Irwin and asks him to relate to Gandhi. So there we see the importance and using the word choices of evil and heart and how those words are functioning. Furthermore, he asks that once the British nation sees the sufferings Gandhi and his people undergo, that it will be enough to meet the stoniest hearts, subtly implying that Britain is cruel for imposing such attacks upon them. He even includes a short anecdote about serving Britain blindly until 1919. He uses a metaphor to state that even when his eyes were opened and he conceived non-cooperation, he continued to serve them with equal love, further asking Lord Irwin to do the same. This metaphor and anecdote serve to further draw out emotion in Irwin because Gandhi is speaking about topics he can relate to. This is persuasive because it makes the SALT Act personal, not some piece of legislation Irwin issued. By his use of appealing to Irwin's emotions, he forces Lord Irwin to reconsider the India SALT Act to see what other less harmful alternatives there may be to help a nation who once blindly served them. So in this example, it discusses the metaphor and anecdote. It shows the rhetorical situation and why this is persuasive to Irwin and connects back to the claim to that topic sentence at the beginning. So you might want to pause here just for a minute and take a look at what you did to do a little self-assessment. Which of these did you achieve? Did you use the same language as the claim or did you use synonyms? So if you want to pause here for a second, then you can move on whenever you're ready. All right, now let's take a look at what we're doing today. Today's lesson is about irony. This has been kind of a crazy school year for me, even before the pandemic stuff. In fact, I'm pretty sure that this became a personal motto of mine this year. I found myself often saying, I'm fine, it's fine, everything's fine. And I said this to be ironic because oftentimes things weren't really that fine. And that applies now, I think, more than ever for a lot of us. This could be a lot of people's personal mottos, I think, at this point. So I think it's a really appropriate way to start a lesson on irony. So here's today's lesson. We're going to talk about what is irony, how irony works, recognizing satire and irony, and then analyzing irony in a rhetorical analysis passage. And what you need to know, well, first, irony and satire go hand in hand. A lot of people confuse them because irony is often used in satire. So satire is the use of humor to ridicule or to point out issues in society. And you'll see several examples on this slide of books, shows, publications that are satirical. Probably a lot of these that you're familiar with. It's by no means a comprehensive list, but it's likely you're familiar with one or two of them, and others might come immediately to mind. You've probably read some satire by Mark Twain or Jonathan Swift in English class at some point, or seen one of these faux news channels, watched a satirical cartoon like The Simpsons or Family Guy, or seen a Babylon Bee or The Onion article on social media. We're actually going to look at a fake news release by The Onion later. Before we do that, though, let's briefly review irony. This probably isn't new for you, but I just want to make sure we all have a good idea of what irony is before we talk about what it means in a rhetorical analysis essay. So there's three different kinds of irony, really. Dramatic irony is when the audience knows something a character does not. If you've read Romeo and Juliet, for example, the audience knows that Juliet is asleep, but Romeo thinks she's dead. That's an example of dramatic irony. We know something that the characters don't know. And you can see this idea illustrated in this cartoon. We, the audience, can clearly see that this man can save himself, but the character himself has no idea. Then we have situational irony. So that's when something happens that's kind of the opposite of what you would expect, like a fire hydrant being on fire. And then we have verbal irony, which is when the speaker says the opposite of what they mean. Like when you say everything's fine and it isn't, or what a nice day when it's raining. Or as an Indianapolis Colts fan, saying something like, oh good, the Patriots are in the Super Bowl again, would definitely be verbal irony because I wouldn't mean that. Sorry to any Patriots fans, that's fine. All right, how irony works. We're going to focus less on labeling which kind of irony today and really talk about how irony works. So it helps convey a speaker's message in a couple of different ways. One is that it emphasizes the point by surprising the reader with something unexpected, making them stop and say, wait a minute, that's not right. It also appeals to emotion, using humor to make an audience more receptive to an idea that might challenge their beliefs, like putting sugar in medicine for a kid who doesn't want to take their medicine. That's kind of what humor does for some of those harder messages to convey. The caution, though, here is that sometimes if it's not used well, it can actually offend the audience. So how do we recognize satire and irony, particularly in a rhetorical analysis passage? Well, there are a few things to really look for. One is word choice, also mimicry, so they're imitating something in order to ridicule it. Oftentimes we see hyperbole or exaggeration, or the opposite, understatement. So let's say you're having a horrible day, your dog ran away, you lost your job, all kinds of things are going on, and you say, well, today isn't my best day. That's kind of an understatement for how bad it might have been. Tone, and then just the fact that it's pointing out some kind of an issue or ridiculing something in society. So let's take a look at an example. First, a quick disclaimer, this is in no way an endorsement of my political beliefs or that of the College Boards. I would never push my beliefs on you. I think we've talked about this before when we talked about shades of gray. I think it's really important for you to decide things for yourself in an informed, educated way, obviously. But I just wanted to use this as an example to talk about irony. So I'd like you to take a couple of minutes to answer the questions. How is this ironic? What is the message? Is it effective in conveying the message? So if you want to pause your screen here and just answer these questions for this political cartoon, and then we'll go ahead and move on. So whenever you're ready, you can just hit play again. All right, so your answers might vary a little bit, but let's look at some possible answers to this. So first of all, how is this cartoon ironic? Well, it's ironic because it's the unexpected. The fact that the person who has all the money is the one accusing someone else of being greedy. And what is the message? So we always talk about the rhetorical situation. So what's the message that the speaker here is trying to convey? Maybe that the people who are asking for minimum wage aren't the ones who are greedy or aren't the ones hurting the economy. And is it effective? Here, the visual might make a strong statement because that huge pile of money takes up almost 2/3 of the picture, which really shows that difference between the have and the have not. You may have had different answers and may have not found it effective. As long as you can explain why, that's great. Okay, now let's look at irony in a rhetorical analysis essay. Delve a little deeper this time. So first, let's look at the prompt. The following article is a mock press release from The Onion, a publication devoted to humor and satire. Read the article carefully, then write an essay that analyzes the rhetorical choices The Onion makes to convey its message about how products are marketed to consumers. All right, so a couple of different things there that we need to remember. First, it's a good idea to always take the time to think about what the prompt is asking. So we know a couple of things. We already know it's humor and satire, and we know that we're looking for rhetorical choices that The Onion is making in order to convey a message about how products are marketed. So that's what we're looking for when we annotate. So as you read, I want you to read just the part that's circled in red there and think about how is it ironic, what is the message, what rhetorical choices are being used to convey the message, and then are they effective? And thinking about why or why not. So again, if you want to pause here and take a minute to do that, and then we're going to go ahead and move on and look at what we annotated. And again, yours might be a little bit different, but let's take a look at some of the annotations here that I did. All right, so first I'm going to read the first paragraph, and I don't know how to pronounce this town. I don't know if it's a real town. So Massillon, Ohio. Stressed and sore-footed Americans everywhere are clamoring for the exciting new Magnasoles shoe inserts, which stimulate and soothe the wearer's feet using no fewer than 5 forms of pseudoscience. Okay, so here are a couple of things. I've already noticed they're doing the press release format to make it look very real. We have a real-looking product name. There's this idea that more is better with a no fewer than 5, which kind of might start to tell us something, but remember we also want to look for patterns. And then the word choice of pseudoscience, which literally just means it's not real science. So this is our first hint that this is ironic, that it's satire. because it's not real, and they're telling us, hey, this isn't real. What makes magnesols different from other insoles is the way it harnesses the power of magnetism to properly align the biomagnetic field around your foot, said Dr. Arthur Bloomey, the pseudoscientist who developed the product for Massillon-based integrated products. Its patented MagnaGrid design, which features more than 200 isometrically aligned contour points, actually soothes while it heals, restoring the foot's natural bioflow. All right, so we have expert testimony, which we often see in these kind of product releases or miracle cure releases. We have a name and location and even a trademark, again, to make it look very real. And even some of the word choice, we have very kind of science or medical terms here. Magnesols is not just a shoe insert, Bloomey continued. It's a total foot rejuvenation system. According to scientific sounding literature trumpeting the new insoles, the contour points also take advantage of the semi-plausible medical technique known as reflexology. Practiced in the Occident for over 11 years, reflexology, the literature explains, establishes a correspondence between every point on the human foot and another part of the body, enabling your soles to heal your entire body as you walk. Okay, so we continue with some expert testimony, some hyperbole with the idea that it's a total foot rejuvenation. Again, we have scientific sounding literature, which kind of is pointing to the fact that this isn't real. It wasn't actual scientific literature. It just sounds like it is. The trademark of contour points, even the semi-plausible, which tells us it's not actually plausible or a thing. It's just kind of sort of a thing. And so they're again saying this isn't real. So for those of you who weren't paying attention to the first couple of paragraphs, hey, this isn't real. Practiced in the Occident for over 11 years, we get some mimicking of some of those things where they'll be like, this is an ancient technique from ancient Asian text or something like that, Eastern medicine. But the Occident is the West, like the Americas and Europe. And so it's like, hey, this has been around for 11 years in America, which isn't really as impressive. And then you're enabling your soles to heal your entire body is probably hyperbole. But while other insoles have used magnets and reflexology as keys to their appearance of usefulness, magnesoles go several steps further. According to the product's website, only magnesoles utilize the healing power of crystals to re-stimulate dead foot cells with vibrational biofeedback, a process similar to that by which medicine makes people better. All right, so this is pointing out the irony here again with comparing it to other products and saying it has the appearance of usefulness, but maybe isn't really. So there's some irony getting pointed out there. Again, some of the scientific or medical jargon, and then it's a process similar to what medicine might do, but again, it's not. So ironic. All right, now let's look at some patterns that I noticed because I don't want to just list things. I want to think about what they mean when I start looking for those patterns. So I noticed that there's a lot of mimicking of an actual press release. We have the expert testimonies, medical sounding or scientific sounding jargon, word choice to sound like formal product announcements. We also have forms of pseudoscience and contour points, those kinds of things that show that there are more. We have more forms of pseudoscience, we have more contour points. So this idea of more being a good thing hints that this isn't real. So even though there's a lot of time spent making it look real, it wouldn't be effective if we actually left thinking this was an actual product. We need to know that it's not real so that we know it's funny and what they're trying to point out is an issue. So we need to know it isn't real. And so they dump these little hits throughout like pseudoscientist and pseudoscience and then hyperbole that'll heal your entire body. So based on the first half, here's how I might start thinking about these questions. So how is it ironic? Well, it appears to be real, but it isn't. What is the message? So there are a couple of different things they're pointing out in society that maybe American consumers have a tendency to fall for these kinds of advertising, the overconsumption by consumers, but also the greed of companies in using these kinds of advertising to appeal to the American consumer. And the rhetorical choices that are being used to convey, when we looked at those patterns, we noticed some word choice, mimicry, hyperbole, and obviously the use of irony. And are they effective? And again, your answers might vary here depending on what examples you have. And we also haven't finished this passage yet. But so far, they do a good job of making it sound real and recognizable as an ad. So it was important for us to make this, make us think this was an actual ad at first. That it's revealing it's satire so that we can see there's an underlying message, because that's kind of the idea with satire. It's not the obvious message, it's the underlying one. So it's not that magnesols should be purchased. It's what is this saying about society and the companies who sell these supposed miracle cures. Okay, so we talked about what is irony, how irony works, recognizing satire and irony, and then analyzing irony in a rhetorical analysis passage. Now that brings us to the AP exam practice for today. You're going to actually continue analyzing this particular prompt by annotating the second half, which is highlighted in red here for you. And we started this with the first half, but I want you to continue brainstorming answers for the questions, looking for any other patterns that you notice, and then do a final, finally answer the question having been through both parts of it. And we'll go over this in our warm-up tomorrow, but just see what else you find as you go through the second half. All right, as always, thank you for being here today. I hope you're doing well, staying active and healthy, and finding some joy. Remember, everything really is going to be fine, and I'm not saying that in an ironic way. All right, thanks you guys. Have a good one. Give it a minute as usual to make sure everyone who wants to has a chance to join us, and then we'll get started. So we'll give it just a little bit of time here. If you're just joining, I'm just giving it about 15 more seconds to make sure anyone who wants to has a chance to join us, and then we'll go ahead and get started with today's lesson. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. I am Dawn Knight. I'm an English teacher at Westfield High School in Westfield, Indiana. I'm sure some of you know that by now, but for those of you new joining us, welcome. We're going to start today by going over the AP exam practice from yesterday. And again, don't worry if you didn't do the lesson, this will still be beneficial to you. Yesterday, I asked you to continue analyzing this prompt by annotating the second half and answering the questions. And we already started to do this in the first half, but you were just supposed to continue brainstorming and looking for patterns, and then do a final answer of the questions as you put it all together. First, let's just read the prompt itself for those who weren't here yesterday. The following article is a mock press release from The Onion, a publication devoted to humor and satire. Read the article carefully, then write an essay that analyzes the rhetorical choices The Onion makes to convey its message about how products are marketed to consumers. So let's go over this together and see how you did. First, let's take a look at some of the annotations I did here. We'll just read through them together. I'll read through the second half of the prompt here. For those of you just joining, the first half of the prompt is going to be very similar to this. It's a mock press conference about a product called magnesols. In addition, magnesols employ a brand new cutting-edge form of pseudoscience known as pteronometry, developed especially for integrated products by some of the nation's top pseudoscientists. All right, so here I annotated for the product name and also the fact that it was brand new and cutting edge. I think that idea that the consumer might want this shiny and new object. And again, we have pseudoscience and pseudoscientists that tell us this is satire, it's irony, it's not real. The principles of pteronometry state that the Earth resonates on a very precise frequency, which it imparts to the surfaces it touches, said Dr. Wayne Frankel, the California State University biometrician who discovered pteronometry. If the frequency of one's foot is out of alignment with the Earth, the entire body will suffer. Special resonator nodules implanted at key spots in magnesols convert the wearer's own energy to match the Earth's natural vibrational rate of 32.805 kilofrankels. The resultant harmonic energy field rearranges the foot's naturally occurring atoms, converting the pain nuclei into pleasing comfortrons. Okay, so we have expert testimony from this Dr. Wayne Frankel guy. We have the word choice that of medical and scientific-like terms. Released less than a week ago, the $19.95 insoles are already proving popular among consumers who are hailing them as a welcome alternative to expensive, effective forms of traditional medicine. I should have highlighted effective, that part's funny. So basically, you have this idea that it's the 1995 thing, which obviously makes fun ton of that buy one get one free. It's just $19.95. Already popular. It's a welcome alternative. These are all things that kind of mimic those ads we always see. And notice that it's an alternative to effective forms of medicine. In other words, this one isn't because it's fake. Okay, then we get into something a little new here. I twisted my ankle something awful a few months ago, and the pain was so bad I could barely walk a single step, said Helene Kuhn of Edison, New Jersey. But after wearing Magnasols for 7 weeks, I've noticed a significant decrease in pain and can now walk comfortably. Just try to prove that Magnasols didn't heal me. Okay, so now we have customer testimony. It's also funny because she says the 7-week thing. And if you've ever twisted an ankle, you know that in about 7 weeks, the pain has probably dissipated quite a bit already. So it's probably not due to Magnasols. Equally impressed was chronic back pain sufferer Jeff DeAngelis of Tacoma, Washington. Why should I pay thousands of dollars to have my spine realigned with physical therapy when I can pay $20 for insoles clearly endorsed by an intelligent-looking man in a white lab coat? DeAngelis asked. Magnasols really seem like they're working. Okay, so more customer testimony, medical terms, not a real scientist, just some guy in a lab coat is the funny part, the irony. Like, this is not real. Okay, now let's look at some of the patterns. And some of this we noticed before we're just adding a few of the new things to the list. So keep in mind that we want to think about overall choices. We don't want to just list things when we do a rhetorical analysis essay. So we're thinking about what are the patterns that show us that these are very specific choices being made for specific purposes. So some of the patterns we may have noticed here that it mimics the press release for these products or advertising for these products with expert testimony, customer testimonials, the jargon with the medical and scientific terms, or at least sound like medical and scientific sounding terms, word choice to sound like a formal product announcement. But also here we have the irony, the fact that it's not real, that the onion's just making a point. So that wouldn't work very well if we didn't recognize it as irony. So they have to throw in these hints like the pseudoscience and pseudoscientist, 7 weeks, intelligent looking man in a lab coat, the comparing it to something that actually is effective. We also see hyperbole, that it would heal your entire body, for example. And when we looked yesterday at the first half, we noticed the idea of things being more. There were more than 5 forms of pseudoscience in this particular product and more than 200 contour points and things like that. So the idea of more is something apparently that customers want. This time we also see adding in that brand new and cutting edge are things that apparently appeal to customers. Okay, now let's look and see what all this means together. So let's answer the questions. First of all, how is this an example of irony? Well, it appears to be a real product, but it isn't. But what is the message? What's the point? So if you remember when we talked about satire and irony yesterday, satire points out issues in society. And there were quite a few, I think, different messages that you could look at here, both about the advertiser and the customer, the consumer, and maybe society in general. So we want to make sure that we get back to what is the prompt asking. So if you look where I highlighted there, it says, write an essay that analyzes the rhetorical choices the Onion makes to convey its message about how products are marketed to consumers. So that's what we need to focus on for that purpose. So you might say something about companies appeal to the gullibility of American consumers to sell them useless products, or to their greed, that idea of more and better. And some of the rhetorical choices being used, that's when we look back at the patterns. We're not just listing, we're thinking about what are those overall things. So again, word choice, mimicry, hyperbole, and irony. And are they effective? And this is up to you to decide, but you would in an essay have to show using specific examples. So I think this one was particularly effective because of the mimicry, the fact that it's recognizable as an ad. I mean, we knew exactly what they were doing here. Very recognizable. In fact, if you took out the pseudoscience stuff, this could be any number of products. The hyperbole and word choice show that it isn't real. So we do recognize it as satire and know that it's sending us a message. And that's really important. Good irony does let you know that it's being ironic. If you've ever seen somebody share an Onion article on Facebook, for example, going, I can't believe this isn't true, or this is true. And you want to say, well, it's not, it's satire. So if you can't recognize it as that, it's not sending you the right message. Okay, lesson overview. Here's what we're doing for today. Today's lesson is about appeals. So we're going to look deeper at these. We've mentioned them a couple of times before, but we're going to look a little deeper into the appeals today. Ethos, pathos, and logos, or ethical, emotional, and logical appeal. But more importantly, we're going to look at how they relate to the rhetorical analysis essay. So here's what you need to know. First of all, I want to just go back to rhetoric, because I think a lot of times we say that word over and over again, rhetoric and rhetorical, and we don't really talk about what it means. So rhetoric is just effective, persuasive language use, which means that when we're analyzing the rhetorical choices, we're looking at choices a writer makes and how effective they are in being persuasive. And the key elements of rhetoric typically are the rhetorical situation, tone, and appeals. And today we're going to delve a little deeper into how those things work together. So if you remember this rhetorical situation from our first week of lessons, we talked about the Abigail Adams prompt and the rhetorical situation in that prompt. One of the keys to analyzing a writer's choices is to understand the rhetorical situation. The exigence is just why they wrote, what prompted them to write. The purpose is what they're trying to do. Who is their audience? What's the context? What's going on at the time? Who is the writer and who is their audience? That's important, especially the interaction between the two. And then what's their overall message? So those things are important to understand because they help us figure out why a writer makes the choices they make. So if the audience, or if the writer knows their audience well enough to know what might be effective in persuading them, that's going to help them convey that message, right? So we talked about this as the rhetorical triangle as well. And I think sometimes that might be a little easier for you to think about. The rhetorical triangle is just speaker, audience, purpose. If you remember when we had that triangle, we had the arrows that pointed back and forth to each other. It's the interaction among those things that are important. And those get us back into this rhetorical situation with exigence and purpose. So the important thing here is to remember you're thinking about what does the writer know about the audience and how does that help them convey the message. So you don't have to memorize all these terms or drop all of these terms in. Okay, tone is also important here as speakers choose a tone they think will be suitable for a specific purpose and audience. A letter to my grandma, for example, is going to look a lot different than a cover letter I'm sending to a potential employer. The tone of the letter to my grandma might be playful, loving, nostalgic even, whereas the one, or even humorous, whereas the one to a potential employer is going to be very formal, sophisticated, maybe informative about who I am and what I do and what I would bring to the table. So tone is important because it reflects our knowledge of the audience and our purpose. And a writer conveys that through word choice, sentence structure, and imagery or details. And then finally, the writer has to make strategic choices based on what they know about the rhetorical situation in order to persuade the audience. So if you look here, just to give you some example of what these mean again. So ethos is an ethical appeal, which means it appeals to our shared values. It illustrates credibility. Logos is appealing to logic or reason. And pathos is appealing to emotion. So let's say you're trying to get someone to stop smoking. Is a very general example. You might tell a friend, you know, these little kids, younger kids look up to you, or your younger brother or younger sister look up to you. And so you should really be a better example to them. That might be appealing to ethos because you know that they value being this role model for their siblings. You could say smoking causes 480,000 deaths a year in the United States. And that would be appealing to logic. Logically, if it does that, it's not a good idea. Or emotionally, I lost someone important to me because of smoking. I don't want to lose you too. That would be an emotional appeal. And sometimes the strongest appeals are when you put them all together. So we're going to look at a speech that Patrick Henry famously gave to the Virginia Convention in 1775. And he did use a combination of all three of these. His purpose was to convince the delegates that it was time to go to war against England. Keep in mind, and you may have studied this speech before in a history class or in an American literature class, and maybe not, and that's okay if you haven't. He was going to have to really pull out all the stops here to convince this group that it was time to go to war against England. Keeping in mind a couple of things. One is England was probably the most powerful country on earth at the time, and they would be fighting against their own king, against their own country, which is treason, the punishment for which is death. So they were really risking everything, their family, their lives, in order to go to war, to probably not win. It was a huge risk, and he was convincing them they should do this in this speech. So obviously he had to really, really use the appeals to make this happen. So let's see what Patrick Henry did to convince them to go to war, because we know that happened. So I'd like to read the first half of Henry's speech, annotating for the appeals and the rhetorical situation, thinking about where you're seeing that appeal to emotion or logic or shared beliefs and ethics. I'm just going to let you pause here and take a couple of minutes to do that, and then I'll go ahead and move on. So whenever you're ready, you can play and continue on with us here. So yours might vary a little bit, but here are some of the things that I annotated for. And I want to go through this. I'll read through the paragraph, pointing out some of the things that I annotated as we go. And then I'm going to have you try this again in the second half. Hopefully this one will give you some more ideas to think about as you go through the second time. No man thinks more highly than I do of the patriotism as well as the abilities of the very worthy gentlemen who have just addressed the House. But different men often see the same subjects in different lights, and therefore I hope it will not be thought disrespectful to those gentlemen if, entertaining as I do opinions of a character very opposite to theirs, I shall speak forth my sentiments freely and without reserve. This is no time for ceremony. The question before the House is one of awful moment to this country. For my own part, I consider it as nothing less than a question of freedom or slavery, and in proportion to the magnitude of the subject ought to be the freedom of the debate. It is only in this way that we can hope to arrive at the truth and fulfill the great responsibility which we hold to God and our country. Should I keep back my opinions at such a time through fear of giving offense, I should consider myself as guilty of treason towards my country and of an act of disloyalty toward the majesty of heaven, which I revere above all earthly kings. Okay, so a couple of different things going on here. We see this idea of patriotism. That would be an example of ethos, that shared patriotism, shared belief. We also see logos, that different opinions exist, and that we should respect those differing opinions, would be pathos, the appeal to emotions. We see some of the rhetorical situation in this paragraph, that tensions with England are high. We also see antithesis used here as logos, as logic. If your only choices are freedom or slavery, your choice is obvious. Logically, the only choice there is freedom. So he's telling them we actually don't have a choice. This is the only choice. There's a responsibility to God and country that he brings up, which would be ethos and pathos. Logos has to state the opinion, or treason. He would feel like he was guilty of treason if he didn't state that opinion. So that's logical. And then ethos, again, that obligation to God. And notice some of those overlap. Sometimes, there's the idea of the shared belief and faith in God is definitely ethos because it's shared values, but it's also an emotional appeal to those beliefs. Okay, let's look at the second paragraph. Mr. President, it is natural to man to indulge in the illusions of hope. We are apt to shut our eyes against a painful truth and listen to the song of that siren until she transforms us into beasts. Is this the part of wise men engaged in a great and arduous struggle for liberty? Are we disposed to be of the number of those who, having eyes, see not, and having ears, hear not, the things which so nearly concern their temporal salvation? For my part, whatever anguish of spirit it may cost, I am willing to know the whole truth, to know the worst, and to provide for it. All right, so we have the respect here with the Mr. President, which is appealing emotionally with some respect. There's an allusion here to the sirens, and in mythology, they sang beautiful songs that would lure sailors to their deaths. And so he's comparing England to that. They're going to tell us these things we want to hear, but they're like deadly sirens, which would be logical appeal. And then rhetorical questions. The answer is obvious in a rhetorical question. So when he's asking those questions, he's not looking for answers because to him the answer is obvious. So this is a logical appeal. And then finally, there's a biblical allusion with the having ears hear not, having eyes see not. That would be an appeal to those shared values again. Okay, let's look at the next paragraph. I have but one lamp by which my feet are guided, and that is the lamp of experience. I know of no way of judging the future but by the past. And judging by the past, I wish to know what there has been in the conduct of the British ministry for the last 10 years to justify those hopes with which gentlemen have been pleased to solace themselves and the House. Is it that insidious smile with which our petition has been lately received? Trust it not, sir. It will prove a snare to your feet. Suffer not yourselves to be betrayed with a kiss. Ask yourselves how this gracious reception of our petition comports with those warlike preparations which cover our waters and darken our land. Are fleets and armies necessary to a work of love and reconciliation? Have we shown ourselves so unwilling to be reconciled that force must be called in to win back our love? Let us not deceive ourselves, sir. These are the implements of war and subjugation, the last arguments to which kings resort. I ask, gentlemen, sir, what means this martial array, if its purpose be not to force us to submission? Can gentlemen assign any other possible motive for it? Has Great Britain any enemy in this quarter of the world to call for all this accumulation of navies and armies? No, sir, she has none. They are meant for us. They can be meant for no other. They are sent over to bind and rivet upon us those chains which the British ministry have been so long forging. And what have we to oppose them? Shall we try argument? Sir, we've been trying that for the last 10 years. Have we anything new to offer upon the subject? Nothing. We've held the subject up in every light of which it is capable, but it has all been in vain. Shall we resort to entreaty and humble supplication? What terms shall we find which have not been already exhausted? Let us not, I beseech you, sir, deceive ourselves. Sir, we have done everything that could be done to avert the storm which is now coming on. Okay, so a lot going on here, and I won't go through every single thing, but I do want to point out a couple of them. There are a couple of more biblical allusions, so that's a pattern that we can start to see emerging here, that there's this appeal to that shared belief. There's also the rhetorical situation in here that England is making warlike preparations, and the logical appeal of there's no one else here they would be fighting, so why would they be doing that if not to fight us? So keep in mind, he knows the rhetorical situation, he knows his audience, and he's appealing to those things through these choices he's making and allusions to shared beliefs. And he's using the sir and Mr. President throughout to continue that respectful interchange. Okay, so we're going to do this again one last time with just the last 3 short paragraphs of this pretty short but powerful speech by Patrick Henry. So I want you to do the same thing. You're going to read on your own, and then we'll talk through what we noticed. And again, it's okay if yours vary a little from mine. We just want to kind of start practicing and see how these all come together. And then we're going to talk about what it means for the rhetorical analysis essay. Sorry, you can pause here first if you want, so you can do it. I will move on. Okay, so I'm moving on. If you are ready, you're ready to join us now. We have petitioned, we have remonstrated, we have supplicated, we have prostrated ourselves before the throne, and have implored its interposition to arrest the tyrannical hands of the ministry and parliament. I think that's an important one to stop and think about. So he's using parallel structure here, and we've talked about structure and syntax before, and this is a really good example of how it can help aid meaning. In this case, it's part of the logical appeal. It's a list that we can't miss because of the parallelism. We've done this, we've done this, we've done this, we've done this, and nothing has worked. And so logically, there's nothing else left to try. Our petitions have been slighted, our remonstrances have produced additional violence and insult, our supplications have been disregarded, and we've been spurned with contempt from the foot of the throne. In vain, after these things, may we indulge the fond hope of peace and reconciliation. There is no longer any room for hope. If we wish to be free, if we mean to preserve and violate those inestimable privileges for which we've been so long contended, if we mean not basely to abandon the noble struggle in which we've been so long engaged, in which we pledged ourselves never to abandon until the glorious object of our contest shall be obtained, we must fight. I repeat it, sir, we must fight. An appeal to arms and to the God of hosts is all that is left us. Okay, so we have parallelism in there. We have that shared desire for freedom. And again, knowing this group of people who came and colonized in order to have some freedom, this is obviously something that's going to appeal to them. And again, they have the shared belief in God. We also see the repetition of we must fight, and that would be part of that logical appeal of this is all that's left to do. They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary. But when shall we be stronger? Will it be the next week or the next year? Will it be when we're totally disarmed and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? Shall we acquire the means of effectual resistance by lying supinely on our backs and hugging the delusive phantom of hope until our enemy shall have bound us hand and foot? It's a pretty strong imagery there. Sir, we are not weak if we make a proper use of those means which the God of nature hath placed in our power. The millions of people armed in the holy cause of liberty and and such a country as that which we possess, are invincible by any force which our enemy can send against us. Besides, sir, we shall not fight our battles alone. There is a just God who presides over the destinies of nations, and who will raise up friends to fight our battles for us. The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is to the vigilant, the active, the brave. Besides, sir, we have no election. If we were base enough to desire it, it is now too late to retire from the contest. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat it, sir, let it come. Okay, so again, there's a lot going on here. The logos of the only other option is slavery if we don't fight, is a strong logical appeal, but it's also an emotional one, particularly with the imagery there. And of course, it's also something that we know that they had slaves, and so this is also a little interesting that they're talking so much about freedom and slavery and not recognizing it in themselves. Okay, but that's a totally different story. So thinking about the imagery of the chains and slavery and that emotional appeal that would do. All right, last paragraph. It is in vain, sir, to extenuate the matter. Gentlemen may cry peace, peace, but there is no peace. The war has actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. And that's probably the most famous line from the speech. And again, it gets back to that choice. So when you compare something to its opposite in order to really hit home what you're trying to convey, in this case, liberty or death, is that idea of the antithesis, right? It's comparing something to its obvious or to its opposite. But there's only one choice there, and that clearly is liberty. And it's the same thing with freedom or slavery. There's that antithesis we talked about. Okay, so we have strong imagery to convey this emotional appeal here. We have rhetorical questions again where the answer is obvious, so there's that logical appeal. Okay, but that's not enough to just go through and list everything that we see. We need to think about what does it mean and what patterns emerge. So we also need to look at was it effective, and then we need to show how effective it is with examples. So that's going to take us to today's practice because you're actually going to do that for your practice exam today. First, let me briefly talk about what we did, thinking about rhetorical situation and how important that is. So Patrick Henry wouldn't have been able to appeal to his audience without knowing what those things were that would appeal to them emotionally and that would appeal to their shared values. So he had to know his audience well to do that. That's really important here. And then the logical appeal, obviously, as well. And then we need to think about was it effective in doing that. So today's exam practice is to complete this chart. You're going to be looking for 2 examples of each of the appeals. So ethos is ethical, pathos is emotional, and logos is logical. So you're looking for examples of those in the Patrick Henry speech. And you'll find this chart and the speech in today's AP exam practice that's in the video description below. You'll find 2 examples that explain whether you think this would be effective based on the connection to the rhetorical situation. So you'll find the example and you'll think about how it relates to the rhetorical situation and then whether or not you think that's effective because of that. So you'll do that for 2 examples for each of those types of appeals. All right, that is it for today. Mrs. Elias will be with you tomorrow, and I think I'll be back next Wednesday. So you'll have her for a few days, and I will see you in the middle of next week. I hope you have an amazing day. Stay active, stay healthy, and remember that a lot of us care a lot about you. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Hi everyone, we'll get started in about 30 seconds. Just waiting for a few more of us to join. Feel free to access the documents for today. They're really just 2. A prompt for a lesson that's not required for you to pull up. We're just going to look at it quickly. And then you'll have your AP practice. And there's the URLs on the screen, and then we'll get started in about 30 seconds. All right, happy Friday, everyone. I don't feel like me, though, that Friday feels like a Tuesday. All these days are just blending together. But today is, in fact, Friday, so happy Friday. Thanks for joining us today. I am Emily Bolitis. I am an English teacher outside of Chicago, about an hour west outside of Chicago. And before we get started with today's lesson, I want us to review what you learned yesterday about the appeals to ethos, pathos, and logos. Mrs. Knight walked you guys through some definitions for each of those, and you guys looked at the first half and the second half of Patrick Henry's speech to the Virginia Convention, identifying moments of the writer appealing to the reader's sense of ethos, pathos, or logos. And then your task last night for the practice was to take some of the examples that you guys had discussed and consider whether or not they would be effective based on your understanding of the rhetorical situation and how he connected his prose, his language to his particular audience. So here's a chart that you might have had when it's filled out for you. And again, Mrs. Knight went through some of these examples with you, so maybe you have common examples. Your discussion of the effectiveness in the rhetorical situation might not be the same, but hopefully you guys are in a similar area. So feel free to pause the screen if you need to, pause the feed, and look at the extent to which yours are similar to what Mrs. Knight did yesterday. All right, the last thing I want to stress is just to kind of pull it all together for you. Whenever you have charts or something like this, if your teacher gives you one, or if me or Mrs. Knight gives you one, it's essentially walking you into a body paragraph. So at this point, just based on how you fill out this chart, you could have one body paragraph all about ethos. You have your example, and then you have your analysis, and that 3rd column about effectiveness of the rhetorical situation. You have a paragraph on pathos, and you have a paragraph on logos. So she kind of walked you guys through what a body paragraph would look like, just in the simple structure of the chart itself. All right, so for today's lesson, so excited. This is my Friday gift to myself. You're not going to see funny memes. You're not going to see crazy animations because the topic today is racing up to keep you on the edge of your seat. Today, get ready for it, talking about syntax. So excited. Specifically, though, we're going to be talking about punctuation and sentence length and how writers will adjust their sentence structure or include certain syntactical structures like a comma or a semicolon or a dash in order to convey a mood or to impact the reader in some fashion. Now, I'm totally jazzed about this topic. I don't know that you are, but I am very excited about syntax. I don't particularly love learning or teaching grammar to my students, and I'm not one who, shocker, spends hours parsing out sentences grammatically. However, I do love, maybe it's the logical mindedness of me, I love studying the way writers take all of these pieces and fit them into different parts to make a sentence. And considering how if they would have moved this over here, how would that change the whole purpose or meaning of the sentence? So I love syntax, but here's what I want to stress to you guys in the beginning and how I want to kind of frame today's lesson. Syntax is very challenging to identify in a passage, and it's even harder to talk about in writing. It's really hard to discuss. And so I want to encourage you to not necessarily select syntactical structures as part of your evidence and as just on a whim. I want to encourage you to be very mindful and weigh the pros and the cons of a syntactical structure if you are going to select that for your essay. Because when it's being used in a text, it needs to be intentional, and ultimately it needs to advance a writer's purpose. It needs to be tied to the purpose. I don't want you to go on a hunt for a syntactical structure or get a passage on page 20th and say, oh, I see a dash, I'm going to talk about the dash. Because if it's not purposeful, if it's not impacting the reader, if it's not helping to advance the argument, then it's just a dash. So today we're going to be talking through syntax and various punctuation marks, but I really want to encourage you to not make that your go-to. Instead, you should stop and ask yourself, how does this function, and does this contribute to the writer's argument, or do I have other examples that better help convey that particular argument or message? Really be cautious of if you're device hunting, if you're simply looking for a semicolon, or if it really is going to, if you have enough commentary to talk about how it impacts the writer or the reader, excuse me. All right, so this is something I think is really nice for us to start our lesson with. It is from a writer and a writing instructor named Gary Provost, and you may have seen this in your English classes. It's something that I think really helps capture what syntax is and how it functions. Provost writes, this sentence has 5 words. Here are 5 more words. 5-word sentences are fine, but several together become monotonous. Listen to what is happening. The writing is getting boring. The sound of it drones. sentence. It's like a stuck record. The ear demands some variety. Now listen, I vary the sentence length and I create music. The writing sings. It has a pleasant rhythm, a lilt, a harmony. I use short sentences and I use sentences of medium length. And sometimes when I'm certain the reader is rested, I will engage with a sentence of considerable length, a sentence that burns with energy. It builds with all the evidence of a crescendo. The roll of the drums, the crash of the cymbals, sounds that say, listen to this, it is important. So write with a combination of short, medium, and long sentences. Create a sound that pleases the reader's ear. Don't just write words, write music. I think that's a great way to again, kind of enter into our discussion today about syntactical structures and the impact it can really have on a piece itself. It adds beauty, it adds lyricism. It's like music to the reader if we take time to really kind of dive into it and read it. So for today, I want us to start talking about what are some common features, some commonly seen syntactical features in the writing that we study in AP language and how they function. I'm going to give you basically your analysis, how they function. Then we're going to look at identifying each of those elements in a passage of professional writing, and I'll share with you how I would maybe analyze those if I were a student. And then we'll kind of move into looking at your AP practice for today. And I want to caution, this is not a grammar lesson per se. It's more about how these syntactical functions work rhetorically. And I'm going to give you a list of things to consider looking for in a text, but please know this is not an exhaustive list. Neither are the functions. It is tough. So I'm going to try to break it down in as simple terms as possible and not use grammarese, not use grammatical terms, but break it down as simply as possible for you. And for some of you, this might be new information, and that's okay. Maybe you just see this as an opportunity to learn and to practice. All right, so here is a list of things that we'll be focusing on today. Again, it's not an exhaustive list of items or of functions. I just try to feature things that I see a lot in the writing that we study in AP language. So the first thing we'll look at is a long sentence. And when a writer uses a long sentence, some common features that you might be analyzing in your commentary or we might be discussing is how it has a function of being kind of like a stream of consciousness, where the writer just spills ideas out onto the text itself or onto the passage. So it might have a stream of consciousness effect, and sometimes because it is so long, it might capture this like breathless, neurotic feeling. It's going to build momentum because it is long. It will have more of like it's a building that's going to slam into the period at the very end. A lot of the times, if you do see a longer or a shorter sentence for that fact, the structure will symbolize the content. So if the character or if the writer wants to convey this feeling of breathlessness, they will mimic that in the sentence structure itself. Similarly, a short sentence can be very compact. It's going to add drama. It's going to hook a reader. And you'll also see it most commonly at the beginning of a text or at the end of a text, the end of a paragraph possibly. And if you have multiple short sentences in a row, I'm going to use a music term here, it's going to sound kind of like it's going to be staccato. It's going to have a rapid fire sense to it, like bam, bam, bam. If you have multiple ones, so it could create a really rapid pace. In some cases, especially if you have a lot of long sentences and then one really quick short sentence, it's going to emphasize a point or startle the reader into understanding a particular point, something that might be otherwise overlooked in a longer passage. If it is a short sentence, again, especially if there's a long one that precedes it, it might draw a contrast between the content of the long and the content of the short. Again, it might startle the reader. It too might convey a feeling of like breathlessness or being overwhelmed, like the character's thought process. And both long and short will really help the reader to feel like we're part of the action. So that's a good way to kind of summarize both long and short. It puts us in the scene. It puts us in the moment. Therefore, using Mrs. Knight's lesson from yesterday, it will help appeal to our pathos. So let's look at an example. This is from The Things I Carried by Tim O'Brien, who I believe is a syntactical genius. Love Tim O'Brien's writing. And I find I just get so caught up in the way in which he structures and he breaks his paragraphs. So spoiler alert, you're going to see two passages from The Things I Carried today. So here's a great one. He writes, you admire the fluid symmetries of troops on the move, the harmonies of sound and shape and proportion, the great sheets of metal fire streaming down a gunship, the illumination rounds, the white phosphorus, the purpley orange glow of napalm, the rocket's red glare. Not pretty exactly, it's astonishing. It fills the eye, it commands you. In this professional example, you can see we have one really long sentence, and then we have some shorter sentences that are similar in length. One way you could analyze this, or if you were to explore this in an essay, you would maybe write in your commentary that the long sentence is describing war and how the war is building. And as a reader, we feel very out of breath, overwhelmed, just like the soldiers are during the war. So again, that symbolic connection. And then he slams into the shorter sentences at the end, talking about how war is, it's not pretty, it's astonishing, it's shocking, it fills the eye, it commands you. So by using those shorter sentences of similar length, it's going to startle us, it's going to jar us, it's going to kind of pepper us like rapid fire, similar to the gunshots that the soldiers are experiencing or seeing while serving in the Vietnam War. So this is a great example of both long and short and how they impact the reader. All right, let's look at some punctuation marks now. So the comma is most typically going to be seen in a list. It's going to hold together, it's going to connect and hold together a series of descriptive images, dependent clauses, and it's going to put them together to help strengthen or deepen the reader's understanding of the content. It's going to be built to unify elements. However, if you have two things kind of side by side, then it could be used to divide. So it might not always be a unifying list. It might be showing the contrast between two things. Another function of a comma is to provide some clarity. As you know, a comma is typically meant to give you like a pause, or when you were younger, maybe you were taught put a comma wherever you want the reader to take a breath, which is something that makes me hurt right here now. But think about that symbolic function at least when you see a comma, in the sense of it gives the reader time to pause and digest the information. So it could provide some clarity. Or if you have a really long sentence, like you saw in that previous one from The Things They Carried, if you have a really long sentence, if you break up those descriptions with a comma, it creates like a pause that helps you then clarify for the reader. You will see a lot of commas in pre-20th century text. They are comma crazy. And guys, the one thing that I encourage you to do is if you get a passage on May 20th that is pre-20th century, then maybe you notice a bunch of commas, try to like bracket it off and recognize what is essential and what is not essential. And you can go back and find the main idea, the subject and the verb of the sentence. That might help you to better understand the content itself. One more thing before we move on. Commas and long sentences kind of will function the same because it's rare that you have a long sentence that doesn't have descriptors or elements or lists within it. So you'll see that a lot of these examples of long sentence will function, they'll have a similar function, or your interpretation of it will be the same as is with a comma. So here's a professional sample from Victoria Lanzada, and she writes, this is the sort of air that sticks, the kind you want to pull off you, away from your skin, or wipe away a great sluicy motion, and back into the water where it surely belongs, because this is not the sort of air that anyone could breathe. You could die, drown, trying to breathe this. So you can see here with her commas, basically what she's doing is describing the air that sticks, and each of those descriptions in that list is helping us to better understand that air. As a reader, like, you can feel it. You can feel the air yourself because of the words she's using, but also because of the way she's arranging them with all of these phrases. It's almost like I feel like I'm suffocating, that I'm drowning, just like this person, the character, the speaker, because they just keep building upon each other. The next punctuation mark is something I use a lot in my writing, and that's a dash or the parentheses. And they function in very similar ways. So both of them will serve as kind of like an interruption, or to indicate a digression, or an aside, like an additional thought, afterthought, interruption. Like the reader has said something, and now they want to interrupt and add just a little bit more. Another thing is if you see that you have a sentence and there's a dash, typically or occasionally what might happen is that what follows that dash is really going to try to elucidate a point, to clarify a point, by pushing it into the forefront, by propelling it into the limelight. Again, it's probably going to be an idea that you might not have recognized otherwise. So by setting it off with that dash, that interruption, it will draw more attention to it. Since a dash or parentheses is going to be like an afterthought or an additional thought, it's usually like a writer's thought. So you'll see that stream of consciousness feeling come in as well. It's almost like it's, oh, I forgot to tell you this. So it seems more personal, like it's the writer speaking, which is going to create a little bit more intimacy between the reader and the speaker because they are informal. So before I show you an example, let me highlight some of the differences though between a dash and a parentheses. A dash, I mean, just even looking at it makes sense. It's more abrupt. It's more casual. It is going to push its way into a text. Whereas a parentheses, it's soft, it's smooth, it's more subtle, and because of it might seem a little bit more formal. In your writing, I don't know that you will necessarily focus on those differences. It's more just to help clarify if you're saying to yourself, well, what's the difference between these two, just to highlight that for you. All right, another syntactical genius is F. Scott Fitzgerald, and this comes from the fantastic book, The Great Gatsby. And I think this is in chapter 2, and it's sad that I know that. I can probably tell you that. I think it's on page 19 of chapter 2 of my book. But he's talking about an area known as the Valley of the Ashes. He writes, about halfway between West 8 and New York, the motor road hastily joins the railroad and runs beside it for a quarter of a mile so as to shrink away from a certain desolate area of land. This is a valley of ashes. Ashes dash, a fantastic farm where ashes grow like wheat into ridges and hills and grotesque gardens, where ashes take the form of houses and chimneys and rise in smoke, and finally with the transcendent effort of men who move dimly and already crumbling through the powdery air, and it then slams the period. So here he's describing the Valley of the Ashes, and he could have put a period and written a new sentence, but instead he's going to give us a dash and then give us all of these descriptions about the Valley of the Ashes. It's a bit of a digression. Like, we could probably understand what the Valley of the Ashes were like just because he describes them as desolate. It's a valley of ash. So it seems like a digression that's meant to really kind of highlight the disparity of the area itself. It helps us to understand just how desolate it truly is. And it does seem a little like stream of consciousness, almost as if Fitzgerald's like leaning into us to tell us just a little bit more about the Valley of the Ashes. And it grows through those descriptions. Now, I would encourage you to think, what am I going to focus on here? Am I going to focus on those descriptions and how they build upon each other, or is it going to be the dash? Two different functions. Am I going to talk about how those descriptive phrases are overwhelming and they just keep coming over and over and over again, which is great, or it works, or are you going to focus on the dash and how it's almost as if Fitzgerald is interrupting himself to tell you a little bit more about it? So maybe just think through in a sentence like this, or an example like this, what is it that I'm really selecting to focus on, and does my analysis and my discussion of the function match with that particular choice? All right, and our last one, till I say our last punctuation mark, is the semicolon. I don't want to get too grammarific on you, but basically a semicolon is when you kind of like a complete sentence before and a complete sentence after the semicolon right here in the middle. So it's when you've got two clauses that work together. So it makes sense that symbolically speaking, the semicolon really functions to connect, to unify, to put two things next to each other. A period could usually work for anytime you say a semicolon. So maybe ask yourself, what would happen if the writer used a period here instead? The semicolon is going to link them together more. The period is going to be a final thought, and then we're moving on. So the semicolon is going to link them, join them, allow them to help each other a little bit more. Another thing that you'll notice because the semicolon is it might help with the pacing, especially if you have a bunch of shorter sentences. Remember earlier how I was describing with the short sentence that it's like staccato and it's very like rapid fire? The period is what really helps to do that. So if you have a semicolon, it's going to smooth it out a little bit more. It's going to help with the pacing, and it could be providing some clarity. So if the idea in the first clause isn't entirely clear, then the semicolon is going to extend that thought. It's going to bring clarity back into the sentence. So here's another Fitzgerald quote. Sorry, at least I'm predictable. And tender as the night, Fitzgerald writes, before 8, a man came down to the beach in a blue bathrobe, and with much preliminary application to his person of the chilly water, and much grunting and loud breathing, floundered a minute in the sea. When he had gone, beach and bay were quiet for an hour. Merchantmen crawled west on the horizon. Busboys shouted in the hotel court. The dew dried upon the pines. So if you're looking at the content of this particular passage, basically the guy who comes down before 8 o'clock, he's getting the water and it's cold water, so he's making a bunch of noise. And then the second sentence tells us once he leaves, the beach and the bay were quiet. In that third sentence, where we see those semicolons emerging, that's when we can see the effect of that quietness of him leaving. He could have used periods here, but instead he used a semicolon to really smooth it out, to slow the pace down, especially which is highlighted by the first sentence that's really long and really obnoxious about this guy and how loud he is. But the semicolon is going to reflect that quiet. It's going to balance things out just a little bit more. All right, so we've looked at long sentences, short sentences, and then a variety of punctuation marks. Let me give you a few last minute tips before we start talking about how do you fit this into your writing. Make sure you're starting with what is the argument of the text. And this is true of all writing. Whenever you're reading a passage, start with what is the argument, what is the line of reasoning developed here, and then which piece of evidence, which choice best conveys that idea, best conveys that claim. Don't do it the other way around. Don't do, oh, well, I see this dash, I see a semicolon, how can I make it work? Because if you're taking that approach, then it's probably going to come across really forced and not reflecting a deep understanding of the text itself. So always start with what is the writer saying, what is the writer doing, what choices or what evidence can I use to convey that. And really, again, only consider it if it's going to genuinely impact the meaning. Don't randomly describe a short sentence if it's not having some larger rhetorical effect on the passage or the reader. Also, look at it in context. Make sure you're looking at the content and how that mirrors the syntactical structure as well. And then the last thing is think a little about the genre too. So if you are an audience member and you see someone on stage behind a pulpit speaking to you or a podium speaking up to you, you might hear pacing, you might hear a long or a short sentence. You might also hear or like physically see the reader or the speaker lean in and give you some extra description, but you can't hear a dash. So I don't know that I would choose a dash unless you're really going to focus on again like that lean in, that digression. And in that case, you're probably looking more at the descriptions and you're looking at the content and not the grammatical or the rhetorical function of that punctuation mark. So just be cognizant of that and think about, is this something that the audience would be persuaded by? Which is true of all these lessons. We keep going back to the audience. In a previous lesson, we talked about how when you're writing commentary, you want to examine the importance, give your example, then examine the importance, relate it to a rhetorical situation, and then connect it to a claim. I still maintain all of that. However, there are some nuances to analyzing syntax, especially when it comes to explaining the importance of that first bullet point. I want to just kind of break it down a little bit more for you with an example in some student writing of don't forget about this element. There's some nuances that you need to consider when you're explaining the importance of a syntactical feature that differs from what you might with alliteration. One of the first things is providing your evidence, and do you provide a quote, a quotation, or not? I think that's really up to the choice itself. So if you have a long sentence, if I were you, I would just reference the long sentence and some of the content of it. You don't have the time to handwrite or to type this here, to handwrite or type out a really long sentence. It's probably going to bore your reader as well. So if it's a long sentence, if that's a syntactical choice you're examining, maybe just reference it. But if it's a punctuation mark, especially like a semicolon or something that's supposed to connect and divide, then you're going to need to reference what two things are being connected or divided, or just clearly reference it. But keep that in mind and keep timing in mind. You need to provide an example, yes, but you might not provide a full quotation or the full sentence, especially if it's a long one. The other thing is just to throw out there to you is when you're providing your evidence, again, make sure it's a very clear reference to the text. And you're not just saying, well, the writer uses a long sentence. Maybe you describe the content of that long sentence. Maybe you give a line number, but just be specific and clearly highlight what syntactical choice you want the reader to observe. So it could be just referencing the long sentence, the long monotonous sentence. It could be the succession of short sentences. Just describe to your reader what you want them to recognize, what syntactical feature you want them to recognize. Then you need to make sure that, again, this could be the same sentence, but you're explaining the content. You're describing the subject matter and saying in some form. If syntax is the arrangement of words, then you have to explain the content of the words in order for the description of the arrangement to make sense. So I don't know that this needs to be very lengthy, and it might just be a quick phrase, but make sure you're thinking about the content and the syntax and how they go hand in hand, which then takes us to the next piece, describing the function, exploring the effects, what is the larger purpose, excuse me. And again, for some of you that might be a larger, more symbolic function that the content is symbolized in how it's structured. Also remember that you might want to then kind of take your analysis of the function into how it's manipulated pathos because it's connecting with the reader. It kind of depends on your choice of passage. So in the show more part of our video description, you have access to our documents and our links. Here's a passage that you do not need to pull up. Excuse me, you do not need to pull up. You do not need to read. I provide it just for fun in case you want to read it this weekend. This is a passage that was part of the 2006 exam. I call it the prompt that makes you want to cry. I'm going to curl up in a fetal position and just sob and not write anything for 45 minutes because if you look closely, you can see this passage only had 3 sentences. My students were so angry when they came out of that exam, like you were never going to guess what we saw. So we're not going to study it. It's a very complex passage. It's not as accessible, and I don't think it's as much aligned to what you will probably see May 20th anyways. But again, I have samples that students wrote to this, and I think they're talking a lot about the syntactical function, specifically of that second long sentence. So I wanted to give you some student writing in order for it to make sense. I wanted to give you prompt as well, but you don't need to study it. Again, I don't think that this is representative of what you would see in H1 on H2 anyway. For both of these samples, I will tell you that they are out of class essays. I have never given this as a timed writing, so I think that these responses are pretty well developed and not, again, indicative of what you would do in a timed writing setting. But both samples are going to focus on that long, listy sentence in the middle and how the commas and the phrases build upon each other. Pause the feed, pause the recording if you need to, and take a moment or two just to read through what the student has written, and then I'll explain what the student did in terms of the commentary, just to help connect the dots for you. So pause the feed, take a minute to read through it, and then I'll walk you through it. All right, in this particular sample, the student starts by describing the syntax itself, just saying he lists out what seems to be reasonable detriments. Just that word list is good enough for me. It's going to describe the syntax. Then the student explains the content a little bit. It references how it's just basically one gigantic compound sentence of complaints. So I can see it's going to be a long list of complaints. The reader or the student is setting me up, the reader, to understand what he or she is about to analyze. The student briefly provides the function by saying it's a running string of misery, which is what pretty much all of my students said when they took this prompt, or they answered this particular prompt. It's a running string of misery, one stacked upon another. But that's a pretty brief function. And then the student gives us a textual example. Remember, if the sentence is long, you probably don't have time to handwrite that or to type it out. So the student just gave a few of those phrases that really highlight the misery. Then the student started to explain the content. You can see that really happens throughout the rest of the paragraph. It begins with specific statements, such as a lack of interpretation, and then gradually transitions into sweeping statements. So the student is then talking about what kind of content is included in this long sentence. Then you can see the very end, the student connects it back to a claim. I'm very satisfied with this. Again, it's an out-of-class essay, but as a reader, I think the student does a nice job of setting me up, guiding me through how that student wants me to read and understand that second sentence. All right, let's look at another one. So from the same second sentence, pause the feed again, read through it, and as you're reading, think through when you see the student describe the syntax or the function of it or explaining the content. See if you can spot that, and then I'll show you moments where I recognize it. All right, so the student starts by describing the syntax. It's a mention of this one massive extended sentence, which reaches across 2 or 3 standard sized paragraphs. That's a really nice description of the syntactical feature. Instead of just saying a long sentence, the student is explaining it to me. Then the student moves into describing the function by saying this huge sentence models a massive obstacle course the impoverished must face. Also kind of referencing the content there. The life of the poor is presented as a continual, unending stream of oppression. The student describes the function a little bit more by saying this string-like idea of misfortune is further mirrored, so it should be by the synecdoche in the passage. This synecdoche mirrors the ideas, and the student goes into the content a little bit more. Now, the student does reference a synecdoche. That's a fancy rhetorical term for a list that doesn't have any ands joining it. But the student's really examining this, like, again, massive list of details. So I don't think you necessarily need to think too much about the synecdoche. It's really more about the list of misfortunes. And again, the student connects the claim at the very end. I want you guys just to see, we talked about how do you read and interpret in a passage, and I gave you what your commentary might include. I just want you guys to see how that then translates into writing. So if you were to go back and look at and copy down some notes on how those things function and what your commentary could be, this is what it might look like if you were then to write it. All right, so let's have a quick practice. This is from Edgar Allan Poe's short story, The Black Cat. And I want you to pause the feed, think about what he is saying, and I want you to select an example of a syntactical feature. It could be a long or short sentence, it could be a dash, semicolon, or comma. But I want you to really focus on the second half of the piece, of the example. So go through the steps, pause the feed, read through it, and go through the steps that you would include in a body paragraph or commentary if you had to. So how would you describe this after you select your example? How would you describe the syntax? How would you explain the content and that relationship between the content and the syntactical feature? And then how does it function? So pause the feed, and then I will give you how I would maybe interpret this. All right, I would maybe start by looking at it. I see a dash. I see several dashes actually, and I see a lot of description. So I could look at the dash, but again, I don't know if I'm really going to function or focus on how the speaker of this piece is interrupting. For me, I'm really thinking that I'm going to talk more about, or I have more work about describing that voice from the tomb that was a cry, muffled, broken, sobbing child, and slung to one lump. It is the descriptions that I think I can work the most with. So my example, I might consider dash, but I really think I'm going to work on that long, listy description in the middle. To describe the syntax, I would basically talk about how it's one long appositive phrase, and all of those details are describing the voice from within. We have a continuous set of descriptions listed out with commas separating each. To explain the content, I maybe talk a little bit about how the continuous set of descriptions are of a voice that's terrifying, it's haunting, it really scares the reader, or again, in this case, the speaker. And then for the function, I'm going to talk about how those terrifying and haunting descriptions build and build and build upon each other, how it creates a rapid pace, this feeling of being overwhelmed, which is what the character is feeling at this moment, and that this battery almost of descriptions will really impact the mood. It's going to make the setting feel oppressive and terrifying, which is going to appeal to the pathos because I can feel the panic of the speaker, in this case, the character. So I've got a lot more to say about the descriptions than I do the dash. So I'm going to go with that. All right, just a quick review. We talked through long and short sentences, excuse me, and then 3 punctuation marks. But again, I just want to keep stressing, only select this if it's a very significant or impactful choice. It's the most important thing. Whatever you're choosing, the feature is really going to help establish, create a mood, or to persuade the audience, or to convey the arguments. Make sure it's steeped in the rhetoric. We also talked about how that when you write, that you actually go back for a second, and that these right over here to the right, those are elements you might include in your analysis. So when you're writing about it, you're going to provide the evidence, but it might not be a direct quote. It depends on the choice, it depends on the passage, it depends on your timing. But you need to make sure you're explaining the content just a little bit, and then really exploring the effect of that choice. So for your practice tonight, I know you're on the edge of your seat waiting for more Tim O'Brien to appear. We're going to look at what I think is just a beautiful passage from his chapter titled "The Man I Killed." I want you to read this. You have in your handout for today, the AP practice has the passage, and then you'll also see I've given you a series of questions and a topic sentence to just make it a little bit easier. So you're going to think about which of those features you want to focus on: the long sentence, short sentence, comma, dash, parentheses, or the semicolon, and consider which of those best reflect an idealized version of the man he killed. So practice. I see all of those things. Which best conveys that idea? And then you'll see I've given you a series of questions that might help guide you through your selection of the example, your description of the syntax, your explanation of the content, and then your description of the function itself. See, what an exciting Friday! Syntax, it gets me really jazzed for the whole weekend. Have a good weekend. It's good to see you, and we'll see you guys back here on Monday to wrap up this riveting conversation about syntax. Hi everyone, we'll get started in about 30 seconds, but there's a URL on the screen. It's also in the show more part of the description for the video today. To access our resources, there are 3 for today. They're all labeled 4-27. So there's a 4-27 handout, a prompt for lesson, and an AP practice. You want to pull those up, and then I'll see you again in about 30 seconds. All right, hello everyone. Happy Monday. I'm Emily Velitis. I'm your teacher for today. I hope you had a great weekend, and you took some time just to kind of unplug and rejuvenate a little bit. For me, I put my computer away. I worked hardly at all. I spent very little time on my phone, and I went for a long walk. I started reading Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire because I just need something light and easy and enjoyable. So I hope that you took some time this weekend to find something that again kind of like rejuvenated your batteries. On Friday, we talked about a subject that's very near and dear to my heart, something that I love. A lot of students don't, but I love talking about syntax and syntactical features. So we looked at, you can see the list here. We looked at a series of common features when it comes to syntax that students like to study in their writing or when they're looking at a particular passage. Basically, I went through each of those elements, and then I went through some of those common functions. The common function is what you include in your analysis. It's like your commentary. So you might identify an example of a long sentence, and then in your analysis, you might talk about how it builds momentum, makes weird out of breath. So what's on the right-hand side of that chart, that would be your analysis, your commentary. If you didn't join us on Friday, you can go back and view that session, or you can just kind of follow along here, thinking about this particular list, maybe thinking or considering how might I apply this to my own work. So after we talked about these elements, the main thing I kept stressing is don't just randomly pick out a dash that you recognize. It all needs to be steeped in the purpose or the argument, what the writer is really trying to intend. It needs to be an intentional punctuation mark or some tactical move. So that's the other thing I'm just going to keep stressing today. I know that sometimes when you're in a panic and you're looking at a passage, you see a semicolon, you're like, I'm just going to talk about this semicolon. Make sure it fits in with your existing commentary or your understanding of the writer's argument. Otherwise, it's going to come across as though you were just hunting for something to talk about, as opposed to really understanding the choices that the writers make. So for the practice, I asked students to read a fantastic passage from the things they carried, and it's from the chapter titled The Man I Killed. And for the task, I gave the students a topic sentence because I wanted them to practice identifying and selecting evidence that really supports that idea. So in this case, students were asked to find evidence about that Tom Bryan's incorporated to reflect an idealized version of the man he killed. And I gave them a series of questions to consider to kind of guide their reading. And if you were to look at the passage in its entirety, it kind of shifts from an idealized version of the man to like what he's actually looking like in reality in life. So we're really going to focus on the part that speaks to our topic sentence, which was the first paragraph in that idealized version. Of the devices that we talked about, those elements we talked about on Friday, one was the dash. And if you analyze this passage, focus on the dash, then you might have looked at this dash where he wrote, his chest was sunken and poorly muscled, dash, a scholar maybe. So we see the dash, it's there, but I don't think it really advances the purpose much. A scholar maybe is modifying the description of poorly muscled, but so I guess we do see a little bit more about him, but I don't know if it's idealized. I would also say that the purpose of the dash is to function as like an interruption. And I don't know that that's really important to capture this idea of an idealized version. So I see a dash, but I don't think it's incredibly intentional or purposeful, at least for the topic we'd be exploring. Another thing that you might have noticed is he uses a lot of short sentences. There were plenty in the passage. One that really stuck out to me though was this one right here. He devoted himself to his studies. And I like that one because it's sandwiched between two longer sentences. So we kind of have like long sentence when it smacks us in the face and then another long one. So it really draws attention to him being a student. It kind of startles us. It wakes us up as readers and it's focusing on him as a scholar. I also like that it kind of prepares us for what's to come in the following sentence that is showing us a little bit more about who he was and what he did for his studies. So I think that one gives me a lot to work with, especially in terms of how he's idealizing this man. You might have recognized that there was a semicolon about 3/4 of the way through that first paragraph. And a semicolon again is going to kind of function to take two indefinite clauses and put them together. So when a period could have been used to really separate them. So instead the semicolon is going to connect, unify. And in some cases that connection might signal a division, which is what we see here. So Tom Bryan writes, he had stopped praying, semicolon, instead, comma, now, comma, he waited, period. And I love that semicolon again is kind of unify those two elements, but then it still exists in this sense like a contrast. He stopped praying and now he's waiting. He's basically waiting for war, for death, and dying. So the semicolon is smooth. If he had a period, it would seem very disjointed. Those ideas wouldn't stand in contrast to one another. So it's really clarifying how and why he's waiting because it's contrasting with how he used to pray before he got to this point for the war. So I like that it creates that pause. I like that it's smooth. It's improving the pacing of the passage, and it really helps to clarify that again that sharp contrast of how the man has evolved. The next thing that you might recognize is that he had a long sentence. There were several in the passage, but I was really drawn to again this particular one. And as he waited in his final year of university, he and it continues to give a bunch of descriptions of how he fell in love and then how this girl saw him. And I love this particular sentence because you have all these descriptions that build upon each other, and they really help to paint the picture of this man as being young and childlike and in this love with another woman, And so all of these descriptions really help to kind of set the scene for me as a reader. Even though it's a long sentence, those descriptions are helping me to picture it. And then the last thing was looking at a comma. We see that there were two phrases here that perhaps in the maybe that really speak to modality. They're adverbs speaking about like, well, possibly he did this, maybe he did that. And I do like those. I think that it seems as though Tim O'Brien, they're very casual, but it seems as though Tim O'Brien is kind of like making up as he's going. It seems very informal, like he's talking to us. His chest was sunken and poorly muscled, a scholar maybe. So it seems very informal, very casual. Or one evening, perhaps they exchange gold rings, that it seems very like stream of consciousness, as though he's inventing the life of the man as he goes. So just to review, we looked at the topic sentence, we pulled out a series of examples and syntactical structures that maybe would work. We went through those, we looked at how they function. And if I were to go through myself and revise this particular topic sentence, I would write something like, in this passage, O'Brien incorporates short and long sentences to reflect an idealized version of the man he killed. So then my first example would be that short sentence of he devoted himself to his studies, and then I would analyze that and how it reflects this idealized version of the man who's committed, he's devoted to his studies. And then my second example would be that long sentence, specifically all those commas and those phrases and how they build upon each other. The others are there, I just don't have as much to say about them. All right, so moving on to our topic for today, we're going to be looking at elements within a text and consider how those parts fit together. Specifically looking at repetition, pronoun references, and parallel structure. Of those three, one, like the pronoun reference, might really inhibit your understanding of a passage. So we'll talk about that and how it functions, but I really hope that you think of how does this impact how I read a passage. And then we'll look at repetition and parallel structure. Those are two elements that a lot of students use in their essays, and they analyze them, that it'd be good for us to review those, how they function, and then we'll look at a sample of a student essay, an out-of-class essay that is referencing the repetition. So I'll define each, give you again some examples of professional writing, and then help you explore how they function and what you might be able to include for your commentary if you were to write about one of these. All right, so to start with pronouns, I don't want this to feel like a grammar lesson, but just to do a quick review, I think there are two key terms you need to know: pronoun and antecedent. A pronoun's a word that's going to take the place or replace a noun. I think a lot of you know that. You're familiar with pronouns like I, me, she, we. But in this class, I think it's really important, especially when you're looking at pre-20th century text, that you not just recognize a pronoun, but then you go back and figure out what is the antecedent. So in this case, an antecedent is a word that I can't talk to you, you can tell it's Monday, a word that particular pronoun will replace. So you might think about that as though it's the original, and then the pronoun is the word that replaces it. So let me give you a quick example, because I know it's tricky. Again, I'm having word vomit and not making sense. So let me give you an example of that. If you had this particular passage that wrote AP Lang videos on YouTube are riveting to watch, they preparing for the exam, you might recognize that the pronoun here is they, and then you might have to kind of go back and look at the previous sentence to figure out what is the they that's preparing for the exam. In this case, it's the AP Lang videos on YouTube. So they is the pronoun, the antecedent is AP Lang videos on YouTube. So the trick is look at the pronoun, but then try to go to the previous sentence sometimes too to figure out what is the subject matter, the content that person is referring to, that they're replacing with that particular pronoun. A few things to know. Again, I don't have to be grammar lesson. You don't need to know the various types of pronouns. I think depending on who you talk to, they're between 8 and 10, like an indefinite or demonstrative pronoun. You don't need to know those. But I do think when you're reading a passage, again, especially a pre-20th century passage, it's important that you recognize when a writer is using pronouns, and sometimes those are vague, that you're kind of pausing and thinking, what is the they that this particular writer is referring to? Another thing to know is I think the kind of go-to pronouns are you, we, I, me, she, he, etc. But don't forget that, and in some cases I think that the trickiest pronouns are the ones that are like this, that, these, and most importantly, it. But a lot of times when a writer will use it, it's so they don't have this repetitive nature to their text, but make sure you know what the it is replacing and what that's referring to. If you were to analyze a pronoun and a repetition of a pronoun, a lot of students might look at something like we or I. Some common functions that you might consider would be, a writer might use that to avoid repetition, or in some cases they might to unify, because if the same noun is used over and over and over again, it becomes dull, a little boring. So for example, if I were to say something like, Mrs. Elitis loves teaching AP language. Mrs. Elitis has been teaching it for 15 years. Speeches are Mrs. Elitis' favorite genre in AP language. It just becomes heavy. My last name is terrible. So we certainly don't need to say it 3 times. So then you might be utilizing some pronouns like she for the second and that third sentence. Another thing is it's going to direct the reader to the noun. So if it is something like he or she or it again makes you pause and make sure you know what that pronoun is. So it's going to direct you back to the noun itself. All right, so let's do a quick practice. This is a multiple choice. I know that you won't have something like this on your exam in May, but I think it's a really good exercise just to practice. I see a pronoun. How do I find the antecedent? So I'm going to ask you to pause the feed and read this particular passage. I'll warn you, it's a tough text. There are a lot of challenging words here. Try not to get too overwhelmed and just stick with the practice of the tips I gave you. Identify the antecedent or the pronoun. Excuse me. In this case, it's it. I circle it for you. And then try reading backwards to figure out what is the subject. What is the noun that it is replacing? In this case, you'll see that the sentence says, not wanting in a certain fanciful sprightliness, which is the peculiar grace of woman. It possesses also large measure that concentrativeness, which is deemed the peculiar strength of man. So you might ask yourself, especially when we get what possesses a concentrativeness, which is deemed the peculiar strength of man. So you might ask yourself that as you're reading. Pause the feed and look at those 5 options and figure out which of those best captures the antecedent here. All right, are you ready for the answer? Hopefully you all guessed that it was C, my serious style. That's a really convoluted sentence there. If you were to cut out all of those descriptive phrases, that second sentence basically just reads, there is about my serious style a bigger thought, period. It possesses also large measure that concentrativeness. Might be an easier way to go about finding that. All right, the next element is one that a lot of you write about. It's because it's something that you recognize that stands out to you as a reader, and that's repetition. Repetition is a literary device that repeats the same word or words or phrases. The main thing I'm going to encourage you to do, we're broken records here, is always connect it back to the argument or the rhetorical situation. So if you see the words being repeated, it really only means something that is going to help advance the argument. And then if you recognize an example of repetition, so things that you might be including in your analysis and your commentary is looking at how that particular word is being emphasized. So it might make the idea clearer, it might make it more memorable. Also, because it's being repeated, it tends to stick in the reader's minds a little bit more. They're able to absorb and understand that key idea because it's being repeated. Another thing that we'll do is provide cohesion, especially if you're looking at a text where the same word is repeated, like middle or beginning, middle, and end. It's going to unify those sections. So it could also provide cohesion from one part of the text to the next. You will see repetition a lot in speeches because it's an auditory device, something you can hear, and people remember what they hear. So if something's being repeated frequently, you tend to notice it more in speeches. All right, again, let's look at an example. This is from a really old prompt, but it's one of my favorites. Again, I'm going to ask you to pause the feed, read through it, starting by thinking with what is her argument, what is her message, what is Nancy Mears, the writer of this piece, really trying to assert, and then identify where you see repetition and how it functions to support that argument. All right, she has a lot of repetition in this short introduction to the passage itself. Specifically, the words cripple and choose or choice. Some version of a choice is seen quite frequently. In this particular passage, she's talking about how you see this toward the middle, how she's chosen the word cripple, not handicapped or disabled, to describe her condition of multiple sclerosis. So it's a choice that she has made, and she knows that she could have something a little bit more PC like handicapped or disabled, but she wants to make this choice. So I think it's interesting that she repeats cripple and crippled so frequently because it's really highlighting her condition. I think especially toward the bottom, like 3/4 way down, she's that phrase or that sentence. Perhaps I want them to wince, and she says, people wince when they hear the word cripple. So her saying it over and over and over again makes us, the reader, kind of uncomfortable and wince as well. She wants us to feel that way, hence the repetition. The other word that she's again, choose or choice, speaks to her argument as well because she's the actor. She's not being acted upon by this condition. She's taking control of it. She's taking back power because she is choosing this for herself. Therefore, she repeats it 4 times in one paragraph. So those 2 words, cripple and choose, really help kind of convey the argument and then the power that she's trying to achieve by choosing this word for her. All right, and then the last one we're going to look at is parallel structure. That is when 2 or more phrases or words with have similar grammatical form and length. And I would encourage you to really focus on grammatical. That's the key here. So let me give you an example first. Ralph Waldo Emerson's quote is saying, what lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny compared to what lies within us. In this case, the parallel structure is a repetition of that phrase, what lies, what lies, what lies. By using that 3 times in a sentence, he's creating a rhythm and he's really adding emphasis to that last phrase, within us. What lies behind us, what lies before us are tiny compared to what lies within us. That rhythm helps to establish that clarity. So it would make sense then some common functions of parallel structures to establish a rhythm, create almost like a fluency to the text. It's very melodic, it flows. It might be clarifying an idea, like in this case within us, especially when you see that these phrases are put next to each other within the same sentence or between 2 sentences. It will put more emphasis on them because they're in the same structure. You could also say that it adds some balance to the piece too. A sentence, but it might also be within like a larger paragraph or the whole text. It's going to add some balance to the ideas because they are in that similar structure. Like repetition, this too would be good in a speech. A lot of writers use this in the speech because it develops this cadence. It's easier for us to remember. So speaking of speeches, here are 2 examples. The first one comes from John F. Kennedy's speech. Let every nation know whether it wishes us well or ill. We shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty. And then in the essay Shooting an Elephant, George Orwell writes, some of the people said the elephant had gone in one direction, some said that he'd gone in another, some professed not to even have heard of any elephant. I'm going to ask you to pause the feed and look at both of these examples and see if you can identify where the parallelism occurs and how it functions. In the first example, you can see that the structure is a verb in any, pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship. They're all the same tense, they're all by verb, and they're all 3 words, which helps to establish a rhythm. Again, makes it easier to follow and to understand. In the second example from George Orwell, they're not going to be identical. Some people said, some said that, and I think you could even make a case that that last is parallel as well with some professed. It's the some people said, some said this, some professed. So it's not going to be exact, but I think it is close enough to recognize that's an intentional choice by Orwell to balance out all of those opinions and show that there's no one answer, that everyone has a different opinion about whether or not they saw the elephant and which direction the elephant went. All right, so you might be asking yourself, all right, Elitis, you've talked a lot about repetition and parallelism. Aren't they basically the same thing? And I do think that that's a common misunderstanding, a common confusion for students to have, especially because parallelism is a form of repetition. But I think the key thing to keep in mind, especially for the majority of the work that you'd be doing in AP language when you're studying a passage, is that repetition is going to be looking mostly at the words themselves, the denotations, the connotations, why that particular word is being repeated. Whereas with parallelism, yes, it is a form of repetition, but it's really more about the grammatical construction and those repeated structures and how those repeated structures create a rhythm. So repetition is more about the emphasis, parallelism is more about the rhythm and that grammatical structure. When writing about these things, I've stressed you before that your commentary should explain the importance, relate to the rhetorical situation, and connect. I still maintain all of those, but I want to just speak a little bit to that first bullet point and explain the importance, because there are some nuances when it comes to talking about repetition and parallelism in your own writing. And so a few things to keep in mind when you are explaining the importance, still connect back to the claim, the rhetorical situation. But when you're analyzing the example itself and looking at that particular choice, you might consider spending some time or devoting some attention to describing what the writer is doing. So what is being repeated? Even just stating this has been repeated is going to be helpful. So if you were to say for parallelism, instead of parallelism, if you would have said something like structures the phrases in a similar fashion or employs a similar grammatical structure, signal to your reader what you want them to recognize. Then make sure you're relating it to the content. What content is being repeated? What is the key idea or word being repeated? Why this idea or word? What does it convey? Again, thinking about the denotation, the connotations, and then start to pull back into the function. So why is it being repeated? What is the impact on the audience or the piece as a whole? In your handouts for today, I give you access to this particular prompt from Florence Kelly. If you want to practice of pausing pausing the feed, taking 3 minutes to break down the prompt, 7 minutes for the speech, you certainly can. But I don't know that it's entirely necessary. I wanted to give it to you just in case. But we're going to look at a sample from this particular prompt that one of my students has written a few years ago, and I thought it might be helpful for you. But we're really just looking at the structure and what is the student saying. So if you don't have a firm understanding of the prompt, it's fine. I just want to provide it for you just in case. Okay, so first things first. This is a student essay that was written out of class with plenty of time, and I think it's pretty good. I think it's really sophisticated and has complex ideas. This is not anything I would expect in a time frame. So please keep that in mind as you're reading it. I want you to pause the feed, read through the student sample, and identify when the student is describing the device itself. You can see by the topic sentence and repetition. So when and where does the student describe the repetition and provide an example? When and where does the student explain the content that's being repeated? And then where does the student describe the function? So think about how this particular student constructs a response about repetition and where you see those elements. All right, one of the first things that you might have noticed is that the student describes the device kind of in two places. The student says there's the repetition of phrases, and then later the paragraph says, similar to a cycle, Kelly consistently repeats these 3 phrases. That's good enough for me. The student's referencing the choice, describing it works for me. Then the students explain the content by saying that these examples she provides them and says this creates a portrayal of their society in which parents neglect to see the exploitation of their children. So she's summarizing the content itself. She's not going to include everything, just some of the major pieces that are being repeated and what those things are saying. So she's summarizing. You might have noticed that she's describing the function in 2 places, but the first comes about halfway through when the student writes, she does this, she consistently repeats these 3 phrases to symbolize how the same problems and causes will continue to arise and occur without intervention. Just pretty nice that she's thinking about the symbolic function. The student then continues to explain the content a little bit more, that while parents are sleeping all through the night, their children toil in commerce. So she again is summarizing the text, and then she concludes the paragraph by describing the function in quite a bit of detail. Like the effect of the repeating phrases is to highlight the stagnancy of their sleep. The child labor was allowed to continue because children were making the goods. She's speaking to how this is, the student speaking to how this might accumulate their guilt, encouraging a new focus. So the student's thinking about the function at the end of the paragraph. Let's practice with an older text. I think it's a good review for all of us. This is from the Declaration of Independence. You probably read this in some history class, maybe an English class. I want you to again pause the feed and identify a pronoun or antecedent, an example of repetition and parallel structure that you think really helps to impart the message that all men are equal and that men should overthrow any government that violates their rights, their civil duties and liberties. So pause the feed and see if you can find a pronoun and its matching antecedent, an example of repetition and parallel structure that are significant in conveying that particular argument. I love this text. It's something that I use a lot with my students, and they get very frustrated because we spend days talking about the Declaration of Independence. But I do think that it's so well constructed. So let's start by looking at pronouns. Again, it's not as simple as just looking at the pronoun. You have to look, what is it replacing? What is the antecedent as well? Especially when you have an older text like this, you'll see a lot of theys and these and this and its. So you have to know what those things are. In the beginning, you'll see he says we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. That they, and in that case, that pronoun they is referring to all men. He then continues to say that among these, inalienable rights. So that among these is referring to the inalienable rights. So that the antecedent are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, sorry, there we go. To secure these rights, the rights he's referring to there, the antecedent is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And then we also see an it. He says that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. In this case, the it is referring to the government. So just a reminder, when you find a pronoun, try to look before it just a little bit to identify the subject matter. What I love about this, and I can talk about for 4 days and drive you crazy, is the way he sets up his sentence structure. Something we're talking about on Thursday is that he provides this pronoun that's qualifying, describing, modifying something that happened in the previous. So all of his sentences fit nicely together. It creates this rhythm that everything is related, everything is cohesive. You might have seen some repetition, especially for the bottom. He says it is their right, it is their duty. Oh, sorry, excuse me, I need to backtrack. I got ahead of myself. The repetition is things like government, rights, and then you've obviously seen they and them. And you could see that, or you could make the case that the repetition is highlighting the role that a man plays in securing rights from a particular government. So those words are repeated. I didn't annotate those because it just would have taken too long. So I didn't annotate that. So then we get to our parallel structure. Sorry, parallel structure is it is their right, it is their duty. Develops a case. It's easier to follow. Those 2 ideas are emphasized. We also see in the second to last sentence, he says the history of the present king of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations. In this case, he's repeating the word, the structure, the history and a history, to put them in contrast to one another, to emphasize that his injuries are synonymous to him being a leader. So he's putting those 2 right next to each other. So I'm sorry, just to clarify that we have the parallel structure with is their right, is their duty, and that history, the history and a history are parallel to one another in order to showcase how the king of Great Britain, who he is today, is one full of repeated injuries. All right, to review, we were looking at how there are certain elements in the text that relate to other elements in the text, how there are the relationships that are created in pronouns, repetition, and parallel structure. And then when you look at these, especially when it comes to pronouns, that might get in the way of your reading. So you need to understand how to read for pronouns. And a lot of you tend to focus on repetition and parallel structure, specifically in speeches. And that writers will use those tools to establish a pace, to create balance, to include some variety so it doesn't get too stagnant, and then to obviously, if they're being repeated, emphasize key ideas and words. So tonight your homework is to read an excerpt of an AP prompt. And I want you to start by reading through it and trying to think through what is the main idea, or what is the argument first, because that's what should always guide our reading, not just searching for repetition. Always start with the argument in mind. Then I want you to identify any pronouns and antecedents that you think are particularly important to convey that message, any examples of repetition or parallel structure, and make sure you're keeping in mind the difference between repetition and parallelism. Before we sign off, I know sometimes teachers watch these before they assign them to their students. Just want to give teachers a quick notice that Quill and College Board have partnered together to create a system that is going to help students improve their writing structures. So things like complex sentences, relative clauses, compound complex sentences, participial phrases, etc. And essentially what happens is that the teacher will sign up on Quill, it's free, and then they will assign a brief survey that goes over 17 items for students to take. Then it will kind of parse out for teachers which students need help with which skills. They'll provide some suggested activities. But what I think is really great about this is that then the teacher can assign those activities to students, and the students get immediate feedback from Quill on how to revise and strengthen their grammar. So I just want to provide that tip if there are any teachers out there watching. If you're interested, you can go to quill.org/AP to learn more information. But I think it could be a really useful tip for teachers who are trying to help improve the construction of their students' writing, not just the ideas. All right, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope you have a great day. And again, you take some time to rejuvenate and recharge your batteries. Hi everyone, good to see you. We'll get started in about 30 seconds. If you want to go ahead and pull up 2 resources for today, we have a handout labeled 4-28 handout that will help guide you through some of the ideas we'll discuss today. And then there's a prompt for your AP practice today labeled 4-28, prompt for practice. If you want to open those using that URL on the screen or through the show more description of the YouTube video, go right ahead. And then we'll get started in a few minutes once everyone has a chance to access those and join us. All right, hello, thank you for joining us. I am Miss Delightus. I'm an English teacher a little outside of Chicago. We're having spotty weather today. Sunshine in the morning, but it's supposed to rain all night, which is good for my flowers. But it's good to see you guys. I hope you're having a great day as well. Now, wherever you are, the sun is shining even just for a few minutes today. All right, just before we get started talking about tonal shifts today, let's look at a warm-up activity that reviews our lesson from yesterday. Yesterday we were talking specifically about relationships within elements of a text, like pronouns, repetition, and parallel structure. And we defined each of those and looked at a few examples to understand how writers might use those things to establish a pace and balance, to include some variety in their sentences, or to emphasize key ideas or words. And then the students were asked to read an excerpt from a passage that was released AP prompt. I tasked them to identify the message first, and then find examples of a pronoun and its antecedent, repetition, and parallel structure that really help to reinforce that particular message. If you didn't complete the activity yesterday, maybe you pause the feed here and see if you can identify those elements within the text and again the message. For those of you who did complete the practice from last night, when it came to the pronoun, you might have recognized a few, specifically the they, their, they. That's referring to the antecedent is among his friends and acquaintances. So we have a very clear antecedent that his friends and his acquaintances are the they in the passage. That kind of highlights their relationship. These people are his friends, and it's their perceptions of him. That's what we are getting from this particular passage. He's separated from others. He's passed away, but he's not part of this group. This is how they perceive him. However, I think the most interesting pronoun of the whole passage is that word he, primarily because there is no antecedent. And I think that that really symbolizes who this man is. I know you don't have the whole passage, but throughout the whole passage, the man's name is never provided to the reader. He's just this faceless, nameless person who's a workaholic. So I think that there is a lot of interest in the fact that we have a pronoun, but we don't have the antecedent. We don't know who the he is replacing. We don't know that noun. So I think that that's a really interesting thing to examine. For repetition, you might have noticed things like finally and precisely. That was repeated twice. And then Sunday morning is also repeated twice. So finally and precisely, I think that it's interesting that that's repeated because it's so definite. It's very type A, just like him, the subject of the piece. It's very rote, very routine driven. But then we also Sunday morning, which I kind of find a little ironic because you know that he worked himself to death and he died at 3 a.m. Sunday morning. And later in the passage, they reference that he works 6 days a week. So I think even that repetition is pretty interesting too. And then lastly, for parallel structure, we see in that last paragraph, 2 sentences start with he works. So he works 6 days a week. He worked like the important people. Those 2 sentences are parallel in structure, and they're describing how he worked like an executive, like those important people. Since he was known for constantly working, repeating those 2 structures really helps to emphasize him and the type of life that he led. You might have found other things, and that's fine. I just want to highlight a few things I think are pretty notable, especially in terms of the argument or the message of the passage. All right, so today we're going to continue our look into how do you read and annotate and understand a piece better. And we're going to be focusing on tone. Specifically, how do you read and interpret tone in a passage? A tone is the writer's attitude toward a subject, but that definition is a little vague, so we're going to spend some time breaking that down a little bit more, understanding some of the nuances of that brief description. Then we're going to look at tone in a piece of writing and practice how do you do that, how do you identify tone. Then we're going to move into the more sophisticated skill, which is discussing shifts in tone. How do you recognize those and how do you read for a shift in a tone? What do you do with them? All right, so let's start by taking that generic definition and narrowing it down a little bit more. I think that this is a great summary of what a tone is. It's a writer's attitude toward the subject. But I think that there's more that we could kind of unpack with that. When you're trying to determine the tone, you have to start by identifying who was the writer. And I know Mrs. Knight and I are broken records, and we're always talking about the rhetorical situation, but who is the writer? What do we know about the writer? Because that will govern our understanding of the attitude toward the subject. So what is the subject matter of the piece? What is the writer talking about? And if you don't identify writer and subject first, you're really going to struggle to identify the attitude. I also think that that word attitude needs a little bit of explanation too. So an attitude is going to be a behavior, a way of thinking, or feeling about something, the subject, and it might also be a position or an opinion. And I think that that is a great way to kind of summarize what an attitude might be. It's a way that a writer might think about the subject. But you also have to keep in mind, again, going back to the rhetorical situation. I wish I had $1 for every time I said rhetorical situation in these videos. But I think if you're considering the writer's attitude, then you've got to think, how might that attitude, the depiction of that attitude, vary greatly depending on the audience and the purpose. So who are they writing to? What is their purpose in writing? Therefore, what attitude do they want to take for that particular subject matter? And let me give you an example in my own personal life to see if that helps kind of clarify how tone varies depending on audience and purpose. My attitude would vary. So my subject matter would be the challenges of the remote learning environment. It's going to be the same no matter who I talk to. I'm still having the exact same subject. I'm the same person. I'm a teacher. So the writer's the same and the subject is the same. But my attitude toward that subject matter and how I'm going to convey that will vary greatly depending upon the audience and my purpose. So if I'm talking to a fellow teacher, my attitude might be more of commiserating about the challenges, specifically grading, planning, or engaging students who are not doing their work, which I'm sure does not pertain to you. But I would take more of a commiserating tone. I would try to relate to them, empathize with a little bit more. However, with my students, I've been emailing them a little bit here and there, just checking out the individual students. And when talking about the challenges of remote learning, I might take a more sympathetic tone with them and kind of check in with how are they doing in terms of understanding the content, organizing and balancing their time, handling the stress of all of this. But I might take more of a caring, sympathetic tone with them, even though I'm still talking about the challenges of remote learning. And then, I love my husband, he's wonderful, but he's in the medical field and he doesn't understand what's happening in my life. So if I were to talk about the challenges of remote learning with him, which is very little because he just doesn't get it, I would take more of an informative or explanatory tone with him. I would still give an overview of what remote learning looks like for me, but I would choose specific struggles I think he could relate to as a former student. So I'm not going to go into the intricacies of grading because he won't be able to understand that. So my tone would shift depending on the particular audience. I might have the same subject matter, the same writer, but who I'm speaking to is going to govern which attitude I portray to them. In your own lives, maybe you also spend time watching TV, and I think a lot of the advertisements on TV are really interesting given everything that's happening with the pandemic. And there are certain companies who aren't even really trying to sell their product, but they're advertising. So you might read those ads thinking about what is the tone in them and how has that been governed or changed because of the rhetorical situation in which we are living. So for example, there's one that I love, I keep watching, that is I think a Bush's baked beans ad where it's basically like a FaceTime or Zoom of 2 little kids eating and their family members and friends watching them have dinner. And then one little girl has like a spoon and she takes it into the camera and you can see the baked beans. And then very small in the corner where the little kids are eating, there's a can for Bush's. So it's not really promoting Bush's, but they're taking a tone that's more celebratory and unifying all of us during this time. Or Facebook has an advertisement where they are not promoting Facebook at all, but instead they're celebrating the frontline workers. And there's a shot of a woman coming out of her apartment complex, I believe, with people on the street applauding her on her way to work. You might also, I don't want to get in trouble, but you might also look at your school and the communication your school is giving you. So either on the website or through email, are they providing a more cautionary tone about COVID-19 and taking care of yourself from a more like a medical perspective? Is it more informative about the expectations for e-learning? Is it more encouraging about your mental health? Or is it more celebratory of the way in which students and teachers have responded? It might be a blend of those. And none is better or worse than the other, but the tone is going to be indicative of the audience and purpose. The attitude the writer is trying to portray will be heavily influenced by the audience and purpose. So bottom line, don't ever forget about the rhetorical situation. It's very important. All right, so when the writer is making these decisions about tone and how they convey it, there are several choices they might be making. And we've gone over a lot of these, so I'm not going to spend much time on them, but I think some common choices writers make to convey a tone are diction, syntax, imagery, and details. These are the most common choices that you would see with a writer, especially when it comes to conveying tone. So when it comes to you identifying tone, here's some of the steps I'd recommend taking. First, start with the prompt and the passage. If we know that writer, subject matter, purpose, audience, those things are important, take some time to understand those elements within the prompt and the passage itself. I will say that one thing that's tricky with tone is that sometimes, and it's rare, so I wouldn't worry about this too much, but sometimes you might see a passage where the writer takes an ironic or sarcastic tone, and you worry, did I read this correctly? Am I misinterpreting this what this writer is saying? saying, if you find yourself in that position, go back to the prompt, because usually the prompt will give you some clues. And it might even be in the title of the piece itself. So it might say something like, read the passage from this piece, and they'll give you the title. That might help you uncover whether or not it's sarcastic. Then once you get to the passage itself, annotate, or if you're taking notes on a separate piece of paper, take notes of important words, specifically their connotations. Look at them within the context and think, what are some of the emotions attached or associated with these particular words? Which words really stand out to me as being emotive? When it comes to the syntax, you might recognize that there are certain sentences, because of their construction, you can understand the writer's attitude. I think realistically, that would happen more with if you have a paragraph with a lot of long sentences and a really short sentence. As you learned a few days ago, the writer's using a short sentence that's to grab our attention to start us. So that might be a great place to recognize an author's attitude. Or it could be when you're looking at long sentences, when all of those phrases that build upon each other symbolize the content. So that might help you understand the attitude. Images are wonderful because they basically are there to help the reader imagine or feel what is happening in the passage. So it'll reference those 5 senses. It could be any of them. It doesn't have to just be sight. So you might think about what images are striking in the passage, and then which feelings are really brought out by those images. What feeling is the writer trying to evoke by including this particular image? And then lastly, thinking about the details provided. And that doesn't have a fancy term to it other than just the facts or the details that the writer is giving us. And think about how those details really shape our understanding of the subject matter. The writer could leave some details out. So why is the writer choosing to include certain details and omit others? How does that help us understand the subject matter in a different light? Then, after you've looked for all of those things, step back and think about, how might I categorize these things? What way might I group them? Or do I see any particular patterns emerging through this? And that's what will get you to your tone. Selecting a tone word is challenging. And think about it as though you want to be as specific as possible. I try to liken it to something like a friend or someone giving you driving direction. And they say, well, at least for me, they'll say go north. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, go north. But if the person said take a right at the second stop sign, that's a clear direction for me. The same is true when you're writing about tone. The more specific you can be, the better. It also will reflect a deeper knowledge of the passage itself. So you might start with a really broad description, something like sad, and then think, all right, there are 2 branches I could go down for sad. It's pretty generic. How can I narrow that down? Is it going to be more reflective of the past, or is it going to be more calm? And then you could specify even more from there. Is the writer really being sentimental about the subject matter, or is the writer nostalgic about the subject matter? You might also be reading a piece and recognize, I see this pattern, and I look at the word choice, the images, the details, and imagery. But for the most part, it's very matter of fact. There's not a lot of emotion to the piece itself. So you might recognize, it's emotionless. But then you might ask yourself, is it matter of fact, or is it just disconnected? And let's say you decide that it's disconnected. Is the writer being disconnected and detached, or is it cold? Because those have 2 very different meanings. So try to think about your tone words as having shades of meaning. And you don't want something just like sad, because there are other layers, more complex terms to really describe what the writer's intending. For some of you, that's the biggest challenge. You can recognize there's a pattern, but you don't know how to describe it, or you don't know a particular word or adjective to assign to the tone. I know that this is kind of going to sound like a terrible thing to say, but I would just recommend taking some time to reviewing terms, key tone words. If you're like my students, you love Quizlet and spend hours looking at flashcards. If you even were to do a Google search for something like AP Lane tone words Quizlet, dozens will pop up, and you can practice that way. I think it's just opening your vocabulary and expanding it enough that then you can provide the specific tone that you're looking for. All right, so let's look at an example. I'm going to ask for you to read the prompt, pause the feed, read the prompt itself to understand what's happening in the passages to prepare us, and then identify diction, syntax, imagery, or details that help to convey the tone. So determine the tone by going through those steps of reading the prompt in the passage itself, looking for those particular choices. This is a passage we looked at yesterday, so it might be familiar to some of you, and you might only need a minute or 2. Others might take a few minutes to kind of read and break it down. Remember, start with the prompt, then move into the excerpt, and I'll give you some annotations or things I would look for. Okay, for me, I would start with the prompt, and I would notice a few things. So it starts with, in the following excerpt, Nancy Mears, who has multiple sclerosis, calls herself a cripple. I'm really drawn to that detail of multiple sclerosis. That's going to help me understand why she's choosing to name herself cripple. I also like that detail, calls herself, and then later we're asked to analyze how she presents herself. Both of those things really speak to her owning something, or her being the driver's seat, so to speak, when it comes to naming her condition. So before I get to the passage, I'm already seeing some pattern emerge, a tone of like independence, control, or power. So then I'm just reading the passage to corroborate that or to extend it a little bit more. For the word choice, I love that there were 2 words that were being repeated over and over again. We referenced these yesterday. One is cripple, and she uses that word 4 times to really describe her condition. She wants us to win. That's why she repeats it so much. She also uses the word choose or choice in some capacity. So I think that those words, if we do like a diction analysis of them, we look at how those words speak to control and power. And since she is choosing for herself, she is taking back power over this condition. So we look at that word. I also think that my students always love analyzing this word. Swagger pops out to me as well. It's not just that she's walking with a cripple or with a crippled gait. Instead, she is strutting, she is sauntering. It's a lot more forceful. So the word choice is helping me a lot when it comes to understanding the tone. For the syntax, I love that phrase for the end where she writes, or that clause where she writes, perhaps I want them to wince. It's very direct. It's very striking. It's that short sentence that grabs our attention. It makes us wince. And I think having such a short sentence like that jars us symbolically. The way she's describing how choosing the word cripple jars those around her. For imagery, I didn't really see too much in this particular excerpt. And you might have that at times where one thing is more public than the other. I think maybe you can make a case for swagger or cripple because you can see the image of someone who's walking differently than others. But I don't know that that's particularly meaningful. And I'd rather use the word choice and analyze the connotations of cripple and choice instead of that. All right, and then when it comes to details, again, I think we could look at choice. The fact that she keeps referencing that, she could have omitted that detail and just started describing how she is a cripple. It would greatly change not just the tone, but the whole construction of the passage itself. But I also really like this second to last sentence where she says, I want them to see me as a tough customer, one to whom the fates, gods, viruses have not been kind, but who can face the brutal truth of her existence squarely. That detail of her facing the brutal truth of her existence squarely really shows ownership, and it shows that control. So then if we were trying to pull back and say, what is the tone of this passage? I would look at what words did I keep repeating over and over, and I kept saying things like take back control, have power, perception, and that's what's going to help you thinking about those patterns. That's what will help you deduce the tone. I think her tone could be something like defiance, empowerment, and that is derived from looking at those categories in that pattern. So after reviewing what tone is and how you identify tone, how writers establish tone, let's take a more sophisticated look at tone, and specifically identifying how writers might shift in a particular tone. And this is a more sophisticated or challenging skill, so it might be new information for some of you, but I do think if you're able to recognize a shift in a passage, it really helps influence your understanding of the text itself and those choices, and it could influence how you might organize your essay. So writers will shift in tone from one part of a text to another in order to suggest a qualification, a refinement, or a reconsideration of their perspective on a subject. When I say shift, I'm referring to like a change, a move, a switch from one to the other. And writers do this, as you can see here, for several reasons. It might be a qualification, meaning the writer is identifying a limitation of the particular viewpoint. It could be a refinement to narrow into, so maybe it starts broad and it narrows this to be more specific. It could also be a reconsideration or reevaluation of the position itself. And it might even just be a reconsideration of the subject. So the subject itself might change. So the shift will really be how a piece changes in some capacity from the beginning to the end. Really looking at how it moves. So again, you're going to look at those same 4 things, those same 4 choices: diction, syntax, imagery, and details. But now, instead of just looking for a pattern, you're going to then look for where's the writer deviating from that particular pattern. Where is the writer switching things up or moving against the pattern? So look for those deviations indications, where does writer stray? When it comes to each of these elements, for the diction, I think, do I see a different emotion or feeling emerging in the second half of the passage compared to the first? For the syntax, it might be a physical change, like you might see more dashes in one part of the text than the other, or longer sentences. So it might be something you can physically recognize. Imagery is going to be similar to diction, so looking at the different emotions associated with the images, or the response to those images, and how the reader might feel differently or have a different understanding because those images are shifting. Same with the details, highlighting a different perspective, or maybe highlighting a different aspect on the subject itself. And while this isn't always the case, you'll probably see a shift happening at paragraph breaks, and you'll usually see 2, maybe 3 in a particular passage. A lot of the times they will be like first half of the passage, second half of the passage, or it might be the beginning, the middle, and the end. And it might not be equally distributed that way, but you might think of, do I see this pattern? Do I see this text moving differently in the second half than in the first? Or do I see that it kind of starts one way, builds, and then switches to a third position or tone toward the end? You might also be able to recognize a tonal shift if the writer's using language like although, but, yet, nevertheless, and however. That too might signal a shift. So look for those things. It's rare, I've seen it before, but it's rare that you'll see a writer will shift in the middle of a sentence. It will usually be at a paragraph break. The one thing I want to pause and emphasize here is that you might not see a shift, or if you do, it might not be obvious or intentional enough for you to really devote significant attention to. So don't try to fit a square peg in a round hole. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. Instead, just go back to what you normally do, which is looking for what is the argument and what choices does the writer make to convey that particular argument. But if you do see a shift, that's kind of guiding your organization for your essay. So if you see that there's one shift, so the beginning and the end, or the first half and the second half. The first half is your first body paragraph. The second half is your second body paragraph. You're going to try to pull out what is the tone or the argument being presented in the first half and select choices that reflect that, and then the second and the choices that reflect that. And it could be argument or it could be driven by the tone. Either one's up to you. So let's practice with a piece from, it's an excerpt from Amy Tan's Joy Luck Club. I will tell you there is at least one shift, and I want you to pause the feed to see where would you identify a shift or two in this particular excerpt, and then think, how is that shift being conveyed specifically through diction, syntax, imagery, and details. Try to think about where it shifts and how you know it shifts. Pause the feed and I'll meet you back here and walk you through a way you can interpret it. Okay, for me, I saw that there was a clear shift a little before halfway through the piece, and I only saw one shift. For me, I was starting with the diction. I think the diction helps me understand where that tonal shift occurs. In the first half, the writer, Amy Tan, uses words like beautiful and lovely, things that are soft and nice, and then the writer switches to chill and bewitched, which is the exact opposite of beautiful and lovely. Instead, it's going to have this feeling like being enchanted or possessed or lacking any kind of human trait. For the imagery, I don't know that it's as strong in the first half. You could make the case that beautiful signals a sound and that we can hear that image, and so it's more like a sensory detail. But I think that when you're looking at the second half, the imagery becomes really strong, specifically when talking about that chill. And Amy Tan says it started at the top of my head and began to trickle down, that we can feel that happening. And then she says that she kept thinking her fingers would adjust themselves back like a train, switching to the right track, and this notion of us feeling like having that sensation of our fingers can't be controlled. And I love that description of the soured notes. Those are all things that we can hear, we can feel, and they're unnerving, they're unsettling. Those no musician wants to hear their notes referred to as sour, so those are things that are really striking to us. Then for the details in the beginning, she says things like, I was so caught up, so it was a surprise. And to me, that shows that she was in the beginning kind of oblivious, unprepared, unsuspecting, unknowing, that she was so caught up in the beauty that she wasn't fully prepared for what could happen. Compared to the second half, where we have phrases like, I played this strange jumble, and it stayed with her all the way to the end, that she is confused, she's disoriented, she's being controlled by this being that's taken over her. So you could make the case that this particular excerpt shifts from comfort and ease in the very beginning to more like a revulsion, a shock, and a panic in the end. And that's how I organize my essay. That my first body paragraph would really focus on proving the idea that the writer lived in a state of obliviousness, and I would look at word choice and imagery for that. Those are my two choices. My second body paragraph would be focusing more on how she was experiencing terror and disgust, and I would look at the word choice, the details, and the imagery to support that assertion. Just to review, a tone is a writer's attitude toward a subject, and that's greatly influenced, or the presentation of it is greatly influenced by the audience and the purpose. And the writer will shift a tone throughout a piece. Occasionally, a writer will shift a tone throughout a piece in order to give us a different perspective, to qualify, refine, or reconsider their perspective on the subject. And that whenever you're determining tone, particularly a shift in tone, you want to look at some of the common choices of diction, syntax, imagery, and details, and how those things might vary from one part of the text to another. That will signal to you there's been a shift. You will usually only see 2, maybe 3 shifts, and you might not even see that depending on the work itself. Some of those shifts will be evident based on the transition words the writer uses or paragraph breaks themselves. All right, so for practice tonight, I'm going to give you a passage that I really love. My students just saw it maybe 2 weeks ago. I will warn you there's at least one shift in the passage. It'll be up to you to determine are there 2 shifts or just one. And I want you to study the prompt in the passage first, thinking about where is that tone shifting and how does the writer convey that particular shift. I've given you just a copy of the passage itself, so if you wanted to print that out and take notes directly on it, you could, or you could just take notes on a separate piece of paper. Tomorrow we'll go through where the shift or shifts occur and how the word choice, the syntactical structures, the details provided, and some of the imagery helps to elucidate that. So we'll go over that tomorrow with you. One last note before I let you go. I know that sometimes teachers watch these sessions before signing them to their students. So teachers, this is to you. Quill has partnered with College Board to offer teachers a free service. It sounds like a fantastic way to provide interventions for your students, where essentially as a teacher you will create a course and then your students will enroll. They'll take, I think it's like a 30-minute practice test over 17 items, so things like complex sentences, relative clauses, participial phrases, and things like that. And then it will diagnose some areas that the students could use some intervention or a little extra help or activities to address those particular needs and issues. So I just want to offer that to teachers. You can learn more about that at quill.org/AP. And for everyone else, it was good to see you. I hope you have a great day. And at some point today, you connect with someone, a friend, a family member, or even your teacher. Maybe send your teacher an email just to kind of check in. I know that I've been treasuring the emails I get from my students. They're just mundane, like, hey, just want to say hi. I read this book. I watched this TV show. So maybe even just sending an email to your teacher. Something to help you connect with others would be great. All right, have a good night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.